those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, my partner is back from the nation's capital, but that doesn't make it any better here in the Bay. Even though Marcus was out here checking out the Washington Monument, we got Klay Thompson dropping monuments on the Warriors, and I got news for you 49ers fans. Since we signed off Friday, it hasn't gotten any better. They still lost to the Rams, and Brock Purdy didn't look that good, and the whole season's up in flames. But we got the final week of work together before Christmas. Getting excited. Santa's on his way. Marcus on his way. Did you see Santa's elves on the way back? Welcome back, brother.
Murph, good to see you, my man. Glad to be back in the studio, but I got to correct you. I'm not even here for the whole week. I'm here for 2 days and 2 days only. Then I'm getting the hell out of here going back on vacation.
You're not working like Santa's elves in the shop.
No, not
Working
at all.
extra.
I'm mailing it in, Murph.
Remember in Elf when they're making those Etch-a-Sketch, like millions and millions of Etch-a-Sketches or whatever? No, you're out. You're just tapping out. So, well, good. Use your freaking vacation. I'll be here through Friday.
This is crazy, too, because as most of our listeners know, if they don't know by now, I've been working with Murph for nearly 5 years now. And this is going to be the first time ever that I'm taking Christmas vacation before you.
This is true, but that I did the big difference was I did the 2-weeker in the summer. I'd never done the Gary
You
Radnich.
burned a lot of days during the summer.
I never did the Gary Radnich 2-weeker, but that was the big special trip back east and all that, so it was worth it. And then Brooksy will be in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Well, good, you got to get out of here because these teams stink.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm glad the 49ers season ended just for us to take our holiday vacation.
Just in time for the Warriors to go out and stink it up, although there's a new Warrior since we last left, and he's got an umlaut.
Oh, there's
in
the
his name.
umlauts. Murph's a big umlaut guy.
I am, for Motley Crue and for Dennis Schröder. Yeah, umlauts ahoy. I was tweeting about him, and I said, how do you get an umlaut? My kid had to teach me. Do you know how to get an umlaut on
Yeah,
an
you got to
iPhone?
hold down the letter.
How did you learn that?
Well, because I am El Chico de Agua, so I like to throw a little accent sometimes on my spelling or spelling of other names.
And I learned literally, what did old Murph learn Saturday? That you hold down a letter to get an umlaut or an accent. So I threw that out there. So welcome, Dennis Schröder. We'll talk about that. Seems like a great move, really. I mean, basically, he's DeAnthony Melton, and it cost them only the injured DeAnthony Melton and Reese Beekman and some second rounders. But listen, this was the move they needed to make to save their offense. And he'll join the team, I guess, today, physical, and play at Memphis Thursday. But if you missed it last night, everybody, did you hear Klay? Could you hear him in your neighborhood? Could you hear him out the window going?
Capped in my cap.
Going, what's up? What's up, babe? Oh, my God. I have all sorts of video of
who's
him.
back.
Did you see him walking around the court afterwards, flexing and doing the post game? And then my man Ryan Leong from Bay Area Sports Rap sent me a video of he got him video running off the court. He's the last guy off the court, and he's running in the bowels of the tunnel screaming, I'm a bad MFer. I'm a bad MFer.
Yeah, he is.
So,
I mean, Murph.
Klay Thompson, everybody.
Last night was another rough night for the Klay Thompson is washed crowd. Klay Thompson can't shoot anymore. And then he comes back to the Bay in the second version of Klay Day 2.0, puts up 29 points, the most points he scored this season, and honestly, outshot Stephen Curry, outshot the entire Warriors roster as the Dallas Mavericks went out there, despite being outshot by the Warriors 27-21 when it came to three-pointers made last night. But it seemed like the Dallas Mavericks could not miss a shot the entire night last night, Murph.
Now, they shot 59.8% from the field. And, I mean, we're giving Klay all the love, but the guy was Luka.
Luka is that dude.
Luka was he's just 45-point triple-double last night. He just, everything he put up, he made. 16 out of 23 from the field last night. 7 and 9 from the free throw line. 6 of 11 3-point. He's just a nasty, nasty, nasty man. And so he was part of the end. Warriors scored 133. That wasn't the problem. Nasty. Wiggins had 29. Curry had 26. Kuminga had 20. Draymond had 21. Wasn't enough, though. And they've fallen to 14 and 11. They're 2 and 8 in their last 10. So this is what they need, an infusion on the offensive end. It's funny to say that after they scored 133. Right. But it's funny about the Klay trip. First of all, so, like, how big a deal did we make of his first visit back? Like, we made it the biggest deal. We talked about it for hours and hours.
They got Murph to come down to Chase Center in the middle of the week.
I came on like a whatever night that was.
Yeah,
it was
Tuesday or Wednesday
night.
or something, yeah.
And then the second one is like, talk about undercover of the night. The game didn't get scheduled until like
that's the
Thursday.
Yeah, nobody knew.
And like they kind of like they said, hey, let's have a scrimmage on Thursday. Fly in the Mavericks. So nobody knew. So number one, nobody knew it. Number two, it was on an NFL Sunday. Even though the Niners weren't playing, you're still like I was watching Seahawks Packers for a few minutes before I realized, oh man, I forgot the Warriors are on. I got the Warriors on. So, and by the way, shout out to Packers beating the Seahawks. I love that.
And shout out to them covering the spread.
Yeah. Was that one of your games?
Oh, yeah, 2-0 this week. Bobby Boucher had a great weekend.
1-1 for me. You know what was funny? The over.
Yeah.
It was the over.
You hit the over.
But not Army. It's the game, and you'll have to tell us about that.
What
just
a shocker.
second.
I'll tell you, Murph, because I definitely had some action because I was able to lay down a bet inside the stadium. Sorry to digress, but they have a sports book inside of FedEx Stadium. I'm able to walk in and place a bet minutes before the start of Army Navy.
The world has changed so freaking dramatically. I mean, they used to, dude, Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays were suspended from baseball. Ready for this? For being greeters at a casino, bro. Just standing out in front and shaking hands. Just Willie, and by the way, they never did it. They showed up for the photo op, and then they never showed up. Then they just collected checks. So they were officially greeters at a casino. Dude, they got suspended from baseball. Now you got gambling. Guy's walking up, the kickoff's 20 feet away, and he's laying
inside the stadium. I'm like, yeah, give me Army minus 6.5. Turns out it was a bad bet.
The theory, young Tony, is that guys like Marcus would, get a hold of the kids and say, hey, kid, there's a cut of this if you do this for me. And they're just flat out doing it right there, right in front of the kids. In front of the Army and Navy kids, the kids who are serving our great nation. Unbelievable.
Oh, I saw some of those cadets in the sports book, too. Everybody wanted
You mean
on
the
actual
kid, the cadets?
Yeah, guys in uniforms.
In their gray flannels?
They're in the gray uniforms going into the sports book.
Those long capes they have?
I'm trying to get some of that action, Murph.
That was one of the things that jumped out at me in my only Army Navy game was those long gray Army capes they wear. Yeah,
it's a great outfit.
Those are straight from the 1700s.
I mean, it's so cool. And then seeing the whole entire stadium. I know we'll get more into the Army Navy game, but the atmosphere is electric. And then the back and forth, the S-talk of those members in uniform between the cadets and the midshipmen, man, it's so cool.
Which uni is tougher as the kids say, tougher? Which uni is better in your mind? Not the football uni. I'm talking about the ones in the stands. The Navy's in there, what they call their Navy, their Navy blues, even though they look black. I believe it's considered Navy blue.
Navy blue.
And then the white hat, the white cap, and all that, versus the Army and the long gray cape. Which is cooler look to you?
To me, it's all about the Navy's white caps, which maybe circles us back to Klay Thompson and the captain's hat. That hat probably puts the mark on top. It's a little cherry on top, so I got to go with Navy for uniforms.
That's a good call. It kind of makes everything pop, doesn't it? Well, back to the captain. I mean, my God. He snuck up on us. Like I'm saying, we didn't know the game was happening until Thursday. It was on an NFL Sunday. I had a CYO basketball tournament. We had a game at 4:50 p.m. Didn't get home till 6:30. I put on the game. Bro, it was 75 to 68. And I was like, man, I got here late third, huh? And then I rubbed my eyes. It was the second quarter. Bro, were you there, by the way? No, flew in last night?
Long day flying back yesterday. Was not able to get down to Chase Center. But, Murph, you're right. I looked at the score yesterday in the first quarter. I'm like, damn, the Dallas Mavericks have 46 points in the first quarter. And then it looked like they just never turned back. I know the Warriors cut it down to single digits a couple times, but I felt like the Mavericks just ran away with this game.
Yeah, they're playing better now. And for Klay, it's funny. I went on social, and somebody posted the video of Klay walking around the court because he did the post-game interview on the Dallas TV, so he hung around. He was the last guy on the court. But he was walking around, and he was flexing, and he was kind of convulsing, and he was screaming. And, man, the comment, and again, now you've said this, and by the way, some of the best 2 words in the English language, comments suck, right? Comments suck.
Yes, they do.
But I went in just to see. Dude, it was you Warriors fans now lashing out at Klay.
Lashing out?
Lashing out. Just because now he's on the enemy. Now he's beating the Warriors, Like, you name it. Whether they called him washed or a loser or get over it. I mean, really, but now again, this is comments.
This is comments. This is the same comment section that was filled with Klay went 0 for 10 comments after what happened in the playing game.
He definitely hurt him last night. He hurt him bad.
Good for Klay. Good for Klay.
And this is after Steph, after the first game, it was so dramatic. That was the game Steph ran into the camera and screamed and screamed. But remember, Klay had ghosted him.
Yeah.
Klay
never got back.
No wonder why you're defending Klay. Your fellow ghosters. Yeah, there it is right there. All right.
We're cut from the same cloth.
I have to admit, I got to keep it real. When he's in the Mavericks uniform, I don't like him.
Wow.
I'm a warrior. I'm loyal to the soil, man.
All right.
This goes back to
You're loyal to the fabric.
This goes back to Mully. This goes back to Terry Teagle. This goes back to Bernard King. You know what I mean? He's wearing the wrong uni. He hurt my team last night.
Hey, I feel it, Murph.
Listen, I love the guy, obviously. Take the jersey off and bring him in the studio. We'll have a great time. But when he wears the jersey and beats my team, it sucks.
Although I will say it was cool hearing him talk about how he had an off day before the game yesterday and how he went out to Oakland, kind of explored his old neighborhood.
I didn't hear that.
Went by his house. Yeah, we'll roll in some of the audio. We'll play it for you. And he talked about how he just kind of had a day out in Oakland, went to downtown Oakland, drove around, and really just kind of tried to recreate some of the
now
experience.
You're making me love him again.
I know, here I am. Right. Pull out that captain.
I love Klay, man. I love him. All right, guys. All right, well, they lost. The 49ers, it didn't get any better, guys. Devondre Campbell remained a talking point all weekend. And, guys, the more we thought about Brock Purdy, the worse it gets. I jock-blogged about him Friday. And the stuff I wrote on Friday is even outdated by today. So many opinions are changing and reports are coming out about what's going to happen. I don't know, man. 49ers. Woo, baby.
Oh, Murph, we got to figure out what Red 47, or I guess 47 Red, is going to do with Brock Purdy.
That's right. We got to talk about John Lynch's reaction to everything, and the 49ers get ready for a game against the 6-8 Miami Dolphins on Sunday. I heard Mike McDaniel might be hitting choppy waters down there.
Who?
Yeah, Mike McDaniel. They're on the outside looking in the AFC playoffs race, too. So we got that going on. We got Dennis Schröder coming to town, and the Giants. Now it's time for another move, boys. Time for his team's out here getting Devin Williams. The Red Sox are out here getting Garrett Crochet. The Cubs are out here getting Kyle Tucker. Hey, Buster, let me do this. Chop, chop. Hey, chop. Get to it, buddy.
I'm waking up on a Monday morning and Corbin Burns is still not in San Francisco.
Hey, just, come on. We did it. You got Adamas. Great stuff. Now it's time to get cracking here. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Hey, guys, here we go. You know what we're talking about now? Invisalign. So I'm talking about my kids. So I'm pretty much talking to all suburban parents out there, or urban parents too. Don't have to be suburban. But any parent out there who's going through the orthodontia situation, you reach that point where it's time for the Invisalign brand. And that's what we did with our two boys. So when it comes to the smiles of your kids, my kids, there's pretty much only one choice: the Invisalign clear aligners. So that's what we did. It's been working great. I know so many other families doing it too and taking care of those kiddos. So one of the first things people notice about you is your smile. I'm going to smile right now to the camera. That's a cheesy smile. I did the double clenched teeth. So for me, it's a no-brainer to choose for your kids Invisalign treatment. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world, including those of your kids right here in the Bay Area. So what do? Check it all out at Invisalign.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest. We're like contest machines on this show. We are giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You can get early bird tickets now at aftershockfestival.com, or you can just stay tuned because we're giving away 2 weekend passes. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We're going to give both of these weekend passes away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Klay Thompson. NBA history, 45 combined threes between the two teams. The record was tied Friday night with the Suns in Jazz. That's wild. New NBA record. Great return game for Klay with 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. We will love Klay Thompson forever. He will have a statue outside of Chase Center. The Mavs win it 143-133.
Well, there it is, Fitz, telling you the story that the Warriors lost last night. If you didn't know they were playing, you can't get totally blamed because that thing got scheduled on a chalkboard after both the Mavericks and Warriors lost their NBA Cup quarterfinal games, turning it over to Saturday evening in Vegas where the 4 teams that played, I didn't even watch them. I didn't watch the NBA Cup on Saturday night. We had our own things going on, but watching Army-Navy and the Heisman, watching Travis Hunter and Lil Wayne at the Heisman. I was just telling Marcus, I was like, did you watch the Heisman? He's like, dude, I was out Saturday night in D.C. I'm like, good for you, buddy. Go do your thing. I said, but Travis Hunter had a front row that included Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, and Lil Wayne.
What?
And at one point, Lil Wayne.
What the hell is Tunchi doing sitting front row?
Not only that, but Travis Hunter, when he identifies him, goes, man, I didn't know any of your music when I met you.
No, come on. Lil Wayne's not that old.
When you're Travis Hunter.
Is Travis Hunter that young?
I mean, that's how it's happening right now.
To not know Lil Wayne.
My kid goes, that's an aura loss for Lil Wayne, Dad.
Yeah, it feels like an aura loss for me, Murph. When I was in high school, Lil Wayne was arguably the most popular rapper on the planet.
Lil Wayne Travis Hunter views you the same way Young Tony views me, dude.
Wow.
So, you have it right here.
Wayne, you don't know how you came into our life, man. My fiance love you. I ain't learned none. I didn't know none of your songs.
No, see, I'm taking that back now. That's minus aura points for Travis Hunter for not knowing Lil Wayne. That'd be like me or Young Tony saying like, oh yeah, I didn't know any of Tupac's music or I didn't know any of Biggie's music.
Well, we do that with Young Tony every day, which leads us to a chance to say good morning to post Santa Con Tony, Young Tone here. Oh, he's playing the horns for himself.
Early.
All right,
I like this. This is the walkout music,
boys.
Okay. First of all, good morning. Second of all, happy Christmas week and all that. We got Christmas. Feel free to mix in the Christmas rejoins. Heavy on the buble. Dude, how was SantaCon?
Bro, dude, SantaCon was outrageous.
So the decision to stay instead of going to D.C. was a plus?
Oh, absolutely. Not even a question.
Okay.
Who needs to see the White House when you can see the S party that was going on
When you
in
can
SF?
see a guy with his red and white pants down by his black boots at the ankles whizzing on the corner of Union Square.
Yeah, we did not see that. That was not...
that was literally my first impression of SantaCon. Like 2011 or something like that, 2010.
And Young Tony, this was your first SantaCon experience?
Correct, yes, sir.
And how was it?
Insane.
How much of it do you remember?
Like 80% of it.
Well, there's a story about Curly reaching out to you, right?
Yeah, so Curly had mentioned, he's like, yeah, man, I was texting with you on Saturday. I was like, wait, hold on. You texted me on Saturday?
How about that?
That actually happened?
All of a sudden, he turned into Marcus.
All of a sudden. Now you guys understand why I don't respond to any text messages. It's not because I'm ghosting everybody. It's because I'm too hammered.
Oh, man. So you went all over town and...
Yeah, so we started in Lower Pacific Heights at a very nice apartment that we were like, I don't know how we got invited to this apartment, but we were very grateful, like 30 people.
And everybody there was dressed as Santa?
Absolutely. You had to be pretty much. If you weren't
If I
getting
showed up
in.
in my civvies, they'd throw me out.
Yeah, they'd be like, who the hell are you, dude? Get out of here.
You're not. You're a regular guy.
Yeah, it's like going to a Halloween party and not putting on a Halloween costume.
I got you. So speaking of which, at Halloween, ladies have turned that into a fairly erotic holiday.
Yes, they have.
Does SantaCon have its sexual?
Listen.
Are there sexy Santas out there?
There are a few.
You see any girls on the naughty list?
Yes.
Tony said, let me be your elf today, baby. Yes,
it sounds like Tony might have been on the naughty list.
Well, that's good. Then so you had a great weekend.
Yeah, it was awesome. Started in the Lower Pacific Heights, then went to the marina, went to Maggie's, great bar out there, and then where did we go?
North Beach, Maggie's.
North Beach is in, yeah.
So you were bopping all over. You're losing track of your map already.
Exactly. Then we went to North Star in North Beach.
Which is my guys, Steve Grealish, Mark
Great
Jennings.
spot. And then after that, I can't remember everything that happened.
I'm proud of you for remembering the first two bars, Tony.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Was the legendary Sub tending bar? You know what? Sub is such an Sub is the long 30-year bartender at Kelly's, Mix, North Star, etc. Who I just saw in October at the Italian Athletic Club. He's at the point now where he doesn't work SantaCon. No way.
Honestly, you're asking me who the bartenders were. I can't even remember who I was there with, let alone the bartenders.
I hope you tipped him. All right, well, great.
It was
Good to
awesome,
hear.
man,
All
yeah.
right, well, glad. Everybody had a good. You had a great trip.
Mm-hmm.
He had a great trip, and I was acting like Dan Hurley at a 7th grade holiday basketball classic.
Oh, how'd the tourney go?
We went 2-1 in 3 games. It's all right, but I made sure just to get my Hurley on. Got to about a 5, I think, on the Hurley scale.
Nice,
Yeah. I'd say I could always hear the parents from other teams reacting to my intensity. It's so fun. They get very upset. And I'm like, yeah, guess what? It's going to be an all-day job. I ain't going anywhere. All right? And mostly I'm just talking to my own kids. I'm like, it ain't your concern how I talk to my kids. All right? You guys worry about your own freaking team. All right, buddy?
I like this. There was a lot of red this weekend with the Murph and Marcus morning show, whether it was the red that was at the Army-Navy game, whether it was the red Santa suits, or whether it was the red ass of a Brian Murphy.
That's true.
A lot of red this weekend.
And red 47.
Red 47,
There
that's
it
right.
is.
Johnny
we closed
Lynch.
it out. We closed it out there. John Lynch apparently confronted. They say all we have is that he confronted Devondre Campbell and told him to get off the sidelines at that point in time. And the Fox guys, Jay Glazer and them, were saying it was his famous alter ego, Red 47. So his number was 47. And apparently the reason why, he's a gentleman when he comes on with us, right?
He's a pro.
But there's a reason why when he's on between the white lines, he's a lunatic who went to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's a Hall of Famer when he straps up that chin strap and looks for somebody coming over the middle.
I wonder if I would love to. We need to get some video and see, go back to that confrontation.
Bro, I need to know, if John Lynch followed him into the locker room and they're doing, Oklahoma drills, in the locker room, John Lynch says, give me the helmet. I want to go one-on-one with you, Campbell. Bring it on.
Probably. So the story now is, do we have the rap sheet sound here? That they are, instead of cutting him, they are suspending him. And I guess this is for a couple of reasons. So I knew there'd be player union and paperwork and contract stuff. You can't just, the way Dante Whitner was saying Friday morning, cut him. Mm-hmm. Cut him right now. There's contracts, and I'm sure there's money, and there's player union stuff, all that stuff that needs to be involved. Also, they want to figure out the best way to punish him, and cutting him would give him a chance to latch onto another team. Now, would another team sign that guy? I don't know. Probably not, but you never know. Like the Detroit Lions have 50 guys on the DL, on the IL. They might sign him because they need guys, right? So the Niners are preventing him from, they're being very punitive. They're preventing him from earning a salary with another team and suspending him from earning a salary with the Niners, right? Do we have the rep sheet?
Make no mistake, Devondre Campbell's tenure with the 49ers is very much over. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, made that abundantly clear after the game and then the day later. So my understanding of how this happens, and it has not happened officially yet, is the 49ers are likely to suspend Campbell rather than just release him. That is the expectation. Couple reasons for that. One, it prevents him from just going on waivers, getting claimed and signing with another team, playing out the rest of the season. Also would potentially allow them to claw back some of his $3.35 million signing bonus.
Yeah. Okay, so like I said, they're going to be punitive about this whole deal, man. As it's just the season from hell. The season from hell reached its fitting conclusion, which, by the way, we have to get into. I know you played the horns earlier, but let's get into the guest list. But before you do, I want to remind everybody, Brent joins the afternoon today at 3:50, and we are giving away yet more. God, Andrea's giving away stuff every freaking day.
It is the season of giving, Murph.
Are you ready for this? You ready to think about October 2025?
October? 2025?
Willie Adamas month in San Francisco.
Will the Giants be playing in October?
We are giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival in Sacramento, October 2 through 5. Metalheads Unite. Listen to this lineup. Just got announced. Iron Maiden, Slayer, Motley Crue with 2 umlauts.
Mm-hmm. There's
an umlaut in the Motley. There's an umlaut in the Crue. Slipknot, Disturbed, Pantera, Judas Priest. So this is come on. This is metal heaven.
Is that the lineup for last year?
No, I'm looking at it right now. It says October 2, 3, 4, 5, 2025. Go look at AftershockFestival.com. Is October 2, 2025 last year or next year?
No, I just swear, I was telling Curly, I thought we did this contest not too long ago, and I remember that lineup.
Well, I agree. It's probably the same guy.
Yeah,
maybe.
Such a great lineup, they decided to run it back.
We have so many contests, we can't even remember how many we've given away.
It's probably the same guys. For example, it says Thursday will be Fleshwater, Signs of the Swarm, Return to God. In my next life, I want to come back as a guy who names metal bands, bro.
Wow.
How about that? Signs of the Swarm.
I feel like we got to call up your guy, preschool dad Peter, right?
Well, there's one. You are 10,000% correct. And you know what? This show, too light for him. too light for him.
That's hilarious. You should have seen John Joe Curley's face when I just name dropped a preschool dad, Peter. I don't think he knows the legend.
Well, we'll have to.
Yeah.
We'll have to say
that's a story for another day.
It's 6:27. Let's get the guest list.
I'm in that same boat, by the way. Coming up this morning, if you miss anything on Friday or Saturday like Marcus, we have your hums and bums at 6:50 this morning. The big hit is going to be Tim Ryan at 7:50. We will talk to a guy who was at the Chase Center last night to see the Warriors and the Mavs play. Sam Gordon at 8:30. And then Willie freaking Adamas, ladies and gentlemen, at 9 o'clock this morning to close us out.
All right, so 408's texting in saying it's the lineup for last year, and I'm just telling you, then they better clean up their They better clean up their website, brother.
On my contest sheet, it says the lineup is coming soon, has not been announced yet.
They might want to fix their freaking website then.
Yeah.
Look at that right there.
I'm looking at it, Murph.
What does that say at the top? What do you see right there at the top under those dates?
That says 2025.
It says 2025. So you know what? Sorry, I'm just I don't have to tell you guys. Then you know what? I'm not going to say a freaking word. You know, maybe I won't even give away the ticket.
No, we're giving them away. We got tickets, folks.
Everybody's all upset. I'll tell you what, there's a pretty good chance that Fleshwater, the Armed, and Return to Dust might be there. Yeah. All right? So deal with it. All right. On the other side, okay, well, I told you guys, nothing got better with the Niners over the weekend, and now I'm reading Mike Sando, a quote from an exec on Brock Purdy we need to discuss next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
There we go. A little Christmas music, although not my all-time favorite. But hey, even though I'm a huge McCartney guy, it's like, come on, Paul. But you know what? This thing has been playing for so many years. You just accept it and you roll with it, baby. Christmas music, all welcome. Feel free to mix it in, all good. Speaking of which, I think we already have our What Did Young Tone Learn Today? I wanted to circle back to the Travis Hunter thing, the Lil Wayne. When he said 6 foot, 7 foot, because he started saying that to Lil Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that's from, buddy?
Oh, the original reference? No.
Yeah.
But I have heard of Lil Wayne, and I do know that song.
Yeah.
I know Ball.
Harry Belafonte. There's no way you would know a Harry Belafonte.
No clue.
Okay, we'll look forward to playing that later in
What
the
about
show.
a 40 Belafonte?
Nothing.
That's a nickname for E40.
Okay. Oh, they call him 40 Belafonte?
Yeah, he's referenced himself as 40 Belafonte a couple times.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Well, listen, good to have Marcus back from Washington, D.C. By the way, the RG3 get was great.
Oh, he was phenomenal
that was
face
one of
to
the
face.
better interviews of the year. Really. I mean,
It was a great breakdown on the Shanahan
so
system.
thanks for Jimmy Shapiro, and it turns out that guy's good at talking football.
Oh, he's
and
phenomenal.
And then you see him like the next day, he was up at the Heisman. How about him going, I can't tell you? He could tell me. It's not a secret
No,
ballot.
I don't think they're allowed to reveal their vote before it's announced, are they? You're the journalist
Well,
here.
I would say writers do. That's why there's a guy who does like the Heisman Watch, and he collects ballots, and he's like, tell me who you voted for. People tell him.
Okay.
So he has like an idea to predict. But you're right. I guess it's your choice, but he didn't tell us. I
Sworn secrecy.
wonder who he voted for. But he was there at New York City for Travis Hunter. Poor Ashton Genty, that incredible season, but he finishes second.
What a year.
Guys who finished second in the Heisman, shout out Andrew Luck and
Which, I got to say, dude, I was biting my tongue.
Toby Gerhardt.
Not
yes.
to bring up Andrew Luck to RG3. Because I was in that camp that thought Andrew Luck was robbed of a Heisman. But I was like, this interview's going too well. I'm not going to bring up Andrew Luck's name.
Yeah. Yeah, good job. And it went really well. Okay, so Mike Sando does a great job. In fact, we should probably book him this week. John Joe. Is he out there? Is John Joe working right now? There he is.
He might be cleaning the coffee
I
machine.
know. I feel
Murph.
so bad, man. God, they're making. We're gonna kill this guy's morale.
Oh, I know, man.
We can't have John Joe. You got to keep your chin up, buddy. We value you.
We promoted this guy to APD and then started making him do like janitor work.
Well, I mean, it's not his fault.
It's all right.
It ain't his fault. I mean, they got. Don't get me going.
No, I won't. But I know the kid's tough. He's cut from a different cloth. Comes
Well,
from a
he's a
blue collar
he's a worker.
family.
He's a
Exactly.
worker.
He doesn't mind putting in the dirty
He's a
work.
worker.
Shout out to the afternoon show.
All right, are they going to clean the coffee
No,
machine?
they don't do no dirty work.
How ironic.
Come on.
Their name
Combs
is
is a
dirty
private
work.
school kid. He ain't doing dirty
Their
work.
name is dirty work when they probably would do none of it. So Sando identifies all the issues of the day. All sorts of things happened. You know, lots of big games yesterday. Josh Allen and the Bills roll in Detroit. The Lions appear to be faltering at the wrong time. The Eagles pretty much smacked down the Steelers yesterday. The Tampa Bay Bucks get a big win over the Chargers, things like that. The Broncos continue to move towards the playoffs. Isn't that weird? Broncos probably moving more quietly than any team in the NFL.
Yeah.
They're 9-5. How many people talking about the Broncos? Zero people talking
and
about the
I really
Broncos.
don't want to talk about the Broncos, but we should talk about Jonathan Taylor dropping that ball in the end zone.
Right,
What an idiot.
Right. Green Bay Packers last night doing it in Seattle in their white helmets, doing their thing. All that leads to the team that didn't play yesterday, the 49ers. And Mike Sando in his column is touching on all the previous topics I was talking about, and then he just has this item right here. And it says, it's titled, I'll give you the headline on it. It is, Purdy struggles for 49ers on Thursday night. So he was doing a panic meter. So like, for example, his Patrick Mahomes sprained ankle, he's got it at a level 6. Ooh. Level 6. It's a high ankle sprain. Chargers giving up 40 points to the Bucks. He's got them at a 6.5 panic. Seahawks losing Geno Smith to a knee injury. He's got them at a 7.5 panic.
Okay.
And then here it is. Brock Purdy, 5.5 level of panic. Guys, I would think at this point in time, like if you had asked me in August, what should your panic level be on Purdy in December? It should be at 0. Should be at 0. He's got it at 5.5. 2 really bad games in a row after the Brandon Allen played in Green Bay. The Buffalo game and the Thursday night game. Now, I wound up shock blogging about this thing on Thursday saying, you know, this is going to be, I said, listen, the season's over. Good riddance. Drag it to the recycling curb. Get rid of it. Now what? Brock Purdy. What are we going to do about Purdy? What are we going to do about his contract? And this is going to be the topic forever. Here's the quote I was telling you guys about. Says here, now, positives. He's 7th in EPA per pass play, whatever analytics, if you like it. He's also 5th in yards per attempt, more traditional stat. But he has an executive from another team. No name. Just an executive from another team.
Wow.
Quote,
Anonymous, huh?
the new contract for Purdy in the offseason was a slam dunk for me until Thursday night.
Thursday night, huh?
Hey, now.
One game.
What I saw was a guy who was so limited physically, that I'm not saying I don't want him. It's just the first time I've said, that's a lot of M's. He can't make those throws, end quote. So that's an executive from the NFL saying right now that he has a little bit of doubt about Purdy's physical ability. And this is something we're going to have to talk about, guys, because where are you? Because I round up writing, he was supposed to have a good season. He's had what I would call a mediocre season.
Yeah, he's had a good season, not a great season, in my opinion. I don't think you would describe it as a bad season, but then, of course, when you're comparing it to last season, obviously he put up better numbers when he finished as an MVP finalist. But to me, there's so much more going on around Brock Purdy. And we can get into the injury stuff if you want to go down that direction, but I'd rather go into the direction of what's going on with Kyle Shanahan's offense, about how it's looked different this year, with the lack of play action, with the lack of screen passes, with the lack of yak yards.
Yeah.
This is a team that was a perennial #1 team in the league when it came to yards after the catch. So who knows if that has to do with Deebo Samuel not getting open and not getting the ball into his hands, or who knows if it comes down to Kyle Shanahan and the plays that he's calling. We've talked a lot this year about the shotgun sets and how they have been trying to go deeper downfield, at least in the first half of the season with Brock Purdy. And I guess that circles back to the limited skill set of a Brock Purdy when it comes to the physicals. Because, no, he doesn't have the biggest arm in the world, but we've seen him take shots downfield better than any other quarterback that Kyle has had here in San Francisco. Then you throw in his physical ability with his legs and being able to scramble also. So I don't think he's as bad physically as a lot of people say, but also I'm not going to judge him off of 1 or 2 bad games in bad weather when we're talking about a Brock Purdy right now who still might be dealing with a shoulder injury, which might be a big reason why he's not taking those shots downfield, and of course playing in
You're
those
talking
weather
about the
games.
shoulder injury from the game before Green Bay. Not you're not talking about the elbow injury.
No,
from
I'm not talking about the elbow, because even after the elbow injury last year, after the offseason schedule, his arm did look good last year.
When we weren't sure if he was going to play in Buffalo. Right. So weather's a factor, right?
Yeah.
The one you didn't mention, the gigantic factor, no Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
They're an entirely different team. He's a different quarterback without Christian McCaffrey.
No McCaffrey, no Ayuk right now.
No Ayuk. So all these things need to be factored
No Trent
in.
Williams.
All factored in. You know what's funny? Jalen Moore didn't play that bad.
Yeah, I've actually been pleasantly surprised by Jalen Moore.
But here's what Sando writes, is the next few weeks will provide more information heading in. So here's the option. You could let him play out his contract. You don't have to sign him. You could just, bet on him and see what's going on. By the way, do you draft a QB this May in like a second rounder? Like Jalen, the Eagles got Jalen Hurts in the second round. Do you go draft a guy?
I don't know if you spend a first, second, or third round pick on a quarterback, but I don't mind taking one in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. I mean, look how it turned out with Brock Purdy.
I know, but you're asking for 2 miracles.
Well,
there,
that's the thing. There's almost an argument in football that you should draft a quarterback every draft class.
Yeah.
Whether it's 6th or 7th round, just take a shot in the dark. I mean, Spencer Rattler was out there with the Saints almost pulling off an upset victory.
Do you sign competition for him, a la Sam Darnold?
Can you afford to do that?
Do you re-sign him to a deal? Now, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, comes in with the bomb saying he's going to expect top of the market. My whole jock blog on Friday was, bro, here's the deal. You got to understand who you are and be the Brock Purdy we know you are, and you don't have to break the market. Now, it's easy for me to say because I'm not the one leaving $15 million on the table. But if he signed it, Pat Mahomes is making $45 million a year. Of course, he signed his deal in 2020, which might as well be the black and white movie era, right?
Yeah, and when he signed it, he was the highest paid quarterback in the league.
At the time. Those things change every time.
Yes,
but the salaries on some of these guys. Tua Tagovailoa is making $53 million. Dak Prescott's making $60 million. Trevor Lawrence is making $55 million. These guys are mid quarterbacks. So I get where Brock Purdy's agent, and it's probably his agent. His agent is probably Gene Simmons saying, be suspicious of this person who doesn't want more money. This person is a liar, right? It's funny, for the jock blog, I had to look up the exact quotes. I found one where the demon said, I'll never stop hunting money. That's what he said. So I said, so maybe Parag Marate's most important question when he sits down from Purdy is, are you a member of the KISS Army? All right.
That's right. Everybody wants more money, Murph.
We need to ask this. So anyway, we're not going to answer it right here at 6:42 in the morning on Monday, December 16. But I'm rolling that ball out there for the next several weeks and coming months, guys. We're going to have to dig in on this thing and where you sit with Brock Purdy. I mean, there's some harsh critics of him out there on the media landscape. There's also some apologists for him out there on the media landscape. And I'm somewhere in between. I like him, but I certainly don't want to pay him the kind of salary that's going to limit the 49ers from being able to build a team. Yeah. I want to go back and look at what Tom Brady's actual number. Did Tom Brady ever top the market? I can't remember. I'll have to go back and do some research on that.
Yeah, but I've heard that argument of like Tom Brady taking the family discount at the end of his career, but that's after Tom Brady made millions and millions of dollars. The 49ers have benefited maybe more than any other team because of the value they've gotten out of Brock Purdy's rookie contract. Yeah. We talked about how the Seattle Seahawks were able to go out and win with Russell Wilson when he was on the rookie contract. It's kind of the dirty little secret in the NFL. If you can build a team around a rookie quarterback and maximize value elsewhere, but also quarterbacks don't grow on trees. And so when you get one, you got to pay one, and that's the market determining the price of these guys.
Says if you ask Google, did Tom Brady take a hometown discount? They said in 2020 he told them, I'm not taking a discount. For the previous 19 years, he was paid much less than the league average in order to allow New England to sign talented playmakers. So there you go. And one of those is Randy Moss, who's fighting liver cancer, we found out. So sending him
good luck, Randy.
All the best wishes. That's very, very scary stuff, man. So anyway, just wanted to roll that out there with the Purdy quote from the unnamed exec saying, things that make you go, Brock Purdy. So, but you know what time it is? It's time for hum babies and bum babies. You say it's time for lunch. Get me 2 sandwiches? No, it's time for hum babies. Marcus has the winners. I got the losers. It's a hum baby, bum baby Monday, the last one we do together for 2024. Wow, let's get nostalgic, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
I'm still get a kick after all these years of Creative Tony's intro into that. Featuring Grandmaster Flash, who we used in 80s Friday.
Higher, baby.
You're going to be gone this weekend, but I think we have a O's Friday. No, a 10s Friday. What did we just do?
Friday. We just did O's.
We just did O's. Okay, so I got a 10s Friday coming up. But anyway, we'll see who makes the cut. Grandmaster Flash will not for that. Who makes the cut on Hums and Bums? Amici sponsors it. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. So Amici's wants to know who the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies are. I want to know who the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies are. It's our last one of 2024. Let's get nostalgic up in this piece. And Marcus, you get to be the winner. Well, you had a great weekend. You got to go to the nation's capital. You got to see the White House. You would have got to the U.S. Capitol, but, there's 20-foot fences around it. So, hey,
a lot of fences, Murph.
Just like our founders designed. All right, guys? Just like our founders designed. Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial. That'll stop you in your tracks. The Jefferson Memorial. And now the Waterboy Memorial Hum Babies here, buddy. So, what you got? 3 winners.
Well, Murph, I saw a lot of statues this weekend in D.C., but I'm waiting for the next statue of San Francisco of our first hum baby, Klay Thompson. Ooh. Because last night I pulled up back into my neighborhood to see a friendly face right down the street. Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks came to town. And yeah, we probably should throw out a honorary hum baby to Luka Doncic, who had a 45-point triple-double. But there's just something deeper with Klay Thompson, whether we're talking about the deep, deep Pacific Ocean or him driving his boat through the cove and all throughout the bay. Last night, he drove to the bucket for 29 points as he hit 7 3-pointers, puts up his highest point total of the entire season. Klay Thompson back at Chase Center, 29 points in the win over the Golden State Warriors. Anytime Klay Thompson comes to town, he's a hum baby.
Luka missing a 3. Klay Thompson gets an opportunity. And he hit 6 threes in his first Warrior meeting. That makes his first one tonight. Klay Thompson. NBA history. 45 combined threes between the two teams. The record was tied Friday night with the Suns and Jazz. That's wild.
Still warms my heart to see all the number 11 jerseys. It still makes me incredibly grateful for the time I did have here. Legendary stuff. But now it's time to do some legendary stuff in Dallas. And I truly believe in this team. We have all the ingredients to be really special.
Klay Thompson comes back to Chase Center, and surprise, surprise, him and Steph Curry make some history. The Warriors and Mavericks combined for 48 total 3-pointers made yesterday, the most in any regular season game in NBA history. It's cool to see the Splash Brothers still making history together despite playing on opposite teams.
So I'll say this, that cut was very tame compared to the way everything else was. His attitude, his demonstrativeness, his stomping around the court. Right before he went on with the Dallas TV post-game report, he was fired up, and the reporter's saying to him, "But you really wanted this one too." And he was like, yeah, I did. And then after, I told you my buddy Ryan Leong of Bay Area Sports Rap has a video of him running through the tunnels screaming about what a bad MFer he is. So this was obviously personal, and and it's so funny how this The first game was everything. We talked about it for days. And the second one just snuck in when nobody was watching. It's like, well, they only scheduled it on Thursday. Nobody knew. Raymond had to reach out to us to say, hey, guys, there's tickets available because this game's not on the schedule. It happened against an NFL Sunday. And so it's in the Christmas season. And he winds up this time. Steph was doing the whole don't leave here, whatever, don't leave here, and screaming. And Clay's like, okay, just wait till game 2. And he got him. So definite hum baby. I was just kind of Googling stuff about it, and they were saying, like, the big comp was Buddy Hield versus Klay. So I am interestingly, Klay was better last night, but I'm just comparing their stats. Buddy Hield averages 14.3, Klay averages 14.0, 3.4 rebounds, they're a wash on rebounds and assists, but shooting percentage, actually, Buddy is actually shooting it better, 44.8 to Klay's 40.8. So, I mean, that'll be the comp for a long time. But Klay got him last night and had to feel great. He certainly looked like he enjoyed every freaking second of it.
It was a Klay Thompson surprise pop-up party. Dallas Mavericks get out of Chase Center with the win, 143-133 over your Golden State Warriors.
I ain't going to lie. It makes me both a little sad and a little mad when he beats the Warriors. I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, what are you doing? Mm-hmm. Come on, man. What are you doing? I miss you. I don't like you. I miss you. I don't like you. I mean, I love him, but he beat the Warriors last night, so... That was a tough one for all Warriors fans to swallow because he looked like he could help your team win last night.
Yep, and he evens up the series 1-on-1 versus Steph Curry. Moving on to hum baby number 2, we mentioned it. I was out seeing the monuments and the statues this weekend out in D.C. for the 125th version of America's Game. That's right, Army and Navy. The only college game going on this week, and I know there was some FCS stuff going on too, but clear your schedule for Army and Navy and clear the way for the midshipmen, who had maybe one of the biggest surprise upsets of the season. After Army came into this game 11-1, only loss all season was the Notre Dame. This was a team that was ranked throughout the season. You talk about Bryson Daly, a guy who had 29 rushing touchdowns, which was tied for the most in NCAA with Ashton Gentry, and actually did it in 2 less games. Murph, we talked about this on Friday. I thought this was going to be an Army win, and they would cover that 6.5 spread. But no. Instead, it was Blake Horvath, the quarterback from Navy, who ran for over 204 yards, 2 touchdowns. They put up 31 points on Army. I mean, I can't remember last time anybody put up 30 points in any Army-Navy game. Usually the over-under is set at about 31-32. This game ended up going over, and Army got the upset victory. And again... Navy gets the upset victory over Army. And I got to tell people, I've said it multiple times, I've covered this game 3 times. It truly is a bucket list experience. The pageantries from the walk-ons to the flyovers to the team earning the right to sing second after the game. There truly is no other experience like it in college football or maybe just in sports in general. And that's why we always got to make the Army-Navy game a hum baby. But this year, Navy sings second, and they're our second hum baby.
Trying to smother and time him up. Hard Caden's keeper. He launches. He shouldered back. Second effort. Touchdown. Horvath able to plunge. They'll have to peel the pile. That was physical football. He pinballed back on first effort, but the second surge gave him 6. 6-0 Navy. Streaking wide out motion. Daly shaping up to throw. Pumps. He's hit as he throws. Launch. It's picked off. Intercepted at the 45 far sideline by Deshaun Peel. They hurried the stride of Daly, and he throws the pick on the right sideline. A critical turnover. Midshipman ball in Army territory. Horvath working under center. Daba Fofana behind him. Horvath, hard cadence, takes the snap, keep. He launches over the top, and he's in. Touchdown, Navy. Blake Horvath has dominated the day. Another score for the Navy QB, and it's a 27-13 Navy lead. 8:50 to go in the fourth quarter.
I mean, very emotional, honestly, just to gone through everything we've gone through the past few years, and you know, to play against a great Army team like this, and to come out the CIC for our seniors, for the school, for everybody, it's awesome.
Navy takes down Army in a year where Army wins their first All-American Conference title. Murph, what a game it was on Saturday. And shout out to Saturday Murph for cashing in on the over.
Shout out you staying for the game.
Oh, of course.
Because when I went with Paulie and Copes, now it can be told. I went with Paulie and Copes. I was very excited. We're down on the field. I turn around. This is like an hour before kickoff. They were gone. They bailed. The Irish goodbyed me. It took off. I was like, well, I just sat there by myself for the rest of the game.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing, boys. That's embarrassing. And I've heard people rip the Army-Navy game before, but Murph, I got to say, the last couple years that I went, well, people like Copes and Paulie, apparently, because they leave because they don't like that brand of football. Yeah. But Murph, like the actual play on the field, I've gotten lucky. The last 2 years, game 123 was the first ever overtime in RV Navy history. And then last year, it came down to a goal line stop at the end of the game. I mean, man, oh man.
I know we got to get going, but remind me later on to tell you the reward of me staying was getting lost in the parking lot, which led to the great story. But we'll tell that later.
Yeah. Some of those flags still flying out there this weekend, Murph. Moving on to baby number 3 from the 6th highest vote getter at the Heisman Award ceremony, Bryson Daly, to the number 1 vote getter. It is your 2024 Heisman winner, Travis Hunter out of Colorado, giving me flashbacks to the days of 1997 of my guy Charles Woodson winning the award, playing on both sides of the ball. Travis Hunter has been an unbelievable story in the world of college football, from starting at Jackson State with Deion and Shedeur to going to Colorado, everything they've done to his program, to turning into one of the best players in the nation, got the Blenifkoff Award for the best wide receiver in the country, got the Bednarik Award for best defensive player also, and then he took home the Heisman, got the hardware on Saturday night, and did it in front of Lil Wayne. Here's some sound from Travis Hunter's acceptance speech of getting the Heisman this past Saturday.
I want to thank Coach Prime, Shedeur. Man, y'all changed my life forever. That one simple phone call, Shedeur, look where I'm at. Man, that's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I'm trying not to get emotional because I know our last game coming up soon. But I'm thankful for both of y'all. Coach Brown, I'm going to whoop you on that lake tomorrow or whenever we get the chance. But thank you, man. You changed my life forever. I told you that multiple times. I'm really appreciative of it. Wayne. You don't know how you came into our life, man. My fiance love you. I ain't learned none. I didn't know none of your songs until she let me know, because I don't listen to music. She let me know. She told me, you got to listen to this. If you don't listen to music, listen to Wayne. And from that day on, that's all I listen to. Pre-game music. That's the song. Those are the songs I listen to. When I get in that TRX and I blast that music, I'm listening to Wayne. It's crazy. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot hot. That's my song. I'm telling you, man, that junk's crazy. I respect you for coming out here, coming to support me, man.
Oh, man, what a scene out in New York this weekend. Wheezy F Baby sitting front row, and Travis Hunter admitting on stage that he didn't listen to Lil Wayne until his fiance put him on game. Come on, Travis Hunter, you're not that young. Go check out some of those No Ceilings mixtapes, maybe Carter 1, Carter 2, and Carter 3.
The big debate. I told you, my kid said that's oral loss for Lil Wayne, Dad. You say it's an oral loss for Travis Hunter.
That's oral loss for Travis Hunter, bro. You got to know music. You got to know game.
And by the way, listen, I just riffing here, but he goes, when he got to his family, it was very emotional. I don't know. I tried to find out why his father wasn't there, but he wept when he talked about his dad, which was very emotional. He had so many different emotions, because then like 3 minutes later, he had the $1 million smile going. He was high, he was low, he was crying, he was smiling, he was laughing. It was a really good speech. But then when he goes, I want to talk to my brother, then he goes, where are you, man? Where are you? And his brother was like way up in the second deck, and I was like, well, I mean, you could have given him a Lil Wayne seat, dude, right?
What is Tucci doing sitting front row?
You could have given him a Lil Wayne. And then he's like, into my auntie, who I love so much. He was crying. I was like, he's like, where are you? She was way up there. I'm like, you could have given her a Lil Wayne
there's
seat.
my brother sitting back behind Birdman up there.
Exactly. So anyway, well, that was good. I enjoyed it, and I thought he deserved it. And I know Ashton Genty, that's hard luck. That's like all those guys who finished second. Andrew Luck, Toby Gerhart, those guys who had great seasons who finished second. It stinks. But anyway, that was a good one. Good job. All right. Bum babies, from the highs to the lows. And I'm going to flip Marcus's first hum baby, Klay Thompson, into a bum baby. The skidding Golden State Warriors. Guys, they're 2-8 in their last 10.
Uh-oh.
And if I had to summarize the Warriors in one possession, it would be that possession where Pajemski was in the corner and he didn't know what to do. And then he pump faked. And then he pump faked again. And then, as Anthony Slater called it in The Athletic, a no-chance grenade is what he called it. Just one little moment in time where Pajemski's just not happening this year. He's in a bad way. And Steph plays despite neck soreness and sore knees. Andrew Wiggins plays despite an ankle. And even though they score 133, they lose. Of course, Klay making it hurt extra. But we need to talk about the Warriors, man. The collapse in Houston, on Wednesday night, and then they have to rest up, call the Mavericks for like a little light scrimmage here, and lose again. So they've now fallen down out into the play-in bracket. I know it's going to be a long season, but still, it's going the wrong direction. We can talk about the Schröder trade, but right now we got to focus on them losing 2 this week and making the bum babies.
Great return game for Klay with 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. We will love Klay Thompson forever. He will have a statue outside of Chase Center. The Mavs win it 143-133.
Yeah, I mean, that was the key. We gave up 46 in the first quarter, and we're playing upstream the rest of the way. I'm not sure I've ever seen a box score like this. You know, we go 27 for 54 from 3, 39 assists, 10 turnovers, and it felt like we were never really in the game.
The answer to the problem is defense. I think they scored the first 9, 11 possessions, something like that. You got to set a tone, and that's the tone you set. It's a good team. The team went to the Western Conference Finals. So you set that tone. It's hard to stop a team. You know, you can do that against the bum teams, but you set that tone against a great team. You're going to have a hard time catching up.
Yeah, we'll tell Draymond. We'll talk about that after I tell you you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Yeah, defense. Now, the Schröder trade, very interesting. And we'll have to talk about that as the morning goes on. In fact, we have Sam Gordon come on at 8:30. I'm all in favor. We were talking about it a couple weeks ago. I'm a huge Dennis Schröder fan. Maybe that will turn it around. They play Memphis at Memphis Thursday. But right now, 2-8 in their last 10, going in the wrong direction. Bum babies. Bum baby number 2. I got to go NFL. Listen, schadenfreude. You know that word, Young Tone, where you take pleasure in someone else's problems. A very, very dark. Of course, the Germans invented that word. But hey,
shout out Dennis Schröder.
Young Tone, you know that one. Yeah, Schadenfreude?
Backpfeifengeist? That's the punchable face.
Yeah.
And my Schadenfreude is the Seahawks losing Sunday night at home and losing their grip on the NFC West. So if the Niners are going to spin out, I might as well point a big finger at someone else and enjoy the Seattle Seahawks and their annoying 12s having a lousy Christmas. Packers hammered them in 41-degree Seattle last night, 30-13. And now the NFC West is a race. They're tied with the Rams at 8-6. The Rams actually have the tiebreaker over them. They do play in the last week of the season. So Seattle's road now. They got to play the Vikings next. And the Vikings are playing for everything. So that's going to be a really tough game. They are at Chicago after that. You'd think they can win that game, but it's in Chicago. Who knows? And Geno Smith knee injury, bad situation. They're going to find out today how serious it is. It might be bad. And if he's out, they got big problems. So the Rams, by the way, have a favorable schedule. They're at the Jets, and then they play Arizona, and then their finale against Seattle. So the Seahawks losing their grip on the NFC West makes me happy. I don't root for Geno Smith's injury, of course. That's tough, and that could affect their season. But no, Seattle, I'm happy you lost. You're a bum baby.
Love looks over the defense, takes the snap, he's back to pass. Love has time, bouncing in the pocket, lofts it deep down the middle of the field for the end zone. It is caught! Touchdown Green Bay! Romeo Doubs, his second of the night. Jordan Love with a moon ball down the middle, and Doubs underneath the goalpost with a sliding catch. He picked it right off the top of the turf. 22 yards, and the Packer lead is now 29-13.
Man, it was a great atmosphere. I just told the team it really stings that we had a great opportunity at home in front of the 12s, and it was a great. Our fans did a great job, so we appreciate them. But it stings. Just in general, you got to give Green Bay a lot of credit. I thought they outcoached us. We didn't have a good enough plan in all 3 phases. I'm responsible for that. And then, frankly, we didn't play good enough. Just told the team, hey, the good news is everything that all of our goals are still ahead of us, and we'll go back to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I love it. That's Mike McDonald, Seahawks coach, as the Seahawks slip out of the playoff race entirely right now. They are I got it officially for you here. They're currently the 8 seed. They're actually behind Washington as the 9 seed, or 7 seed, pardon me. Washington at 9-5. So that was good. That made me happy. Seahawks being a bum baby. And then finally, I hate to do this because I like these guys, but did the Detroit Lions peak too soon? Or conversely, did they just have too many injuries? They happened again. Unbelievable game of the week. Josh Allen easily could have been a hum baby, cementing his MVP case. I heard Mike Greenberg this morning say that Josh Allen's back-to-back games are the 2 best games in NFL quarterback history.
Wow.
I was like, well, that's quite a statement.
That's a hell of a take.
As Greenberg said, I have been accused of hyperbole. I'm like, yes.
Yeah,
and I'm accusing you of that right now.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Josh Allen and the Bills, 48. Detroit Lions, 42. A late score made it look a little better than it was. They were down the entire game. They're unquestionably America's darlings, but did they peak too soon and did they have too many injuries? Now Philly's caught them on the NFC West 12-2. Now the Lions have the tiebreaker a better conference record, but that could change because they do play. They play the Bears and the Niners, which I guess is viewed as a favorable schedule now. But they do finish against Minnesota. And Minnesota plays tonight, and they're trying to catch the Bears. But worse, here's the biggest problem. Not one, not two, 3 more key defensive injuries yesterday. That's crazy. Starting cornerback Khalil Dorsey carted off the field. Starting D tackle Alim McNeil out with a knee injury. Backup corner Carlton Davis out with a jaw injury. Coach Dan Campbell said all 3 are likely out for the season, joining, ready for this, 13 other key defensive players on the IR.
Yeah, and that's kind of a message to all the 49er fans out there complaining about injuries. They happen everywhere around the league, Murph.
Poor Lions. Oh, by the way, I didn't even mention the onside kick. Everybody's talking about that. Down 10, 12 minutes to go. He tried another one of his Dan Gamble moves. We can debate it. Onside kick didn't work. They took it down to the 3-yard line and scored, and the game was over. So here's the Lions.
Goff takes back, looks, steps up, throws, end zone caught, touchdown Detroit Lions. J-Mo catches the scoring pass from Goff, and it is now 48-41 with the extra point coming up. 12 seconds remaining. Here's the run-up. There's the kick. They go straight up the middle with it. There is a pile. We don't know who has it at the bottom. The Lions say they do. The officials say Bills football. So the Bills will just have to take a knee, and that will be it.
It's a tough pill to swallow, but at least we know now where we stack up against, one of the AFC's best teams. And it's not good enough. Not today, it's not.
How much was this just a case of injuries catching up with the defense and playing really good quarterback?
No, I'm not buying it. I'm not. I don't buy it. We can be better. We should have been better. We know how good they are, but that team was more urgent than us today overall.
Yeah, there's Dan Campbell, poor guy. So listen, maybe they can finish the NFC atop, but the Eagles right now look like the best team in the NFC. The Lions look like they're sort of wobbling a little bit. So they got to hit the bum baby status. Too many injuries, a bad onside kick, and a home loss to the Buffalo Bills. So there you go. Bum babies in the books. The Warriors are skidding 2-8 in their last 10. Seahawks lost, which is great. And of Lions wobbling down the stretch here. So there we go. That's it for the hum babies and the bum babies. Congrats to everybody. You did it. We need some. The crowd's going to go crazy here. Thank you very much. All right. On the other side, Warriors make a trade. Let's talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Back Pfeifengeist.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. It's a Monday in the Christmas season, but Steve's going to help you out for all the things that are important, like what to do if you didn't get your ERC check. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, and let's give yourself a Christmas present. It's coming up next week, and the bottom line is there's a lot of people who have been waiting and waiting and waiting for their ERC check, and when am I ever going to get it? There's 3 different ways for us to hurry up the IRS. And I think it's crucial that we do it now. Next month, January 20th, President Trump takes office. He's promised to cut $2 trillion, that's trillion with a T, off federal payments. He's promised a lot of executive orders on day 1, January 20th. Does that mean ERC is going to be eliminated? I don't know. Nobody does. But I don't want to take that chance with the listeners' money. Let's hurry up and get it now while it's still good law. Or you got a letter from the IRS saying, you don't qualify for ERC. The IRS is being sued right now, alleging that they're using AI to disqualify people en masse. They don't even know if you qualify or not. We have to appeal those. Or if you're being audited and the government wants the money back. And they even have this crazy program where if you admit you have absolutely zero right to ERC, they'll just give you 20% of what you asked for anyway, just to settle with you. The bottom line is anything with ERC, whether you didn't get your check, you were denied the claim, or they want the money back with an audit, call us. We need to take immediate action and say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
So there you go. You get money, you give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, there we go. That's like everybody's favorite new, 1992, Tom Petty. Come on, man. You can't ever go wrong with Petty. Shout out my guys from Petty Theft. This would be from that album, Now That's What I Call Christmas, right? That one with the U2 singing Baby, Please Come Home, yeah?
A Very Special Christmas 2.
That's it. Very Special Christmas 2. Not one, but two. Yeah.
There was a one, apparently.
This one works every day, all day, baby.
Yes, this was a personal request from me. I said, Tony, before I take off on Tuesday, I need some Tom Petty in my life. And Murph, you mentioned it. Shout out to your boys, Petty Theft, who I believe will be up in Rockland at Quarry Park in a couple months. I told my parents they got to go check them out.
100%. Yeah. Let me know if they need any special treatment.
That's it, man. I might have to hit up your boys from Petty Theft.
I'm going to see their side group, the 85s, Saturday night at Sweetwater.
Ooh.
They're all my buddies from the class of 85, and they just play nothing but Van Halen, Prince, Madonna, U2, Bowie, the whole deal. Yeah. Even throwing a little aha take on me.
Ooh.
All right, so here we go. Dennis Schröder, everybody. I'm in. He scored 31 last time he was in this building. That's even more than Klay Thompson, who scored 29. And yes, good morning, everybody. If you are, we did open the show talking about Klay Thompson having a night last night, getting over on the Warriors in a game that kind of snuck up on us because it wasn't scheduled until Thursday. Very odd NBA Cup situation because they both lost their quarterfinals. They had to get a game. They're like, you want a game? Let's go play. And so Klay snuck up on us. It was such a big deal when he returned the first time. And this one, like, if that one was like a 10, this was like a 1. You know, I mean, nobody even knew what was happening.
It was a Klay Thompson sneak attack.
It was a sneak, and he did pull a sneak attack on the court, too. Wound up being a hum baby in Marcus's list.
Damn right.
But maybe the bigger story was what the Warriors did for their future, which was the trade of Reese Beekman, shout him out, DeAnthony Melton, who's out for the year and his contract, and 3 second-rounders for Dennis Schröder, 31-year-old German who has been with the Atlanta Hawks. And, oh, by the way, ready for this? 7 teams in 8 years.
Wow.
And that used to be a big Gary Radnish thing. Why has he been on so many teams? Well, I'll tell you what, it's true. I'm surprised he hasn't been as valued as much as where he is, but this guy can play. I'm a fan. And he's basically replacing DeAnthony Melton. And you say, why would the Nets do this? The Nets are just in full tank mode.
Yeah.
They're just shedding.
Yeah, and Schröder wasn't bad enough this year to help them with the tank.
In fact, he was hurting them.
Yeah, exactly. He was performing so well. They're like, we got to get this guy out of here.
No, that's a true story.
Which is wild that they were able to get Schröder for Melton in this trade because we know Melton is now done for the season. And I will say it was a bummer to kind of get that news about Melton being shut down for the season because you look at this last stretch of 10 games where they've gone 2-8 and they've definitely missed the defense. But now they're able to go out and move this contract and bring in Schröder, who's obviously can now step in and help and maybe fill in that role that Melton had earlier this year.
Yeah, and score. So the big thing is, Steph always looking for somebody to take. Now, this guy's not a superstar scorer like Giannis or Paul George or Jimmy Butler, whoever, but he's averaging, averaging 19 a game. This guy's legit, and he's a different style. He's more of a pick-and-roll guy. The Warriors, of course, more ball movement and off screens, things like that. Different style than the traditional pick-and-roll. But Kerr is saying he wants to incorporate more pick-and-roll into their game, and Schröder's going to be that guy. I also expect him to start. Also, guys, to be honest, this speaks to the Podziemski experiment, which is going to need to be at least, should we say, just put on pause for a little bit, or maybe take him a little bit out of the spotlight, perhaps, and let him.
I've heard people suggest maybe they do the Jordan Poole route where they send him down to the G League to try to get some of that confidence back. I don't know how close to the truth that could be because we know how much Steve Kerr loves pods, but I think maybe that possibility is on the table with how much he's been struggling this year.
You're saying anything is possible, including a trip to Santa Cruz?
Yeah, shout out to Santa Cruz Warriors. Santa Cruz.
You like those guys? So yeah, there you go.
I'm a Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz.
That's an inside joke. Hey, Draymond Green notes that his style is different than the Warriors' style.
I don't think he was necessarily brought here to fit. We play a certain style of basketball that he does not really play. And I don't think the goal is to get him to play the style of basketball that we play. We need someone that can do the things that he does. And so I'm looking forward to us adjusting to him. Not necessarily, he'll have to adjust to some things, and he's a pro. He understands that. But we have to adjust to him because he's bringing something that this team needs. And to just think or make him fall in line of what we do, we wasting our time and even bring him here. Because we need somebody that can do what we necessarily don't do. And I think that's what he'll be for us.
Okay, good comments there from Draymond talking about, it's not a stylistic fit, but it's something they might need. Now, the Nets were 10-15. That's their story. And they didn't want to be 10-15. They want to be worse. But right now, in terms of their team right now, he was third. Cam Thomas, 24 points. Cam Johnson, 18.5. So Schröder's averaging 18.4 points per game. He's averaging 6.5 assists per game. That's a pretty high number there. And he's shooting from the field here. Let me give you a little Schröder breakdown here from the field. He's shooting 45% from the field, which is pretty good. And he'll make a three for you. The guy's just a really good player and has been a good player everywhere he's gone. And he really, he was the guy that beat the Warriors in here, this part of this skid we're talking about.
Yeah, and you mentioned his play this season, Murph. The 6.6 assists is the highest of his career. And right now, averaging 18.4 points per game, that's the second highest of his career also. So it is going to be interesting to see how he fits into Draymond Green's point. We talked a lot about Steph playing off ball with pods and some of these other guys to maybe create some more spacing on the floor. Schröder can obviously handle the point and run some of those plays. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself because I want to see Schröder in a Warriors uniform before I start making these comps. But it kind of reminds me a little bit of Sean Livingston, who kind of had a different playing style. And Schröder actually has great numbers also from the mid-range games, which Sean Livingston was able to bring to this team also. I think Schröder's going to be a nice fit here in San Francisco.
I've always liked him. And Kerr had a comment that he said, when he talked to him, he said, "You've kicked my ass on 3 continents." Because I guess they played FIBA in the Philippines. He was playing for Germany. This guy's full-on German. His mother's from Gambia, an African nation. His father's German. So he was born and raised in Germany. Like most Germans, speaks English better than we do, right? And then he played his youth basketball and club basketball in Germany before coming to the Hawks in 2013. 17th overall pick in 2013.
Murph, the Warriors just added the 2023 FIBA World Cup MVP.
Is that right?
Yeah, he won the MVP.
Well, that's why Kerr said he kicked his ass in Asia, and then they played each other in London in an exhibition before the Olympics, and I guess Germany won that game?
Ooh.
I think they did. Remember, people were like, "Are they concerned?" Or did they? We'll have to get over that. But then, I'll have to find the score on that. And then, of course, obviously, he means the North America because most recently he just beat them. And also in the 2022 playoffs, he was part of that Laker team that knocked the Warriors out. So Curry talking about his new backcourt mate here last night after the game.
Excited about the opportunity to play the guy that you played against for a long time. He's a true competitor. Can create, score, run an offense, or a whole lineup. So excited to see him plug in. A guy I could probably play with in the backcourt. Can handle a lot of ball handling responsibilities when I'm off the court, and gives us another guy that can attack a defense. And on the other side, he loves to compete, and he digs in on the defensive end too. So should be a seamless transition for him, and we'll see how it looks.
Yeah, he does have that dog. And let's be honest, the Warriors' offensive numbers of late have been bad. They started the season offensively good when Melton was around. Since then, their offensive rating's been plummeting, so they need help on offense big time. And so he'll move in. He'll move right into the starting lineup, I believe, as soon as Thursday at Memphis.
Yeah, it sounds like that's the expectations. You should see him playing on Thursday. But Murph, also my expectation moving forward is that Mike Dunleavy and the Golden State Warriors are not done. I think a lot of Warriors fans were asking the question like, oh, is this the big move? Is this the chip that's going to put them in the championship kind of tier as a contender? I don't think they are in that tier yet, but I also think that they might still make another move for a big name out there on the market.
That's got to give Dunleavy a ton of credit. I'm telling you guys, the Irish gangster, man, he'll make a move. First day on the job when he traded Jordan Poole, I was like, whoa, what? And he'll do it. And here it is. This is another move. He's like, I'm not going to let this thing slide into oblivion. Let's go get a guy. Stop the bleeding, right? Stop the bleeding.
And to be able to flip Melton and a couple of second-round draft picks also, this is great value.
I don't know. I kind of like Dunleavy's style, and I'm looking forward to more, too. He's interesting. He'll make a move. Okay, more comments from Kerr and Curry on the other side. Tim Ryan at 7:50. And how about this? Willie Adames at 9 a.m. Book your time for our buddy Willie Adames. I told you Thursday after the press conference, when I told him he was coming on Friday, he was like, oh. And he looked at his handler. He's like, uh-oh. And meaning I was like, oh, okay, we'll punt that to Monday.
I know. I've got a little bit of FOMO of missing out on this press conference. I was listening on my plane as I was dealing with a delay, and I just kept on hearing Brian Murphy's voice pop up in my earbuds. I was like, damn, Willie and Brian Murphy, new friendship of 2024. Move aside, John Lynch and Young Tony.
That's it, buddy. That's it. Us and Willie. As you said, a new Willie in town, man. And it's not Willie Calhoun. All right, we'll get into that. So Willie Adames at 9, but the Warriors struggling. And also we got to get a little bit into Klay last night, getting over on the Warriors on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Monday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the rollings win in. Or I guess watch the winnings roll in. My apologies. But I'm not going to apologize about giving you my pick for tonight, as there's a Monday night doubleheader, but I'm going to focus on the silver and black. The Raiders are playing tonight against the Atlanta Falcons, so of course, I'm going to continue my streak of throwing down some shekels on the kid from the 707, Napa's own, Brock Bowers. Arguably Rookie of the Year this year, putting up huge numbers in that silver and black offense. And even with Desmond Ridder in a potential revenge game tonight playing quarterback for the Raiders, I'm still taking Brock Bowers to have more than 66.5 receiving yards tonight. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Great return game for Klay with 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. We will love Klay Thompson forever. He will have a statue outside of Chase Center. The Mavs win it 143-133.
Well, Christmas music is fun, but losing to Klay and the Mavericks, not as fun. However, Dennis Schröder on his way, and what looks like a savvy move by Mike Dunleavy. We'll see as the Warriors go down to Memphis on Thursday and then get going here as they try to break this 2-8 over their last 10 skid. We'll talk to Tim Ryan at 7:50. Talk about the 49ers, who mercifully did not play, but it didn't get any better after Thursday night. I mean, you were on the plane, Marcus, to D.C. on that night, and then it was great having you out there. Glad we got RG3 on. He was really good. Everybody should go back and listen to that on a podcast. And now you're back. Welcome back. Marcus back from the Army-Navy game. Marcus decided his trip was so big, he's going to work today and tomorrow, and then that's it.
That's it. Rest of the I need more time off. I haven't traveled enough this year, Murph.
And so then I'll be in with Brooksy Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and we'll finish it up strong for sure. But
and you boys will be rocking around the Christmas tree, just like Klay Thompson rocking around, which I believe is the biggest Christmas tree in the city of San Francisco, the Christmas tree that they have outside of Thrive City, outside of Chase Center.
I like that Christmas tree.
It's a big old tree.
It's a good-looking tree.
It's a nice tree.
The Murphys will be going. We're going to see the Suns Warriors on the 28th of December. Hopefully the tree will still be up.
Oh, that's always a big question. How long do you keep the tree in your house post-Christmas?
It is a great question. You have to go by the recycling. When are they going to come get it? And they said, I think our guys sent out a thing saying they pick up ours on a Wednesday, but because it's New Year's Day, they'll pick up on a Thursday.
Ooh.
And I think it'll be a January 2 or 3 dismissal for us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Keeping the Christmas tree for another extra couple of days, huh?
Oh, yeah. You definitely carry it through New Year's, right? For sure.
That was my question. It feels like the weekend post-Christmas is when you start seeing them on the streets.
No, I think you got to carry it to January 1. It's when it gets into like January 5, 6, 7, 8 that you get a little dicey.
Yeah, especially when all those pine needles start dying off. But you don't have that problem if you're like young Tony, who's had that fake tree up now for 6 months straight.
You going to leave it up, Tom?
Well, I was going to mention, my mom one year literally took down the tree on Christmas.
Whoa.
What? It's not even over yet.
Whoa.
We opened the presents,
That's
and then
aggressive.
End of show. Put it all away.
Whoa.
My family, she was going down to L.A. It's kind of, my family's weird, but yeah, that did happen.
Was she taking a tree with her?
We're starting to determine this here based on your lack of worldly knowledge and an aluminum tree that goes up in September and down on the 25th of December.
Insane.
God, we got to meet Mom. We got to meet her at some point and ask her. You have some interesting style points here. By the way, while we're talking about Tony's mom, maybe she wants two weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival, October 2 through 5 in Sacramento. Lineup coming soon. We'll be giving those away. When, Tony? When are we doing those?
8 a.m. hour. Stay tuned.
Okay, there we go. All right, guys, here's the deal. The Warriors make a trade for Dennis Schröder. Seems like a pretty savvy move and seems like something they need as Podziemski continues to struggle. So after the game, what's next up on our sound list, buddy? You had it.
We have that Kerr quote if you want it. We also have Curry. Adding Schröder helps us get him off the ball.
Let's go Curry then, right here. Steph Curry after the game last night.
For sure. It can help me, it can help us. What helps me helps us in the sense of, like I said, if I'm on the court or not, I know I can play off the ball, and you want a guy that can be comfortable with the ball in his hands, see the floor, make the right reads, take advantage of defenses if, they want to pay attention elsewhere. When I'm off the floor, like I said, a guy that can run an offense, you can play pick and roll with him. He's pretty sound with the ball, and you've seen the way he's scoring this year too. So it gives us definitely another threat, and I'm sure he'll build chemistry with everybody else as well. Wiggs, J.K., Draymond, maybe even Trace in pick and roll type situations. So it should give us another dynamic score ball handler that will help all of us.
Yeah, one of the things I'm thinking about as he's talking there, it's a good cut about how he can run the offense when Curry's off the floor. And I'm going back to Dunleavy again about we talk about at trade deadlines, when Farhan would do nothing, and in the clubhouse they're like, huh. But right now the Warriors are getting the message from Dunleavy like, no, it's not even Christmas yet. So for some people the season hasn't even started yet. But Dunleavy's like, we ain't blanking around. Like this is kind of like the message of like I'm stopping this. Like it's pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
And December 15th, they always say that's the first day you can do stuff, but usually stuff doesn't happen to the trade deadline. Not Dunleavy. He's like first day I'm going. So interesting move there. And I was listening to him. It's Podziemski's. I don't want to say failure because he's just not having a good start to his season.
Absolutely not.
And this is what they have to address.
And I think especially when we saw Klay Thompson, not just at Chase Center last night, but when we saw him leave this offseason, we talked about Pods needing to step up in this offense. Now, who knows if he has the ability to be the number 2 scorer, but we know he does so much more than scoring, whether it's playing the point, giving Steph the ability to play off ball. Of course, he adds other pieces to his games with rebounding and his assist numbers. But even when he's struggling scoring, it's almost like he's struggling to create offense and create movement for the Golden State Warriors. And we talk so much about Steph Curry with gravity and gravitational pull and space in the floor, which is huge. So now you bring in a guy like Schröder who can run the point. Steph Curry will have the spacing and the gravitational pull at the three-point line, but it also makes it easier for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga to attack the basket. Then we get into the pick and roll game. And we saw how well Kuminga and guys like TJD played in the pick and roll game last year with Chris Paul on the court. Maybe Dennis Schröder can kind of step into that role for the Warriors.
You know what impresses me about Schröder? He's 31 years old. He's still quick as a lightning bug, man. He doesn't appear to be 31. Like he's got some gas in that tank.
Yeah, what the hell? What is 31 like ancient now? What's wrong with 31-year-olds?
By the way, 650 says the 12 days of Christmas actually start on Christmas. Therefore, your tree should be up until January 6th.
I don't know about that.
Well, at that point, Waterboy, you storm the tree. At that point, you storm the tree.
Thank you. And by the way, how is Christmas Eve not a part of the 12 days of Christmas?
Not technically. I think the guy's right.
Is that for real?
I think so, but it's like some obscure ancient.
I'm throwing the challenge flag on that one.
It's like the ancient calendar, whatever. You know what I mean? Who knows what's going on?
Yeah, my 12 days of Christmas start tomorrow.
408 says ever since Pods wore a Mahomes jersey, he's been bad.
Oh, he was repping Mahomes?
And 408 says, New Year's, bro. That's when it goes down. Another January 6er from the 925.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you guys. You got to wear the fur when you take it down.
I told you, they had a lot of walls outside of the Capitol this weekend, Murph.
And 415 points out, was it just my TV, or did anyone else have a glitch in their TV around the 4-minute mark of the fourth quarter? Yes. It kept repeating Steph Curry bringing the ball up over and over and over and over. And I felt like we were in some sort of I don't know, alternate universe or something.
It must have been all that drone interference, Murph.
I'm just glad you made it back.
Well, bro, you told me about those drone stories on Friday. Next thing you know, my entire algorithm the entire weekend, just drone stories left and right, left and right.
I ain't riffing. It's a creepy story, man. Nobody knows. Is it the Iranians? Is it the Chinese? Is it an alien?
Is it young Tony?
And it only took a day before I started reading Inside Job. Inside Job. They're saying it's our own guy. I was like, okay, I'm out.
Wow.
That's why I'm tapping out right now here. So
yeah, that's it for me.
I know, dude. It's crazy. Speaking of which, I'm going to recommend briefly, and this is this is so far out of your demographic. This is what old people do when they get new Netflix show, Ted Danson, Man on the Inside, set in San Francisco. But it's definitely for the older crowd. But it's nice. Good piece.
Okay.
Good story there.
Nice plug.
Ted Danson in San Francisco. A lot of Pacific Heights a lot of Nob Hill footage on this thing. Back to Steph Curry. He says he calls it that dog in him. Here it is.
No, I never hung out with him off the court much, but, inside the lines, I talked to him. I just love his competitive nature. Like he got that dog in him, and you can kind of tell he doesn't talk that much, but he's very animated, and I've never not seen him in the moment, like trying to, rip your head off type vibe. So I like that.
He's got that dog in him.
He's got that German Shepherd in him, huh?
Like we know. Yeah, German Shepherd, my least favorite dog.
Really?
Sorry to do that.
Oh,
yeah.
I used to have a Shepherd growing up.
Did you?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Brooksy.
All right. Okay. Well, I don't want to hate on your...
Yeah.
God bless Brooksy.
Yeah, thank you.
Rest in peace, Brooksy.
Yeah,
you have a dog named Brooksy?
Yeah, my dad.
Named after which Raider?
Not a Raider.
Not a Raider.
Third baseman. Baltimore Orioles.
Ah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, your dad's got little Orioles in him, huh?
Yeah. My dad played the hot corner. So that was his guy.
Nice. Good hands?
Oh, great hands.
All right. And strong arm?
Oh, yeah, Murph.
All right. There you go. Well, we were talking about dog in him. If Dennis Schröder has his dog in him, that means he's going to join the Giants' third baseman.
When they did x-rays on his hip, they found something interesting in Matt Chapman. They found that dog in him.
Brody versus
Wow. So you're telling me when they do the MRI for our guy Dennis the Menace, they're going to find that Hund inside of him.
Hey!
Which is apparently how you say dog in German.
Hey, shout out old Pat, who was our German speaker on the show. Old Pecan used to drop German for us. Steve Kerr on his new guard, Dennis Schröder with an umlaut. Check it out.
I'm thrilled. I mean, I told Dennis today he's kicked my ass on 3 different continents, and that's, so I'm, you can't beat him, join him. But, 22 playoffs, I thought he was brilliant against us with the Lakers. Watching him in FIBA, the last 2 summers, the Philippines, and then, we played them in London in an exhibition game. He's a gamer, he's a competitor, pick and roll player, two-way player.
Okay, so he's kicked they bleeped that out. We can say it, kicked his ass.
On 3 different continents, Murph.
Well, that's pretty good, man. All right, good stuff. I'm excited. Listen, is it a superstar? No, it's a really good NBA player who can help the Warriors and their deficiencies on the offensive side, which have become glaring. And in that USA won that game 92-88. USA won that game 92-88. I wonder what Schroeder's line was, though. I'll have to check that out. A couple of fun texts here. Here's one for you. Marcus 707 says, we're talking about the 12 days of Christmas and when you take down your tree. Says January 6th is when you do it because that's when the 3 wise men appeared. Shout out failed Warriors draft pick James Wiseman. Thank you very much. 559 says, Schroeder's got that umlaut in him. That's what he said here.
Got that umlaut in him.
And all right, guys, that's some fun stuff. Okay, Tim Ryan, well, listen. We had that caller about 3 weeks ago who said, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if the Niners missed the playoffs. And you know what? I think that guy's right. It's not going to be the worst thing in the world they missed the playoffs. They weren't going to win the bowl this year. They weren't. That's a fact. It's not going to be the worst thing in the world that the season ends on January 5th or whatever day it is they play Arizona, and they can just go freaking rest up and fix everything. And we won't see them again until next September, and hopefully Christian McCaffrey will be on the team. We won't know what Brock Purdy's contract. Dre Greenlaw's an unrestricted free agent.
Yep.
What are they going to do about that?
Got to pay Dre.
But we'll see. So let's talk to Tim Ryan about all these questions, man. There it was Thursday night against the Rams, 9-6. Eric Branch wrote about this in the Chronicle too. That third down, if the Niners make that stop with 1:55 to go on that 3rd and 4, it's a whole different game. But they had a complete defensive meltdown. More poor reflection on Nick Sorensen and the Devondre Campbell absence that winds up blowing up everything. So all these questions to talk about with Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I told Dennis today he's kicked my ass on 3 different continents.
All right, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, Detroit-style pizzas. That's what we're talking about. They're so good. I really, really like them. So listen, the famous thin crust East Coast-style pizzas are great. We know that. So you can always get that. But after more than a year of development and testing, Amici's is now offering Detroit-style pizzas at all 13 of their Bay Area locations. So these are rectangular. They're cut into square slices. They got a thicker crust, still light and airy in the middle. And the best part, I love talking about this, the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan, and those cheeses caramelize against the high-sided pans. Ooh, and that creates a crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. Once again, crispy, cheesy edge. Hashtag crispy, cheesy edge. So try them out. Do your taste buds a flavor. Get the new crunchy, pillowy Detroit-style pizzas. Amici's delivered.
I just want some pizza.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're in the process of hooking up with Tim Ryan. We do it every Monday morning. No Niner game yesterday. Obviously, they played on Thursday and suffered a season-crushing loss to the Rams, 12-6. Yeah, no good. Weird game. No touchdowns. When Tim comes on, he's sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Tim's also sponsored by Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. I also want to tell everybody that Willie Adamas is going to join us at 9 a.m. So really looking forward to that. Number 2 is going to join us here, and the Giants. Now I'm ready for the next move, by the way. Ready for the next move. I don't know what it's going to be. Is it Corbin Burns? Is it 9 years? But I digress. Back to the Niners. And just sitting there on the weekend, just kind of looking at the reality of the NFC playoff situation. Now, the Seahawks lose. They're 8-6. Niners are 6-8. So, but Niners can finish 9-8. I don't know if they want to. Like, there's a school of thought out there. Start thinking draft. Lose out. I've never been a tank guy ever my whole life. I don't know why. I get it. I get the logical argument. I totally understand it. I just fundamentally can't go out there and appreciate losing. I just can't.
And I understand the logic from a fan perspective, but I've said this multiple times. I don't think players would be willing to quit and just give up on the season. But then again, we just had Devondre Campbell walk off the field in the third quarter, so who knows?
Yeah, so that's right. We'll see what Tim Ryan has to say about that. And so Ian Rappaport reports, and some others did too. First of all, John Lynch confronted Devondre Campbell. Jay Glazer reported that from Fox, that there was a little red 47 incident. That's John's alter ego, the angry guy that's the hard-hitting Pro Football Hall of Fame safety, that he confronted him, told him to get off the sideline. And then that Ian Rappaport's reporting, among others, that they may not cut him immediately for multiple reasons. They don't want him to go somewhere else and get paid. Now, would another team pick him up? I'm not so sure.
I don't know about that.
But teams are getting banged up now, and they might need bodies. Heck, the Detroit Lions have 13 guys on IR, and they got 3 more coming from yesterday. And also because they could suspend him without pay. It becomes like paperwork kind of thing. Kyle called it semantics on Friday, was what he was talking about. So, you're just not going to see him again, though.
Yeah.
Connection made. On the UMA guest line, Tim, our last visit with you in the calendar year of 2024, because Marcus and I are both off on next Monday. So we're looking forward to it, brother. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Top of the morning to you, gents.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Getting ready for the holidays.
Right? Exactly. When do you take
I've been shopping like crazy, man.
Is that all online?
Hell no. I haven't gone one time. Come on, man.
I was going to say, Tim, because I haven't even started yet, so I was going to give you credit.
Well, guys, you can do it all. You can do it all on your phone now, man. You can do it all on your phone now.
I do nothing on my phone, Murph. Nothing but answer your guys' phone calls.
That's so good, man. When does the tree go down? That's the big question. We were just talking about how long does it stay up after Christmas?
Well, it depends, because the house up in Idaho's got my wife's got like 5 trees running around that thing. So those are going to be like one at a time after the new year. The one that we have here in Los Gatos that one's probably coming down. I'm going up there for a couple of days for the Christmas holiday and coming back. That one will be down by right after the new year.
Okay.
But the one, the 5 up there are going to take a little longer.
5 trees. Damn.
5 trees.
All with lights.
A lot of lights.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of electricity. And they're all real trees. No fake. She goes no fake trees. So.
Yeah. I'm with you. You're a real tree kind of guy. I like it.
I am a real tree guy. You're absolutely right.
Oh, man. All right. Well, Thursday night was tough, bro. It was tough. And now we've had a few nights to sleep on it, man. So, I mean, your biggest takeaway from that game, let's start there. They didn't score a touchdown. Brock threw a pick late, Devondre Campbell incident, all sorts of things happened. What was your biggest one?
Yeah, that was that was a ball humbug ball game for sure. It was ugly, man. What can you say? The weather had an impact. The defenses on both sides were outstanding. I thought the 49er defense, I'll start with the good stuff, with big play Dre Greenlaw out there. It looked like the 49er defense again. I thought they were awesome for the first half of that game. Started with 4 3-and-outs. I think the only points that the Rams had in the first half was a field goal set up by a drive that started at the 50 after the 49ers got backed up and had a couple of challenges and booted it away. They got the ball at the 50-yard line, and they were able to get a field goal out of that. Second half, I thought, unfortunately, the offense, and it's been, a good problem most of the year, and in one of the three phases, not one phase could really pick up the other phase and play complementary football. So in a 3-3 game, the D comes out and terrific 3 and out to get it started. Can the offense then complement that and go down and get some points? Looked like some good adjustments were made, as they typically are at halftime. Had a nice run, if I remember, maybe the longest run of the game to that point by the We Like Ike show, Isaac Garendo. Brock hits a couple of passes, one to Kittle. They get a first down. They're in scoring position, 1st and 10. They get a -2-yard pass or a 2-yard pass, and they get a -2 run. So now they're sitting at 3rd and 10, I think at the 29, had not gained a yard, and then the Debo drop, which was, obviously paramount, I think, in the outcome of that game. That to me was going to be a 29-yard touchdown, and I think Debo felt the same thing. I think he was peeking before he secured the football. So they ended up getting a field goal out of it, and then the D started having some challenges. Dre Greenlaw was out at that point, and obviously a 17-play drive. I thought the PhD play caller in Sean McVay was all over it. Had a couple of good plays. Had that little zone picker to get it started on Fred in the middle of the field with Corum coming out of the backfield. And then the crossing route versus the blitz. Then they started just moving the ball, and they had a good middle screen. Finally, Nick Bosa, I think, forced a hold, forced him to a field goal. That tied the game up. Now, could the offense respond to that? And they came out and they could not. It was a 3 and out. Couldn't pick up the defense. At the end of the day, they made in a game like that, and it's probably been the story most of the year. Certainly in the tight games, in terms of the situational execution at critical moments, and in any one of the three phases for the 49ers. But at the end of the day, like many of the other games, fellas, they made 3 or 4 more plays. I mean, the Debo drop we just referenced, that was, in my mind, 4 points. Because I do think he was going to score on that play. Had a block set out in front of him, certainly had the angle. Then Brock's the inability to connect for whatever reason to Ricky Pearsall on the post route. That was probably a touchdown. There was 7 points. And then throwing an interception, I think on an early down, 2nd and 10, I think, in scoring position down near the 30-yard line. And that ended up obviously being a 3-pointer. Could have been more right there. It could have been a 20-12 game. And then conversely, the Rams, make the plays. They get the interception. The 49ers had 2 opportunities the first 2 drives. They let them slip through their hands. That's why I say all the time, got to seize those takeaway ops when they present themselves. Couldn't do it. They were able to do it on the play we just talked about, and then they hit the 51-yarder on a missed assignment to Puka Nacua. So they made 3 or 4 more plays, and they won a game with 4 freaking field goals.
Yeah, really good breakdown of a frustrating game. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line.
Yeah, and Tim, I want to circle back to Deebo Samuel. You mentioned that dropped a couple times in your first answer, but it really did seem like there was a concentrated effort from Kyle Shanahan to get him the ball early and often. So what were your breakdown on his overall performance after taking to social media to complain about not getting touches?
Yeah, I don't know if he was complaining as much as trying to identify what the challenges have been, and there have been challenges. There's no sugarcoating that. He's got a lot of eyes on him, man, especially in an offense that doesn't have Christian McCaffrey out there and hasn't for, as we know, most of the season. Wasn't good enough. You got to make that catch. I mean, that was a deciding play in the game. I don't think there's any question about it, and he knows it. And everybody knows. I mean, I thought it was clear that they were trying to get him the ball and feed him the ball on early downs. As one of the first reads, whether it be the primary or the second read on the progression tree. And you got to give give the Rams some credit. They played good defense. Keller Witherspoon on the first play of the game. I don't know if they were anticipating the tight coverage, man on the hip versus off coverage, which would have been stealing for Debo on that quick little slant, but it wasn't good enough, and it wasn't just him. I mean, that's again been the story all year. I remember the Dallas game; he had a long touchdown, gets called back on a holding play by Eric Saubert. I remember the Packer game on the big return that got the 49ers in position, called back on a garbage play in terms of the hold on Saubert on that one. The Dallas one was a hold. That was the one in Packerland, obviously, and I think everybody's opinion was not. So, not good enough. But again, it's not just him. It's been that way most of the year in terms of just the execution at key moments, whether it's the quarterback, the receiver, an offensive lineman, tight end, a missed assignment in coverage, a defensive penalty at the wrong time. I mean, it's just been a challenge most of the year.
Has been for sure. The other one is we definitely have to get your take on Devondre Campbell. I mean, obviously, as a former NFL player yourself, I'm sure you had some thoughts, so just open the book. What'd you think?
Well, I'll start with see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. I'll start with that one. I'll tell you what, man. I would, and Pop asked me about it right after Kyle made those comments in his post-game press conference, and I was referencing it during the game, going, "Where's Devondre Campbell?" I mean, obviously Dre has been pulled off the field, whether it be fatigue or just being cautious. D. Winters was hurt with a neck. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, God bless him, was on one leg out there, also dealing with an injury and has been. In the biggest moment. And so I'm like, where is he? He's sitting on the sideline, sitting on the bench with a towel on his head. And wasn't getting up, wasn't going out to the defensive huddles. Players were coming over and talking to him. I think a couple of coaches came over and talked to him. He crossed the line, man, to quit on your team. And again, it is about the 53 guys and players and coaches in that building. And then compounded with everybody that, ownership and all the people that work in the building, all the fans that are sitting in that stadium, everybody that's buying jerseys at home, everybody. I mean, it's to quit at that moment. And I think they gave him ample opportunities to change his mind. Maybe there was some verbal coercion going on there. Like, are you serious? Like, are you at this moment, you're going to do this in the most critical point of the year? In a game the 49ers had to have. And man, after Seattle losing last night, it'd be nice to be sitting at 7-7 with still a chance. Still need some help, but still a chance. And I don't think there's any question. Now, the offense obviously could have executed, made some better plays, but I don't think there's any question that once Dre went out, the game flipped. They had a couple of long drives. They were able to execute. 49ers couldn't even get them to third down for the most part. Greenlaw was everywhere in that game. And then with the other guys being nicked and injured, they needed him. His teammates needed him. And he refused to go out. So he crossed the line, man. That's all there is to it. And I think the 49ers will handle it the right way. But I think angry for the players, for the coaches, for everybody in that building that worked so hard that try to be the best they can be. And this cat decided he didn't even want to play.
Yeah, and we heard all the comments from guys like Trevor Ward and George Kittle after the game on Thursday night. But actually this weekend, Tim, it was reported by Jay Glazier that it was John Lynch who went down to the sideline to send Devondre Campbell into the locker room. So what were your thoughts on 47 Red making an appearance on Thursday Night Football?
No, I thought it was the right thing to do. John's leadership is obvious. You see it in the building every day. The players feel it. The head coach feels the same way. The way these guys and the way Lynchy and the way John has lived the game his whole life and done it the right way. I think to quit like that is unfathomable to him, as it is to most of us, especially when you're talking about the accountability to your teammates and to the organization and the people that are paying your paycheck and making your food every day and making sure you got everything you need to be the best that you can be. I thought it was absolutely the right thing to do. And I know John, those things don't come easily for him. But at that moment in time, it was absolutely the right move. And again, I think they gave him more than one chance to change his mind. And then, when it was pretty definite that he was refusing to play, then you got to go, man. So I thought it was absolutely the right move.
Last couple minutes here with Tim Ryan. Niners get ready to go out to Miami to see another team that's 6-8. The Miami Dolphins having their own issues and looking on the outside, looking in on the playoff situation. Brock Purdy, this is going to begin now. The contract story and the what do you do with Brock and all that. Like it's kind of a broad question, but it's almost like, are you looking at the next 3 weeks to continue to evaluate him? Do you feel like
absolutely?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, every game, every practice, every game is an evaluation. And you're going to find out a lot about this team, obviously in the next 3 weeks and where their mindset is and how they're going to, and still a very, very, very slim chance they can get to the playoff tournament. But obviously highly unlikely. Brock's a competitor. Brock's going to go out there and try to get better every week, and the 49ers will evaluate him accordingly. Hopefully guys around him can play better, and they can find some gel here in the next 3 games. I don't know what's going to happen contractually, you guys. I mean, I'm hoping, and I'm fairly confident a deal's going to get done. Is it a top market value deal? I don't know. That to me is highly debatable. Is it a deal that can make sense for Brock and the 49er organization and for the faithful? He's an outstanding quarterback. Yes, things have not gone good this year. It's been inconsistent execution from, week 2 on. I think we could all agree on that, and for a variety of reasons. And injuries certainly played a huge part in that. You can see that on the field that it looks hard. A lot of times. Didn't look hard against Chicago, but a lot of times it's looked hard this year. And then when it looks hard and it is hard, then the quarterback starts pressing a little bit, and we all know how that goes when you start pressing. Love him. Think he is without question, because you guys know if you don't have one, you don't have a chance, and he is one. So I think at the end of the day, I think you're going to see them do the right deal, and that being both sides for Brock and for the organization. Is that a tag deal? Is it a short-term deal? Is it a deal that averages $40 million, not $50 million? I don't know the structure. I don't know the number. But I do believe Brock Purdy will be the quarterback here for the 49ers for the next 5 to 7 years.
Early on this season, Tim, we saw Brock Purdy use his legs to escape pressure in the pocket. Ever since that shoulder injury against the Seattle Seahawks, even in bad weather games against the Buffalo Bills, only 2 carries, 4 yards, and then on Thursday night in the rain, only 1 carry for 3 yards. So do you think maybe that shoulder injury is still affecting Brock Purdy, and do you think that's the reason why he has now limited those rushing attempts and scrambles from the pocket?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he would be out there if his shoulder was not close to being right. Teams have done pretty good with kind of hemming him up and keeping him in the pocket and keeping their eyes on the target and getting after him a little bit. Buffalo didn't play one down of man coverage. Hard to run when you got zone linebackers buzzing all over the place and tracking you down, and fast ones at that. And obviously Russo and Buffalo was able to do that. I think the other night they were just taking shots. They didn't hit, and that was shocking to me. I'll be honest with you, because I thought they would shred that defense in terms of, and maybe the weather was a factor in route running and accuracy and all that stuff, because Stafford wasn't great either. Although I thought the plan on him and I thought the execution defensively was really good. They didn't hit one go ball. I think they ran 4 or 5 of them. Didn't hit any of them. So when you're dropping back and you're, it's 1 hitch, 2 hitch, whatever it is on the footwork, and the ball's out. You read the coverage, you threw the ball. They were just unable to make the connection. So no, I don't think the shoulder is affecting his mobility. I think just the flow of the game affected the numbers, and there wasn't a lot of running opportunities for for Brock in the game, and absolutely limited. They had one possession in the third quarter of that game, you guys. They basically had 3 possessions until the last 2 plays at the end. Compare and contrast that with 7 possessions in the first half. So, no, I'm not subscribing to the shoulders not right.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, as you said, there's so much there, and it was an inconsistent year. I remember talking to you when we were in Hawaii after the Seattle game, and you were saying it's not all coming to him as easily. The system. You were saying it sort of stops and starts, and it's kind of how it happened. But I think you can say that about the team the whole year. I mean, I guess we're
that's the whole. You're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It's just inconsistent execution for whatever reason in big moments.
And this is the last one, Tim. I know it's a big, broad question for you to end it, but you can answer as tightly as you want. But is it just was the overwhelming thing that dogged this season was just physical and emotional exhaustion after all this huge run? They just so many injuries and hard to get up off the mat that many times.
Yeah, it's a tough game mentally and emotionally. We all know how hard it is physically, but the mental and emotional aspect of it are tremendous. So I would say that without question could factor in. I mean, you got to start with some of the contract distractions to start training camp, obviously. Mm-hmm. Then the human tragedies that transcend football that started in the summertime and continued through the year so far. So emotionally, those things take their toll. There's no question. It's not an excuse, but when you factor in the injuries and the Super Bowl hangover and limited rest, and it all compounds. And then what do you get on game day? You don't get consistent play and consistent execution. So, yeah, I would say that all of those things were a factor at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, you make the play or you don't, and nobody will remember all that stuff. They'll look at the win-loss record at the end of the season.
Yeah, you're right. But we'll talk about it. Listen, we won't have you next Monday or the Monday after. You'll be with, I think, John Dickinson, our capable guy, JD. He's good. But then we'll have you on the last hit of your contract on the day after the finale. So what we do is we say Merry Christmas to the Ryans, to your family, to the 5 trees in Idaho, to the to all the lights, to all the taking down those 5 trees, bro. We'll fly up there and help you, man. We'll help you do that.
Turn the damn power off at night. I'm tired of paying that bill when there's nobody there. There's 5 trees going.
That's the biggest thing right there. As a fellow bill payer, I know what you're talking about there, buddy. All right, man. So listen, have a great trip to Miami. Say hi to your boy, Miami Vice Mike McDaniel out there. I know you'll enjoy seeing him.
Oh, I will.
I know.
I will.
And then have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We'll talk to you after the last one. Be good, Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
You guys as well. Merry Christmas, and always a pleasure to talk to you.
Always good. You're the man. Tim Ryan, dropping the mic. We'll talk to him in 2025. All right, Willie Adamas at 9 a.m. Sam Gordon, Warrior beat writer at 8:30 about Schröder with an umlaut. That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I've been shopping like crazy, man.
Let's talk Invisalign, the Invisalign brand. You guys, wait a minute, is that Murph talking to me about Invisalign? Yeah, it is. Because my kids use Invisalign. I know so many families out there do too. That's why we're here to talk about it. What are we talking about? We're talking about our smile, right? Let's talk about great smile songs, right? Charlie, well, I almost dated myself with a 1930s Charlie Chaplin one. No, we're not going to go with that one. That's a sad song anyway. How about, didn't like Denise Williams or somebody have like a I Love Your Smile in the 80s or the 90s? Anyway, it's all about the smile. And Invisalign clear aligners is what makes your smile the best it can be. We have 2 kids, 2 boys who have used Invisalign. They got pretty good teeth, man. I'm pretty proud of their smiles. Take those pictures, and Invisalign helped make those smiles be what they are. So one of the first things anybody notices about you is your smile. It's a no-brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world, including the Murphys. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest. We are giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You can get early bird tickets now at aftershockfestival.com. It is going to be in October of next year, and the lineup is not out yet. Murph gave you the wrong lineup. There's no lineup this year. So how do you win this contest? You got to stay tuned. We will be giving away these weekend passes in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So I remember when this thing dropped in the 80s, we're kind of like, come on, Wham, what are you doing? Now it's like freaking Bing Crosby's White Christmas. Now it's like a staple, bro. It's like people, in fact, 13-year-old Rory Murphy in the kitchen goes, Dad, I think this is my favorite Christmas song. I go, that is classic. That's as a kid growing up. He hears it all the time. He identifies it with his childhood now. It's like, for me, I'm like, really? Wham? But you got to give him a little credit. They made this one work, huh?
Oh, Murph, every time I hear this song hop on during the holidays, I start singing also. I almost started singing right now, but I didn't want to hurt anybody's ears.
Young Tone, you approve of Wham's Last Christmas?
Absolutely, of course.
Everybody's in. It's so funny because literally I remember when it came out, I'm like, really? Is Wham doing this Christmas thing? Are they really doing this?
And
now it's like a freaking staple.
Does Wham have any other bangers, or this is it?
Dude. Bro.
Oh, you just open up a door.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I am an unabashed, and this is risking my man card, but any number of listeners will tell you that was lost 20 years ago.
Yeah, you've lost that a long time ago, Murph.
That's not true.
I know. I'm riffing, all right. Jeez.
But Wham, I'm kidding, buddy. Wham is like the ultimate top 40 band of the 80s. They had they had a couple dicey songs like Wake Me Up Before You Go, You Don't Want to Go There. You don't know Wham? George Michael?
Okay, I've heard that one. Yeah.
But then George Michael became like, he got down and dirty with I Want Your Sex in 87 and all that. But no, Wham from like 82 to 84. There's a documentary about him on Netflix. You check him out.
Shout out John Brebbia using Wham as an opener.
Well, remember, who was it? Josh Reddick. Careless Whisper.
Oh, that's a jam,
You know Careless Whisper with the sax and all that.
Probably. I'd have to hear it. Yeah.
Yes, you do, man. For sure. Wait, who's that? Brebbia?
John Brebbia. For sure. Still got it on my board.
Anyway, good job, Tony, mixing in that Christmas music. All right, well, reaction to Tim Ryan doing his thing, talking about the Niners and just how it just wasn't happening this year, and whether it's Debo or whether it's Devondre or whether it's Brock or whether it's McCaffrey, all that stuff. Steve Young came on Friday. So after he missed Wednesday, I think he came on Friday. And so sort of almost like a post-mortem on the Niners. Young Tone, I believe there's one where he talks about, well, you can tell me about it, buddy, because I don't have the cut sheet right in front of me.
Yeah, so shout out Overnight Dave, who cut this up overnight.
OD.
The big quote of this whole interview is Steve Young basically said Kyle has to reinvent himself.
Well, that's pretty heavy statements. Check it out.
Remember, I told you also, the whole league studied the 49ers.
Yeah.
They've been studying Kyle Shanahan for 2 or 3 solid years. They do that with Andy Reid. They do it with Kyle Shanahan. Those are the two guys that everybody studies. Then everybody says, not again, not again, not again. And every defensive coordinator in the league saying, not again, and that's why now Kyle is going to have to innovate again. Like, you have to reinvent yourself. I say Andy Reid, 67 years old, continues to reinvent himself year after year, game after game, and Kyle has done that as well, and he'll have to do it again to reinvent himself.
So, I mean, he's right. It's a vague statement. Like, how do you do that? What does he mean? Does he mean drawing up different plays? Yeah, I guess. But he's right. Amongst all the guys who had bad years, Kyle Shanahan was one of them.
Well, that's what's kind of surprising here, because it did seem like Kyle almost reinvented himself a little bit this year. And I don't know how much of that was a response to getting locked out in man coverage against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, but we've talked about it numerous times, the increase in shotgun sets for Brock Purdy this year, kind of getting away from the play action, the screen passes, the drop-off in yak yards, from going from Kyle Shanahan. You look back in his tenure here since he started in 2017, damn near every season, they would lead the NFL in yards after the catch.
Yeah.
This year, that's disappeared. So, yeah, maybe Kyle will have to reinvent himself and go in a different direction, but that's kind of the question we've been asking the entire year, if the Shanahan system has finally been solved. I know Greg Olsen mentioned it on the broadcast a couple weeks ago. I was talking with RG3 last Friday about it, about how now it's just not Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan with the system, but Kevin O'Connell, Mike McDaniel, Bobby Slowick, Matt LaFleur. The list goes on and on and on of all these coaches that have stemmed from the Shanahan tree, and that just gives defensive coordinators and other teams more opportunities to try to solve it and shut it down. And it seems like this year, people are catching up to the system.
Well, I mean, statistically, I mean, they're like you mentioned, the lack of separation and the lack of yards after catch. There's like numbers that show that it just fell off the cliff. Now, some people say it's Debo not missing a step, or not having McCaffrey, or not having Ayuk. But even when Ayuk was around, he wasn't putting up big numbers either. So, Yeah. I mean, listen, this is going to be a big reckoning, man. It's a big reckoning going into this offseason because the Niners still have the pieces to be one of the best teams in the NFL. You assume George Kittle's back. Fred Warner come back healthy. Nick Bosa comes back healthy. Demo Lenore is turning into a dude. Malik Mustafa looks like he has some presence as a safety. Offensive line, Pooney's there. Who are they going to draft? Can they draft another guy? Offensive lines is definitely something we need to talk about.
Absolutely.
But you get Ayuk back. You hope Ricky Pearsall, to be honest, guys, Ricky Pearsall has shown nothing that he'll be a contributor so far. Now, the next 3 weeks are big for him, too. Yeah. But you get McCaffrey back, and all of a sudden, if you return those guys, and Purdy, for as much as he's been mediocre and or mid this year, he can win games for you. He's a good quarterback. Is he a $65 million a year quarterback? You heard Tim Ryan throw out would he take the $40 million? I threw that out there in the jock block. People say no way. There'll be pressure from the players union to take big money too, not to go backwards in the market. There's always pressure in the players union. You got to reset the market. You got to reset the market. Mm-hmm. So all the pieces are there. They're not yet into a total rebuild. That might be a year after, maybe if George Kittle's gone, if guys like that are gone, but I think they have another year. And people say the window, I guess what I'm saying, a long way of saying is, I don't think the window's shut just yet. I think they have one more year with this window. I think McCaffrey has another year in him. I think Kittle has another year in him. I think Warner's got another year in him. I think Bosa's got a couple more years in him. But it is closing pretty soon, and they do have to kind of do that awkward transition. But this will be a huge reset for 2025.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest question is whether or not you pay Brock Purdy this offseason or if you let him play out the final year of his contract so that maybe you expand that window for another year. We already saw they re-signed Deommodore Lenore. Charvarius Ward's a free agent. We talked about Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga. George Kittle needs a contract. There's a lot of moving pieces, and so maybe if you push back this contract one more season, maybe you can keep the band together for one last ride. But then you're rolling the dice. Then you're risking it in case the market explodes and goes up to $70, $75, $80 million. Oof. And what if we're here next Christmas talking about Brock Purdy having an MVP-type season? What if he does have the bounce-back year with Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey back on the offense? Then you're talking about shooting yourself in the foot, not paying him this offseason. So it's all about whether or not you're willing to bet on Brock Purdy as the future of this franchise.
Yeah, these are the great, huge questions going forward. And can you structure it so the salary cap hit isn't until later? When the salary cap gets bigger. That's what they do. That's what their jobs are. So huge questions. And then, I don't know what your interest level in a Niner Dolphin game this Sunday. My buddies and I, we go out to this Christmas dinner. We're planning it for the go out and get several Manhattans and a steak.
Nice.
And we were doing it this coming Sunday. We were like, what about the Niner Dolphin game? And one of them sent a text after the Ram game. They're like, we can go anytime we want, bro. Niner Dolphin game doesn't mean anything. Wow. We can start early. We can start cocktailing at 4.
Oh, yeah. I would have started early anyways, regardless.
Even if the game was meaningful?
Yeah, if it was meaningful. I still drink cocktails at games,
Well, especially because we're not even on the air the next day, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But, I'll still have some prop bets. I'll still have some prize picks. I'll still have some action on it, so I'll be interested. And then to your point, this is a big opportunity for guys like Ricky Pearsall or Renardo Green or some of the youngsters, the rookies. We've talked a lot about Dominic Pooney. Go out there and continue to make a name for yourself.
We need to, at some point, speaking of cocktailing, is talk about your adventure at the Army-Navy game.
Oh, dude.
With the elevators and all that.
I somehow ended up in the owner's suite, man. Getting some cocktails and prime rib.
They were like, there's a Raider fan in here. The Raider fan alert went off.
I don't know how they did not sniff me out, Murph.
By the way, thanks for your Raider Falcon game tonight. Appreciate that.
Get ready for Desmond Ridder.
Oh, is that who it is?
Yeah, he's starting at quarterback. Let's shout out my guy, Brock Bowers. More than 66.5 yards tonight. That's my prize pick of the day.
I like it.
Napa's own, baby.
Keep that energy for your Abundant Life weight loss read coming up, because then we got to go to that, and then Sam Gordon, Warrior beat writer.
What a tease.
I know, I'm doing. I just looked down at my sheet, and that's what I saw. Sam Gordon, excellent Warrior beat writer for the Chronicle. Who is Dennis Schröder? What are the Warriors' chances of saving this little skid right now? Next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning to talk to you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Because if you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy and naturally with no drugs or injections, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has a secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. And I've been on this program for over 3 months now, and I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. But man, oh man, after this trip to D.C. and eating some of that mumbo sauce on some chicken wings, I might need to get back on the plan this week. So join me and check out the Abundant Life Weight Loss program. You can go to their website or you can give them a call and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, yeah, I'll ride Melikalicamaka all day. God, Tony's really in the Christmas mood here. I like it. Hey, speaking of the NBA, who we're going to talk about with Sam Gordon here, Bobby Marks joins Papa and Silver at 1:30. So let's talk about this. The Warriors made a big move. Well, yeah, I'll call it a big move. They traded DeAnthony Melton, Reese Beekman, and 3 second-rounders to the New Jersey Nets, who are trying to shed. New Jersey Nets kind of embracing the tank, I read, sending Dennis Schröder, 31 years old and obviously a very capable player, having a good year, put 31 up on the Warriors just a couple weeks ago at Chase Center, and to join the Warriors and all of a sudden be an impact offensive player. So Mike Dunleavy making moves. Let's talk about it with Sam Gordon on the UMA guest line. Sam, it's good to have you back in the morning. We appreciate you joining Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. And how you doing, Sam?
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Doing well, guys. How you doing? Appreciate you having me. Happy Monday.
Yeah, we appreciate you hopping on, man. I know we booked you kind of to talk about Schröder, but we'll start with what happened last night, man. Klay, it's funny, we were talking about, Sam, how this one really snuck up on everyone because, the first game, oh my God, we hyped it for days and days. This one got scheduled like a pickup game 3 days ago, right? So I don't know if it had the same energy or intensity, but Klay sure felt that way, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did. You're definitely right. Not anywhere close to the same energy or intensity because of the schedule necessitated. It's the NBA Cup and whatnot. But obviously, Klay Thompson brought the intensity. The Dallas Mavericks did. Luka Doncic was absolutely spectacular with a 40-point triple-double, and with the Mavericks setting the tone in the early minutes, making their first 9 shots. And Klay was Klay. I mean, he looked like the Klay Thompson that helped the Golden State Warriors win 4 championships. 29 points was a season high. 7 3-pointers. You saw the emotion, in particular after a 3-pointer. I believe it was midway through the fourth quarter where he, let out a yell and, kind of by Joe Lake up there, I think going into a timeout. So, just an all-around masterclass offensively by the Mavericks, mitigating what was a really encouraging, I think, offensive performance for the Warriors, who have been struggling the last, few weeks with their offense, not just late game, but overall. But when Luka Doncic has a 40-point triple-double, when Klay Thompson's making 7 3-pointers, and when Kyrie Irving is getting in the lane and cooking and doing what he does, the defending Western Conference champions are really hard to beat. So Warriors ran into a buzzsaw last night as well as they played, albeit one without the emotional weight that first matchup had.
Yeah, well said, well said. Luka was outrageous last night. Best player in the building and 45-point triple-double. Just one more on Klay before we get to Schröder, and this kind of leads us to the bridge to Schröder, and that is that sequence you might be talking about is the one that started with Podziemski in the corner.
Yep.
A really tough sequence for Podziemski that kind of crystallized how frustrating the first quarter of the season's been for him, and then it leads to the Klay. So maybe, Sam, just kind of asking you how you've observed Podziemski this year and how maybe those observations led to the Schröder trade?
Yeah, I mean, he just, obviously he was super impactful last year as kind of an all-around player, a glue guy that would find his offense, playing off of his teammates, that was making really quick decisions, that was knocking down jumpers in space, and that was rebounding his position and taking charges. And secondary, kind of a secondary creator playing off of his teammates. And this year, it just hasn't come together. And we've heard Steve Kerr and Draymond Green talk about, him pressing and kind of doing too much and some of the confidence issues that he's been having. And I think, those really, you mentioned it, that possession yesterday was kind of emblematic of just the seasons that he's been having. Just, overthinking, not necessarily playing within flow, doing a little too much at times. And, again, not the season that he wanted to have. And for the Warriors, offense has been their problem, and he hasn't helped that out at all. So now you get, with Dennis Schröder, you get a guard that's almost 20 a game, 18.5 a game, 6.5 assists a game, shooting almost 40% from three. Pick and roll practitioner. They're going to incorporate more pick and rolls into their offense to ease his transition. That's the strength of Dennis Schröder's game, and really going to turn to him for the offense that Podziemski hasn't been able to provide this year. So I still think, of course, there's going to be a role for Podziemski on this team. I mean, Kerr talked about it yesterday that he was really a third ball handler last year, not necessarily a second ball handler, which is the role that he's been in the last, month and change, especially with the injury to DeAnthony Melton. So now he's going to be able to, be a third ball handler, maybe play with those guys at the same time, play off of ball handlers, and the Warriors are hoping that he can just find the flow and the glue guy rhythm that he had last year when he was so impactful, not thinking too much, playing within the flow of the offense and the defense, and being an impact player with his energy.
A few years ago, the Warriors made the decision to send Jordan Poole down to the G League to kind of find that mojo and get him back on track. Do you think there's any possibility that they can maybe go down that route with Brandon Podziemski, since he still is only 21 years old?
At this juncture, perhaps it's a possibility, right? I didn't think it was a possibility, the past couple of weeks, because the Warriors were just really light on ball handling, and they needed his ball handling again with the absence of Melton with the ACL injury. Now they have Dennis Schröder. That mitigates that issue. Now you have another ball handler. You have two ball, Curry and Schröder can handle a majority of the ball handling. Obviously, your wing players. Maybe Kyle Anderson, even though he didn't play yesterday, can handle the ball, situationally in certain spots as well. But with adding another primary ball handler, a point guard, and Dennis Schröder, I do think that that clears the pathway certainly for that possibility, right? And maybe you'd stand a benefit from going down there, playing well, developing a rhythm, getting back on track, and not facing the pressure of every single possession that he's been facing the last several weeks. So yeah, perhaps there's a scenario where that takes place, but didn't see it happening the past few weeks without another ball handler. But they have that now with Schröder, who's expected to play Thursday, and we'll see how that takes shape and how that unfolds.
Yeah, interesting stuff with Pods and that possibility, and like you said, making that move. And Sam Gordon's the voice you hear, the outstanding beat writer for the Golden State Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. You should read him in the Chronicle. And Sam, I just get to the guy who made the trade, Mike Dunleavy. I mean, he made a move, man. They wouldn't wait around. He struck, just like he made a move when he traded Jordan Poole right away. He strikes me as just like he made a move in letting Klay Thompson walk. I mean, it seems like he's kind of unafraid to make the big move, which I generally like about a GM. Now, you got to make the right move, but what's your analysis of Dunleavy making that move, the timing of the move, and with a message it sends to make a trade this early?
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to the sense of urgency. I mean, that they hadn't lost yesterday's game when the move was made. It's 8 of 10 now, but to that point, it had been 7 of 9. And I think, the Rockets game on Wednesday, Not that they haven't been contemplating, making a move. That's been, I think, in contemplation since DeAnthony Melton got hurt. I mean, given what he meant to their team on both sides of the floor, what he was able to unlock. Lineup-wise, we've seen the effects the last few weeks, the struggles on offense, how Curry is getting pressured all the way up the floor, the traps and blitzes they're throwing at him late in games are really the strategy to wear him down over the course of a 48-minute game has been very effective for opposing teams, right? So knowing that the Warriors needed some juice, again, I think Wednesday, Warriors had 22 turnovers, 6 shot clock violations, an 8-second violation, and Houston's ball pressure was absolutely hellacious, the entire game, 91-90. And I think that really affirmed, hey, the Warriors need ball handling. They need shot creation. They need somebody besides Curry that can break down a defense and score from all three levels. You have guys that can score. You have guys that can break down the defense, but not necessarily any three-level scorers that can do that with their dribble beyond Curry. So obviously he acts swiftly, and you turn DeAnthony Melton's expiring contract and a few second-round picks into a guy with 80 games of playoff experience on his resume, a guy that's played on big stage with FIBA, led the German national team to the World Cup in 2023. You heard Steve Kerr joke about how Dennis Schröder has handled him on 3 continents now. But again, I think a pretty shrewd move by Dunleavy. It preserves flexibility. Schröder can still be flipped at the trade deadline because of the timing of the trade, because of when it was done right away, December 15th, the first day when restrictions get lifted, and most free agents can be, are eligible for trade. So, yeah, there was certainly a lot of urgency with this move. They need a spark. They need a jolt in their offense. And, they need Steph Curry's been playing, pretty high-stakes minutes, a lot of intense minutes, dealing with some knee stuff early in the season. This is about, I think, preserving him, pushing him off the ball where he's at, where he's at his best and where he creates, I think, the most chaos for the Warriors. You get Schröder to do that. You get him to inject his pick-and-roll practicing into that offense, but bump Curry off the ball and give a little bit more balance to an offense that was too much Curry or bust late in games. So, another shrewd move for Dunleavy, preserves all their other trade chips and can evaluate things the next several weeks as they get closer to the February trade deadline.
Yeah, and Sam, over the last couple of weeks, we've heard names like Jimmy Butler get connected to the Warriors. LeBron's name has been thrown out there. I've even heard Zion's name now pop up as a possibility. So I guess my question would be, do you still expect the Warriors to go out and try to bring in a second superstar even after making this trade yesterday?
I still think that's very much a consideration, right? Obviously, they want to see how things go with Schröder and being that they made a move now to address their issues, to address shot creation, to bring in another 3-level scorer that is also, by the way, a very, very effective on-ball defender opposite, especially point guards in particular. Warriors are the 6th-rated defensive team this year. That they've been able to sustain that through the most part throughout the ups and downs offensively. So he jumps aboard and helps out their defense. But you're going to want to see a sample size here, right, of how things go the next several weeks. But yeah, given that the Warriors, still have their main trade chips, they still have their first-round picks to trade. Obviously, Jonathan Kuminga is getting a bigger runway here to kind of see where he's at, to see what he can do, and to kind of get a gauge of where his game is at, how impactful he can be in a potential stretch run. Obviously, he's Golden State's, I think, top trade chip as it pertains to their young players. So there's still plenty of flexibility to make a bigger trade down the line. But yeah, we're going to see how they're going to see how Schröder fits in and what he can stabilize these next few weeks as they continue evaluating, and I think go from there.
All right, good stuff, Sam. So at Memphis Thursday, at Minnesota Saturday. That's a tough 2-gamer, and then home for Indiana, and then Christmas with LeBron. Right? That's what you've dreamed about, right, Sam? Christmas with LeBron.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. The games don't stop. The holiday season doesn't stop either. So it should be a great stretch. And Schröder joining the team on Thursday for his debut, and we'll get information then that'll inform how the rest of the season may go.
I was like a stupid one on the way out here. I was just curious. I was just looking at the NBA schedule to see when the Warriors, and there's no NBA games this Wednesday. Is there a particular reason? Do you know?
I am not sure. I don't know.
It's an odd one.
Great
and
question.
There's none on Christmas Eve either. But Wednesday the 18th is just an odd off day in the middle of schedules. So thought Adam Silver would want to milk everything he could. So, all right, Sam. Well, good stuff, man. Love reading you in the Chronicle. I got my digital subscription. I had to give and I used to work at the Chronicle, but I gave up the print, man. I go digital only, bro. Can you forgive me?
Much respect. You got to do what you got to do. Much respect. We appreciate you reading either way.
Well, actually, the digital subscription is the way to go, I think. So, all right, Sam, keep writing good stuff. Thanks for hopping on, Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yeah, he does a good job, man. And you didn't even get a UFC question.
I know, no boxing or UFC questions. We'll save that for next time.
Is there any big happening in that world?
Right now, no. I could have got his thoughts on Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, and what a work that was.
Yeah. So you see, Chris Rock hosted SNL this past weekend, and he had Jake Paul material, which was cool and all, but I could tell when he was doing it, I'm like, this material is like a month old.
Yeah, he's been sitting on those jokes for a while.
Yeah, and he was making jokes about he's like the fight had just happened. I was like, I get it, It was okay. It's some funny stuff, but it was kind of like it was funnier 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, you got to be topical, Murph.
He was
the
talking
24-hour news cycle.
Yeah, he was saying something. Anyway, you got to be topical, right? Exactly. Speaking of topical, Willie Adames is topical. Giants' new shortstop. He debuted Thursday. That was right before the 49ers lost to the Rams. We talked about it a little bit on Friday, but we had much to talk about with the Niner-Ram game, and Marcus was in D.C. for the Army-Navy game. Marcus is back. The Niners didn't play yesterday, so the floor is clear. For number 2, your shortstop, Willie Adames. A little get-to-know-you chat. Next on KNBR, or I should say at 9 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
sound right, boys.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bowers at second. The 3-2, a swing and a drive. Hit to deep left. Ramos back. He'll turn and watch it go.
Wait. Listen. We're about to be Bublé'd. Here it is.
Pause.
Yes. Yeah. Do you know something about that verb here?
I don't. It's a great song. I just don't ever want to hear you use the word you're about to get Bublé'd.
Well, I thought it was funny because his name is very funny. Bublé. It's a funny word. It's a funny name. It's like when David Letterman did Uma meet Oprah, Oprah meet Uma.
All right.
I've always thought just saying Bublé is
here we are
generally comic.
Here we are getting Bublé'd on a Monday morning.
Getting Bublé'd, yes.
I got Bublé'd this weekend.
Where does your mind go, my friend? I didn't know Bublé was a metaphor for some dirty sexual act.
It just caught me, Murph.
Okay,
I don't know. Something about you saying it just caught me.
Well, Bublé is a funny name.
Yeah.
I consider it to be funny to say. So I thought it would be funny to turn it into a verb, but you immediately saw it as a dirty sexual act.
Well, I just thought it was funny.
Yes, okay. All right. Sorry for stepping into like
I'm
that.
here for
buddy.
the riffs.
Yeah, I guess we didn't get Bublé'd. That was Marcus this weekend in D.C.
Hey, now.
Or Young Tony at SantaCon. Yes, exactly. After you get married for a long time, you don't get Bublé'd anymore. All right, so there you go.
Oh, Murph.
There you go.
I understand.
Anyway, this guy Bublé, which I like saying because I think it's funny. Bublé, right? When this guy dropped this album, I was like, "Get out of my Christmas life! Don't step into my ring, brother. It's Crosby, it's Sinatra. Get out of here." You know what? The guy did the damn thing. Wow. It's really good. The guy did the damn thing. I grudgingly respect his Christmas album. So thank you, Young Tony.
Now you're all in.
I get Bublé.
Now you're in the Bublé'd army.
How does that relate to Willie Adamas? I don't know. How funny is this? That with this freaking music playing, we're giving away Aftershock tickets. He ain't on the lineup.
We're gonna Bublé you with Aftershock tickets.
We don't know the lineup, but we know he ain't on it. All right, that's all I can tell you.
Well, Murph, I usually feel some aftershocks after I get Bublé'd.
Jesus. Man, you're spicy. You know what you are? You have the energy of a guy who's done tomorrow.
Dude, that's it, man. I'm done. I'm about to pack it up for the year.
I know how it is. When you have that, when you're sniffing the barn, dude, I know how it is. You get real loose. Wait till tomorrow's show.
Oh, man.
You're going to be
You thought dirty work was bad.
You're going to be a mess tomorrow. All right. Hey, here's the deal. Yeah, I'm going till Friday with Brooksy, but God bless this guy taking tomorrow off. Aftershock Festival. Big controversy. Andrea gives us a ticket, says the lineup's not out. So I just go to the website just to see. And they got a whole lineup up there. Then people say, no, don't use that lineup. It's last year's lineup. I'm like, well, why isn't it on their website? So if I'm Aftershock Festival, I'm taking that down and putting up the new lineup. But hey, either way, we're giving away tickets to the Aftershock Festival. Ready for this? October 2025. October 20. We don't even know the lineup, bro. Just like the Giants don't know their lineup here. October 2025, 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival up near your parents, Marcus, Discovery Park in Sacramento, California. It's furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. The lineup's coming soon. Get your early bird tickets now at AftershockFestival.com. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival. And again, you will not get Bublé'd at the Aftershock Festival.
I don't know. I need Bublé on that lineup card, Murph. The lineup's not out yet, so there's a chance.
So me thinking Bublé is funny takes you back to the day when David Letterman, Young Tony, you know David Letterman? Would you even know who Letterman is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right, good man. But we did establish that you don't know Harry Belafonte's Daylight Come, which Lil Wayne used in 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot Travis Hunter, right?
That's correct, yes.
Anyway, the point of the story is that, I forgot the point of the story. The point of the story is that David Letterman, when he was hosting the Oscars, thought it would be funny to introduce Uma Thurman to Oprah Winfrey. So he came out. He was like, it's great to be here. He says, oh, look, there's Uma Thurman. There's Oprah Winfrey. He goes, Uma, meet Oprah. Oprah, meet Uma. And, dude, not many people laughed.
Ooh.
And then he was like, I'm working it. He goes, Uma, Oprah, Oprah, Uma. And he got as many laughs as you guys are giving right now. There you go.
Yeah, I don't get the joke either.
Well, there you go. It's like Bublé.
Yeah.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus Media Station. So we talked about lineups, aftershock lineups. So I got into this with my 17-year-old over the weekend about the Giants. I was like, you know what, bro? You know who's going to have a big year? I'm just calling it. Elliot Ramos.
Ooh.
He goes, what about his fall off, Dad? I didn't think about him as a... Did you consider him tailing off at the end of the year?
Slightly. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a complete fall off. Like, this is a guy that I'm expecting to step into the lineup next year. Damn near might be your number 3 hitter.
That's what I was saying.
And a guy that was on pace for 30 home runs if he would have played the full season.
So here's my question. Are you cool with Adames in the 4-hole? And I'm going Ramos, Adames, Chapman almost every single day. Now, all right-handed hitters, so it doesn't split up there. Jung-Hoo Lee leading off.
Who you got in the 2-hole?
Probably Ty Fitz. Probably. And then Bailey in the 6-hole. Then after that, we can work around.
I don't hate it, but I want to put Willie Adames in the 2-hole. Especially in this day and age of baseball.
Who's your 4-hitter then?
Matt Chapman.
Chappie?
Mm-hmm. Or Pete Alonso.
Okay.
Or
so if the
Bryce Eldridge.
You're saying the 4-hitter ain't here yet.
Yeah, I don't think he's there
yet. Well, it's not
yet.
Bryce Eldridge. Let's be honest. I mean, he's...
Well, not yet. Not to start the season.
Younger than Pajemski.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I might have more confidence in Bryce Eldridge right now, to be honest with you. But I think you look at Jung-Hoo Lee in the leadoff spot. Willie Adames, you want to get as many at-bats as you can from Willie in this day and age. Everybody puts their best hitter in the 2-hole.
I don't hate that.
Elliot Ramos in the 3-hole. I think Matt Chapman's a good 5-6 hitter. I just think you need to squeeze somebody in between.
Yeah, I'd rather have Chapman in the 5-hole than the 4-hole.
I would agree.
But 2-hole, I don't hate. Ty Fitz?
I think Ty Fitz will be good.
Buddy? Come on.
I like Ty Fitz in the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
I like it when you turn the lineup card over and you have speed, maybe get Tyler Fitzgerald on base ahead of a Jung-Hoo Lee.
My kid goes, what about Lamont Wade? I'm like, with all due respect, I don't think he should be the first baseman. I need more pop out of my first baseman.
At this point, he might be. It's looking like another platoon of him and Wilmer.
Yeah, strikes out too
I don't want Yaz in the starting
out
lineup, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
I think Yaz is your 4th outfielder.
You know who's hitting in Venezuela, bro? Luis Matos.
Is he?
Yes.
Let's go, Louis.
So Luis Matos. Maybe is he ready to go?
Is Matos Mania back? He's another guy that might be younger than Pajemski.
Is he ready to go? I mean, could he be a part of the 2025 Giants?
Well, I think that's the biggest question because I think everybody's penciling in Elliot Ramos in left. Then we're talking about Jung-Hoo Lee in center, even though we've argued about whether or not Grant McCray or Jung-Hoo Lee will be playing center. Sounds like Buster envisions him as the center fielder. And then right field's open. It's either Yaz's opportunity or Grant McCray or Luis Matos or Marco Luciano maybe moving to the outfield.
Did you say Grant McCray?
I did. Your boy Grant McCray.
I know. I have big hopes for that kid.
You're the leader of the Grant McCray army.
Dude, he hit 5 tanks in a short period of time. Mm-hmm. He's got some pop. By the way, if you're just tuning in, good morning. And we're giving away Aftershock tickets right now. We'll do it again all week long. But we're waiting for Willie Adames, our guest at 9 a.m. We're very excited. He's a total pro, Marcus. You weren't at the presser on Thursday. You were flying to the Army-Navy game. The guy's he's born ready for this, man. He's just bilingual as heck. Mm-hmm. Born and raised in the Dominican Republic. He speaks English perfectly. He did a bunch of social media for the Giants already. Yeah. I mean, the Giants will wear you. The Giants will saddle you up and ride you. Mm-hmm. Do this photo shoot. Do this social media. Do this hit. So he was doing it. He looks to be a very agreeable dude. And, he loved Buster. He said Buster was the biggest reason.
Yep. And he said he wants to win some championships, just like Buster did.
And again, no, I told you I wanted to enjoy it for a day or two, but now I'm ready to move on to the next one. I am. And what is it? Are you giving Corbin Burns 8 years, 9 years?
Me? Yeah, I'm doing it.
You gave Max Fried 8.
Yeah, I know. It's not my money, Murph. I'll spend it.
I know.
And I want to see Corbin Burns down at the ballpark. And there was some social media activity this weekend of maybe Corbin Burns posting a photo of San Francisco. Then it got scrubbed from his Instagram real quick. So who knows? Maybe Corbin Burns was undercover with young Tony at SantaCon this weekend.
I did not know he posted something.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
It was a view of the bridge down by the water, the Golden Gate Bridge. And I believe the caption was, starting to feel a lot like home.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find a screenshot of that.
How'd I miss that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
young Tony just sent it over.
Young Tony sends it over.
Look at you. Yeah.
How'd I miss that? Which day was that?
This must have been Saturday, young Tony. I think so.
I'm almost positive it was Saturday, yeah.
December 14th.
Feels like home with a baseball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A picture of the Golden Gate Bridge down by Fort Point.
That's all I'm saying.
Dude, and it is Corbin Burns 2 minutes ago, and then he deleted it.
And it was gone.
Yeah, one of my buddies told me this over the weekend, and Loader just texted me. He said it could have been fake.
Could have been fake.
Oh, man.
What is it, AI?
See, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
I don't know. It's on the internet. It's got to be true.
Oh, jeez. There we go. Anyway, you rejected my Ramos, Adames, Chapman 3-4-5?
I'm not rejecting it like Draymond Green, but I think there's other possibilities, and I don't think the lineup is set. I don't think the roster is set. I still think there's more moves to make, so we'll see how everything shuffles out and plays out during this offseason.
Yeah, the roster's not set. It's not all finalized. But it's funny, they seem to be giving Tyler Fitzgerald second base. Where's Casey Schmidt in all this?
Sacramento.
How about, did you guys know Tyro Estrada's a Rocky?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah,
how about that?
I know. Good. God bless him. What did he do wrong? Alex Pavlovich defended him on a tweet saying he was playing really hurt. So he played through injuries.
Yeah, he had a bunch of injuries last year.
That affected
wrist
his
injury.
numbers.
Yeah, drop off in numbers.
And again,
Tyro was a good Giant, though.
Yaz in the two. Yeah, I mean, they're batting the Yaz leadoff. He struck out a lot.
I know.
I don't know about that. So anyway, we're waiting on Adames to call any moment now, and we'll see how he's going. He brought his whole fam with him to the press conference. Mom, dad, agent, buddies, that whole scene.
Was Lil Wayne sitting front row?
No. Lil Wayne was sitting front row, but Travis Hunter's brother was brother and aunt were up in the rafters.
That's insane.
Tough deal.
Travis Hunter didn't even know who Lil Wayne was like a couple years ago.
That's what he said.
Now he's sitting front row at his Heisman ceremony.
I'm wondering if today's, I need to ask my kids, is Lil Wayne to them old? I mean, he was born in 82.
Is he old?
He's 42 years old. Yeah. When's it, like, when did he peak?
Oh, like
2000,
2009, 2010. When I was in high school, he was the most popular rapper out there.
Well, the Carter and the Carter 2 were 04 and 05.
Yeah, Carter 3 when I was in high school.
Carter 3 was 08.
My buddy had that CD in his car for 2 years straight and never took it out. Every time we got a ride from my guy Fat Rob, you were listening to Carter 3.
So think about that. That album came out in 08. That's 16 years ago. Travis Hunter's 21 years old.
Yeah, I understand, Murph, but we go through this every day with young Tony. Like, music is timeless.
I agree.
I still know Tom Petty. I still know all these legends.
But look at this kid through the glass.
I know, but it's like young Tony knows who Tupac and Biggie are.
We don't have a segment called "What Did Young Tony Already Know Today?"
This is true. This is true. But I think you make an argument when you're looking at like most popular rappers from the year 2000 on. It's Eminem, Lil Wayne, Kanye West.
Yeah.
Like those are the guys you're talking about who kind of set the groundwork.
He says he doesn't quote listen to music. So I don't know who doesn't listen to music.
Young Tony.
Yeah, more people.
I'm joking, Tony. I'm joking.
Yeah, 559 says Kyle Tucker would have slotted in nicely for the Giants. Agreed. Now, I guess the argument against it is trading youth for a 1-year rental. I don't know, but I would have done that last year for Burns or for Dylan Cease and guys like that trying to win. So I'm not sure. 801 says Lamont Wade's good every other year, so he should have his legs this year. Listen, the guys on base was like sky high.
I mean, the first half of the season,
I just don't want him as my four hitter. Yes. That's all I'm saying.
He's a good piece. Just like Yes is a nice piece to have, but we can't be penciling these guys in. Like I saw a Giants projected lineup where they had Yaz in a 2-hole and Lamont Wade in the 4-hole. I'm like, if that's your lineup, you're going to be in 4th place in the NL West.
Yeah, man.
I almost said NFC West. I was thinking about the Niners in the cellar.
Looks like we're a little late on Willie here. It was John Joe. What has John Joe got cooking back there?
That's
buddy?
interesting.
Okay, all right. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to read this anti-Grant McCray text that came in.
Yeah, Murph wants none of that.
707 says, Bomel said he was working on some lineups that had Willie in the 2-hole. When did Bomel say that? I missed that.
I want to see those quotes.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Get him up in the first inning. So you're going Lee, Adames, Ramos.
Yep.
Then we go, and like you said, we don't know. They could make a move. But if you didn't make a move, if their next big move was Corbin Burns and then they shut it down offensively, then you're going Chapman 4. Then who do you got 5? Then you got like Bailey.
Yeah, I mean.
Yaz. I mean, now you're like, oof.
Yeah.
Matos.
And then you're taking a chance on Matos
Now
or
you're losing.
McCray.
Now you're losing to the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah.
Because you look at that Dodgers lineup.
That's why I was looking to extend the lineup a little bit to get Adames before they get Chapman to the 5.
Okay, I understand.
And then
that.
Bailey to the 6.
I like your strategy there, Murph.
But then after that, 7, 8, 9, I don't know what to tell you guys.
Yeah. Let's just put together a lineup that can score with runners in scoring position.
Who's the DH on this
I've thought about this. If they haven't gone out and add a DH or whether or not they bring in a Pete Alonso or Paul Goldschmidt or Christian Walker, like someone who can hold down first base until Bryce Eldridge is ready. Bryce Eldridge is not going to start your year as a DH. But what's going to happen with Marco Luciano? If he stays on the roster, if they're talking about him moving to the outfield, I think he might be a possibility at DH. Because as much as he's struggled at the MLB level, it's been with his glove. It's been defensively. He has shown flashes with the bat, so I think he could be a possibility, but who knows what's going to happen with him and needing to have time in Sacramento to learn how to play outfield.
Yeah, I mean, you're Marco Luciano, man. Keep him on the list, too. 209 says, need Goldie as your DH first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
I'll take Goldschmidt.
I would take him for sure.
He can hit in San Francisco. We know that.
559 says, what do you give me for Adames being late calling in the Carlos Correa press conference?
Oh, no, dude, I'm having flashbacks.
Waterboy.
Willie passed the physical, right?
831. Didn't this same situation happen between Waterboy?
No. This is before the press conference. This is why we scheduled the interview after the presser this year.
707 is saying, did John Heyman post that Corbin Burns pick?
Good riff.
209 says, Giants have no cleanup hitter yet.
That's a problem.
408 says, no Giants fan wants Wade at first base full time. I mean, we're kind of dissing Lamont Wade, but he's pretty good.
I mean, he can't play full time. I remember getting into these conversations last year with Kruk and Kipe and a bunch of other people who cover the Giants and just cover Major League Baseball in general. Lamont Wade Jr. was having a great first half of the season. So much so is to the point where I was asking if he should be playing every day lefty on lefty just because of his on-base percentage and how he can get on base. But he just can't handle that load on his body. He's had multiple knee issues throughout the year, and Bob Melvin straight up told us last year, we can't play him every day, so that tells me you need to go out and find a different option.
Yeah, for sure. Trade him maybe, too. 707 says, dudes, just get Corbin Burns, and then Buster will have had the best offseason since Barry Bonds signed with the Giants.
That's it, but I got one more for you. Go sign Corbin Burns and then activate yourself as half player, half president of baseball operations, and then we can just put Buster Posey in the 4-hole, and it solves all the problems,
You know what's funny about this, man? You know, I mean, the way he took over from 915 for Adames, 801 says, how about Big Encarnacion as the DH?
He's definitely a possibility.
He had some nice swings last year, believe it or not.
In those yellow cleats.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Encarnacion.
A little bit of swag.
A little bit. And he's kind of a DH type of guy. You don't need him out there defensively, although I do remember him making a sliding catch or two.
Yeah, I don't think you're locking him in as a DH going forward, but he's definitely on the short list of options.
406 says, don't sleep on Wilmer Flores as a possible DH.
Will Wilmer bounce back? I mean, that's the question again. Like, they went into last season thinking that they could get enough production out of Wilmer and Lamont Wade Jr. combined.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can go into this season with that same strategy.
I mean, Wilmer's 33 now, but dude, you look, he's a consistent 20-homer guy. He's right around 18, 19, 23, stuff like that. Gerard Encarnacion, in case you forgot his first name. Okay, well, listen, to make room for Willie Adames, rescheduling will break now and come back and hopefully have Willie Adames, not the Waterboy Carlos Correa curse.
Dude, don't even put that out there.
I think he's already signed his deal.
Should I take this interview off or what? What the hell?
I think we're good. Maybe, you're already on vacation.
Giant shortstops just don't want to talk to me.
You're on vacation mode already.
I know.
All right, Adames, we think. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. We're about to be Bublé'd.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 3:50 this afternoon, and it is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so what grade would you give the Warriors for the Dennis Schröder trade? Marcus says C's get degrees. What would you give the Warriors? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
So we're just going full Christmas rejoins, huh? Wall to wall?
We have 1 week left. Why not?
Okay. You got enough to go all week? Yes, we do.
100%.
Yeah, we have enough to go all week for sure. All right, we will make the connection with Willie Adames, the Giants shortstop, wearing number 2 after we had a little mix-up about the time, and we'll look forward to that very much. Also, cooler content still to come today, so that's exciting. Later on today, Larry Krueger joins Papa and Silver at 12:50. If you missed earlier today, we had Tim Ryan on. Big, wide-ranging chat about the 49ers, about Devondre Campbell, about Kyle Shanahan, about Brock Purdy. A lot of big questions. We will not talk to Tim for the next 2 Mondays. That'll be John Dickinson. He'll be pretty much holding down the fort with a rotating cast of co-hosts. So Marcus has one more day. He's got that last day of school energy going. Mm-hmm. I'm going through Friday with Brooksy, Rod Brooks, your old dog, Brooksy.
Yeah, that's
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then we shove off. Young Tony's going to finally take a day for the first time all year. He didn't want to get Wally pipped, he said.
I mean, this is insane.
How about that?
Young Tony has only taken 1 day off in the last year working on the morning show, and it was a day off that he had scheduled before he got promoted to the morning show.
Did you, and in that day, were you sweating?
It was a day after the Lions NFC Championship game, and I was in Vegas with my buddies, and I was watching the show, like flying home in the airport, making sure I was like FOMO a little bit, fear of missing out.
Yeah, well, now you're back.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, buddy.
And he's never left.
You're going to take these next 2 weeks confidently. Mm-hmm. We'll be back on Thursday, January 2nd as a full team, and it looks like, the connection came in for a little bit and then not. And then also, by the way, Sam Gordon joined us, the Warriors beat writer for the Chronicle, and broke down the Dennis Schröder trade, which it's so funny. You guys go back and listen to the show the day after that Nets game. I was going on and on about Schröder, how much I like his game and always have liked his game. And I've always wondered how he's been kind of said, I would feel he's a little undervalued. He's been shipped around to 7 different teams. But when he was on the Lakers, he was a handful for the Warriors. And when he was on the Nets, he was a handful for the Warriors. And now here he is. He's going to be a Warrior starting Thursday. They have a tough 2 games coming up, at Memphis Thursday and at Minnesota Saturday. And then they come home to face the Pacers. And then Christmas Day, LeBron and the Lakers. LeBron returned to the team, by the way. How nice of him.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Not hanging out at those parties anymore, huh?
Yeah. Are you trafficking in rumors? Is that what you're doing?
Maybe, Murph. Maybe. I do have that last day of school energy.
You do, for sure. You can't, don't engage in libel, too, while we're at it.
Yeah.
All right. So, listen, we are waiting on Willie Adames to call in, and it appears the connection's being made right now. He was great at the press conference. Buster was great. Zach Manassian, Bob Melvin, everybody was there. Larry Bear. Everybody was feeling pretty good about the whole situation. He did some social media stuff for the Giants. Put on his number 2 jersey. Mm-hmm. He'll be wearing that too. And
number 2,
Willie
Adames.
The home creams looked really, really good. All right, connection made on the UMA guest line. Willie Adames, welcome to KNBR, the Giants' flagship station in San Francisco. We do the morning show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. I said hello to you at the press conference. Also asked you a couple questions about the Dominican Republic and Matt Chapman. So it's good to have you now on our show. And hey, congratulations, Willie, and welcome to San Francisco. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Willie?
Thank you for having me here. I'm good, man. Just here at home now. Just trying to get ready for next year. It's going to be an exciting year, so I got to be prepared.
Are you back home in the Dominican?
Yeah.
Oh man, you taking any you're not playing any winter league ball or anything. You're not doing any of that, are you?
No. Just getting ready for next year.
All right. Well, let's talk
my body and everything.
Yeah, let's talk about your trip to San Francisco. Now that it's done, what stuck out to you? What was the best part?
I Obviously, the city's amazing, but I would say, the treatment that I got that whole week that I was there, I think that stuck out the most to me because, the way they treated me that week, they made me feel special, and that for me is the best thing ever. Like when you go somewhere, that is going to be your home for the next 7, and who knows if I just stay there for the rest of my life. The way that they showed me love, I think it was impressive, and it was special for me and my family.
Yeah, and Willie, we saw that you had the opportunity to maybe scat out beyond San Francisco and also go down to the South Bay. We saw that you went down to Santa Clara for the 49ers game on Thursday night. How was that experience?
Yeah, that was insane. That was my first game. Obviously, they didn't win, so it was a little, not good. But the experience itself, it was amazing. I mean, that was my first time watching a football game live, and the energy was incredible. I think I'm gonna be going there. The next year or so. I'm gonna be going there more and experiencing that energy and that just the whole vibe that they had in the stadium was amazing.
Yeah, Willie, we're talking to Willie Adames, Giants' new shortstop, of course, on the UMA guest line. He's back home in the Dominican Republic. We appreciate him calling into San Francisco. So Tampa, no Buccaneers. Milwaukee, no Packers. The 49ers are your team now, Willie, right?
Yes, that's right. I even got my jacket. I got a jacket.
Okay, good man. Okay, some more stuff that we may have talked about at the press conference with you, but we can kind of revisit here now. You spoke highly of Buster Posey, and now you're with him in San Francisco. You're in his park. Could you share with us any conversations that you had with him or interactions you had with him last week in San Francisco that kind of deepened your relationship or made you feel, even more at home? What's Buster doing for you?
I think his personality, the way he treats everybody, I think that's what stuck out the most for me because, the way we talk, it was like he's recruiting people to be family, just to be, to try to help everybody around and just to try to help everybody to be better. And that's something that, I always look for, to wherever I go, I try to just be the same guy, be like him, like treat everybody the same, treat everybody, with respect and love. And I think that's what he's done his whole career. And now that he's in the front office side, I think when you have that there, and especially with a guy that did it, that played and won, I think that's something that you can't find anywhere else. And I think that's why, I think that's what pushed me to make the decision to go there, because the way that he played was incredible. But now, off the field, his personality and the person himself is a great human being, and that's something that I'm looking forward to work along his side and just to pick up his brain.
Yeah, and Willie, I got to say, I loved hearing you talk about your decision to wear number 2 and talking about the legacy of someone like Derek Jeter. Now, we know that Buster Posey also has his own legacy here in San Francisco, but there's also a shortstop who just retired this offseason that has quite the legacy, Brandon Crawford. I know the Giants tried to shuffle around a few guys at that position last year, but what does it mean to you to step in and play the same position that Brandon Crawford held down for so many years?
Yeah, like you say, his legacy speaks for itself. He obviously the way that I always was an admirer of him because he always played with a lot of swag and flow and stuff. And obviously he was an unbelievable shortstop, and I always have a lot of respect for him. But those are some big shoes to fill in because, like you say, he has his legacy that he left in San Francisco. Something that is hard to beat or to get there. So I have a lot of work to do to fill those shoes in, but I'm gonna do my best to give what they had in Brandon Crawford for the city.
So he did have flavor with the hair and the pants and everything, but he was also very quiet. Buster Posey was a very quiet guy. So I actually asked Buster. I said, Willie plays with flavor, and you don't mind mixing it up, right? You don't mind competing hard and having a little extra juice in a game. And I asked Buster if he was okay with that, and he rolled his eyes. He said, "Are you kidding me? I love it." So he said his message to you is he wants you to be you. He says, if that means you're wearing extra colors, extra bright colors, he said, go do it. Is that something you guys talked about and something you're willing to do?
Yeah, that's the first thing he said, when we were talking. He say, look, I just want you to be yourself, to be you, to come here and just to continue to grow yourself, to be yourself, and to go out there and play your game. I don't want you to change anything because, your reputation speaks for itself. I mean, everybody just say a lot of good things about you. So, I just want you to come here and continue to be yourself, continue to play the game how you play it, and continue to, whatever you do on the field, just continue to do it and try to be better. But, I don't mind to mixing it up like you say. I mean, I think, you have to enjoy it, have to, have fun every day, and that's something that makes me, enjoy the game a little bit more.
Willie, you got a lot of Giants fans excited when you talked about your relationship with Matt Duffy. So if you could just expand on your relationship and your bond with Matt Duffy and whether or not he played a part in recruiting you to the Giants.
No, he always speaks so highly of the city. I mean, me and him, we have a really good relationship. We are staying in contact, even though we haven't played together in a few years now. But like I say in the press conference, he's my guy. I went to his wedding, and it was amazing, And that's one of the guys that I really respect and I have a lot of love for, because he always treated me so well when I was a rookie. He tried to help me out with my defense stuff, and I always gonna have love for him.
It's great that I heard, some people I know that know Duffy said, he helped break you in, show you the ropes, and he'd been around championship teams with the Giants. So my question is, you now as that guy, now you're still young, but I look at a guy like Elliot Ramos, Marco Luciano. Those are two, Luis Matos, the third one. These are all, Willie, as you get to know the Giants, these are three highly valued prospects that Giants fans have high hopes for. And I'm not saying that you're going to make them be you or whatever, but is there anything you can do to show them the way or help them become better players?
Of course. I mean, when you have a talented group like them, you always have to have people around them to help them, to show them how a big leaguer or a professional himself work. They got to have a work ethic. They have to, try to go every offseason and try to be better for next year, and just the education that a pro athlete has to, have to be successful. And obviously, I'm looking forward to work with them and, try to help them however I can. And, they probably going to help me too, to be better. So, I'm just looking forward to be around them and get to know them. And, I'm going to be right next to them, trying to help them in any way I can.
Yeah, and you talk about how important it is to have that veteran leadership in the clubhouse. I think you look no further than yourself and a guy like Matt Chapman. So what can you tell us about the opportunity to line up next to him on the left side of the infield and how your guys' relationship has now formed?
Yeah, that's one of the most exciting things that, I've been looking forward to, because, obviously watching him from the other side, it was always, a pleasure. I mean, it's always, so exciting to see him making plays and playing hard every time. And that's something that, I'm gonna be telling the young guys, look how Matt Chapman carry himself, on and off the field. That's how a superstar big league look like. So, I'm really excited to play along his side, to pick up his brain, like I say in the press conference. I'll try to make us each other better, and just to play along his side. I think we're gonna have so much fun, and it's gonna be a really, really cool experience to play with him for the next 6 or 7 years.
I think Giants fans are super excited about the left side of the infield. I think Buster Posey went ahead and called it the best left side of the infield in baseball. Is that too big of a statement, or are you going to embrace that?
Well, we're going to embrace it. I don't know if it's too big of a statement, but I know we're going to, go out there and compete every day, and we're going to, have a lot of fun. So I hope the Giants fans are really excited about that, because I am myself.
Yeah, and you should be getting plenty of opportunities playing behind a guy like Logan Webb, who has one of the highest ground ball rates in all of Major League Baseball. How excited are you to play behind a guy like Logan Webb leading the staff?
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. Like you say, he's going to give me a lot of ground balls, so I'm going to be happy about that, because, I'm going to be making a lot of plays. But, it's another guy that he's a competitor, man. He's a competitor. We always, have fun when we compete against each other. And but I'm really looking forward to play, behind for him, and just to, make plays for him, and watch him just, continue to go in deep in games and, and battle and win games. And, like I say, I think we have a really good group of guys there. And having Logan Webb, as like the horse of the team, I think is a really good sign for the team.
It's just the last couple of minutes here with Willie Adames, who's kind enough to call in from the Dominican Republic, getting his body ready, he says, on the UMA guest line. And you talk about a horse, and this guy, we asked about this guy at the press conference, so we'll do it again for the morning commuters here in San Francisco. And we're no pressure, Willie, but you played with Corbin Burns. So,
yeah.
Any chance that you will send him a text or I don't know if these kids call anymore these days. Is it all text or are you going to reach out?
I already did, man. I already did. I'm doing my part. I'm recruiting.
Okay.
I'm helping, but I hope we can make that happen because that would be an incredible addition to the team. I think when you have a guy like Corbin on your team, I mean that's like 99% of that you winning that day. So I mean that's the guy that I love to play for him, and I love to play defense for him, and he's one of the most competitive guys that I ever played with. And obviously, if we could add him to the team, obviously it would be an insane move. But we're hoping, and we're doing our part in in every department. So hopefully we can make it happen.
So if you hope you don't mind me asking, but how did it go when you reached out to him?
It went great. It went amazing. It went amazing. I think I think it went really, really positive. So I think that's the only thing I can say right now, but it went really, really positive.
Okay, we'll leave it at that, man. Last couple of years. Just to let you go, Willie.
And like, not to hammer onto this subject too much, but Corbin Burns obviously has ties to the Bay Area, going to college at St. Mary's, so he's familiar with the ballpark, and it's a ballpark that it's usually described as a pitcher's ballpark. So, Willie, when you're going through the recruiting process, how much do you factor in the ballpark into that decision, and what are your thoughts at playing at Oracle Park?
I think for, like you guys say, I think for a pitcher standpoint, that should be really exciting. When you're playing in a ballpark like that 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 you have a better chance and to success. I think that's a positive thought that you gotta have on the decision you're making. And then for me, I'm really excited to play there every day. To call it my home because it's a beautiful park, man. Fans showed up every day. It doesn't matter how the weather's looking like. There are going to be 30+ thousand fans, and that's something that I'm really looking forward to it because I love playing in front of a lot of fans.
Yeah, I think what you'll learn is like the day games, like when they have like midweek day games and weekend day games, is some of the most beautiful weather in Major League Baseball, like perfect.
Yeah.
And some of the weeknight games, we'll be honest, a little cold and windy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, don't tell me. I don't. That's the first thing I told them when I got there last Monday. I told them, I say, man, it was like 65 degrees. I was like, man, this weather is better than August and July. Like, what's going on?
Willie, it's so true. We always joke that we're the only market in America where the football team has better weather than the baseball team.
It's true, man. But I think that's something that, I think the whole, baseball guys, they embrace that because, it is what it is. You have to do it. Maybe you take it as an advantage because you get used to that. But, at the end of the day, you're playing ball, man. You're playing ball. And when you play those day games, I think,
and listen,
compensate the last, the night games when it's cold.
Yeah, all due respect to the Rays and the Brewers, they have their own history. But when you put that jersey on, I watch you. That jersey goes back to 1883, in New York. That jersey goes to Willie Mays, who we lost this past summer. That jersey goes to Juan Marichal, who we talked about, your Dominican idol. That jersey goes to Buster Posey and Madison Bumgarner and Brandon Crawford, even guys like Will Clark in my generation. So did you feel, is there any sense of history? I mean, again, respect to the Rays and the Brewers, but a different history with the Giants jersey?
Of course, man. I mean, it's a winning franchise. They've done it before. They know what it takes. And obviously, like you say, so many great players. I mean, amazing players, Hall of Famers that play for the organization. And when you put a jersey to represent an organization like that, it's always an honor. And it's a lot of responsibility because, there's a lot of history. But it's kind of like a motivational thing for me because, you got to try to be better and try to help the team to win, because the fans are expecting to win a championship, and that's something that I haven't accomplished. But I'm really looking forward to win a championship, especially now in San Francisco.
Well, Willie, we took up a lot of your time. I know you're back in Dominican with your family. We sure do appreciate it. I just want to read you on our text line. 415, the area code says, I love this guy. 408 says, what a great signing. This guy is so charming. 310 says, after this conversation, Willie Adames is my favorite player already. 925 says, man, I love this guy already. We've had a great history with guys named Willie in San Francisco.
But I was Willie with a Y.
Yeah. You're your own. See, you're your own. McCovey and Mays were IE, but and then Will Clark too. You'll meet him. Wait till you meet Will Clark at spring training. You guys will have some fun. He's a character. So, all right, Willie. Well, listen, back to your family you go. Merry Christmas to you and the family. Feliz Navidad, right?
Gracias. Thank you guys for having me there. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, Willie Adames on the UMA guest line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Young Tone going, he just decided halfway through the show he's going all Christmas rejoins. I like it. Well, this is how he said goodbye to Willie Adames, who said Feliz Navidad. He got a big chuckle out of that. He said, gracias. He was fantastic. Pleasanton Paul checked in, said Willie brought more class to the Giants organization in one interview than some of the Giants' biggest stars have done in a full season. Oh, is he taking shots at other Giants? Is that what he's doing?
Come on. Don't take shots.
Happy holiday, fellas.
Don't take shots. But Murph, now I understand why this guy was getting so much praise about how everybody in the baseball industry loves this guy. Not just for what he does on the field, but how he carries himself off the field. I mean, we just had a 15, 16-minute conversation, and he was charming as hell.
801 says, wow, great interview with Willie. Giants have to get it done with Corbin. Adames jerseys will be flying off the shelves. 209, he is awesome. All that stuff. In the middle of all that, 408 says, hey, guys, will tomorrow's player of the week be Devondre Campbell?
Oh. That's going to be a no for me, dog.
Oh. So that leads us to the cooler of content. Did we play the open for it? I missed it. Yeah, we did. I was too busy focusing on Feliciano.
I was entranced by that song, Murph.
Don't shut off. And again, if you mention Feliciano, I always have to mention his appearance in, come on, the Fargo.
Ooh.
Epic cameo in Fargo.
You're not talking John Feliciano, are you?
No, he tweets at Spencer Burford.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they go to see they go to see him in Minnesota at that little arena. Is it Buscemi or is it the anyway, it's a funny scene. Let's stay together tonight. Everything will be all right. It's always stuck in my head. Anyway, you guys Fargo guys?
No,
Anybody?
never seen it.
Oh, it's maybe worth your while.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe over the Christmas break when you go up there with Ken and Denise.
I got some time, Murph.
Family movie night.
Yeah.
It's Christmassy because there's snow. Speaking of which, just quick digression. So I'm a loser. Saturday night, we're home alone. We're not doing anything. Nobody, not invited nowhere. Nobody likes us.
I'm a loser, baby.
And we watch. Well, I told you we started watching that Man on the Inside, which I really enjoyed. Late night, I'm going to bed, and I'm just like, one last hit. And I go to the home page on the TV, the smart TV, and it was like holiday movies that may interest you. And there it was.
Jingle all the way.
Nakatomi Plaza, 1988.
Wow.
With Argyle, the limo driver, bringing John McClane, everybody's favorite New York City cop.
Oh, we're going Die Hard.
Die Hard, bro. And I hadn't seen it in so long. And you know what? It was a banger. It was. I had to stop it an hour in because it was like midnight. I had to go to bed. But it's a cliffhanger. I was just loving it, man. Just loving how late 80s it was, including that guy Hart Bachner doing coke off the desk when they walk in and everything. At one point, when the German terrorists break in, they break into the one couple getting bubléed in the room
thank
there,
you, Murph.
too.
Thank you for tying it full circle with the bubléed.
You remember that? They busted in the girls like they're full on bubléing.
Yeah, Murph. And in more ways than one.
Anyway, I just saying it. Don't forget Argyle, the limo driver, who's down in the basement, with the big teddy bear and all that.
Just hanging out the entire time.
So, the classic parts of an 80 movie. And yes, it's Christmas Eve.
Absolutely, Murph.
It's Christmas Eve.
It's a Christmas party.
And when he kills the guy and sends him down in the elevator, he says, now I have a machine gun, ho, 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 and has a Santa cap on
Put
the
that
guy.
on an ugly sweater.
All right. Anyway, that was my digression. We want to go to the Corbin Burns, Willie Adames stuff here. So Adames just came on. If you just hopping in your car, we know the audience changes every few minutes. Some people just getting in their car right now. We just had Willie Adames on. So we asked him, you played with Corbin Burns. You said you might reach out to him. Is that still in the plan?
I already did, man. I already did. I'm doing my part. I'm recruiting. I'm helping. But I hope, we can make that happen because that would be, an incredible addition to the team. I think, when you have a guy like Corbin on your team, I mean, that's like 99% of that you winning that day. So, I mean, that's the guy that, I love to play for him and I love to play defense for him. And he's one of the most competitive guys that I ever played with. And obviously, if we could add him to the team, obviously it would be an insane move. But, we're hoping. And, we're doing our part in every department. So hopefully we can make it happen.
So that was a pretty good answer from him. Marcus turned me on to this meme about I'm doing my part.
Yeah, there's this meme that's gone around for a couple years. I'm not even sure what the movie is, Starship or something like that, but it cuts like a bunch of different Rangers, and they all look at the camera and say, I'm doing my part, I'm doing my part, I'm doing my part. And then it splices in Tim Robinson. I'm not doing blank in S. But it's hilarious. As soon as Willie said, I'm doing my part, that's immediately what I thought of. Maybe we'll roll it in for tomorrow.
In every department. Then I said, so I asked the follow-up question, well, if you reached out, how did it go?
It went great. It went amazing. It went amazing. I think, I think it went really, really positive. So I think that's the only thing I can say right now, but it went really, really positive.
Okay. Yeah, he said, I don't want to say too much later on, man.
Say less, Willie. Say less.
Man, oh, man. What do you guys think? Is it going to happen?
I think Corbin Burns should be pitching in San Francisco this season.
Would you give him 8 years?
I would, Murph.
Okay.
I would make that commitment. Hell, you got to compete with Shohei and the Dodgers for the next 8 to 10 years anyways. Bring on Corbin Burns.
Yeah. Is Corbin Burns a better pitcher than Shohei Ohtani?
Ooh, 808 KNBR. I would say yes. I have more confidence in Corbin Burns working later into a game than Shohei Ohtani.
Somebody says, is the movie you're talking about Starship Troopers? Is that what it is?
It might be from Starship Troopers. Careful. I got to be careful with that one. Like I said through Tim Robinson. Yeah, if you know, you know. We'll play the meme for you tomorrow.
Yeah, multiple people saying Starship Troopers.
I'm doing my part.
And then finally, just because we got to get out short, cooler content, Jay Glazer on Fox detailing what happened between Devondre Campbell and John Lynch Thursday night.
First, let me tell you, the 49ers are trying to suspend him. They're working with the league office to see what's the max they can do. And even if he wanted to come and apologize and come back, players don't want it. But you're asking what happened behind the scenes. They started seeing about the second quarter, he was refusing to go in. So John Lynch actually went down there in the fourth quarter and confronted him on saying, you don't want to go in the game. You're refusing. Yes, it was Lynch who sent him in the locker room. By the way, I got players who called me after and said, hey, we've heard you talk about this alter ego of John Lynch, this 47 Red character. Man, we saw it. That dude is crazy. They all saw it firsthand.
I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. You don't want 47 Red. You want John Lynch.
Don't. That's exactly right.
Don't want
me that a guy refuses to go into the game when the coach says go in, and he says no, and you can't suspend him without going through all this red tape.
Well, how much they could suspend him, because they don't want to just sit there and give him one game. They'd love to give him 3 games, but there's certain rules.
Why not get rid of him?
Because then he can get paid by somebody else.
If you cut him, you have to pay him the rest of the year.
And he would benefit more than if you suspend him and he doesn't get paid. How you do that to your teammates? Yeah. That's my problem.
Okay, so that was Terry Bradshaw and Michael Strahan and the crew talking about it. And then we actually got the word, according to, let's see here, I don't know what the news source is. It says a 3-game suspension would cost him $261,666 in salary and per game active bonus. And then the Niners will still have an option to go after $111,000 of his $3.3 million signing bonus for the games missed. So that was from SpotTrack's Twitter account. So I don't know if it's official saying that's if they do officially get the paperwork and that's what it'll cost him.
Yeah, and look, I think it doesn't take a genius to figure out that Devondre Campbell has played his last snap with the San Francisco 49ers. I don't know if he'll play another snap in the NFL, to be honest with you, especially when teams call and want to have a conversation with Red 47 about how it all went down. You don't want to cross John Lynch, and this is going to be terrible for the legacy of Devondre Campbell moving forward.
I need some footage on the Lynch-Campbell showdown.
I need some footage, and I need some Oklahoma drills in the locker room. Let Red 47 strap it up and have after Devondre
That's
Campbell.
Exactly everything John Lynch is against. You know what I mean? John Lynch is a guy who gave his all on the field, and now here. So, but it goes to show it summarized the season, man. And and to be honest, it speaks negatively to Kyle and the hold he had. Somebody asked him, does this mean you lost the locker room? He's like, I haven't lost anybody. He was like, nah. It was just a lost year, guys. It was a lost year. We'll be talking about it for weeks and months to come. But let's focus on the positive. Willie Adames. There you go.
Be positive.
And what did young Tony learn today? And also congrats to Robert and Brentwood for winning the Aftershock tickets. We don't know who's playing, but we know they're playing in October of 2025. We know Bublé will not be there.
Come
what
on.
if Bublé showed up?
Put Bublé on the lineup.
You know, somebody said you guys want to keep it on the sports tip with Bublé. He admitted he's a Canadian.
All right.
And he's a big hockey guy.
Ooh.
Remember he said he was in the NHL All-Star game on mushrooms.
On mushrooms, dude. Bublé tripping at the NHL All-Star game.
Hilarious. And one more factoid. We had a debate about where to bat Adames. Last year, by a large margin, he batted 4th. 441 plate appearances. Second was batting 5th with 148. So over 300 appearances more. He did bat second 13 times. Only 3 games.
Wow, Murph.
So I was going to ask him, but it was time to let him go.
And we got to figure out where the computer's going to put him in that lineup.
There it is, man. Has he officially signed with the Dodgers yet? All right, guys. What did young Tony learn today? And then hand it over to Papa and Silver on a Monday. This guy's last day. This guy's almost out. He's done tomorrow. Watch out for Reckless Marcus tomorrow on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Bigelow Tea. Come on, we talked about the good people at Bigelow Tea. It's funny, I was laughing about Bigelow Tea. Every season's Bigelow Tea season. We had a basketball tournament this weekend. Of course, I'm yelling, press, defense, all this stuff. And then my throat was starting to scratch. I'm like, ooh, I could use some Bigelow Tea. So there it is. Bigelow Tea will soothe your throat. Tastes great. All the flavors. English breakfast, Earl Grey, Gwen Stefani's chamomile. Come on, man. It keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here at KNBR. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow Tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, that's it. Come on, man. It ain't Christmas without the E Street Band, buddy. It ain't Christmas until the boss says he's coming down the chimney right here. This is one of the great live covers here. Bruce, Christmas in Asbury Park. He didn't mention the drones over Asbury Park. That's what he didn't mention there.
Those drones are everywhere now, Murph.
Man, talk about, we just had a mayor election in San Francisco. Shout out new mayor-elect Daniel Lurie, who hopefully will come in studio, continuing a tradition. Ooh. We've had since I've been on the show, we've had every mayor in studio. We've had Greasy Gav. We had Eddie Lee, rest in peace. We had even the interim one, Mark Farrell, when he came in, and then we had London Breed.
I'm the mayor.
Yeah, so hopefully Danny Lurie will come in. We know him from Tipping Point Charity that he worked at with Ronnie Lott. But anyway, my point of my story is we just had a mayor's election. It's a good thing they had the election now because Willie Adames, based on the feedback we're getting, would have won.
Oh, he's got my vote, Murph.
God, people just... Well, personality goes a long way, man.
It does,
as
indeed.
Travolta said in Pulp Fiction about a pig.
Yeah.
Pig's got personality, and personality goes a long way. Speaking of personality, Young Tone's personality always enthralls us. He's fresh off of SantaCon, which he declared a Grand Slam home run.
Yeah, that of it which he remembers, Murph.
So, I mean, he's 25? He's like primo SantaCon demographic.
26, Murph.
Is he 26
He's
now?
getting up there.
Well into his 20s.
By the way, I buried the lead. I saw Greg Silver at Maggie's.
Dude.
And I buried the lead because I didn't even remember myself.
This is great. Greg Silver just came in and gave Young Tony a reminder about seeing him
He's
at
like,
SantaCon.
yeah, you remember when you saw me at Maggie's? I was like, what?
No, I don't actually.
Was Greg in SantaCon outfit?
I believe so. I think so. I'd have to ask Greg.
Did he bring any
Was Greg in his
Nog?
Santa outfit? I'm asking.
Yes, he was in a Santa outfit. Can confirm.
Incredible. And you do not remember.
So I walked into Maggie's. It's dark. It's late. We just left this pregame. We're drinking a lot.
Tony parties.
Dude, I told Tony too, and I tried to warn him about SantaCon. I've had a couple experiences where I've left bars at 8 p.m. thinking it was 8 a.m. You can just throw
You start so early.
Yeah, you start drinking so early in the day. You're not sure if it's Christmas yet or what the hell's going on.
Yeah. So well, listen. I'm glad you went and you turned down the trip to D.C. Army Navy for SantaCon, and you're saying you made the right decision.
Yes.
All right. Well,
but I do appreciate the offer, Marcus.
Oh, of course.
Maybe
Tony.
next year. God willing, and the creeks don't rise. We'll all be here. But so what happened Saturday was Marcus went to the Army-Navy game, you went to SantaCon, and I watched the Heisman Trophy. And Travis Hunter won it. I thought he should have won it. With all due respect to Ashton Genty, no shame in finishing second in the Heisman Trophy balloting. Shout out Andrew Luck and Toby Gerhardt and all those other guys. And then Travis gave an incredibly memorable speech. And among it was a tribute to Lil Wayne, the famous rapper sitting in the front row. He's part of his posse, but here's what he said.
Wayne, you don't know how you came into our life, man. My fiance love you. I ain't learned none. I didn't know none of your songs until she let me know, because I don't listen to music. She let me know. She told me, you got to listen to this. If you don't listen to music, listen to Wayne. And from that day on, that's all I listen to. Pre-game music. That's the song. Those are the songs I listen to. When I get in that TRX and I blast that music, I'm listening to Wayne. It's crazy. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot high. That's my song.
Okay.
Come on, dude.
So number one, my kid goes, oh, it's an aura loss for Lil Wayne, Dad. Marcus says that's an aura loss for Travis Hunter.
Yeah, that's negative aura points for Travis Hunter.
But he did bounce back and quoted the song 6 foot, 7 foot by Lil Wayne. Which, by the way, I went to go look it up on YouTube, and the first comment said, how many of you are here after the Travis Hunter speech?
Which is embarrassing again, which maybe this is the reason why Lil Wayne didn't get the halftime show, because 21-year-olds apparently don't know who he is.
So I was certain when I came to work this morning, I'm like, I think we already know what did Young Tony. So did you know that 6 foot, 7 foot, you know the song by Lil Wayne?
Absolutely.
You didn't know that it was not an original. You didn't know that Harry Belafonte sang it in Deo, the Banana Boat song. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I had no idea.
Let's play it. Do we have what did Young Tony learn today? Here we go. Pretty catchy, huh? A little nice little jingle.
Crazy. So it was a
tapper.
sample.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there it is. But did you even play the Young Tony sounder, by the way?
It's all right, as long as we get
No,
the...
I like the Young Tony sounder.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did Young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
Okay. And here it is.
This is a clean version of 6 foot, 7 foot Lil Wayne.
I'm glad you found the clean version because in my living room when I looked it up, I found the non-clean version. I was like, oh, hey now. All right. So you down with Lil Wayne? Is this your jam?
Oh, I'm down. Like I said, my generation, Lil Wayne used to consider himself the best rapper alive, and he's definitely one of the best rappers of this generation, and maybe something I can teach the both of you. If you listen closely, at the start of every Lil Wayne track, you can hear a flick of the lighter.
Oh.
And that's kind of his signature touch. So if you heard that flick of the lighter in like the mid to early 10s, you knew Lil Wayne was coming on.
Okay, by the way, this is the show that brings you Lil Wayne, Bublé, Wham, and Willie Adamas.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it.
All right. It's all sponsored by Lil Tony, or Young Tony is sponsored by, I called him Lil Tony like Lil Wayne.
Oh, you can't do that anymore, Murph. Careful.
Can't do that no
Careful,
more.
careful.
Young Tony
He used to be Little Tony.
What did Young Tony learn today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right. Well, you, buddy, you have one more day. Congrats to you. I'm going to grind it out the rest of the week, but we'll be here tomorrow. We'll figure it out. We'll see if what happens in Monday Night Football. Good luck to your Raiders.
Thank you.
And we'll be here to get you guys through a Christmas week with more Christmas rejoins. Young Tone, good job. John Joe. It's all sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We're about to be Bublé'd.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I didn't do f***ing shit. Gracias.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
First, let me tell you, the 49ers are trying to suspend him. They're working with the league office to see what's the max they can do. And even if he wanted to come and apologize and come back, players don't want it. But you're asking what happened behind the scenes. They started seeing about the second quarter, he was refusing to go in. So John Lynch actually went down there in the fourth quarter and confronted him on saying, you don't want to go in the game. You're refusing. Yes, it was Lynch who sent him in the locker room. By the way, I got players who called me after and said, hey, we've heard you talk about this alter ego of John Lynch, this 47 Red character. Man, we saw it. That dude is crazy.
This is a situation where frustration. The player's frustrated. Dre Greenlaw came back, and they were going to give him the opportunity to play. He's a all-pro style player, Pro Bowl type player, guy who's been incredibly impactful. There was some frustration from Devondre that, hey, I played the whole season. I've put my work in, put my time in. You just can't do it, though.
Devondre Campbell's tenure with the 49ers is very much over. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, made that abundantly clear after the game and then the day later. So my understanding of how this happened, and it has not happened officially yet, is the 49ers are likely to suspend Campbell rather than just release him. That is the expectation. Couple reasons for that. One, it prevents him from just going on waivers, getting claimed and signing with another team, playing out the rest of the season. Also would potentially allow them to claw back some of his $3.35 million signing bonus.
Happy Monday, everybody. Last time we talked to you, we were recovering from 49ers losing a defensive battle 12-6 to the LA Rams Thursday Night Football, effectively ending their playoff hopes. And today, we're here to turn the page a little bit, keep processing the Niners. We're also going to get into the Warriors, who have now lost 8 of their last 10. They lost the reverse of the 49ers Thursday Night Football game, 143-133 in Klay's return part 2 last night to Dallas. And Willie Adamas was just on with the morning show, boys, so we'll continue monitoring the baseball offseason and the hunt for Corbin Burns. But for right now, we're here. It's rainy out there. I hope you're staying dry. Papa, good morning. How was your weekend? How was the pub crawl, man?
The pub crawl was epic on Friday. Had a great day. Brunch at the Buckeye. You really must spend your winters at the Buckeye. Alex Tarantino takes care of us there. Haircut, got a fresh cut, and went and saw Wicked Saturday night. So we're all good. And then Sunday morning woke up, and I don't get a lot of Sundays off, so I was up early, 6 a.m. with Rich and Mooch and the boys, and it just started to hit you. It's just, what are we hoping for today? And obviously the highlight was my Buffalo Bills and the performance that they laid. Josh Allen right now. I know Kermit the Frog's a pretty good player. He has an ankle injury right now, but has anybody ever played the position of quarterback better than Josh, the way he commands the game? And now we'll see. The Niners are not mathematically out, but very soon they will be, and Buffalo will be the team we're backing. But just watching football all day and mainly at night. And thought of you throughout that Seattle-Green Bay game. And Green Bay came out and banging on the drum with Josh Jacobs right away in the first quarter, went right down the field, grabbed the lead, hung around, and won the game despite Josh Jacobs fumbling at the end. I believe your postulate that you laid out has gone exactly to plan, with the exception of one football game. And that was Thursday night, the 4 field goal to 2 field goal game. The only game that has been played in the NFL. What are they going to play? 272 games, I think, this year in the regular season. It's the only one so far. It likely will be the only one, including playoffs, where not a single, nary a touchdown was scored. And they won 4-2 on 4 Cardi field goals to 2 by Moody. But then you get into a bad Moody when you really look back at the game and analyze it. And we talked about it on Friday, but it's so obvious what happened. The behavior of Devondre Campbell sabotaged this season. Him refusing to go in the game when he dressed for the game after the injuries to D. Winters and Demetrius Flanagan fouls, and obviously big play Dre couldn't go the whole game. He cost the entire team a chance. Had they won that game, Greg, I don't even want to go there, but take me there. Had they won that game, and Seattle loses last night at home to Green Bay, and we're 7-7, and the Rams are 7-7, and the Seahawks just lost. What would they be, 8-6? But catchable. They got to play Minnesota next week in Minnesota. I mean, if the Niners win this game Thursday, does it not go exactly as you laid out?
It does. The only game that has not gone to plan, aside from the Thursday night game, Papa, was having Arizona and Seattle split, which was a problem for last Sunday.
Yeah, that's a little bit cloudy, but we'd still be talking about going to Miami, and the Dolphins lost, and they're 6-8, and Miami Mike, and we'll do all that. They're going to treat no one's tanking a season. This is pro football. John Lynch, he may take a player off the field that doesn't want to play, but he's not taking players off the field that do want to play, and that's the way you do it in the NFL. You don't play players. You know, if you set them on the field, they better play their asses off or they're going to get carted off the field. You can't do that. So John's not doing that. He's done this too long, and neither's Kyle. Today's a bonus practice Monday. When you play on a Thursday, you come back and have an extra practice on Monday. They'll do it in the afternoon. They'll have an open locker room at 2:40. And then you want to hear what the players have to say about their former, was he a teammate, whatever the deal. I don't want to, maybe something's, I wish Devondre would talk or his agent explain himself, because now what the Niners are going to do, and we talked about it, and when Kyle addressed the media at noon on Friday, Greg, we took it obviously, semantics, how are they going to do it? Well, if you just flat out release him, he gets paid, you can maybe take some of that money back for his behavior on Thursday and signing bonuses, but the way to really nail him is to suspend him without pay, go back and recoup money. The Detroit Lions lost more players yesterday. They killed David Montgomery with an MCL on top of all the injuries on defense. Do you really want that guy wearing Honolulu blue and playing maybe in the NFC Championship game if they get there as the 1 seed? And now that's certainly up for grabs with the way Philadelphia played. So just when you thought we're moving on, let's have a weekend, watch football, the way it went down, when he left that game mid-third, refused to go into the game early third quarter, and they had that 17-play drive, I called it indirectly cautious. I mean, I don't know what the right word is here, but if Devondre Campbell plays in that game, do the Rams attack the middle? Maybe they do. Teams have been attacking Devondre, including the Rams back in Week 3, and that was part of his unhappiness as he was losing snaps to D. Winters until D got hurt on the faithful fake on the 4th and 6th punt. So I don't know. But for a guy to just refuse to go into the game and sabotage himself and his entire teammates around him, you're probably all tired of hearing from Devondre. We know him a little bit. He's just a different guy. But in his time, he was a very good player. Why did he commit career suicide? Because he's not going to be able to play. He's not going to have the platform to play any more games this year. Obviously, he will not be eligible for the playoffs with a season-ending suspension. Why did he do it, and what exactly did he do? And when you look back on how the weekend went, if the Niners would have won that game on Thursday night, our outlook today on this rainy Monday morning would be entirely different.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do because we got a full show ahead. We'll keep processing the Niners. We'll continue the Devondre Campbell conversation, what Jay Glazer and Ian Rappaport laid out on the other side. Then we'll pivot over to the Warriors, who it's not all bad because they made a trade over the weekend and they got Dennis Schröder, who's one of the names that Papa and I and many others in the KNBR and Bay Area media circle have floated around. So nice to see them get another guard who's going to be a little bit more reliable and can handle the ball with and without Steph on the court. That's some talking points for sure. Talk a little bit about the MLB offseason. Mentioned Willie Adames joining the morning show boys around 9:15 today. So if you missed that, highly encourage you to go check it out. But of course, once it hits 2 o'clock or even 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock after Larry Krueger's Niners Nightly tonight. Before we take our first break, we have another contest this week. It's a new week. We're starting fresh, and that means we're starting fresh with a new contest. So what is the contest? Well, once a day for the entire week, you can win a pair of tickets to see Styx and Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon and Don Felder from the Eagles. When is that? It's June 13th, 2025 at the Toyota Pavilion in Concord. So what you do is you tune in between now and 1 p.m. for the next 5 days. And when we give the cue to call, be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896 KNBR, and you'll win the pair of tickets furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at knbr.com. Walter, today's cue to call is...
It's like when you hear the first part of that song, Come Sail Away by Styx. If I hear the first part of that song, I have to finish it. Really? Yeah, I can't do anything till it's done. I'm sailing away. No, don't. Set an open course for the virgin sea.
So there you have a good old South Park throwback.
The Yacht Rock anthem right there.
So
have you seen the documentary on the history of Yacht Rock?
No, I haven't.
So soft. So we do love it. And with Klay Thompson in town, we'll put on our Mustache Harbor hat, the captain's hat. But this is all to blame. The current coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Michael McDonald, left the Doobies and went soft and started Yacht Rock. And now we got everybody doing it. So anyway, that was funny.
So when you hear that cue to call between now and 1, be the 10th caller again to 415-896 KNBR. That's a different line. Then there's the generic phone line if you'd like to take part in the show. That's 808 KNBR. It's Papa and Silver starting the week fresh on a gloomy Monday. More Niners on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers are planning to suspend Devondre Campbell 3 games, ending his season after Campbell refused to go back into the game Thursday night. Coach Kyle Shanahan said that his actions from the game is just not something you can do to your team. Check out that story and more on KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
First, let me tell you, the 49ers are trying to suspend him. They're working with the league office to see what's the max they can do. And even if he wanted to come and apologize and come back, players don't want it. But you're asking what happened behind the scenes. They started seeing about the second quarter, he was refusing to go in. So John Lynch actually went down there in the fourth quarter and confronted him on it, saying, you don't want to go in the game. You're refusing. Yes, it was Lynch who sent him in the locker room. By the way, I got players who called me after and said, hey, we've heard you talk about this alter ego of John Lynch, this 47 Red character. Man, we saw it. That dude is crazy.
I love the juxtaposition between Jay Glazer talking about Devondre Campbell, John Lynch going into his player alter ego, the scary guy, and also having Levitating by DaBaby Dua Lipa instrumental underneath. It's like taking me back to my college graduation photo shoots when you're just kind of like pretending to go along with the program or whatever with a bunch of people who do care about taking pictures. And then also talking about the 49ers season crumbling into bits and Devondre Campbell being suspended. But we'll get back into it. Yeah, Papa, there was a lot of things like Devondre Campbell, not the sole reason that game was lost, but you look at some of the key plays in a one-score game. Debo's drop, obviously one of them, but that third down given up to a wide-open Colby Parkinson to not have Devondre Campbell out there was tough. And when you consider the linebacker that was playing the bulk of the second half when Greenlaw was not going in for series anymore was Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who, I mean, bless him, but he's playing on one leg at that point. Like, that was a killer blow to a defense that largely had a good game.
Yeah, without a doubt. Dua Lipa, did you see her show last night with Elton John?
No.
On After Football? I missed it as well. I was on with Feldy, Xfinity Sports Sunday after the Seahawks-Packers game, so I missed it. But it's on the record. For John Lynch, what were we wondering all day Friday? Devondre Campbell, I watched him just about the entire game sitting on the 41-yard line with a towel on his head, and he didn't move a muscle because I wondered, is he going to play special teams? D. Winters is hurt. He's not going in the game, and all due respect to Eric Branch, when Fred went out, you have to have a green dot come into the game. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is the backup Mike. He's a green dot, so Devondre would not have come in on that play. He has cross-trained throughout his career, and I think when he won the first-team All-Pro nod in 2021, he did play Mike linebacker, but he's not a Mike linebacker here. So it was always going to be Demetrius when Fred went out. But when Fred came back in the game and had 15 tackles, and then, obviously fouls, Demetrius Flanagan fouls went in the game, then you wonder, where's Devondre? So and I did not see him leave the sideline. We were 2 into the game, but, the image that he's going to want destroyed for the remainder of his career is him walking off the sideline with a towel on his head. Mike Anderson from Team Security walking off the field with him. Mike's the guy that Bobby Wagner, by the way, took out and tore his Achilles a number of years ago. But anyway, so we were wondering, why did Devondre Campbell leave the sideline? And they asked Kyle, did you? And he said it was not me. But I wondered if it was somebody on the sideline, Johnny Holland or Kasarik or somebody that did it. And it was actually, Red 47. And there's two sides to John Lynch. There's Captain America, which Kyle kids him about because if you ever listen to John Lynch talk and you never saw his Hall of Fame career, you would think that guy played. That guy was the most ferocious safety. He's a Hall of Famer. And he had great ball skills, not just blow you up, but John Lynch can blitz. He could intercept the ball. And obviously, and we saw him, with Bill Walsh at Stanford and watched his whole career. And Sluggo Seam in Super Bowl 37 against the Raiders and calling out Rich Gannon's audibles from John Gruden to win the Super Bowl and obviously playing in Denver. But there's that Red 47 in John when he gets red-ass 47. And it's not surprising that he went down. Can you imagine his reaction when he heard one of his players that is not only on the 53-man roster but is up on game night, one of the 48 they chose to try to beat the L.A. Rams, who just laid 44 points on the Buffalo Bills 96 hours earlier. One of those guys says, I'm not going into the game. And from what we heard was they tried several times to get him to go into the game. For a while there, they didn't need him. And then all of a sudden, D. Winters is hurt. We want to go base defense and have Fred and Dre on the field. We want a third linebacker. He's not going in then. That's why you saw a lot of snaps from Tashawn Gibson at the linebacker level. He came in the game. And then even later, they went to a 4-1-6 defense where Fred was the only linebacker on the field, which actually not a bad idea. And looking at it, to put Tashawn Gibson, get your better players on the field and play with 3 safeties and 3 corners. But anyway, to have John go down there, we were wondering who said to get him off the field, and it was John Lynch. And you wonder about that interaction. I'm sure it was brief. Are you refusing to go in the game? Then get the hell off my sideline. Get out. And then, in all honesty, you would have had a brawl on the sideline. Had the players found out at some point that Campbell's sitting, I don't know, you're in the heat of it, so you don't know. Certain players would have found out, and Trent was upstairs, but George and some other guys, it may have been a sideline brawl, which would have made it really ugly. Plus, by him leaving mid-third quarter, get in, change out of your gear, turn it all back into Doc and into Jay Bird. You're no longer a Niner. And take all your stuff out of your locker room. Because if he's sitting in the locker room, if he walks off the field with them and is dressing with them, undressing and they find out what happened, Greg, I can't imagine the ugliness of the scene. They would have taken his clothes and thrown it in the parking lot. I mean, you would have had a brawl. John knew, being a player, first of all, if you're not playing, then we don't want you here. Get off our sideline. You're not one of us. And then, when he went back into the locker room, clearing out, you wonder how that went, to go out to get his car and to drive home, and where is he now? And at some point, this guy's played a lot of football. We're not talking about a rookie. This is a vested veteran. That's why you can't just cut him without paying him. You already played the first game of the year. He started every game all year except the game Thursday. So he's 31 years of age. He's had a distinguished career. He's a first-team All-Pro player just 3 years ago in Green Bay. At some point, his agency has to reach out to him and say, you got to explain yourself here, unless it's so flimsy that I didn't want to play because Dre came back and they were going to play D. Winters. If there's something going on with him off the field that we don't know about, then that does soften the blow. But still, it don't matter. When you make that call an hour and a half before game time, I'm up and I'm playing. I'm one of your 5 linebackers. I'm one of your 48. And then 2 linebackers get hurt of the game and you refuse to go into the game. That is a breach of every leg. They have a sign when you walk in the facility at 4949 in the locker room. and there's a bunch of them. The first two are, I can't forget what they are, but John Madden used to be, show up on time and play like hell when I tell you to play like hell. It's the three things, but the third one is, and that's the one that is fitting at a lot of levels here, is protect the team. And that means protect the team in all regards. Your behavior, things you say to the media, always don't think of yourself. Think of the greater circle. Protect the team at all costs. I mean, he did anything but protect the team. He sabotaged his team.
Well, I think going back to what we said on Friday, that's why this was such a big story, Papa. Not because our perception of what happened with Devondre Campbell and who knows what is going on with him maybe off the field, but it was the reaction from his teammates, seeing how upset a Charvarius Ward is, and he's fought like crazy to work through immense grief and be back on the football field. Dre Greenlaw worked like crazy for 10 months after tearing his Achilles in the Super Bowl, watched his team lose a heartbreaker, and he wanted to get back out on the field, and he sat for a very different reason, which was it's not going to be perfect when you have a torn Achilles and you come back for the first time. We're talking about guys like George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and players who are a little bit older in their football careers, and it's not that they're that old, but they have played such a physical style of football that they have put a lot on their bodies. And so when you have someone who's healthy enough to be out there on the football field to say no, I'm perfectly with you, Papa, that there probably would have been a sideline brawl because George Kittle was not shy about how he was feeling after the game. And Kittle's generally pretty optimistic, fun-loving guy, great to have in your local commercials. He was angry at the podium talking about how upset he would have been if he had been known of that. And so John Lynch, it's funny, too, because the version of John Lynch that the younger generation or the people who've just been focusing on 49ers GM version of John Lynch is he's kind of the one that could be standing in front of the camera, facing the media, answering the questions, a little bit more fitting like the politician mold, whereas Kyle Shanahan is much more, I'm going to lock in, I'm going to answer the questions, but I'm going to not be here to be a personality. I'm here to drop great plays and try to prove it with my offense. John Lynch, if you get the player mode like he showed for Devondre Campbell, telling him to get off the sideline, I can only imagine what that confrontation was like.
Yeah, I think we have a good idea. I think it was quick, and it was because there was some debate on what he was doing, and a lot of people were trying to convince him to go into the game. He wanted to hear it from him clearly. Are you refusing to go in the game right now? And when he said no, that's it. Then we're refusing to employ you and get off our sideline. I mean, what do you say to someone that does that for whatever reason? If something is troubling you so dramatically that you have to take this course of action, then you shouldn't be here. Go in and tend to it. Don't be here. And the thing is, they would have gone at him in the game, but he was the choice to play in that situation over Demetrius Flannigan-Fowles, who had to play with a bad knee. So I mean, honestly, this is one of those. Part of me is like, all right, move on. Devondre Campbell did this Thursday. Let's move on. The guy will be suspended. In 3 months, will we ever remember him? But we'll see how the rest of the year goes. And you got 3 hard games. There is every game in the NFL you want to win, and if you can win the next 3, and they're going to be hard. But Detroit got hurt last night, and there's you can win these games. Just big difference between 9-8 and 8-9. So I don't care about draft picks. None of these guys sign up for that. You play the hand you're dealt, and at the end of it, you pick up the cards and you figure out where you are. That's not the way this is done. The football gods will get even with you, and there'll be injury. You just don't do that. Other sports, and I've seen it up close. I saw Pop get Tim Duncan. I saw Nelly try to do it and wind up with Joe Smith. I've seen it. It happens in other sports for different reasons. It's easier to manipulate that with 5 guys. But anyway, what's hanging over me, and I was going to move on. I'm tired of this story. I don't care. He didn't want to be here. He's no longer here. They'll figure out a way to remove him from the roster and suspend him. 3 games is a lot. I'm sure he's pushing back on the length of the suspension. But in any regard, I just can't get out of my mind would that game have gone differently, and in particular that drive. Just watch the way the Rams played that 17-play drive. After Dre left on the 2nd and 1 when he tagged down Corum, and Demetrius Flannigan-Fowles came in. Mike LaFleur is in the booth right next to me. You don't think they noticed 45? They know Demetrius Flannigan-Fowles. He was here. He's a good player, but he's a safety trying to play linebacker, and that's situational in football. He's got a bad ankle. So what are you going to do? We're going to run right at him. We're going to run Kyron Williams power, pull guards, run it right up in there. And then we got plays where we run crossers, the little Puka Nakua screen over the middle. That was a big play that got him into the red zone on that drive. Watch the right guard, Kevin Dotson, come over and blow up Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. He lifts him right off the ground. Now, that may have been Devondre Campbell. It may, I thought he was playing better. And I thought some of his game, the Bears game was one of his best. The Cowboy game, he was starting to play better. Anyway, he would have been on the field in that situation. And what lingers with me today, and now it's going to linger with me for many, many days, would the Niners have won that game, or at least stopped them on that drive? At least turned the event so they just dominated the game. Right when Dre Greenlaw left and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles was forced to play, the numbers are the numbers, Greg. They dominated the game. Would they have dominated the game anyway with Devondre? I don't know. But it's like the 4th and 6 call the officials didn't make when Seattle called a timeout. You'd like to have the 4th and 1, where you could run a fake, go forward on 4th and 1. You didn't have the chance. So just looking back on it, you were asking me so many moments. Where did it all go wrong? I think it's when McCaffrey slammed his knee on the ice rink in Buffalo. Honestly, that's where it's like, enough's enough. You just lost McCaffrey, but you came back and you were able to, to get off the heap a little bit and beat the Bears, and you were playing great defense against the Rams. That's why this whole Devondre thing will linger with me beyond just these last few days and into the offseason. Did he directly or indirectly, what's the word? Did he indirectly cost the Niners that game on Thursday night, or directly?
Anytime it's a one-score game, and especially an all-field goal game, there's always going to be questions about the little things, and I think it's fair to wonder. I'm not going to say Devondre Campbell alone lost the 49ers the game, but yeah, you look at the 17-play drive, he wasn't out there. Of course that matters in a game when it was 6 total field goals and you lose 12-6. By the way, to close the discussion on Devondre Campbell, Walter sent us a picture of the 49ers leading out into the tunnel, the practice field. That's right, you can see it on the stream. Number 1, stay humble. Number 2, ignore the noise. Number 3, protect the team. I'd call that strike 1, 2, and 3. Kyle Shanahan has not lost the locker room, but if they had let Devondre Campbell even try to suit up for a practice, then the locker room would be gone. These guys are going to stick together. They can regroup in 2025, and we'll turn the page ourselves. As on the other side, we'll talk about another team that is slipping a little bit, but they got a long way to go in their season. That's the Golden State Warriors, who lost to Captain Klay and the Dallas Mavericks last night, 143-133. They lose the All-Star game at Chase Center in the consolation of the Emirates NBA Cup. We'll talk about that next. It's Pop and Silver on a Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Happy Monday, everybody. It's Greg Silver here, and it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always looking out for the people in the Bay Area and beyond. And today, Steve, we're going to be talking about the ERC.
ERC, there's 3 big things here. First, have you been waiting and waiting and waiting to get your ERC check, Employee Retention Credit? You say, where is it? What's happening? There's 3 different ways we can hurry the government up to get you your money. And we're very concerned that President Trump, when he takes over in a little more than a month, here it is December 16th, and he's taken over in January 20th, he's promised to cut $2 trillion with a T dollars off of federal payments. Will ERC be on that list? Nobody knows. But I don't want to take that chance with the listeners' money. we want to go ahead and hurry them up right now while it's still good law. And what if you got a nastygram from the government said, no ERC for you, you don't qualify? Right now, there's a lawsuit accusing the IRS of using AI to do mass disallowances, and they don't even know if you're qualified or not, so we need to appeal that. Or if you're being audited and the government wants the money back. For example, they have this crazy program where if you admit you absolutely positively are not entitled to a penny of ERC, they'll give you 20% of what you claimed anyway, just to get you to settle. The bottom line is, if you haven't received your check and you're waiting, or you are denied, or you're being audited, call us immediately. We want to help you. And again, we're very, very concerned about next month, the January 20th deadline that President Trump will sign an executive order. Call us. We have a free consultation. We'll talk to you all about this and just say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
You can call our good friend Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL now. Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
NBA history, 45 combined threes between the two teams. The record was tied Friday night with the Suns and Jazz. That's wild. New NBA record. Great return game for Klay with 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. Love Klay Thompson forever. He will have a statue outside of Chase Center. The Mavs win it 143-133, and an NBA record 40.
Little pivot to the Golden State Warriors. It's Greg Papa, Greg Silver here on a Monday to kick off the new week. In the smaller picture of it all, that was an entertaining game last night. Not a lot of defense played, but great offense. NBA record, as you heard Bob Fitzgerald there on the call, 45 combined threes. It ended up getting all the way up to 48 combined threes. The Warriors, Papa, go 27 of 54 from beyond the arc, and they lose by 10 in a game that never really felt like they were in it. They had a couple pushes in the fourth quarter, got Luka Doncic to slow down a little bit, but by and large, this was the Luka, Kyrie, Klay, and Quentin Grimes and PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively show. There was no slowing down the defending Western Conference champions whatsoever.
Well, hell, they scored 46 points in the opening quarter alone, and they jumped out to a 19-point lead right away, and the Warriors never really were able to stop them. Last night was one of the most interesting, entertaining NBA games I've ever watched, and to have 48 combined threes. Hell, there were 95 shot in the game. The Warriors shot 54 of their 103 shots were threes. Dallas 41 of their 87. Now, if you just saw the box score, and thought, what was this game like? It'd be, Doug Moe against Don Nelson. But the three line, honestly, I can't think of one three that I thought was forced by either side, except for I love him, the Lindy Waters III. When there was one turnover, when they ran a trap at Luka at half court, Kuminga came over and he lost the ball, and Waters picked it up, and he went in on a 1-on-0 breakaway, and he pulls up at the three-point line, and he made the shot. I mean, the NBA, years ago, I got over 3-on-2 break, just don't go in for a layup or a 2-on-1, and they 3-on-2 now, two guys go, one guy goes to each corner, and the guy in the middle either pulls up above the break and shoots a three, or they get it to it's the way the game is. But I thought last night, the way they moved the ball around, there weren't a lot of bad threes in the game. That's why you had them shoot so well. Dallas shot 51.2% on threes. They were at 59.8% on overall shots. So what were they on twos? And the Warriors made half their shots. So a lot of these games are like a launch-a-thon, where it's like, can you seriously move the ball around and get a better shot? I did not feel there was any forced threes in the game. And Steph took 13, Buddy Hield took 8, Wiggins took 9, Kuminga 3, even Draymond off the bench took 9 for them. Klay, and we got the Captain Klay hat on, he played 7 of 11 in the three ball, but he shot the ball. When he was coming in November to play with Dallas, we watched a bunch of his games getting ahead of it, and I honestly had to turn him off after a while. It was just, really? You're just going to stick Klay Thompson in the corner like a potted plant? He's not a drift shooter yet. Can you get a little movement going here? And then actually in that game, they did move the ball a little bit, but it was so Luka dominant, ball heavy, and then Kyrie obviously with his skill, and I get it, but last night was different. Klay was, first of all, how many dribbles did he take to get up his 14 shots? I mean, it wasn't like the 60.11 dribble night, but he had one where he got caught up right above the break and drove hard to his left and made a leaning shot, in a mid-range shot, really impressive shot. But by and large, and Luka was just different last night. They were just catch and shoot, no dribble, high catch, high release Klay, just vintage Klay. But the story of the game, because I obviously knew what was going on. I was at NBC doing Xfinity Sports Sunday with Dave Feldman, and the game was on, and I'm like, damn, Luka went for 45, 13, and 11. Anybody guard him? And obviously you think of Wiggins. And Wiggins has got something going. It is the hip now. It's not just the ankle. He was on the injury list, the abductor, whatever the hell, it's the hip. But I thought he got up in him. This guy, when the Warriors beat him a few years ago, Greg, in the 2022 Western Finals, it was Wiggins on him and it was Kavan on him mainly. And Luka was just robotic. There's always questions about his weight, whether he's up and down. I think he looked trimmer last night than when we saw him when they came in November the 12th. But it was last night, he was completely unguardable. He was Larry Bird, but I want to say better than Larry, but just the way he handled the actions, Wiggins got up into him. He just couldn't miss. And then they ran a half-court trap, like, just trap him, get the ball out of his hands. They started to do that, or read him on pick and rolls. They still made the proper play, and they moved the ball. Dallas is a problem. He is playing out of his mind. I mean, last night's game, how could you play better? And he also made a couple of defensive plays at the end of the game that is unlike him. If he guards, kind of like the Joker, what are you going to deal with? This guy offensively is unstoppable, and he plays the game in his own rhythm. But I think you always try to speed him up. Last night, I thought he sped himself up, where he's not just so robotic and slow, you can come get him. Wiggins got up into him. But the real issue was, how do you guard Luka and Kyrie? They're just so difficult to guard. And that is where our guy, Dennis Schröder, comes in. I believe we mentioned his name. We got to give Bobby Marks credit, because we were talking about trading DeAnthony Melton. He tore his ACL, a partial tear, and he's out and moved his salary. And Bobby Marks did a whole thing on NBA Today where he's got the trade simulator. And I'm like, what's he going to do here? Make a huge trade and trade everybody away? No, let's just trade DeAnthony Melton, who's not going to play for us this year, for a guy who Brooklyn won an expiring contract, and we know how good Schröder is. And I think Podziemski will have to find the new role. Do you put Schröder in the lineup right away? Maybe not right away, but he's going to be in your lineup. But will he be in your finishing five? And I want to see more of him. I obviously like his defense. I mean, is he the kind of guy, we're playing Dallas again Thursday night, and Thursday will be Ja. So that'll be a different kind of cover. But we're playing Dallas again, Greg. Do you just put Wiggins on Doncic, and then can Dennis Schröder just take a guy like Kyrie Irving, and I'm not saying eliminate him, but make Kyrie Irving work hard to score? Is he that kind of a defender?
That's a good question, and it's to be determined. I still would probably take Schröder defending Kyrie over most of the other Warriors, assuming that Wiggins is just going to take the Luka assignment. But we're going to see how it works in the system. I think offensively, that was written about by Danny Ammerman. We might try to get Danny on a little bit later in the week, talking about the Warriors and Draymond saying they have to adjust to Schröder's play style. And Steph obviously called him a dog, so he's got that dog in him. I was really excited about that. But yeah, we'll get into Schröder probably coming up in the next segment. But a few more thoughts on this game in particular. Yeah, not a lot of forced three-pointers. The Lindy Waters one was funny. I was at the game, so happened right in front of me, and I was laughing as that went up and went in, just thinking, like, the game is broken right now. The only other force I can really think of was the infamous social media clip of Podziemski getting trapped in the corner and throwing up a late shot clock. But
couldn't somebody call a timeout for him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why get him trapped there? That's just inexcusable. Somebody's got to stop the game. Just call a timeout there. He's not getting out of that corner. Where'd you want him to go? Stop the game.
Only two players even attempted a three-pointer last night and didn't score one. That was Spencer Dinwiddie for the Mavericks, 0 for 1, and Gary Payton II was 0 for 2 for the Golden State Warriors. Last time that the Warriors had 4 players score 20-plus, JD quizzed me on this last night. Do you know the answer?
No.
It was the double overtime loss last year against the Lakers in January, and they also
double
lost.
Overtime doesn't count. We got 10 extra minutes of basketball there.
Exactly, and so to think they did it, it was Kuminga, Klay, Steph, and Wiggins, I believe, were the 4. And then last night it was the same 3 swap Draymond with Klay, and so that happened. And then my last point on this game is I appreciate Draymond Green's selflessness for being willing to come off the bench for Kuminga. No more Draymond off the bench. He's too valuable defensively. Dallas put up 46 in the first quarter, and they never really recovered. I don't want to see any more second unit Draymond right now. He's got to be out there. He's going to close, obviously, but you got to start him out there with how he can defend.
That leads into a whole different discussion point with Dennis Schröder, and his name is pronounced Schröder, not Schroeder. I love the guy. I loved his hair color in Atlanta years ago. He had that white shock of hair, and I thought, was he born that way, or what's his mom was actually a beautician, and she dyed his hair, and she gave him a little shock of the blonde hair. He's a really good player. He can play on the ball, off the ball. The interesting thing here is how they start, and you want the best 5. You don't want to fall behind and give up 46 in the first quarter, but what's your finishing lineup now? If Schroeder's good enough to be there, and you got to think he is, let's start figuring it out. This whole thing about, Draymond will play 5, so Kuminga will play 4. But it's a question of how many minutes. That's why you don't want to tax Draymond right away by playing 5. If you start this lineup right now, let's just say you take Buddy Hield out and you put Dennis Schröder in, the only way it works is if Draymond plays 5. And they don't want to have Draymond play so many minutes at 5, so you're saving his minutes for later in the game. So we'll get into it. I still think even with Schröder, and he will be a good complement to Steph, different than Klay, doesn't have the size. That's why I want to see him guard. Like, can he guard Ja Morant? Now, I think Wiggins will be on him, but those bigger guards, SGA, can he guard him? Hey, he's a wiry guy that can guard the ball. Can he guard big guys that can post him? I got to watch him more, and we will before he makes his debut on Thursday. But the ultimate quandary still is Wiggins and Kuminga and Draymond. I guess it's now with Schröder, you got Steph and Schröder, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond is your 5 most nights. But I still think they need a stretch 5. I think ultimately to make this really end, what they really needed last night, and don't tell me Mark Jackson rim protection is overrated. You needed a shot blocker. at the rim. I mean, Schröder is the guy for now because you can get him for now. I think ultimately, will the Indiana Pacers make Miles Turner available between now and February?
Well, we're going to get into that with Bobby Marks a little bit later. By the way, if we haven't done the full guest rundown, we got Brian Kenny joining us at 12:30, Larry Krueger stopping by at 12:50, Silver Linings Playlist at 1:15, Bobby Marks at 1:30. So it's a back-loaded end of guests, which means if you want to join the conversation yourself, phone lines are open, 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. Dennis Schröder, as Walter put it, is a ripple, not a splash. What's next? We'll talk about that on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I'm thrilled. I mean, I told Dennis today he's kicked my ass on 3 different continents, and that's, so I'm, you can't beat him, join him. But 22 playoffs, I thought he was brilliant against us with the Lakers. Watching him in FIBA, the last 2 summers, the Philippines, and then we played them in London in an exhibition game. He's a gamer, he's a competitor, pick and roll player, two-way player. So, losing Melt was a huge loss. And by the way, I want to say thanks to DeAnthony and Reese Beekman for everything, their contributions, their commitment, their effort. It's always hard to trade guys, and we wish them both well. And
Steve Kerr talking about Dennis Schröder and says, yeah, he's taking it to him on 3 different continents. Maybe now they can team up and he can be on the positive side of that. Dennis Schröder on his 6th team in 8 seasons now. But you know what I like about this move, Papa, in addition to a lot of these specific skill sets that Dennis Schröder brings, the Warriors just need a nuisance. They need a pain in the butt. Dennis Schröder has been a pain in the butt to a lot of teams, especially against Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors. I'm glad to have somebody like that here in the Bay Area when this team has lost 8 of 10 and they need some answers.
They need someone to guard the ball. I mean, that was the big problem with the team last year. They didn't have enough guys that could stop the ball. I thought they added a lot of ball stoppers, but, losing DeAnthony Melton as a two-way player, that's the thing. You've got guys, Gary Payton II can guard the ball, but he's open for a reason, son. I mean, he's got him knocked down those open shots, and he's a good offensive player. He and Steph work well together. He knows how to get in the dunker spot, but in finishing lineups, it's tough. Lindy Waters III was in the finishing lineup last night, and I thought that guy's got size. He did a decent job battling Luka when he was on him, but Kyrie just blows by him. So Schröder is someone we've known forever. I remember him in Atlanta when Steve first got hired by the Warriors, and Mike Budenholzer was the new head coach in Atlanta. And I remember them meeting on a Friday night. It was the best of the West against the beast of the East. And they took like 5 guys to the All-Star game that year. I don't think Schröder was one of them. But he was a good player on that team. And they, Kyle Korver, they had guys that could shoot the ball around him and bigs inside. But we've been watching him for a long time. I mean, he came into the NBA, he was 20. He seems like he's an older guy because he's 31. He's just played a lot. I would have guessed he was like Steph and Draymond's age, but he is younger. But he is feisty. He gets into you. We know he can guard the ball. He has the quickness to match up with someone like Kyrie Irving. He's not a big-bodied guy. Probably comparable to Steph that way as far as the overall size of Dennis Schröder. He's actually shorter. He's 6'1". So normally, I mean, this is going back to why you had to get Klay Thompson in the starting lineup and trade Monte. You couldn't play 2 Smurfs in the backcourt. I mean, ultimately, and Steph guards much better. He had some isolation. He was on Klay last night again, Greg, and did a good job. And Klay's just got size where he could shoot over him. But he stopped Kyrie off the dribble a couple of times and made him at least move into a different direction. And Kyrie usually got to where he wanted to go last night. What a matchup between those two guys. But anyway, Schröder's 6'1", and he can guard certain guys that are ball dominant, and he does play a little bigger. But the one thing I want to look at right away, we know who he is offensively, I think. Can he play off the ball truly and come off screens and move? He's more of a ball dominant. So when he's on the floor, the question is, and Steph checked off on this, and they asked him last night after the game, when does Mike and Steve or Mike bring you in on trade? When it's up to it, but they know Schröder. And obviously when he came with Brooklyn, he played so well in the fourth quarter with those 17 points. But can you play Steph and Schröder together a lot? Start games with them, more importantly, close games with them. I'm a little surprised Dennis the Menace is only 6'1". I thought he was like 6'3". Ultimately, it may not matter, but it might. Where you just clear. They don't do that a lot in the NBA, but If he's guarding Klay Thompson or somebody, there's going to or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or John Morant. Can he guard John Morant? Nobody can guard Ja, but you know what I mean. So, I mean, can you play them together? I mean, in theory, because Melton's a bigger-bodied guy that could guard twos, and can Schröder guard up a little bit? So that's the first thing is how well can Steph and Schröder play together on both ends of the floor?
Well, Steph spoke about it a little bit, and we may play some sound from that a little bit later as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Moving on to the 11 o'clock hour here on a Monday with Papa and Silver. But Steph, I mentioned the dog quote and having the dog in him. There's a lot to unpack with what Steph said, including he's somebody that could probably take the ball handling duties when I'm on the court and when I'm off the court. And I think that was a big reason why they brought Chris Paul in. And I know that was a one and done deal. And a lot of fans were very up in arms about that trade. But the bottom line is they want the non-Steph minutes to not be a disaster. They have a 120 offensive rating when Steph Curry's on the floor. They have a 101 offensive rating when he's off the floor, Papa. That would go for the worst in the league. So there's a big difference, and it's bit them in fourth quarters in games that they have nearly blown or ended up losing like they did in Houston for the NBA Cup. So we'll hear from Steph a little bit later, but I actually want to play one from Draymond, which I found very interesting because this guy's basketball IQ is off the charts. And a game where there was not a lot of defense last night, I thought Draymond played pretty terrific and also had a heater from the perimeter in the first quarter as well. But here's Draymond talking about Dennis Schröder, and he said he didn't really come here to fit in. I'm excited to see how we can adjust to his style.
I don't think he was necessarily brought here to fit. We play a certain style of basketball that he does not really play. And I don't think the goal is to get him to play the style of basketball that we play. We need someone that can do the things that he does. And so I'm looking forward to us adjusting to him. Not necessarily, he'll have to adjust to some things, and he's a pro. He understands that. But we have to adjust to him because he's bringing something that this team needs. And to just think or make him fall in line of what we do, we wasting our time and even bring him here. Because we need somebody that can do what we necessarily don't do. And I think that's what he'll be for us.
So, Papa, I want to ask you your thoughts on that. I mean, the first thing that came to my mind was maybe Dennis Schroeder's more of a pick-and-roll guy and the Warriors play so much off the ball. But I actually see him as a pretty decent fit offensively in a lot of other ways. So what'd you take away from what you just heard from Draymond?
Well, obviously that. He's a P&R player. But they did adjust last year with Chris Paul, and they ran more pick-and-roll. I mean, Chris Paul is one of the great pick-and-roll players of all time, the timing of it. I'm going to have to watch Schröder more. I mean, we've watched him his whole career, but really analyze him. The one thing I would say, when he's on the floor with Steph, so that's starting lineup and closing lineup. If he's involved in either one of those, or how many, I would think he would be on the floor at all times when Steph's off the floor. And how does this impact Podziemski and where he plays? Does he play more too? Can Schröder play off the ball? And they all can. But when you had, a bunch of point guards together in different teams, for a long time, the in vogue thing in the NBA was to have two quarterbacks, have two point guards. And Jason Kidd actually even referred to their lineup as we play with two quarterbacks, which is interesting. I mean, Luka and Kyrie are really different, but they've been able to do it with the two-headed monster. With Paul, the Warriors had two different attacks when he was on the floor, when he was not on the floor. So, and also when he's on the floor with Steph and when he's not on the floor with Steph, when he's by himself. So, Schröder's having a career year, Greg, as far as minutes and everything, ability to play. I mean, he's shooting the ball well. The minutes that he can play, I mean, right now he's playing 33.6 minutes a game with Brooklyn. Is he going to play that many here? I mean, in theory, that's why you brought him in. So the one thing, can he play off the ball when Steph is in the game? And, again, we're making huge generalizations here. It's like wide receivers and lining them up. We just call them that, but they line up everywhere. We can move them all around. But, Chris Paul was a ball dominant guy. And they had times when there was Paul and Harden together. You're like, how is that going to work? Well, not every trip does Steph bring it up the floor. Not every trip does Schröder bigot off the floor. I think the one thing with Draymond is they are willing to change and accommodate. If you're going to trade for Schröder at age 31 of this, 12th, 13th year in the NBA, he is who he is. So we're not going to bring him in middle of the year and say, you change everything you do and fit in here, then you're turning to Kelly Oubre Jr. You just can't do it. So the question would be when they want to run motion, when they have Steph on the floor with Schröder, with Wiggins, with Kuminga, with Draymond, and they want to go open, can he play that way? I don't know. I mean, I have to watch him. I've watched him, but you really got to study him and his off-the-ball movements. The real trick to playing with Steph Curry is to play with Steph Curry when you don't have the ball in your hands and be able to read. And we know Steph can play too. He's more lethal in a lot of respects. He's hard to get to. When he's a one with the ball in his hands, you just trap him. When he's off the ball, coming off floppies and pin downs and curls, how do you get to him? It's hard. It's sophisticated defense to be able to meet him coming off the screen. So we know Schröder can do that. Look at his assist totals. Is he a ball-dominant player? Can he play off the ball? So when Steph's on the floor with him, is Steph playing 2 and Schröder's playing 1? I mean, with Chris Paul, he did that, but then how do you overlap the minutes? I would think eventually Schröder's going to start here, but he'd probably play, and they're using Steph differently now, where he right. opens and closes every quarter. Do you want to go back to 2 segments for Steph, a half, or 3, and then do you want to maximize whenever Steph is off the floor, Greg, do you want Schröder on the floor at all times? Or do you want to, have them play overlapping more? What role does Podziemski play? When Podziemski's on the floor now, if Steph or Schröder's on the floor at all times, does that mean Podziemski's not playing 1 anymore? And he's strictly playing 2? Or do you combo guard it? I mean, there's ways to do that. But it's interesting what Draymond had to say. But I think, they're going to bring in his skill level, and he is a pick-and-roll player. He's also, what I remember him, is he likes to get up and pick you up three-quarter court, and I love that. There was a play last night where Steph committed an over and back. They wound up overturning it because Kyrie tipped the ball. That 8-second violation, that's a huge difference from the days of 10 to get across midcourt. If you laid a trap on someone at 6, they're not getting the ball across midcourt. I love Schröder would just churn you, always hand on your hip, make you go back and forth, make it hard just even to get into your half-court set. By the time you get there, you're spent, and the shot clock's, 14. Now go get it. So he does that. We know he can do that. Can he lock and trail? If he's, playing somebody off the ball, is he a head turner? You have to watch all these things. But the main thing would be, can he move without the ball in his hands? Does he have that ability? Does he have to be a ball-dominant player when he's on the floor with or without Steph? I don't know.
I think to starting Thursday, I'd like to see Schröder in for most, if not all, the non-Steph minutes to see how things go. I know Podziemski's getting a lot of heat right now. He really has hit a sophomore slump. I'm not drawing any grand conclusions about Brandon Podziemski, but it's hard when you're in a win-now situation and your front office and ownership spoke so highly of you, saying we think he's a future all-star. I don't believe Podziemski not being included in a marketing package is what prevented a trade like that going through. I think it was going to take a lot more, and Danny Ainge was going to keep asking. But the bottom line is Podziemski is not delivered, and I think that Dennis Schröder coming here is probably going to help a struggling second-year player. I also think, Papa, I want to see Dennis Schröder out there at the same time as Buddy Hield, because if we're talking about a ball-dominant player, Buddy Hield's another guard who has been a little bit up and down with the shooting. Schröder, you mentioned the assist numbers. He's had 6.6 assists in his 23 games with Brooklyn to start the year, along with 18 points. I know Brooklyn's in a very different situation than the Golden State Warriors are, but talk about Schröder being a ball-dominant guard. I want to see him out there with Buddy Hield, who can get to his spots and maybe get some more open looks. I mean, how do you get shooters out of slumps if they're in mini slumps? You get them clean open looks, and Buddy Hield hit a couple last night, but I think if you want to get Buddy back going to what he was the first 10, 15 games of this season, put him out there with a vet like Schröder that can get him the ball in spots.
Yeah, they're going to have to work out the minute rotation. I mean, the one thing going back to Chris Paul, I don't think Schröder's Chris Paul per se. He's not a pure point guard like Paul, but to some extent he is. I mean, look at his assist numbers throughout his career. he's been a guy that's averaged 6.5 assists a game. Where the turnovers at, they're in the low 2s, so he takes care of it. But the one thing Chris Paul did was make Klay Thompson a better player. There was the quintessential future Hall of Fame point guard next to the future Hall of Fame two-guard, catch and shoot Klay, and they work so well together. And in theory, that's what you have with Buddy. So maybe initially you don't want Schröder starting. Maybe you want him coming off the bench. I don't know. It's probably, we just get him in here and practice. They're off today. He's going to come in, take a physical, and then they'll have a day to practice tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then they fly to Memphis and play. And they got to play Minnesota over the weekend. I mean, can he guard Anthony Anderson? I mean, that's Wiggins' call. I mean, there's just, can he even, Mike Conley, would that be his matchup? I mean, he's just, the size kind of hit me a little bit. I like him, and I think he plays bigger. But the reason you had to trade Monte Ellis a decade ago was you couldn't play two Smurf guards. You couldn't play Monte and Steph together. Schröder's 6'1". Wiggins does alleviate a lot of that because Wiggins, at his size, does guard the ball. So it's like almost Steph is playing 3 defensively. It's kind of complicated. I don't know. But anyway, what I like about it, and we'll talk to Bobby about it, Bobby must have known something. Because Bobby Marks was on NBA Today one day, and he's got the whole trade simulator, and I'm like, wow, we can get Schröder for a hurt guy? Tell me we got to throw in a bunch of 2s and a guy I never heard of? Okay, I'm all on board with that. But the fact that they did it immediately, and Sunday was the first day, the CBA and the NBA wears me out with all the different rules. Like, do you want to just play basketball, or do you all want to be accountants? Go get some other business. You're just bogging yourself down with all your rules. But I understand why people cheat a lot. Anyway, we can't trade him till December the 15th. Okay, we'll trade Melton then. But they did it like right then. And what was the motivation to Brooklyn? Trading an expiring contract? The guy's having a career year. NBA's wild the way they do this. But anyway, I understand why it worked, but we'll find out from Bobby, why you get a trade like this. He must have been tipped off with his Nets connections, being formerly working for them when they were the Jersey Nets. Anyway, I just like the fact they did it so fast. They identified a need with Melton out, and they went to get him, and they didn't wait to late January to get him. They got him the first moment they could make that trade. I mean, the second the moment went where we could trade Melton. Melton, you're gone. Schröder, you're in.
On the other side, we'll get more into this discussion, including Mike Dunleavy having a presser this morning and stating how some of the things that Papa was just getting at. Short answer, he is not messing around. We'll get into Mike Dunleavy Jr., the Warriors general manager, some of the things he had to say, as well as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr's initial reaction to having Dennis Schröder. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. It's Papa and Silver on a Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors make a trade. Wouldn't necessarily say it's a splash, but it is a little ripple. Dennis Schröder is your newest member of the Golden State Warriors. Let us know how you are feeling about that move in our YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
For sure. It can help me, it can help us. What helps me helps us in the sense of, like I said, if I'm on the court or not, I know I can play off the ball, and you want a guy that can be comfortable with the ball in his hands, see the floor, make the right reads, take advantage of defenses if, they want to pay attention elsewhere. When I'm off the floor, like I said, a guy that can run an offense. You can play pick and roll with him. He's pretty sound with the ball, and you've seen the way he's scoring this year too. So it gives us definitely another threat, and I'm sure he'll build chemistry with everybody else as well. Wiggs, J.K., Draymond, and maybe even Trace in pick and roll type situations. So it should give us another dynamic scorer, ball handler that will help all of us.
Stephen Curry talking about Dennis Schröder, who is headed to the Bay today. Happy Monday from Papa and Silver. Hope you're staying dry out there if you're on the roads. It is cold. It's gloomy. It's rainy out here in San Francisco. And, Dennis Schröder arriving today. He'll take his physical. So, don't worry, Giants fans. It's all going to be okay. He's going to practice tomorrow, and then he will debut Thursday against Memphis. Papa talked about Ja Morant, Dennis Schröder, what kind of defense he can provide out on the perimeter for other teams' opposing guards. And Steve Kerr, as of now, has not named Schröder to any particular role in the starting lineup. But Mike Dunleavy did speak this morning, and this was a lot to do with his approach. And it sounds like this as much. We mentioned Dennis Schröder seems like he's older than 31 for how long he's been around, Papa. He's only 31. Mike Dunleavy is not viewing this as a rental. So he's got an expiring $13 million deal. They did the little contract swap with DeAnthony Melton. And Mike Dunleavy just straight up says, I think he's got a lot of good years left in him. Will have his bird rights, so the ability to re-sign him, hoping there's a relationship longer than just a few months.
Yeah, I was just listening to the Warriors GM talk about the acquisition of Schröder, and he did acknowledge, the pick and roll aspect of his game. And he, you heard Steph talking about Trace Jackson Davis. How good was that pick and roll with Chris Paul and TJD last year? I mean, Chris Paul is one of the greatest pick and roll players ever. I mean, that guy just knew the timing and the subtlety of setting it up and making the pass off the pick and roll. And how many lobs are we getting to Trace Jackson Davis? The guy lost playing time. He's not playing as much. And basically, Schröder can help you score in the half court that way. I think there's going to have to be some yin and yang. Schröder's going to have to learn. It's not like you want the Warriors playing isolation basketball with Mark Jackson back as coach. You still want to move the ball and move bodies. So he's going to have to acclimate a little bit to the Warriors, certainly. And it's not just ball movement, it's body movement. Otherwise, the ball winds up in the other team's bodies. So you got to move your bodies to move the ball, and that's what they're good at. But I think the one thing right away is they need to play faster. And you could see that last year. It took me a long time to accept Chris Paul as a Warrior, Greg. It just felt odd after dealing with him all those years. And but then also part of me was like, do you have to play? He's a great half-court player. He's a great P&R player. Do you have to play in the half-court every single trip? Can we get up and run a little bit? We're just waiting and waiting. And I think with Schröder, he's a good pick-and-roll player, but he's young. He's 31, and he's fast. He gets it from one end to the other. You want it from free throw line to free throw line. Let's go. Let's rip it and run. I mean, the Warriors, when they got off to the 12-3 start, look at the pace numbers. Get up the floor. The reason you're not scoring is you can't score in the half court. And that's why it's hard to close games when teams can set up their defense on you when you don't have great one-on-one players. Steph's a great player, but he's not a one-on-one isolation player. He does it by ball movement. Kuminga's the one guy that can beat you off the bounce a little bit. So you got to move bodies, but let's not even let them set up their defense. Let's get up the floor, pitch it ahead, and run. And that's why this guy, even though he's been playing forever, he's played 790 NBA games, he can get up the floor. He's a blur. So that's one thing. And then, what do you do when you get into the half court and the pick and roll? And he's good at that, and that'll open it up for other guys. You can always run Steph off actions as well, but let's get Trace Jackson Davis going a little bit. I thought he would make a huge jump with all the work he put in the offseason and working with Team USA with pods and up against those great players in practice. And I don't think he's changed any skill. You just need to use him a little more. He's a pick-and-roll player. And I mean a roller off of that, and that's what a guy with a great, P&R ball handling, primary ball handler can do. So we'll see. And then obviously he's going to bring you better defense. It's hard when you look at the box score from last night. It's like, damn, he gave up 143 points? What's going on? I mean, they were losing games where they were in the 90s. So I'm not going to overreact to one night where Dallas just went off and Luka was completely unguardable and they made shots and Klay played great and Dallas is a problem. But ultimately, again, it's a one-off. They played good defense. But at the beginning of the year, I was looking at it like it's one of the best defensive teams Steve's ever had when you had DeAnthony Melton. And now we're giving up a gross amount of points almost in one game. We cannot do that. So Schröder's going to help you on both ends. I think we'll figure it out. But, can he move without the ball a little bit and fit in? Or is it going to have to be all P&R when he's out there? And that'll limit his time on the floor. And then I just thought he was bigger. 6'1", next to 6'3" in the backcourt. And the NBA's different now. I mean, can you win with a backcourt that goes Schröder and Curry at 6'1" and 6'3"?
Well, I was reading Anthony Slater's column that he wrote last night, and a lot of it had to do with looking forward ahead to Dennis Schröder being on the roster and not as much the Warriors giving up 143 points coming into the night with the league's fourth-ranked defense. He said, we are dead last in pick and roll. You can't ask Steph to run every one. And Steve also added, he said, I think if you look at the league, the way it's evolved the last few years, the best offenses all have 2 point guards, whether it's Dallas or Cleveland or Indiana. He said he thinks Boston even has 3 to 4 guys who can run the pick and roll. So Schröder is a different type of player, and he is only 6'1" compared to Steph at listed 6'2", 6'3", but I think it's kind of a necessity at this point. I mean, the reason that the DeAnthony Melton loss, one of the few reasons, is that he also was a capable ball handler. So all these people have been complaining about why is Brandon Podziemski getting so many minutes? Why is he getting so many fourth quarter minutes? Well, if you're going to have Steph play 3 stints a quarter of starting it, sitting, and then ending, you got to have somebody who can handle the ball in the middle, and Schröder can be the capable guy to do that. And possibly they could even do something where he's off to start the fourth quarter, then he comes in when Steph subs out, and then they finish it together. I could see that actually being a substitution pattern that maybe finds a little bit of rhythm for Steve as they look to figure things out, losing 8 of 10.
Yeah, Podziemski's been interesting. Obviously, I didn't like Steve, yelling at him in a game, in the middle of a game like that, and then calling him out after a game. I just can't recall him ever doing that to a player, and he must think Pods is Santa Clara tough, and he can take it, and he probably is, but it doesn't make it easier on a guy. And now, social media was already all over the guy because the owner said he's a future all-star. We don't want to trade him, and so just let him be. But he's making mistakes with the ball and choices. And we'll segue over to the Niners a little bit. Brock Purdy has not been as good with the ball in his decision-making this year as he's been before. Now, a lot of it is you don't have all the weapons around you, but the facts are the facts. And for Podziemski, when he got trapped in the corner last night, somebody helped him out there and call a timeout. But he does, as Kalena calls it, the pivot game. He does it too much. It's like, dude, how do you not commit a 3-second violation in the lane? You've been changing your pivot foot like 10 times. Get out of there. So he does a little bit of that. He's just openly missing shots. The key thing, you don't want to bury a guy. He's in his second year. He's young and developing. It's not a sophomore slump. It's just teams know who you are a little bit more. You're going to pick up charges, and you're going to play with your hair on fire and stick your face into every flame, and it's just the way he is. Having Schröder here will change things a little bit. I'm interested to see how the guard rotation goes, and what do you do with Gary Payton II, who's got a guard's build, but he defends like a power forward, and he's in the dunker spot. It's just a lot of little pieces around you, and we'll talk to Bobby Marks, who kind of led this down this path. They can get Schröder. There's no reason you wouldn't make this trade. I mean, Dennis Schröder will fit in. We'll figure it out. But we just lost DeAnthony Melton. Who could we go out and get that's available right now? Well, Sean Marks in Brooklyn wants to move Dennis Schröder. Let's go get him. What's the trade-off? We give him a handful of twos and we take one back? Done. finished. NBA trades are hard to make. The salaries all got to line up, and nobody wants to trade December. They want to wait till February. But now, ultimately, where this team wants to go, and that's why Trayce Jackson-Davis needs to play more. You need a shot blocking. The reason you couldn't guard, you may say, it's one game. You gave up 143 points last night. That is not. Did Dallas have a trip where they didn't score? Even when they missed, they'd get the ball and put it back in. It's not possible to score more than 143 in 48 minutes. And you scored a lot, but come on. I'm not saying they're bad defensively, but I want Trayce Jackson-Davis to play. Looney's a good, post defender. He guarded Luka better before. Luka was just more assertive last night, but I still think you need a shot blocker on this team. And Trayce Jackson-Davis is that guy. Can Schröder in the pick and roll game bring his offensive game out where you can play him more? But I think the ultimate name I'm looking at now, when we were talking to Marcus Thompson, and John and I talked about him for years, I think he was unobtainable, but I think Indiana may want to make a deal because Miles Turner solves two problems. The stretch five and the guy that can shoot from the outside where we can play a five-out kind of offense. And now bringing in Schröder, you're talking about a pick-and-roll game, which is a little different. But anyway, the one thing is they've not had that stretch five. Mo Bucket's a little bit, but really not. Šarić a little bit, but really not. Miles Turner is a stretch five, but also he is a shot blocker. He is Jaren Jackson's kid in Memphis. He can do both. He can guard the rim and stretch you out, and it's not all corner threes. It's above the break threes where he can be involved in the action and then truly pick and pop, not pick and roll and stretch the floor out. So that was a name out there with Schröder we were locked in on. Can they, the next move, and this one will be more in February than now, can they get Miles Turner at some point?
It's a Monday where we're going to cover all the big three sports. We got Brian Kenny coming up at 12:30. Larry Krueger will join us at 12:50. Silver Linings Playlist at 1:15, and Bobby Marks at 1:30. Very back-loaded guest list today. But on the other side, we're going to go over to the third sport on our checklist today. That's baseball, because Willy Adames was interviewed by Murph and Marcus this morning, and he talked a little bit about Corbin Burns. What's taken so long? Will this happen? And how do the Giants go about this process? Do they assign him to an 8-year deal? Greg Papa last week said no. We'll talk about that more next. It's Papa and Silver on Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
So excited for this opportunity. Obviously, there is no words to describe my feeling right now, and to be here in this city, beautiful city. I'm just so happy to be here, happy to, go out there on the field and, give my 100% every day and, play for Bob. I mean, everybody talks so good about him. I'm so excited about that, and I just wanted to take the ownership and you, Buster, for making it happen, Zach. It's just, a dream come true for me, and like I said, I'm thrilled to be here, man. I'm so excited, and hopefully we can win a few championships like you did, and that's one of the main reasons I'm here. And I'm so excited, and thank you everybody for being here today.
That was last Thursday when we were down at Levi's Stadium carrying the introductory presser for Willy Adames, talking about how excited he was to be here. He will wear the number 2 in the orange and black. I'm glad he's not in San Francisco today because it's a little gloomy, windy, rainy out there. By the way, Papa, before we get to Adames, were you part of the tornado warning that took place this weekend?
I was not.
Oh, thank goodness.
Where was that? In Scotts Valley? Where was that? In Anderson?
Yeah, it was. Everyone in the city got it. I woke up at 5 a.m. all groggy and just saw extreme weather, put the head back on the pillow, and was glad to wake up, and it was all okay. But
what's going on here? Tsunamis one week and tornadoes? What, do we live in Kansas?
I know. I was like, that had to be the first tornado warning ever in San Francisco. I think it might have been. So hopefully none of those for Willy Adames now that he got out of the Midwest up in Wisconsin. And
he's back in the DR. He was on this morning with Murph and Marcus.
He was, and we're going to play a couple of those cuts as well, and we'll talk about Corbin Burns. But glad that Willy Adames seems excited about the opportunity. I wonder how many games it's going to take for him before his team, the San Francisco Giants, scores more than the 49ers he watched on Thursday as he was present for that game out at Levi's.
6. How long will it take him to get 6 runs? Yeah, he was there, and he has played in Tampa, the home of the Buccaneers, and they were pretty good when he was there. I think Tom Brady won a Super Bowl during a pandemic year. Actually, the Tampa Bay Rays are playing at Legends Field this year, the Yankees spring training home, which is more than just a spring training home. And then Milwaukee, obviously, they don't play at County Stadium anymore. They're at Lambeau exclusively. But just interesting to see, him interact, and we covered it all. And then he was on this morning. He was fashionably late. We fined him $1 a minute. I was waiting around for him, and he didn't appear till 9:15. But the energy that he has and what he is, we've talked a lot about him last week and how he's going to help. And Bob Melvin was actually talking about he is going to wear number 2, as we found out last week. He's a big Derek Jeter guy. 27 is taken with the Dominican dandy, also from the DR, the great Juan Marichal. And so he's going to wear 2. And Bob was kind of talking about hitting him 2 in the lineup, which is a little early. Let's see what the rest of the lineup looks like. But is Jung-Hoo Lee going to be able to begin the year on time? That was a bad dislocation of the shoulder. So what's his prognosis for the offseason, and will he roll right into spring training and be fine? He did do it early in the year, which is a good thing, I guess, because it helps his recovery. It's a bad thing, and that he didn't play as many games last year. But Bob was talking about right away going with a leadoff hitter, Jung-Hoo Lee, against predominantly right-hand pitching. He may change it against lefties and drop Jung-Hoo down. But the new, 3-hole hitter, and we often wondered when Buster was here, why doesn't Boch hit him 3? He always hit him cleanup. But the 3-hitter, who's your best hitter on the team for decades, the 3-hitter now, that's where Mays said, and McCovey hit 4. By the way, a pair of Willies. This guy spells his name a little differently. No I-E, but a Y at the end. But the 2-hole hitter, and we saw that when Mike Trout hit a lot of 2 before he got hurt. Sounds like he wants him, against right-handed pitching. It would be Jung-Hoo Lee leading off and Willy Adames hitting 2. He doesn't walk a lot, but he does drive in runs, and he knows how to move hitters around. So we'll see what else they do around him offensively. There may not be a lot if they land a certain pitcher, and we'll talk to Brian Kenny about the numbers and what makes sense. But the one thing from Murph and Marcus this morning with Willy Adames, and he said it at the press conference last week, he and Corbin Burns were teammates in Milwaukee for, 3 years, 4 years? 3 years. So he already reached out to him. He already texted him or called him and tried to lure him here. But we'll talk to Brian Kenny about it because he's the ultimate. Be careful about long-term deals. Albert Pujols in the 10-year deal many years ago for a position player. But do you really want to be in the business of giving a starting pitcher as good as Corbin Burns is a 7 or 8 year deal? I'm not sure I would do that.
Well, I was just talking about Walter. We're saying we maybe get more into the Corbin Burns stuff up in the next segment here. I do want to play one cut from this morning, and if you missed that interview, I encourage you to go back and check it out on YouTube, Twitch, the KNBR app, the KNBR podcast page, as Willie Adames joined the show with Murph and Marcus. And I do want to play a cut from that interview this morning where he talked about Buster Posey and the impact in his decision to sign with San Francisco. We've heard him say it both on MLB Network. We heard him say it at the introductory presser. But here is Corbin Burns, Willie Adames, and we'll get to Corbin Burns and those two, their relationship coming up in a little bit. This was Willie Adames talking to Murph and Marcus about Buster's influence and the reason to come to the Bay Area.
I think his personality, the way he treats everybody, I think that's what stuck out the most for me because, the way we talk, it was like he's recruiting people to be family, just to be, to try to help everybody around and just to try to help everybody to be better. And that's something that, I always look for, to wherever I go, I try to just be the same guy, be like him, treat everybody the same. Treat everybody, with respect and love, and I think that's what he's done his whole career. And now that he's in the front office side, I think when you have that there, and especially with a guy that did it, that played and won, I think that's something that you can't find anywhere else. And I think that's why, I think that's what pushed me to make the decision to go there. Because, the way that he played was incredible. But now, off the field, his personality and, the person himself is a great human being. And that's something that I'm looking forward to work along his side and, just to pick up his brain.
So we know Willie Adames loved the 3 championships that Buster Posey helped bring to the Bay Area and wants to be part of hopefully more in this 21st century. But it was also kind of the no-nonsense approach and just talking to Buster Posey, how measured he was as a president of baseball operations in a first-time role. I'm curious, Papa, and we could talk to this, we could talk about Brian Kenny when we have him on at about 12:30, about Buster Posey and how far he's willing to go to get guys like a Corbin Burns, and at what point he just decides to be himself, stand down, kind of go for the no-nonsense, and maybe just decide that taking big swings isn't worth it beyond just Willie Adames.
Well, they didn't go for Soto, but and that's a Boros guy and the money he got, and we'll talk to Kenny about that. But that was my main takeaway from listening to Willie Adames with Murph and Marcus this morning, Greg, was that exact quote about Buster. And it's not Buster Posey, the 2012 National League MVP and batting champion and 2010 Rookie of the Year and 3-time World Series winner and future Hall of Famer. It was just Buster the guy and the civility of Buster Posey. I mean, look at what made Bob Myers great. And Bob didn't have that kind of track record as a player. Bob Myers fit in with a head coach of Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. He's a good guy. He's a straight shooter. He's an agent. So he's going to look out for the players. And Buster is a former player. So he's also going to look out for players in this. And it's a lot like John Lynch. John Lynch may be Red 47 coming down from the GM suite to order a player off the field, but he's also the same guy that's going to recruit you to come here because he's a good person. And he's going to look out for you, like Andrew Luck running Stanford. And, hopefully Mike Dunleavy's like that as well. And just goes, so that's the one thing was, wow, it's not just Buster, the former baseball player. It's Buster, the person. And that's the side of it that's going to be interesting to see proceeding forward. And that Corbin Burns just fits a lot. St. Mary's guy. He's talked lovingly whenever he came back with Milwaukee. And last year he was in the American League in Baltimore. But whenever he came back to the Bay Area, he always talked about how much he loves the East Bay and, being in St. Mary's and Moraga. But he also just kind of fit like he was a giant. I have no reservations about Corbin Burns that way. It's although, we did have Brian Anderson on last week, and he's the TV voice of the Brewers, in addition to all the network TV stuff he does with baseball and basketball. He knows both guys well, and Willie obviously is a leader of men and a guy that's going to speak up and be kind of a face of the franchise with Chapman. Buster in the executive side of it. Corbin may not be that as much. He's more like a Logan Webb or a Matt Cain or Madison Bumgarner. Those guys were all good representatives. There's, more serious tone. But it's got nothing about that. I'm going to ask Brian Kenny about it. It's just looking at Corbin Burns and spin rates and watching him with my eyeballs. Looked like his velo was down. He was leaning on his cutter a little more last year. Is it just a wise investment to give a guy, Willie Adames, you're going to give him a 7-year deal? And that may even be a mistake. At some point, you may have to move him off short, maybe right away, or move him to second, third's block with Chapman. Do you want him to play first? You got a young player you're grooming to be there. Do you want him to give him DH at-bats at that kind of money? But it's one thing for a position player. You can always hide him somewhere or flip him and trade him if you had to. When you sign a pitcher, it's tough when they just start breaking down. And Burns looks like he's big and strong, can pitch forever. But we've already seen a little regression in his stuff. So it will be interesting to see what Brian Kenny has to say about that move. But that was the one thing when I heard Willie talking about Buster. It wasn't Buster the baseball player. It was Buster the man.
Buster the man is someone we'll keep getting into next. We'll go ahead and take a break now, and we'll keep it going to Corbin Burns because Willie Adames was asked by our morning show boys about Burns, the recruitment process, if he had reached out to him since he said he was going to call him at the presser. It's Pop and Silver on a Monday. More Corbin Burns talk next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866 496-2300 or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I already did, man. I already did. I'm doing my part. I'm recruiting.
Okay.
I'm helping. But I hope, we can make that happen because that would be, an incredible addition to the team. I think, when you have a guy like Corbin on your team, I mean, that's like 99% of that you winning that day. So, I mean, that's the guy that, I love to play for him and I love to play defense for him. And he's one of the most competitive guys that I ever played with. And obviously, if we could add him to the team, obviously it would be an insane move. But, we're hoping. And, we're doing our part in every department. So hopefully we can make it happen.
99% chance he gives on a Corbin Burns start for a win for the Giants if he were to come here. I like those odds a little bit. It's not going to be like that. But the point is the recruiting has started, and we need to get Willie Adames on the phone, not just with Corbin Burns. We got to get him talking to Scott Boras, Papa.
I think he already has indirectly. And the thing is that and Corbin Burns, we've been talking about Corbin for a long time with the Giants, and it's certainly since Buster took over as president of the baseball operations, because we all know Buster's agent was, when he was a player, Jeff Berry from CAA. And Jeff wasn't real happy with some of the way baseball was happening. He'd made a lot of money being a player agent. He stepped away from it, and now he's working directly with Buster in the front office. And Corbin Burns, for a long time, was represented by CAA. Somehow, some way, this season, Corbin Burns left CAA and signed with Scott Boras. So we won't get into the details of why that happened, but it has happened. So we thought initially the connection between Buster and Jeff Berry and CAA and Burns, not only Adames, and Adames is represented by CAA, and his agent from CAA was at the press conference and introduced when he first started the diets with Erwin Higueras. Anyway, so it's just a question of money now, and we'll get into it with Brian Kenny because Brian is very on top of giving contracts that go out for a long, long time, half a decade to a decade long, and really do strap a team to financial problems for a long, long time. I'm not saying that with Burns, but you just look at the numbers and the way that he's pitched now, and last year was his age 29 year. The strikeouts were way down. You know, he led the National League when he was a Brewer in 2022 with 243 strikeouts. This past year in the American League, and it's a tough division, obviously, in the American League East, he punched out 181. What does that mean ultimately? You don't have swing and miss stuff as much. They're putting the ball in play against you. And a lot of the numbers, spin rate, him getting away from his fastball, to me, he was as dominant. And we've heard people say that he has the most dominant stuff in baseball. I think for a while, for a pitcher that went out there and threw a lot of innings, I mean, the guy threw 202. He's Logan Webb as far as his duration. But Logan Webb is a pitch-to-contact guy. And there are a lot of times when the contact is, soft and crappy contact, and like Tyler Rogers, it finds a hole. It's not, everything is not about, blowing people away. But when you're seeing some of the numbers from Burns and all the innings that he's pitched, and he hasn't pitched that long, but, 202, 193 and 2/3, 194. Where's he at physically? And, I threw his cutter more last year. I like Corbin Burns. Willie Adames likes Corbin Burns. We've been talking about Corbin Burns for a long time because of the connection with CAA, but he's not with CAA anymore. He is with Scott Boras. Max Fried just got a huge mazel tov to Max Fried, the contract that he got. You want to give him a Max Fried contract? And I'm hearing it's going to have to be even higher. He wants more. I love Corbin Burns, but do you love him that much?
The Yankees, by the way, they themselves are not out on the Corbin Burns hunt, and neither are the Red Sox. The reason I would say you might want to go for it now, and I don't know what the exact year and dollar amount that he's looking for, but these contracts are only getting more expensive, right? I was talking about this just now in the break with Marcus and Walter. We're talking about contracts not getting any cheaper in baseball. And Willie Adames is someone, along with Matt Chapman, you're seeing as the veteran leaders of this franchise and the ones you can lean on for the next handful of years. Combined, you're devoting $333 million to those guys. Adames is 29 and Chapman is 31. So they're not these old guys that are tailing off on the end of their career, but they also aren't, 24 and 26. It's like at some point you got to put out a product and advertise a product that's committed to winning now. Now, does that mean you're going to be the Dodgers this year? Does that mean you're going to even be what the San Diego Padres have been at times? That's to be determined, but I think if you don't make another big move or at least try to swing for the fences of some sort, whether that's Corbin Burns or not, you're kind of resigning to the expectation of being fourth in a really tough NL West again.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think philosophically, what do we stand for? And do we want to give pitchers contracts? Max Fried got an 8-year deal from the New York Yankees at $218 million. Now, the overall value on that, the AAV, is not that obscene. It's the 8 years. But these are the New York Yankees. They own the Yes Network. They print money. They don't sell out their ballpark as much as they should, and they probably don't make the revenue the Dodgers make, but they still are the New York Yankees. Now, so can you eat an 8-year deal with them? They can roll into it. I'm just saying, if Corbin Burns gets rid of CAA and he hires Scott Boras, you think he wants to be the number one pitcher on the market? I mean, Blake Snell got a 5-year deal at 182. If you wanted to bring the number down with Corbin Burns and give him a 4-year deal, that's different. I would even go higher on the average annual value. It's just the 8 years. Can you get stuck his 35 age season, 34 on, and Brian Kennedy will join us from MLB Network, and he's just so, he does a show for the thinking man, the smart baseball man, and that's who Buster Posey is, and Zach Manassian. And Zach knows Corbin Burns. They were together in Milwaukee. They know. Bobby Evans knows. The Dodgers with Yamamoto gave the guy a 12-year deal. Now, the Giants were in play. Would the Giants have given him that long with Farhan? I don't know. I mean, you just don't, you don't do that. Mike Hampton years ago got a long-term deal with Colorado, and it blew up. I mean, the Dodgers and the Yankees can make those kind of mistakes financially and roll. Can the Giants afford to do that? Can you give Corbin Burns, forget about the money. Do you want to give him an 8-year deal at all? Philosophically, what are we saying to pitchers? We're not doing that. What's the most now? These pitchers get longer term, but a lot of them got 1, 2, and 3 year deals. The only one that got more than a 3 that I can see is Blake Snell. Got the 5-year deal from the Dodgers, but he's coming off winning the second Cy 2 years ago in a dominant second half. He's not going to give you innings, though. The guy's going to pitch 160 in a good year. Fried gets hurt a lot. He's on the IL every year. So they're the Yankees. They had to do something because they lost Soto. Are they really in on Corbin Burns as well? They got to move some pitching off their roster, obviously. And they didn't get Tucker, but that's just a lot. I mean, philosophically, and I know people, it's not, the Giants are making money. Well, I mean, do they get to spend that kind of money? And I know with the Oakland A's leaving the market, and Boris has been talkative about how the Giants are going to have a revenue flow that's right there with the Dodgers and Yankees. Well, that's, they're going to be a big single team market. They're the only one. I mean, who else is as big as us? Philadelphia, Houston, these other cities are 2-team markets. So it will change the business model a lot like it did the Niners when the Raiders left. But how long will that be? Do you want to do that? And then as they're giving out, a huge deal to Willie Adames, the biggest in the history of the franchise, right after they signed Matt Chapman, Bags wrote a piece at the beginning of the offseason that said the Giants want to pare back payroll. They're going to cut back. They're not going to be at the CBT line. So last year, Fajarn rolled the dice. He loaded up on all these free agents. The payroll last year was $251.8 million, 8th highest in baseball. And that's over the CBT line. Right now, I think they're projected to be at around $200 million. And they're only down to 10th, where last year they're 8th. If you sign Corbin Burns, what's that going to do? It could bump you up, where you're still, are you under the CBT line? How do you want to structure this deal? So Brian Kenny's a smart guy. I like Corbin Burns. I'm a little concerned that he's back. I'm a little concerned what Brian Anderson told us last week, that he thinks he was pitching to get to free agency. Well, now that you're there, sell your soul out like Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. You got paid these big contracts. Come back when you're not completely healthy with double obliques and a fractured ankle. Then you owe it to the team. You're not waiting for the big payday. So was he backing off in Milwaukee to get paid? And now that he gets paid, will he go back to being the St. Mary's fireballer, Corbin Burns? But I think just ultimately, how long, philosophically, how long will you ever give a starting pitcher a contract? Would you have given Yamamoto a dozen years? Would you do that? Would you give this guy 8 years? I mean, that's and that's Buster Posey. He is a prudent, shrewd, pragmatic observer of baseball. You're in charge of baseball ops now, not just the staff for this year and this week and next year, for the rest of forever. Philosophically, do you want to give a starting pitcher a contract that's 6, 7, 8 years long?
One thing I do feel confident about is Buster Posey to be very measured in the terms that he wants and be very direct about that when working with Scott Boras and trying to get a Corbin Burns deal secured if it happens at all. I will also tell you that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, Papa, you mentioned a Bags column. I was reading another recent Bags column over the weekend, and it was great because I loved him going deep into the Brian Sabian philosophy of getting a lot of veterans for cheaper, and that was sort of the World Series model that got it in 2010. I mean, heck, I always half forget that Edgar Renteria was the MVP of the 2010 World Series, and he talked about the gentle downslope of their careers, which sounded better than over the hill, as he put it. And there have been a lot of those that have worked out well. There have also been some that haven't quite worked out, but that brings us to the conversation of a Paul Goldschmidt, and then if we're going to talk about pitching, do you look at a Max Scherzer? Do you look at a Justin Verlander? Guys that have done some incredible things, but they're aging out a little bit. I mean, if you're Willie Adames, do you think that it's a big deal for you to try to sign a guy who's a little bit younger, probably closer to their prime, like a Corbin Burns? And not that he's the one making the decision, but Buster Posey's got to weigh all these factors of how to keep his star players happy and then also try to put together the best team and do it in a financially responsible way. I mean, if we're looking at possible veterans out on the market, if Corbin Burns doesn't happen, let's say they're like you, Papa, and they're like, you know what, I don't want to go 7, 8 years, give him a contract that's even better than Max Fried for someone that, might not be all that come 2, 3 years. Are there veterans out there that you could sign for 1 or 2 that you got your eyes on here?
Well, those names right there. And I read the Bags piece as well, and Brian Kenny. I mean, obviously, you're talking, Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander are this generation's dominant pitchers. I mean, Clayton Kershaw would be there as well. These are Hall of Famers, whether or not they go on the first ballot, and they both have a chance to be first ballot Hall of Famers. They define this generation of power pitching. So obviously you could sign a veteran like that, and we know Brown Eye, Blue Eye well. Giants were trying to get Scherzer in 2021. He wound up going to the Dodgers, and it got complicated with Trey Turner, and he's the one that came out of the bullpen to close Game 5 that year, and it wound up injuring him. He's never been the same. You think a guy could adjust to coming out of the bullpen, but, where's he at, Max Scherzer? How many stints on the IL do you have to factor if you even give him a one-year deal? And we like, Verlander, we've been watching him a long time, even before he married her, Kate. I mean, all the matchups with the Oakland A's, and I remember sitting behind home plate when he went against Sonny Gray, and then the Giants obviously taking him down in the World Series that year in Game 1 with Pablo and Zito. And if you sign them, it's a one-year deal, a 1 or a 2 year deal. How much longer do they want to pitch? So you would roll with a higher average annual value, or not even average annual. It's just a 1 year deal. And here's what we're giving you. And you can ride off into Cooperstown, like Randy Johnson coming here at the end of his career, Steve Carlton. How effective would they be? Would you take a young spot in the rotation? And then you have to factor in that they're going to get hurt. This is a Brian Kenny question, obviously. You're not giving those guys 5-year deals, obviously. You're giving them 5 months deals or 6 months deal. They're going to be a 1 year deal. So from a pitching standpoint, those guys are still both power pitchers from what I've seen. Verlander and Scherzer still can ride the top rail of the fastball and be effective. And they're just veteran guys who know how to pitch. They're not going to have to lean on that. You'd have to get into it more and analyze they haven't faced the Giants in a while. I don't remember either one of them. So we'd have to go back and watch a lot of video. But, obviously they're doing that. And then as far as Goldschmidt, we talked about him last week. The one position on the diamond, I think they're, and I don't know what they're going to do with Casey Schmidt, obviously. But Tyler Fitzgerald looks like, at least going into spring training, he and Casey would battle it out for second, and Adames and Chapman on the left side, obviously. And the one position around the diamond, and they have to settle right field a little bit with Yaz, but they like Yaz. And assuming Jung Hoo Lee comes back in center, and then they get Ramos in left. The one glaring position's first base, and Eldridge is the guy, but he's a baby. He may force his way onto the team in the spring, but he may not. You just got to let the guy develop naturally and not try to cram it there. So let's just see. So in theory, thinking he would need probably a year at AAA. Maybe he comes up middle of the year, right around the deadline. You'd still want a veteran guy. Now, Alonso would be the guy out there, but how much is that going to cost you? And he's not going to do a 1 year deal. And is he not going back to the Mets? I know they got Soto, but that's Mr. Met there, and their owner prints money. They're not going to bring Alonso back? Then we talked about Goldschmidt. And Goldschmidt, who you put on his video, he looks like Buster Posey. He copied Buster Posey's swing. He's exactly Buster Posey with a little more power. He hasn't been quite that player, obviously. Last year in St. Louis, the numbers were way down. What do you expect him to do in this ballpark versus Busch 3? He's a right-handed hitter. I was surprised to read when they signed Adames, right-handed hitters here have a fall-off in offensive numbers 22% compared to other ballparks. Hell, what's a left-handed hitter here? I thought it was pretty fair to right-handed hitters. That shocked me. I was like, whoa, what? Right-handed hitters do play, I think it's pretty even here. It's not. It's hard at night. But anyway, what would Goldschmidt, and I've done that before on the air many, many times on live TV anyway, the gold member. What do you accept a 1 year deal? And how much would you have to pay him? And then like Devondre Campbell, a different way. Dude, you're here. We're going to bring Eldridge to spring training. He's going to follow you around. We want Eldridge to find out the Goldie way. It's the Giant way, but you've been a great pro forever. You're Buster Posey Jr. You're that guy. Teach him how to be a big leaguer. At some point, though, he's going to play, and you're going to go away. Are you going to be cool with that? Are you going to storm out of the club? He's not going to do that. But I think, would he be willing to sign up for a one-year deal? So I read the Bags piece. These are all interesting ways to go. I do like a veteran presence. I mean, Chapman, obviously, and Adames, you need leaders, but even with Logan Webb, it's not a bad thing. It's a bad thing for Logan Webb to learn from Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer for a year?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I mean, Logan Webb's still in the heart of his prime, and he will give you a lot of innings. You talk about the Snell and the lack of innings that he'll give to the Dodgers. Logan Webb is the ultimate workhorse, and that's why when I'm enticed by somebody like a Corbin Burns, of someone that has had some durability and can give you the 1B production. So we'll take a quick break now. We'll do a short segment on the other side, and then we'll get into Brian Kenny coming up at 12:30. Want to make sure we get to that on time as we got the back-to-back guests with Brian Kenny and Larry Krueger. And got a lot to ask Brian Kenny as we just kind of unpacked with Papa. And we'll make sure of this, Papa. If Paul Goldschmidt comes to San Francisco, we're just going to have you call him Gold Bar for a year. Paul Goldbar.
Gold by Whiskey, talk to Elliot Gillespie. I'm sure we can do a go there.
And we'll have Paul Goldschmidt.
The whole name gets me into trouble when you say Goldschmidt. That's the one that you got to be very careful. I've made that mistake many, many a day.
Hey, we'll have him in studio. We'll give him a shot of Gold Bar to welcome him, and then we'll just call him Gold Bar from there. It's Pop and Silver on a Monday, talking all things Niners, Warriors, little bit of Giants. Brian Kenny's coming up, Larry Krueger coming up, and then Bobby Marks at 1:30 to round out a Monday show. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The guy who had the highest WAR is Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt. Say that slowly.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your new shortstop for the San Francisco Giants, Willie Adames, stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and discussed why he believes in Buster Posey's vision for this Giants team moving forward. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Papa and Silver here on a Monday. It's the Gregs kicking off your rainy, cloudy week in the Bay Area. Quick little reset here before we get to Brian Kenny of MLB Tonight coming up in about 10 minutes, and then we'll have Larry Krueger to follow. We're going to talk a little general NFL as you see Papa dressed in his Buffalo. How about the Bills going from the highest scoring game in the league to the next highest scoring game in the league with their games at SoFi Stadium against the Rams, in which they lost, and then beating the Detroit Lions 48-42. Josh Allen is on a freakish different level right now.
Yeah, obviously going to Buffalo a few weeks ago to play them, we watched every single snap, and I pretty much do anyway, being a Buffalonian, and just doing all the different shows that I went on in Buffalo. I think he has a chance to be the greatest player in the history of that franchise, and just a skill. And they had OJ, and they had Thurman, and they had Bruce Smith, and obviously at quarterback they had Jim Kelly and Joe Ferguson and Jack Kemp, and he's just different. His ability, the rush does not bother him at all anymore. He just steps up right through it. Sometimes he does retreat in the pocket a little bit and you can get him on the ground, but it's really hard. And his dual threat ability just to run a quarterback sweep or a quarterback power, you know it's coming. How about the play? I thought he crossed the line of scrimmage when he made the two-hand chest pass in the end zone and it got nullified. But he's just, and they've lost a lot of talent. Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and they're saying this is the best Buffalo team of all time. It is just, and obviously, Joe Brady and running the ball, but their defense is better than that. They're going to play better defense as they go, but the Lions get on a heater, and he just, goes back and forth, and the Rams got hot the week before, and they play a lot of zone. But to me, clearly, Mahomes is Mahomes, but that guy right now, nobody's playing better than him. But speaking of Kermit the Frog himself, another ankle injury, and it's a high ankle, and it's always an ankle with this guy. I mean, a couple of years ago against Jacksonville, we thought he was done. And Chad Henne came in and had a huge drive for them. Carson Wentz is their backup. Sheesh. But he's the difference maker. But a high ankle, sometimes with his high ankles, and he's had a couple of them, you think he's done. He can't play. And then he just finds a way to waddle back in and play like Mahomes. So, the Buffalo loss to the Rams, Greg, has really hurt Buffalo on their quest to be the overall number one seed. But just look at the schedules that Kansas City and Buffalo has. And the Bills' schedule is much easier than Kansas City. And Kansas City's got to play this Christmas Day game, which was all a nice warm, they're playing every day of the week. Well, that's a Wednesday. So they got to come back and play Houston and D'Amico's defense on Saturday at Arrowhead, and then go to Acrisure to play the Steelers on Christmas on a Wednesday. So is he going to be able to play in both of those games? Then they got a division game in Denver's defense. So they got a little bit of a pad with a 13-1 versus Buffalo's 11-3. Remember, if the Bills tie them, they get it because they won the head-to-head this year. The Bills wind up with New England, the Jets, and New England. So they're very likely going to go 14-3. So that was a hell of a game yesterday. Then over in the NFC, and they were going on simultaneously. I wonder what the ratings will be for Jim Nantz and Tony Romo versus Kevin and Tom. You don't often see two late window Sundays. Usually it's one or the other, just going head-to-head. And Philadelphia is good. Man, are they physical. Pittsburgh, I don't know how Pittsburgh wins any games, really, but when they do win, they just out-physical you. They Tomlin you. The Eagles just pushed them back. Saquon was not himself, whether he was hurt or not. But A.J. Brown, what a power player. That guy's Andre Johnson all over again. He's a Hall of Fame player. The way he runs a power slant, he gets no separation when he catches the ball. Then you can't tackle the guy. Then they got the Slim Reaper on the other side. And the quarterback, just make it easy for him. Just make him read one guy and get the ball out. He can't read a defense. But, Detroit and all their injuries. Is Philadelphia the best team in the NFC after all again?
Detroit's injuries are happening at the wrong time. Them and Kansas City getting banged up at the wrong time. And Kansas City largely healthy, but yeah, that one guy, Patrick Mahomes, having a high ankle sprain is a big deal when you're trying to protect home field. Detroit, that was pretty crazy. I didn't love the onside kick with 12 minutes left until I realized that it didn't really matter what they did. As long as Josh Allen had the ball in his hands, nothing was going to slow him down. I saw this stat, by the way, that since this is Josh Allen's last few weeks, get engaged to Haley Steinfeld, play 3 games of football, 123.9 passer rating, 852 yards, 7 passing touchdowns, 6 rushing touchdowns on 168 rushing yards, 0 interceptions. Josh Allen's weakness was always the turnovers, and now you get Josh Allen without the turnovers. It is likely going to be an MVP and likely going to be a major problem for anyone he sees in December or January.
And I think the Pagulas are going to redo his contract in the offseason. I hope he got a prenup. You think that's a good thing? It is for now. Let's just check back in 10 years from now and see how that's going for you. But anyway, he's happy. The guy's great. The size, when he rolls to his right, and we saw it, the pandemic year when they went to Glendale to play the Niners, I never seen a quarterback roll hard to his right, get right on the sideline, and still throw the ball down the field and keep it in bounds. He did it to Gabe Davis over and over again. And I'm like, what do you do with this guy? He did it against us. He's so smart. When he steps up, he gets to his right, and yesterday he rolled all the way to the right, and then he angled back in the middle of the field. Knocked that joker out of bounds. He's a linebacker. He's Jim Kelly, but he's bigger and strong. He's just such a physical player. But they got the whole group around him. Dalvin Cook, his little brother, the way he runs, the way they are committed to the run. They're tough. Now, is it going to be Buffalo and Kansas City? And how much will it matter if that game's at Arrowhead or at Highmark Stadium? And then from Philadelphia's perspective, wow. You got to keep perspective. Last year, they were spiraling out of control. 10-1 to 1 win and out to 10. And by the way, how good is Tampa right now? What Baker did to Harbaugh yesterday. Wow. But it tells you, the Niners are down right now. How do you react to this? You don't want to overreact, but you have to properly react. What Sirianni did was change his coordinators. He lost the coordinators when he went to the Super Bowl, and they all became head coaches, Steichen and Gannon. And then he had to dump his coordinators last year. They weren't good enough. And he brings in Kellen Moore to teach this quarterback who can't really read a defense like that, but they figured it out. And Lauren Fangio, we know Buffalo's good and Kansas City's going to figure out a way. Well, anybody else from the AFC? Pittsburgh's, they're right there. Come on, Buffalo. It's Buffalo or Kansas City. But is it Philadelphia? Is anybody going to out-physical the Eagles this year, including the Lions? What Philadelphia did to Pittsburgh yesterday was, whoa. They didn't have Saquon at all, and they punched them right in the mouth.
Philadelphia and Buffalo, for sure, the biggest eye-openers of yesterday. Colts win the award for funniest team in the NFL. We can get into general NFL talk, possibly a little bit more in the 1 o'clock hour, but right now, it is time for us to break so we can get to Brian Kenny doing a little hop, skip, and a jump around the sports landscape, get back into baseball offseason talk. Brian Kenny of MLB Tonight up next. It's Pop and Silver on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
It's like when you hear the first part of that song, Come Sail Away by Styx. If I hear the first part of that song, I have to finish it. Really? Yeah, I can't do anything till it's done. I'm sailing away. No, don't. Set an open course for the virgin sea.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everyone? Papa and Silver hanging out on a Monday. It took us a while to get cracking on the guests, but we're kicking it off with Brian Kenny, the host of MLB Tonight, who has a lot to say about Willy Adames, the Giants offseason, MLB in general. And he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Brian, this is the first time we've ever had you on. Welcome to the Greg and Greg program. Greg Papa, Greg Silver here in San Francisco, and we appreciate your time.
Always good talking to Gregs. Thank you, Gregs.
Absolutely. So let's start with Willy Adames.
Greg Maddox, by the way. I'm looking for the greatest Greg in the history of athletics. I'm going Maddox anyway.
I'll buy
Luganis, Maddox over Luganis. Yeah.
Luganis was mentioned. Yeah, without a doubt. Lamond would be.
Oh, Greg Lamond. That's true.
Yeah, we got to go there as well. Anyway, we want to start with. Yeah, I want to start with your thoughts about Juan Soto because we can kind of spiral from there. I mean, who would have thought? Curtis Granderson left the Yankees years ago to go to the Mets, but not many people leave the Yankees. Robinson Cano did, but for the Mets and Steve Cohen to steal him and the deal that he got, 15 years at $765 million, the largest contract in the history of the sport, and no deferred money, full no trade. Just your thoughts about the seismic shift just in New York and how that affects baseball and the American League and the National League that Soto left the Yankees to go to the Mets, Brian.
It's funny. I don't quite view it that way because he's a rental. It's not like when Bernie Williams hit the market or even when Robinson Cano hit the market and then he left. That's leaving the Yankees. That's a homegrown guy. That's their own guy. I just felt like he was a mercenary, every week. It just felt that way. Not that he couldn't stay, and it's ridiculous length and it's ridiculous money. Although, as I pointed out on MLB Now, you can afford, I think, to pay one player 14 to 17% of your payroll. And $51 million is exactly 17% of $300 million. So if the Mets have a $300 million payroll, you can pay a guy 51. So it's not that egregious. But for 15 years, I don't see it like he was a Yankee. He was a one-year rental Yankee. And when it reaches a certain point, you're better off not getting that guy.
Brian, I want to talk about Willy Adames as well because there's a lot of unknown here with the Giants, but that is something that is the known. And Willy Adames is obviously a big signing. It was the biggest contract in the history of the franchise, signed by Buster Posey, surpassing Posey's own contract back in 2013. But I want to ask you about the analytics on Willy Adames, if you're concerned about his career high in errors last year, if you're optimistic about him playing next to Matt Chapman in Oracle Park. Just what are your first impressions of Willy Adames as a shortstop for the Giants?
No, I mean, first, I really like the player overall. This is a very good player. And, you can't look past from the moment he arrived in Milwaukee, they became a better team. They went to another level, and they've stayed at that level. Part of the magic of Milwaukee this year, it's kind of like, wow, they were kind of wire-to-wire division champs, and we didn't quite expect that. They've lost so many things. But having a shortstop and a catcher, hit the way they both did, and that's William Contreras and Willy Adames, that takes care of a lot of your issues. So it wasn't his best year, but I always got the sense he was always about to break out. He's had a few injuries. He's gotten hit by pitches, so there's always something keeping him back. But he played 161 last year. He had 32 homers, 112 RBIs. He filled the plate. He had a 118 OPS plus, so I expect that to be higher. He's got a great, outgoing personality. That shouldn't be the first thing you look at, but it's good to have. He is a gamer. The defensive metrics, he went from an elite shortstop to a just above league average one. Now, I don't know if I believe all the defensive metrics. I don't know what to believe. He made a few more mistakes last year, but all in all, this is a good shortstop, a very good player, and a guy that, to have a shortstop play 161 with a 118 OPS plus, I mean, that's Francisco Lindor territory. That makes you win. This guy's a winner.
Yeah, he posts every day, as they say, and Matt Chapman, right next to him. So they gave him a 7-year deal for $182 million. which leads to the next question. And he was on our station today, Willie Adames, and he's already lobbying to try to get his former Brewer teammate Corbin Burns here, Brian. So we were talking about Soto, and the Yankees lose Soto. So what do? They go pitching. They sign Max Fried to this contract. And I want to get your thoughts on this. I mean, Yamamoto got 12 years with the Dodgers, and Blake Snell got 5. But to give Max Fried an 8-year deal for $218 million, and then the word on the street is that Burns wants $230 million, and then would it be 8 years as well? Just your thoughts on this. I always defer to your wisdom here as the thinking man in this nonsense. I mean, how long should you give a starting pitcher a contract? What should be the term, do you think?
Oh yeah, look, 5 or 6. But for the big monster budget clubs, and we're talking about another team with a $300 million payroll. There's only 3 that will go that will touch that, and the Yankees are one of them. So I think they gave the length of the years just to get the AAV down, the average annual value. He's elite, and there's not many of these guys walking the earth right now. Starting pitching, there's not that much of it. There's not that many, horse starters just walking around hitting the market. Even Corbin Burns, his strikeout rate has gone down, kind of dramatically the last year. His run prevention was good. His ERA was still, sub 3. It's quite good. But over the last 4 years, I'm doing an essay on Max Fried on MLB tonight on MLB Network. And over the last 4 years, just ERA plus, park adjusted ERA, Shohei Ohtani's number 1, Max Fried is number 2. So in 3 of the last 4 years, he's also pitched over 170 innings. He had injuries, a lot of injuries in one of those years. So, he hasn't been the most durable. He's had some hiccups in the playoffs. He's also clinched a World Series with 6 shutout innings in the playoffs. All in all, that's where if you're the Yankees, that's where you should spend your money.
Let's talk about the other pitcher you just mentioned. That is Corbin Burns, and he is being tied to the Giants in a lot of discussions. Of course, he's a Scott Boras client. And Papa and I have had a little back and forth this morning about, do you just take a swing on Corbin Burns knowing you got Chapman and Adames devoted $333 million, or do you look to kind of go more veteran? In the end, whether it's Giants or not, what kind of contract do you expect Corbin Burns to hunt down here?
Yeah, you're probably looking in that territory because, look, he has been durable. Last 3 years, he's done 190 innings and up. But, again, the strikeout rate has got to be concerning. Now, his velo is still good. And, again, I'm not a pitching coach savant here, but I'm just looking at when you have a strikeout rate and a whiff rate, like the swing and miss on all pitches, when you have that going down basically over like a 4-year stretch, each year it goes down. It's gone down from well, actually, it's gone down even more, but that was 2020. So I'll just do full years. His K per 9 has gone from 12.6 to 10.8 to 9.3 to 8.4. That's going in the wrong direction. Now he's still getting outs. And maybe if I'm not watching him pitch by pitch, maybe I'm watching, a better pitchability. Maybe he's putting more balls in the zone. Maybe he is inducing weaker contact. But not normally. A guy like that should be missing bats. Max Fried induces weak contact. He doesn't strike out as many guys, so that's stable. But it's concerning to me, especially at that level of investment when your strikeout rate is going down.
So, I mean, obviously, we hear you, and we know him from St. Mary's, and we've watched him, and there is a concern there. So the other alternative, I mean, if you don't get in the market with Burns, and he did switch agents. He went from CAA to Scott Boras. So, is he going to try to get more than Max Fried? What are your thoughts on, not going 6, 7, 8 years on a starting pitcher and doing quite the opposite, and maybe going after someone like Max Scherzer or Justin Verlander, a veteran guy, and maybe give him a 1-year deal? Now, the bottom line is these guys haven't pitched much lately because of the injury factor. What are your thoughts about going the veteran starting pitcher route this offseason?
Well, yeah, if they're not $42 million a year. But again, you were talking about guys who these are all-time greats. They're both Hall of Famers, but they've diminished in the last few years. The other thing to be aware of is Max Fried is his age 31 season. Burns is going into age 33. So I think that look, I'm with you. You're worried about the years. Yeah, don't do those years. I'd rather pay top dollar short term. But you've got to, again, you can see where the action, the stuff, the velocity has diminished for these all-time greats. And Scherzer is just less and less reliable. He's holding up a little better at this point, but he's less reliable. So I don't think those two in particular. I think you've got to be more sophisticated in this day and age, and I think it's more that mid-level starter where you find somebody when their stock is down and go up. The Mets last year with Luis Severino, with Sean Manaea. You've got to go, get these guys. Look, and the Giants used to be quite good at this. Actually, they were great at it in finding guys off down years, but that had something to work with, and then developing them and suddenly having these finds. And it can be $50 million a year. Again, when I hear a guy doing a 3-year, $50 million deal, it's like, oh, thank God, it's not that much money. It's not, and it's not comparatively, and it's much less risk.
Talking to Brian Kenny here on the UMA guest line. You can catch him on MLB Tonight, and super awesome to have him on the Papa and Silver Show for the first time. On the note of the Giants pitching rotation, and Papa just asked you about the veterans, another one of our big talking points here on a Monday. What do you make of the current Giants pitching rotation, and how essential is it to get another 1B? Like, what's your assessment of young guys like Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong, or people who are a little more veteran and recovering from injuries like a Robbie Ray?
Look, there's, last year there was only one team that was really even rolling out a fourth starter once Joe Musgrove got hurt for the Padres, and that was the Yankees. So most teams kind of roll with 3 and then, go from there and try to augment. So, you have the one horse in Webb, and then you move on from there. But yeah, you need innings. You need innings to compete. I just wouldn't be going about it at the top end of the market unless you really had some certainty. And yeah, Fried and Burns are there, but man, that's costly. So no, you always need innings. But very few teams have them. Nobody's going deep, 4 or 5 deep. You've got to develop your own. You've got to mix and match and take your chances out on the market for the mid-market, the kind of the middle-class guys.
Just, Brian, your overall thoughts on Buster Posey becoming the president of the baseball operations, and, quite a change from Farhan Zaidi, doing it. And Farhan did a lot of good things here. People look back on him and just, dismiss the 107-win team in 2021. But just your thoughts, and we've seen other greats of the greats, some, like Jerry West and Ozzie Newsome and John Lynch here in the Bay Area, and there have been others. Derek Jeter, tried to run the Miami Marlins. Typically, it doesn't quite work, whether you're a manager or general manager or president of your sports ops. Just what's the industry thoughts on Buster taking over baseball here?
Well, that's, I wouldn't prejudge because I don't know. And I know Buster in the past has thought like data has gotten a little ahead of itself. And I used to disagree with that. And now I kind of agree with that. And he might be right. And maybe it is, again, when you say, I want baseball players, and that's usually some vague term that's not, very specific. But I think in this day and age, I've heard that term for Willie Adames, and also Matt Chapman. And I kind of think it's like we lack language, the proper language for players like that, in guys who are reliable, guys who give good at-bats, guys who are attentive on defense. We do a thing on MLB Now every day during the season called Baseball-y Plays. Baseball awareness leads to limiting extra bases taken and then taking extra bases on the base pass. And I think that's what more Buster is looking at, that, hey, that when you, as they say, when you play the game the right way, that's what we're talking about. But we're not talking about some, he's got the cut of his jib is good and he has a firm handshake and square shoulders. It's like, no, he actually, look at the difference between the Dodgers and the Yankees in the World Series. The Yankees had a bunch of plays where you're thinking, that wasn't a terrible play, but it should have been a single and he's on second, or that should have been a double and he's on third. What happened there? A lot of that was Juan Soto, where it's like, it wasn't a bad play, but it wasn't a good play. So I think with Buster, he's onto something. I think the world of Farhan Zaidi, I'm with you guys. I think he will come back and be a very good baseball executive. He has been in the past. Everywhere he's gone. Also, 107 wins is insane. So I was sad to see Farhan go, but I'm not going to prejudge Buster. Again, Derek Jeter was, that for whatever reason, maybe it was something above his head, it did not work out. But Jerry Dipoto was a major league player. Billy Beane was a major league player. You can have guys who are very good at what they do and putting together a baseball team who used to play. It's just that in the old days, we thought that was the only place you could get a manager or GM. The only people that understood the game were major league players. It's absolutely not the case, but it could be the case that the best guy was a great, especially catcher, for that club.
Always very well said by the great Brian Kenny, and we're so glad we got to have you on today, and we'll have to do this again many more times throughout the course of the season as we get closer to opening day and how the Giants will look here in 2025 coming up. Brian, can't thank you enough for your time.
All right. Thank you, guys. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, BK.
Brian Kenny, you can go check him out on MLB Tonight. Always good to get his insight, his analytics, and also just his pragmatic nature of the game. We'll keep the guest thing rolling as we're talking to Larry Krueger, as we do every Monday. Feels like we always talk to Krug right after Niner games. That Niner game now feels about 25 days ago, and it was just kind of the weekend. You let it kind of just... And Papa watched the Buffalo Bills score 48 points. It's Papa and Silver on a Monday. Larry Krueger next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers are planning to suspend Devondre Campbell 3 games, ending his season after Campbell refused to go back into the game Thursday night. Coach Kyle Shanahan said that his actions from the game is just not something you can do to your team. Check out that story and more on KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Best thing ever. Have you been to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach? I have, and it's the best pizza I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot now for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas as well, and they're spicy bucatita. Mamma mia, Mama Papa would love it. One of my all-time favorites. And Tony has other locations around North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Save room for dessert. Try his homemade sourdough breads, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And don't forget, when you're coming to Levi's for a 49er game or Oracle Park for a Giant game or Chase Center for a Warriors game, get to Tony's Slice House. Fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices. Tony's Pizza is #1 in the entire world.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you're staying dry out there in rainy San Francisco in the Bay Area and beyond. It's Greg and Greg here for another hour on a Monday. And Mondays mean that we talk to our good friend Larry Krueger, host of Niners Nightly. And Larry suffered through some tough shows with a lot of callers that have a lot to get off their chest. But now we have Larry as a guest of our own on the UMA guest line. Morning, Krug.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Oh, doing well. I realized I just said morning, and it feels like 7 in the morning when I look outside the window, but I guess we're getting into the lunchtime hour.
Morning, noon. I mean, it's morning somewhere for somebody, I'm sure.
Yeah,
you're all
exactly.
right.
And the Niners have moved back their practices to later today after we're done, and they're going to have an open locker room at 2:40. Are you on your way to Levi's to watch Bonus Monday, Larry?
I am actually here sitting in the Sharp Club, the Eastern Wing. I've been here for about an hour and just getting ready for practice and getting ready to do Niners Nightly tonight, and eager to go into the locker room and talk to some of the guys today.
Yeah, an open locker room will be interesting at 2:40 because they talked after the game, but now the events of the weekend and the desire of the team to suspend Devondre the remainder of the year. So let's just start with that because I think many a Monday after a game you would come on with us and we break down Devondre Campbell. And early in the year was not good. We wondered about D. Winters taking playing time. I think Curtis Robinson, had he not torn his ACL, Larry, in that one practice on a special teams play, would be the starting linebacker next to Fred, and Devondre would have lost some time. But then he played better. But then Dre comes back and balls out, and Winters has the knee or the neck, and Demetrius has the knee. I mean, you've been covering this sport for a long, long time. I mean, this story of Devondre Campbell started out as perplexing on a lot of levels to just what the hell happened. And looking back on it, I think him not going back into the game on Thursday at that pivotal point where the Rams were embarking on that 17-play drive where they ran it and threw over the middle and Puka and the block of Dotson on Demetrius. And just looking back on it, I mean, just give me the Greenlaw, the Campbell story from start to finish. And if he goes in the game and plays the way he did against the Bears, is the outcome of the game different on Thursday night?
No, he absolutely could have affected the outcome of the game. I mean, that's the tragedy here, if in a football sense, is that this guy walked out, cost himself, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process, his reputation. I mean, Greg, at the end of the day, all any of us really have is our reputation among our peers and the public, and his reputation among his peers and the public has gone in the toilet, never to be recovered. So I mean, he did himself a huge amount of damage. Whoever advised him gave him poor advice. I'd like to say I'm surprised by this, but I actually have been talking about this for over 6 weeks ago. I said, as soon as the 49ers ask this player to take a step back, and he was only a placeholder for Greenlaw, so it was always understood that he was going to take a step back to everybody except for Devondre. I mean, and you could see the personality type. I said, as soon as this guy is asked to take a step back, they will literally have to cut him and probably, escort him off of the campus, because I mean, he's just so proud, not going. Some guys are just wired this way. It's what they need to succeed in the world of pro football. It's like, I am awesome, and I can only think of myself in that way, and I can't think for the team in any way. So, he made a bad decision, and it's unfortunately going to be his legacy.
Talking to Larry Krueger here on the UMA guest line. You can catch him tonight at 6 o'clock for Niners Nightly. Krug, we got to talk about Deebo Samuel, too, because Devondre Campbell has sort of shed the spotlight away from others who did not play very well. And look, Deebo, of course, did not quit on his team. He's a great competitor. He's done a lot of great things in a 49er uniform. But the bottom line is he made some noise on social media. The ball got thrown his way a lot. He did not deliver, and it was costly in a 6-8 falling to the season, now losing. What does the future hold for Deebo Samuel, in your opinion? I mean, we've asked a lot of these guys about it. Matt Mayoko believes he's going to be back on the team next year. Where do you stand with Deebo with how things have kind of unfolded here in 2024?
Yeah, I mean, it's not about what makes sense or even maybe what's best for the team. It's the whim of Kyle Shanahan. I mean, this is the 49ers are run by Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan loves this player, and if he wants him on his roster next year, he's going to have him. So, but that doesn't mean that he's not an old 28, which I think he is. It doesn't mean that he hasn't lost a step, because I think he has. He's only averaged about 2.5 yards a carry this year. Life has a weird way of calling your bluff. Be careful what you wish for. I thought life called his bluff in this game. You want the ball. You haven't regressed. He got the ball, and he kind of showed us that he didn't produce. I mean, I don't want to say he's regressed, but he didn't produce in the moment. He dropped that touchdown. He took his eyes off the football. It's just a concentration thing. That was going to be a house call. That was going to be absolutely a touchdown. So, what are their options? Will they trade him? The Ravens showed interest in him around the draft, but I think the price didn't match up with what the Niners wanted. Do they cut him? I can't picture that. To me, the way the cap works, if you cut him, you're still going to have the same cost to your team as if you kept him. So there, in a lot of ways, it makes more sense to keep him and try to work something out. He's due, I believe, $17 million. So, this is going to be a tough decision. So I'm not sure what it holds, but I would say he's either going to be traded or at a price tag that's going to be shockingly low, or they're going to work out some kind of deal and he's going to be here next year.
Yeah, and obviously the finances, we knew it was coming this year anyway to have it happen in a year like this, but they're going to play out the year and see if they can get to 9-8 or try to be close to it. But they got a lot of tough choices to make financially once the offseason does start, and Deebo's one of them. Charvarius Ward, Aaron Banks, Talanoa Hufanga. But I want to ask you about Dre Greenlaw and where they're at. And he obviously balled out. The story of the night on Thursday unfortunately turned to Devondre Campbell. It really was about big play Dre coming back after being away 10 months and a day and 305 days since tearing the left Achilles just entering the Super Bowl. He obviously is a difference maker on this defense. The players love him. But just financially, a lot of teams, like the Rams, the way they build their defense, they don't put money in the off-the-ball linebackers. Ernest Jones IV has flipped Seattle's fortunes until maybe last night. They traded him to Tennessee, and then he winds up in Seattle. A lot of teams just don't pay stacked linebackers. The Niners have Fred Warner on their roster, Larry, and he's one of the highest paid off-the-ball linebackers, first-team All-Pro Fred. The way Dre Greenlaw played the other night, can you afford to pay? I mean, they love him. I think I know the answer, but how do you pay two off-the-ball linebackers like they're paying Fred and what they may have to do to play Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah, I mean, and you didn't even mention the one that, also hurt was Azeez. I mean, Azeez is a great player, and they left him. They had to let him go because he's playing in this defense, 22% of the snaps or whatever it is. You're in your sub package, 80% of the time, 78% of the time, or whatever it is. So you're playing your nickel corner more than you're playing that third linebacker, and so they couldn't afford Azeez. But man, they missed him because they didn't. Azeez was also their insurance against Dre or Fred going down in the middle of the game, and he was so good. I just think that you're going to have a much different room without certain guys, and Dre Greenlaw is one of those guys. And I just think that there's good players, there's great players, and then there's tone-setting culture players. And I really believe that you got to. I know there's cap suggestions and ways to build a roster, but I think you have to kind of audible as a personnel department and say, who are our difference makers? Who are our tone setters? Who are the guys that really make the room go? And he's one of those guys. So I really think that he's worth every penny you pay him because he does an extraordinary amount of the heavy lifting in the run defense game. And they ask their linebackers to do so much in this defense on that second level, control that entire area. And he and Fred can do it, but I think you got to compensate him, even if it's not in your budget.
Talking to Larry Krueger here as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. About an hour left to go before we hand things off to Dirty Work on a Monday. Larry, for all intents and purposes, this is a team that's not going to be going to the playoffs. So a lot of the talk is going to be looking ahead to the next season. And that's kind of what I want to ask you here. While the 49ers still try to compete and win, how can Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy in particular use the end of this season to get on the same page and work through and address some of the issues that are within their control that go beyond just things like injuries?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, it really is about charting out what you want this last month to be about. I mean, I think you got to set goals for yourselves. I think you got to have an open dialogue. Brock and Kyle do about this season and how it went south, why it went south. Of course, the entire coaching staff at the end of the year will do a complete autopsy on the year and make their evaluations to the front office going forward into the off season. But I think the other big thing that we want to see is I want to see at least on-field reps, Brock Purdy to Jacob Cowing, Brock Purdy to Ricky Pearsall. I mean, to me, the story that is not being emphasized enough is that last year, the Niners' top three weapons of Ayuk, Debo, and CMC scored 40 touchdowns. This year, that trio has 2. But the worst part of that story is that there's no promise that next year they're going to get anything. We don't know what they're going to get out of Ayuk, who I think is going to miss a good chunk of the year. We just discussed Debo may or may not be on the roster, and he definitely looks like an old 28 to me. And then CMC's got tendonitis against both Achilles and is coming off a PCL injury. So we don't know what you're getting out of those guys a year older. So in addition to building up the O-line, the D-line, the linebacking core, plugging a few other holes, they really have to find out who are their weapons next year. And so I would say invest in these final 3 games in Pearsall and Cowing and trying to get them, see exactly what kind of momentum you can get for them going into the offseason.
Well, Cowing has been used exclusively as a punt returner. He's not really playing a lot of snaps from scrimmage. That may change at the end here. And Ricky, and he's being targeted infrequently, and when he is, he's not coming down with the ball. And the game Thursday night, 4 targets, 1 catch for 16 yards. And I think one of the big plays, Brock ripped that 3rd and 10 to Debo, and Debo just took his eyes off the ball and dropped it. But there were many throws, in particular two to Ricky on the outcut when they were trying to get, in closer where it didn't have to be a heave Hail Mary from midfield. He missed him on the crosser, and then he missed him, probably the biggest play of the game, the interception to Jennings. But they were trying to go at Witherspoon, at Keller Witherspoon, the former Niner, and they couldn't get off of him. But Ricky did. He ran the deep post route, and he was open.
And it hung. The ball hung.
Brock underthrew him. He missed, back in the field of play where it could have broken up, and it was not a good throw. He had some throws that he wants back. He was 14 of 31, just not acceptable in the NFL, and 5 for 12 in the second half with a pick, which leads to, and I've already looked ahead, it is going to be 70 degrees and sunny in South Florida on Sunday, so we're good there. But and you've been doing this a long time. I mean, the data's out there where Brock just does not perform well in bad weather, whether it's the rain or Cleveland, the playoff game against Green Bay when he put the glove on the left hand to start. He figured it out later when he went 6 for 7 at the end. Obviously the snow game in Buffalo, the ball just slipped out of his hands. And this game on Thursday, when I saw after I left the show to go down before the game and it's starting to rain, I'm like, damn. And then the one he went down the sideline early to George, I don't even know how he got it down the field. The ball just slipped right out of his hands, Larry. So as you look forward, they love Brock. I'm not saying they're not going to re-sign him. But how do you overcome undersized quarterback for one? He's not 6'1". He's 6 feet 5'8", 7 inch tall. The hands are not big. They're 9 1/4 inches. So just controlling the ball, the inability to grip it and rip it when it's wet, whether it's rain or snow. How does the organization proceed forward with that?
It's a great question. I mean, it also, when you describe the conditions Thursday night, I mean, the first thing that comes up in my mind is why in those conditions were there 31 passes and only 19 runs in a game that was a 3-point game the entire night. I felt like the plan might have been a little flip-flopped. It probably should have been a run-heavy plan. But that wasn't the question. The question was about Brock and his future. I mean, they've got to decide exactly where they're at with Brock Purdy. Are you going to sign this guy? And, his agent, Kyle Strongton out of Nashville, he's going to want market rate. He's going to want $60 to $65 million a year, I would imagine. I mean, Bill Barnwell suggested 5 years, $325 million, $65 a year. And that to me seems something I don't want to do. And I would express that to Brock's agent, that I don't want to do that. And to me, the most I would even consider would be, guys like Jalen Hurts or Tua Tagovailoa, but those guys are still making north of $50 million a year. So this is going to be a huge change in the 49ers structure of their money. And there are people that say, don't pay him, don't pay him, don't pay him. Well, okay, I'll listen to that. But then you're basically saying that you're going to entertain the idea of trading Brock Purdy at 24, and that you're going to then go out into the open market and figure out who's your quarterback after that. And, I was looking at it this way, Greg, it's just how many quarterbacks in the league would I rather have than Brock? And, there's 7 or 8 I'd rather have, but I mean, he's like in that next tier. And he's, and you're going to have to pay him market rate at some point. So I don't know. I mean, I can tell you this. I know for a fact that his agent is going to say no to that. The people that are saying, well, how about 4 years, 120, give him, all guaranteed $30 million a year. He's going to want a higher AAV than that. I can guarantee that.
Lots to monitor with the Brock Purdy situation, with the 49ers offseason coming up, and what they still have left in the tank in these final 3 games. Larry, we appreciate the time. Always great catching up on a Monday. And it was good catching up in the press box on Thursday. In fact, I enjoyed it so much, it was more enjoyable than what I was watching on the field for most of it.
Hey, guys, it's always a pleasure to rap with you guys, and we'll do it again. And, the season hasn't ended. There's going to be a lot of story to be told, lots of questions, and it's only now getting juicy. So it should be really an interesting story in the weeks ahead.
Thanks, Larry. Have a great show tonight.
See you, fellas.
Thanks, crew.
You can catch Krug at 6 o'clock for Niners Nightly. And someone in the chat, I think it was San Jose Jazz fan, called him Kruger with the umlaut over his U, kind of like a Dennis Schröder. Maybe he can go Larry Kruger, Dennis Schröder. I don't know. Weird things in the German language here. We will, on the other side, do our Silver Linings playlist because that has yet to be told for the day. And then that'll be a quick segment before we pivot to Bobby Marks, talk a little NBA, Warriors trade possibilities. Schroeder's one move. What else can occur from here for the Warriors or for the NBA? And then we'll wrap it up and hand it over to Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Tim Webb for Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver, finishing things up on a Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors make a trade. Wouldn't necessarily say it's a splash, but it is a little ripple. Dennis Schröder is your newest member of the Golden State Warriors. Let us know how you are feeling about that move in our YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
It is that time of the day where we get a little Silver Linings Playlist going. We actually doubled up on Friday, but that doesn't mean I get to skip a day. We're not doing that. Before we get to the song, Papa, you seeing this? That from Adam Schefter, Sacramento State, some little NorCal news, is in discussions to hire Michael Vick as its head coach, who's also interviewed with Norfolk State about that job. So, Michael Vick,
Hornets?
The Hornets. JD territory. He could be going to JD's alma mater and trying to ruin some Causeway Classics with the UC Davis Aggies.
What do you think Michael Vick will be as a head coach? That'll be interesting to see.
Really interesting.
I mean, what Neon Dion has done and what it opened it up. And then, obviously Bill Belichick leaving the NFL on the precipice of catching Don Shula and becoming the winningest coach in the NFL. And maybe he's got a clause where he can get out after a year. But college football is evolving. Is Michael Vick coached anywhere before? I see him on TV on the other Fox pregame show. I watched him the other day with our guy Charles Woodson. Has he been an offensive coordinator or a coach even in high school or anything before?
Not to my knowledge. I'm kind of going through the Google thing right now. I know he was also doing the flag football thing. He's kind of been a journeyman since being out of the league, and he had one of the great comebacks from this time in Philadelphia. But yeah, that would be quite something if he gets a head coaching job just kind of fresh off the block.
Well, did Dion have any background coaching at all? I don't think he did anything.
No, not till Jackson State.
Right, and then went to Jackson State, but he was on TV before. So, with Michael Vick being the head coach of the Hornets is fine. You don't want Bulldogs or Huskies or any of those kind of nicknames for a team. That would be kind of interesting. So we shall see. Good luck to Michael Vick. That'll make Sac State football watchable.
Another piece of news I'll squeeze in before we get to Silver Linings Playlist official is that Dan Campbell did confirm today that David Montgomery will undergo season-ending knee surgery. So that is a big blow to the current one seed in the NFC.
MCL, the medial collateral. And I saw Aleem McNeil hobble off the field yesterday. What's wrong with him? He didn't look good. He looked really mad. They don't have Hutchinson. They have Davenport, Kaminsky, Anzalone, Malcolm Rodriguez, Derek Barnes, Jalen Reeves-Maben, Carlton Davis, Rakestraw, the rookie, Emmanuel Mosley, Melifonwu. That's just from their defense. That's why Buffalo rolled them. So I wonder, had the Niners waived Devondre Campbell, you think Brad Holmes would have called him anyway? I mean, they got some players they literally took off the street. Ezekiel Turner is playing at linebacker for them. The Niners had him in training camp, and I thought he was a lock to make the team as at least a core special teamer. He got chewed out. He got pulled out of the field as he was trying to spy Josh Allen yesterday, which is not easy. So I do wonder if Devondre can push back on the 3-game suspension and say 3 games. What does the CBA allow there? And if he ever was available to another team, would he wind up at Honolulu Blue with all the injuries the Lions have had? And specifically on defense, how many defensive players have they lost the last month?
I want to say it's 14 that have gone to injured reserve in the season, which is just ridiculous. And, of course, they lost their best player a while ago, Aiden Hutchinson, won't be getting him back until the next season. So Lions got their work carved out for them, even if they are able to secure a home field advantage at Ford Field.
We'll see if they're able to do it. The Eagles are right on their trail. But anyway, Silver Linings playlist. What do you got on a rainy Monday?
Silver Linings playlist. I mean, we had to go Golden State Warriors themed, and you're wearing it right now, Captain Klay. And look, this is the song that we've teased all show long. I'm talking about our contest winner. And congratulations to Jonathan in Berkeley, by the way, being our first winner of the week. You can win tickets to see Styx. You can get Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon. And then I had the third name right in front of me with all these papers. Don Felder of the Eagles. That's right. I knew it was someone from back then. Come Sail Away, 1977. How could we not? It's not just Kyle Broflovsky and Eric Cartman's song today. It's our song on Silver Linings playlist. Captain Klay, season high 29 points, 7 threes coming back to Chase Center. It's no coincidence that his 2 season highs, his second one, 22 points, which he did multiple times, was in the first meeting at Chase Center in the narrow loss when Steph Curry had the yelling at the camera game. DeAnthony Melton's last game. Captain Klay, you got to give it up to him. Luka Doncic, a 45-point triple-double. He has had 9 40-plus point triple-doubles, and he is 25 years old. Just a freaking ridiculous offensive guru. And the singer of this song, Papa, is Dennis DeYoung. So I had to tie it all together by saying that it's Dennis DeYoung, and the Warriors have their own Dennis coming to the Bay. Dennis Schröder will be joining the team today. He's going to make his debut on Thursday if all goes well. And we'll try the best that we can to carry
Crank
on.
it right now. Come sail away. You're going soft on me. You're going yacht rock. So with Klay, and he loves being an able-bodied seaman as well. He loves basketball, boating, and being a seaman. And whenever I see these hats, you think of Mustache Harbor, you think of Yacht Rock, and you think of, well, do you think of Styx and Dennis DeYoung? Seriously? Aren't they the same band that gave us Pittsburgh Steelers start the fourth quarter and a Renegade? I'm having a hard time with the whole Yacht Rock genre, where you get one band. I mean, some Styx songs like this one are soft rock, and they are yacht rock. There's no doubt. And then Michael McDonald's the one that flushed it all down the toilet. He leaves the Doobie Brothers, and he does some song with Kenny Loggins, and now he's soft. I don't like that guy, the new head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. So I'm conflicted with the whole yacht rock genre, and there is a doc out there to explain the whole thing. So I do like Styx. Come sail away? Come sail away? Seriously?
It's
These are the same guys that gave us Renegade? How'd they get so soft?
And by the way, Renegade is something that the 49ers didn't get when they opened their season in Pittsburgh last year.
No, because it was 50-0 going to the fourth quarter. I was there. I remember. I was waiting for it. They canceled Renegade.
Greg Papa and Kyle Juszczyk were the most upset about that.
Were they? Was Juice not into that?
Juice was not into it.
They were playing it on the practice field. I played it on the show all week getting ready. That's all we ever heard, though. But I don't know if Clay's a big yacht rock guy and a Mustache Harbor guy, but the hat does fit Mustache Harbor. But the whole yacht rock thing is very confusing to me. Are the Doobie Brothers seriously yacht rock? Micah McDonald is. But he went soft. So did this defense last night.
Yeah, so did his defense big time. We'll have to fade out of Come Sail Away for today. If you're Eric Cartman, or if you're like Eric Cartman, you can finish the song on speed version like we did in the South Park clip earlier in the show. Congratulations again to Jonathan and Berkeley. Silver Linings playlist today goes to Captain Klay, season high 29 points. And now the series is 1-1 with Klay Thompson in a Mavericks jersey. Got to give credit where credit's due. When you give up 143 points, you're probably not winning in the NBA, even if you got 4 guys scoring 20-plus. We'll keep it right here on basketball because we got Bobby Marks joining us next. We'll talk Dennis Schröder. We'll talk New Orleans Pelicans looking to offload some of their core players. We'll talk what can the Warriors do to make this, in Walter's words, a ripple and not a splash. Bobby Marks next. It's Papa and Silver for another half hour here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Eight-point game winding down to 8 minutes. Does Dallas hit a cold stretch ever? They play 48 minutes of great offensive basketball. Luka turned it over. Lindy Waters, three. Oh, man! What a confidence front there!
Lindy Waters, that was the three Papa alluded to earlier. Not a lot of contested threes, but Lindy Waters gave the Warriors some life, cutting it to 5 there. Getting the turnover from Luka Doncic and in transition, wasting no time, pulling it up, and drilling the triple. Unfortunately, the Warriors didn't do a whole lot of other defense in that game, and they end up losing 143-133. But here to help us break down the Warriors, their newest acquisition, and where they can go from there is ESPN's Bobby Marks, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Bobby, thanks for joining. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out in San Francisco. Never had you on the show before, but we certainly will not make this our last time, and we appreciate it.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Excited about the Dennis Schröder acquisition, and I guess that's where we'll start. Was Dennis Schröder, in some ways, I think is the perfect fit for the Warriors. In others, his game being a predominantly pick-and-roll player, I think is a little bit different. Do you expect for Schröder to be playing just about most, if not all, the non-Steph minutes to start things out here for the Dubs?
I do. I mean, I think he's probably going to take a chunk of Brandon's minutes too, who certainly has struggled here. I mean, I think the addition, they certainly needed another playmaker here. I think certainly a guy that can shoot the ball, a guy who was having one of his better years in Brooklyn here. I think the two of them can certainly play together if that's what Steve's going to do here. I just thought I thought the timing, just based on how this team has been playing, 2-8 in the last 10, offense in the bottom 5. I just thought the timing was like kind of now or never. Like, this wasn't a February 6th trade deadline type deal that you had to do, that you needed to do. You had to do it kind of right now, and it lined up here. But I think he was averaging north of 30 minutes in Brooklyn, which was a lot, especially for him starting here. So I do think he'll, whether it be the non-Curry minutes or the minutes with Curry. But there's certainly going to be as far as the rotation goes, there's going to be the odd man out there as far as whose minutes Schröder takes.
Now he's averaging a career high, 33.6 minutes a game, and the points are the third highest of his career, over 18. The assists are a career high, over 6.5, and the steals over 1 a game. The field goal shooting, the three-point shooting is a career high just down the road. And I got to give you props. I was watching NBA Today last week during the show, and he went into the trade simulator, and I thought, he's going to do something ridiculous. And wait a minute, we're trading a guy
singles.
with a bad knee.
I like hitting singles.
No, I do want to get to the ridiculousness in February.
Yeah.
But you nailed the whole trade, and I came on and said, the Warriors can get Dennis Schröder for DeAnthony Melton. Let's do that right now. I mean, why? And then boom.
And that's I mean, listen, I think everyone gets caught up in some of the big names that potentially could be out there. And I even wrote a piece about it today, as far as, 10 guys to kind of keep an eye on. Dennis was number 1 on there originally, and we took him off because he got traded. But I just thought that if Golden State could try to steal kind of what Dallas has done over the last couple of years, where you don't need to hit home runs. If you can just hit, Dallas went out and got P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, although it did cost them a first. This deal costs you 3 seconds. You get a second back, which is the Miami pick this year. I just thought, listen, singles, and you had the contract. Certainly, the Melton get hurt. You're probably not looking at this if D'Anthony doesn't get hurt, but it was a perfect fit. I mean, the salaries fit, what Golden State had to do, and it just kind of made sense. And when you kind of just talk to teams, the tea leaves kind of lined up for certainly something like this to get done.
Bobby, I want to ask about Jonathan Kuminga, because it also came out that they were reluctant, the Warriors, to include him in a trade, and if they were to do that, they could have gotten Cam Johnson as well as Dennis Schröder. How much do you anticipate Kuminga wanting in a contract extension, and do you think the Warriors effectively need to decide if they're going to do that by February 6th?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think, Cam's not in the piece that we wrote today. Cam Johnson's not the easiest contract to trade. It really is, and I know he's making $23 million, but he's got $5 million in bonuses that come with you. So if you're shaking back a $28 million guy, you're trading out three guys probably. So I would be reluctant on moving Kuminga. I know there was no extension there, unless it totally makes sense. They're protected by restricted free agency, the ability to kind of match. They know the landscape of the market placed this offseason, where it's Brooklyn with cap space. It's really the only team out there with significant room here. And I think you hold on to, same with your first round picks, you hold on to Kuminga, whether to resign or maybe something better comes along when we get closer to February 6th, or maybe something better comes along in the offseason, and maybe it's a sign and trade here. So I don't think that's the move as far as moving off Kuminga. If it was for, if it was for Cam Johnson, who's a nice player and is having a nice year and everything like that, I'm not there yet as far as just kind of moving off Kuminga.
Now, you nailed Schröder, so I'm on to you. So your picks this morning, NBA trade deadline 2025, 10 players to watch until Feb 6. On the all NBA trade buzz, first team is Jimmy Buckets, Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
I don't see him as a great match with the Warriors, especially if you have to give up Kuminga and or Wiggins. But what do you think? He has mentioned that Phoenix looks like an intriguing destination for Jimmy Butler. Where do you think Jimmy goes? And are the Warriors in play for him seriously, do you think, Bobby?
I think Jimmy Butler is in a Heat uniform when we get past February 6th, unless things really go sideways there. But they're certainly winning, and they're playing a lot better. $49 million is an awfully hard number to move. I don't think Phoenix is a match because I think Miami wants nothing to do with the $110 million owed to Bradley Beal. If they were going to do that, they would just extend Jimmy Butler here. And I think going back to Golden State, it's like, in this day and age, what we're learning here, moving a player who earns more than $40 million basically costs you 4 guys, 5 guys. So whether it be Wiggins or Payton or Looney, you basically cobble the money together. Basically, you're moving it out, and then you got to pay Butler, which is, I think that's a hard pill to swallow as far as paying a soon-to-be 36-year-old, more than $40 million. I don't see that as the perfect fit there.
Talking to Bobby Marks here on the UBA guest line, NBA, ESPN madman, and kind enough to spend some time with us here as we round out Papa and Silver on a Monday. Just looking at Dennis Schröder again and the immediate impact, how much of a difference maker is he going to be alone for this team? Does this lift them from a play-in-ish team into the playoffs? Do you think that just having one more ball handler, one more closer can do wonders for Steph Curry? Or is this more of a minor move that's setting up something bigger for the Warriors in 2 months?
Yeah, I mean, I think it improved for the short term. It certainly helps. And I think not just on the court. I mean, he's a pain in the rear end, like at least, he's like a gnat. He's like, you saw the game the other night against Memphis, right? Where basically like, Ja's jawing at Jordy Fernandez, and he's like, I'm not dealing with this, right? Like he basically goes after Taylor Jenkins, their head coach, and I think he's a pain in the rear end on the court. And I think his energy level, and I've watched a ton of Brooklyn games this year, I just think his energy level as far as what he can bring to this group can maybe help turn things around a little bit as far as where they are. So I think it's for the short term, it makes certainly sense. And listen, if something bigger comes along in when we get closer to February, by them doing this deal yesterday, they can package Schröder again. There's no restrictions on that in come February 5th or 6th. So it could set up to something bigger on that end.
Well, looking ahead along those lines, you mentioned trading for a guy that makes $40 million. You got to move 4 players. I'm keeping an eye on what David Griffin does in New Orleans, especially with Brandon Ingram. I think would be really interesting. But then that's a big ticket item, maybe more. And he was a Warrior for a while. Kevin Pritchard years ago runs the Indiana Pacers basketball ops, and Miles Turner. I mean, to me, the Warriors lack a stretch 5 that can really spread the floor, which allows you to play, Draymond more at 4 and then still have rim protection. What do you think David Griffin does in February with Brandon Ingram, and what do you think Pritchard does with Miles Turner, Bobby?
Yeah, Ingram is really interesting just because Ingram is kind of more for the long play, just because he is injured. When does he come back? Is it February? I think the ability of kind of what his upside is and the ability to re-sign him in free agency, and he's on a $36 million contract, so it's not too bad as far as what you have to do. I think if you're New Orleans, I don't think you're just giving him away because you haven't reached an extension here. You've got to figure out what him and Zion too. I mean, that's another piece that we wrote about today. So listen, I think if you're New Orleans, you're looking for a young player and multiple picks. I think that's kind of where you are with Ingram. I think Indiana is interesting because they're kind of hanging around the play-in. It's hard for me seeing them crack the top 6 as far as where the Eastern Conference is starting to trend a little bit. And Turner is in a situation where he's one of the true free agents in the offseason, where he's not extension eligible. He's not a restricted free agent. He's basically an unrestricted free agent. Him and D'Angelo Russell are in the same boat. And they're in a little bit of a financial crunch based on Halliburton's money and Siakam's money, and they got Bennedict Mathurin coming up here. So certainly if Indiana loses more and they do fall out of it, do they kind of have to regroup a little bit using that Miles Turner contract?
Bobby, just kind of a larger Western Conference broad scale question. All offseason, the talk was how loaded the Western Conference is. And for some teams, they've gotten off to a really good start. For others, it's been really up and down. Phoenix, if they have Kevin Durant, they look like they can win the West. If they don't, they have been way, way worse. Minnesota, been up and down. The Warriors, start hot, start cold. You got any early takeaways from the ups and downs of the West? And I guess who's on the short list of teams you see as final contenders when you come down to it with the rosters that are currently constructed?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think certainly what Oklahoma City has been, I think they've been probably the most consistent team in the Western Conference there as far as, the best team defensively all year. We'll see them tomorrow night against Milwaukee here. I do think there's a teeny bit of, separation from where they are and, where everyone else is. Certainly, as you said, Denver's been inconsistent. I think you guys saw Dallas last night, who certainly when they're playing like that and firing on cylinders, they're pretty dangerous. Minnesota's been up and down. Certainly, the Lakers, the Clips are kind of in that play-in mix also. So you're right. I mean, Houston, I think, has been a surprise, certainly. But are they ready to take that next step, which is, we're still up for debate here. So I think there's a ton of parity here. I don't think it's the East where, listen, it's Boston, really, we're kind of staring at. But and OKC does have some flaws here. So I just think I think teams are still trying to figure themselves out after 20, 25 games here. But if you're asking me, I like Oklahoma City just because they've been probably the most consistent team.
Bobby, we really appreciate the time. We'll have to do this again as the NBA season progresses, and maybe the Warriors look to make more moves. But in the short term, we'll see how Dennis Schröder shakes out here in the Bay Area.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby Marks, always good to talk with him. And, Papa, he had the Dennis Schröder thing on lock.
Nailed it. Did he just nail that because the simulator worked? See, he's not talking to Lacob or Dunleavy. He must talk to Sean Marks with the Nets, right? I mean, somebody told him something. He just didn't. Ipso facto, Melton for Schröder. Let's do that deal. I mean, he nailed that. That happened like hours later. Good work, Bobby.
I mean, the best news about the Schröder deal is that the Warriors are not giving up anything that they would have had this season other than Reese Beekman, who's a guy that most of us haven't really heard of and wasn't ever going to crack a rotation. I mean, losing D'Anthony Melton stunk, but the bottom line is you weren't getting him back no matter what because injuries are a part of the game. So there you go. And it's a low-risk, high-reward situation. We'll see Thursday, and we'll keep an eye on it. Dennis Umlaut Schröder.
Memphis is 18-9 again? Damn.
Yeah, they've been really good.
1 year hiatus without Ja. Houston 17-9. We saw how well those guys guard, and then Dallas, Luka's playing faster. He is not waiting to get doubled, and he's moving the ball. I mean, right now, who are the Warriors? After the 12-3 start, the team that's gone 2-8 over the next 10, we'll see. I mean, they're loaded right now. I mean, right now your play-ins are Minnesota, Warriors, Clippers, Lakers. We got a long way to go. Phoenix, are they? I mean, they got to get healthy. Denver's been kind of middling, but are the Houston Rockets this year's version of the Minnesota Timberwolves, the way they're playing?
I mean, when you have a defense like that, you always have to be taken seriously because that's kind of what Minnesota was last year in terms of putting them over the top. And then Rudy Gobert, of course, we've talked about Depoy, but then got picked on in the postseason, and it's happened multiple times. But just as a team as a whole, I buy Houston. I had an argument with JD where I think Houston is very much for real. I said that after the Warriors beat Houston before the NBA Cup game. It was when Jonathan Kuminga had that incredible fourth quarter and game to sort of be the closer without Steph and Draymond. But I buy Houston for real.
How about the New Orleans Pelicans? Wow. They're 5-22. They are moving somebody. David Griffin, he's got to get fired if they don't figure it out. Now, what's wrong with Ingram? Ingram has a knee injury. I got to research that more. And then we're going to watch the Pacers and Miles Turner. But Indiana's 12-15 in the East. But in the 12-15 below 500 is good enough to get you in the play-in. So what do we root for the Pacers to lose? That's my former team. I don't like when they lose. But we should be rooting for Indiana and New Orleans to lose. And they make Miles Turner and or Brandon Ingram available. That's a whole different conversation. I think with Turner, you could largely keep your team intact and add to your team. If you go get Brandon Ingram, you're blowing up your team.
Yeah. We'll wrap things up on the other side. We've got plenty more basketball to talk a little bit later in the week. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb will take it at 2 o'clock for a Monday edition of Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver, the elder Papa, that is, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your new shortstop for the San Francisco Giants, Willie Adames, stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and discussed why he believes in Buster Posey's vision for this Giants team moving forward. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Wrapping things up here on a Monday. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Derek was roaming around the room getting ready for dirty work. I thought he was just going to never shut the door and just kind of hang out because he probably knew I was going to ask you about the Monday Night Football doubleheader. That's right. Tonight, we're spending our time watching Vikings, Bears, and the Desmond Ridder revenge game, Falcons, Raiders.
It's football, Greg. It's like pizza and sex. Even when it's bad, it's great. So is Derek wearing a Raider hat, by the way?
No, he's not wearing a Raider hat. He's showing his hair off
people
today.
Have been encouraging me to wear Raider hats. I'm not doing that. What has happened to them? 2-11? Who's going to have the first pick in the NFL draft this year? The New York Football Giants or the Raiders?
That's a good question. The Jets finally won one yesterday, so they're probably not getting it.
He went off at the end of the game. What a performance.
I think that was the second highest receiving yards in his career, 198.
You won him the game. That's all that matters. He took over mid-third quarter and won them the game. And then he made the 2-point conversion at the end. What a performance by him. So the first game is Bears-Vikings, and that's on ABC. What are the Vikings going to do long-term with Sam Darnold is really interesting to me. I mean, they're going to give this team to J.J. McCarthy, and I know all these young quarterbacks are playing well, the ones that are playing, with the exception of Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta, but Sam Darnold is one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't know what they do there, but that'll be the first game on ABC. Vikings home for Chicago. And then the Falcons, and what has happened to them, that's the ESPN game. And I don't love the overlap. They only got they should do like an hour and a half in between. So Bears-Vikings starts at 5 o'clock our time on ABC, and then the Falcons-Raiders goes at 5:30 our time. It's just not enough of an overlap to watch them both. They did it an hour and a half. And really the game in Vegas, could move way back in time. Anyway, we'll watch them both. And, the Falcons, I thought they were a lock. I don't want to say a lock, but a good candidate to win the NFC South. And now Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay have just taken over. What has happened to Atlanta here?
Baker Mayfield, the Bucs started hot. They beat Detroit. They were the only team to beat Detroit until the Bills did it yesterday. Then they got very banged up. Chris Godwin went down for the year. Mike Evans was out with the hamstring for a few weeks. And then they've gotten healthier again. And they got the running back attack with Bucky Irving, who's been a great rookie, Rashad White, and even Sean Tucker as the third guy. And now they're the 3 seed right now, to the Rams being the 4 seed. So who's going to win the NFC West? I don't know.
The Rams.
It's looking like it's trending. Did we get any sense of how long Geno Smith's out?
Geno's injury's not that bad, but he may not play. But they got to play Sam Darnold and the Vikings in Minnesota. That's where it all started, by the way. That Week 2 trip to the Twin Cities is where it all got unraveled. Arizona looks good, but their schedule's hard. I think the Rams, I felt it when I left the booth on Thursday night and Mike LaFleur came over to give us a hug. I'm like, you guys are winning the West. It's, Seattle, they got run over last night, and their lack of a run defense, they got better later, but I think the Rams are going to win the NFC West. Geno's injury didn't look good, obviously, but I think he'll be able, we'll see if he'll play the next game. But for tonight, Atlanta's 6-7. They lost 4 in a row. Weren't they 6-3 at one point?
They have.
Now, what did they do? Isn't that amazing? Kirk Cousins tears his Achilles the week after we saw him in Minnesota, and he carved the 49ers. He goes to Soldier Field. Achilles pops. They move on from him. Atlanta gives him $100 million guaranteed, and then the acquisition of the offseason was Sam Darnold going to the Minnesota Vikings. And I don't know what Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is going to do, but the way Sam is playing, you don't keep Sam Darnold next year and figure it out with J.J. McCarthy, just have him be the backup. Sam Darnold is slinging it.
Who would you rather pay right now, Greg? Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
I'm not answering that.
Look who snuck into the room.
The Raiders going to have the number 1 pick overall.
I hope they do. Sorry, I had to come in when Greg was talking about bad sex and bad pizza.
Yeah. Has he got a hat on or no?
He's got a beanie.
I got a beanie on.
A Raider beanie? Is it black? Is it silver?
Why would I wear that?
I don't know. Because you love the Raiders.
You got a Goodfellas sweatshirt on.
I don't love the Raiders.
By the way, Falcons' remaining schedule is Raiders, Giants, at Commanders, and then Panthers at home. So they should be able to win 3 of those 4. But we'll see. That's why we watch. That's the NFL, and we'll pick this up on Tuesday and hand over to Dirty Work now. Papa, appreciate it. Have a great Monday night. We'll reconnect
I'll be in
at 10 a.m.
studio tomorrow, Silver. I'm coming in studio tomorrow.
What? That was my best attempt at the Borat drop.
Wow.
Okay. I probably won't get a lot of sleep, and I'll be prepared for the Exorcism Part 2. Can't wait.
We'll wrestle around naked in bed like Borat. I've never seen a movie.
Good Lord. All right, Walter, let's start the show already, please.
All right, on that note, we're going to hand it off to Dirty Work, although I don't know if it can get much dirtier than Papa's humor in the last segment. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus media station. Help us all.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
This is Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We got I wouldn't say a brief show. I'd say a shorter show, as I guess we're going to the second of 2 Monday Night Football games tonight, which you'll hear here.
The best one by far.
On your KNBR family of networks. Bears at Vikings starts at 5 on ABC, and then you get Raiders and Falcons from Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. Desmond Ridder revenge game.
Yeah, the Desmond Ridder revenge game, 5:30. Kirk Cousins has been awful of late. We can talk more about what happened this week across the NFL, as we had a Niner weekend off after their loss 12-6 to the Rams on Thursday. But first of all, what the hell's Greg Papa doing? What was that last night?
What, bad sex, bad pizza?
How many sex references I got to make in the last 5 minutes of that show?
And then he wanted to wrestle with Greg Silver, that is.
It's football.
I feel like I go stand out in the rain for a while.
I'd kind of rather, at this point, take a shower.
That was weird. That was weird. Also, I love that my father thinks I'm still indebted to the Raiders. No.
I paid back my debt. Now you've got.
I know. Why don't you join me, Derek?
Sins of a father, as you know. You've got to pay your debt to the Raiders. What's that?
I no clue. But no, my Raider days are done. My Oakland Raider days will never die, but my Las Vegas Raider days have never begun.
What do you mean your Raider days are done? What does that mean?
I don't support the team anymore.
You don't support the team anymore?
No. Dude, I was a diehard fan back in the day.
Tim, do you not remember this? Was it last year or 2 years ago when he came? I think it was last season.
When Darren Waller got traded?
I'm just saying, if they beat Miami and you were all thinking they had a shot still, you were tricking yourself into it.
Yeah, but it wasn't like me being a fanboy, being like, oh, they could win out.
You're negative about a lot of teams. You won't make cases for a lot of teams, but you were cutting your Raiders some slack.
Well, my Raiders.
Does anybody believe that Derek's not a Raider fan anymore? Tim, you want to chime in on this? Help me out here.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of you not being a Raider, you might not like the decisions or the direction of the team.
Yeah,
but that's like saying, are you a fan of a 2-11 team? Well, no, but I'm still there. I'm with them.
You're still you're a Raider fan.
I'll always bleed a little silver and black, but to be a diehard
fan, dude. Nobody said diehard.
You don't have to be
I've lost an immense amount of interest in the team.
You don't have to be pro this outfit. This outfit is
this outfit sucks. I mean, the Las Vegas Raiders, I can't get behind this brand.
He's got Tom Brady walking into the auto blend. God. Standing in the lobby with his hands on his hips.
The whole thing makes me gag a little bit. But, I'm interested to see what happens with them, see if they get the number 1 pick in the draft, and see if they get Shador. I think it's going to be...
You're interested to see what they do, but you're not a fan.
Like the rest of that division.
Intrigued, right?
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued what the Browns do. I'm intrigued what the Vikings do.
Here's my thing.
Consider me Rob Lowe with the NFL hat on.
I can almost never believe anybody who grows up a fan of any one team. I know that's different when the Raiders leave, they come back, they leave again. It's not specifically what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When somebody grows up in an area, whether that team is in their area or not, and they're a fan of that team. Sometimes they grow up, and we see this more in media, where we get to know somebody who's then worked around the sport for a long time. One of my best friend in the world, Jason, he for years worked for the Angels after college. And he, for a while, was like, I think I kind of lost. And baseball's his favorite thing, San Francisco Giants baseball. And at one point, he was like, he stopped working in baseball. He didn't like doing it. But he said, I saw behind the curtain, and it wasn't as cool to me anymore. I lost sort of the love for it. And I think that happens to people where then they become just sort of a general fan of the sport, or they cover the sport.
That's kind of how I am now. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Is I don't buy it. I think it's a crock. I think you always at some point are going to have some allegiance in there somewhere to that team. That if that team gets hot, or that team has a run, or that team is like a team of destiny type team, or gets some fun player, you're going to be right back in. If they get Shedeur Sanders, and Shedeur Sanders ends up being just a sick monster NFL quarterback, flashy, is winning football games, you're telling me that Derek Papa, the grandson of the Oakland Raiders, is not going to be a Raider fan? I don't buy it for a second. Does anybody, 808 KNBR, does anybody buy it for a second, or check it on the KNBR YouTube chat? Nobody's buying this.
It just wouldn't be the same. No, I probably would have a little bit of interest, but like for me to care as much as I did back in the day with Rich Gannon or Derek Carr, any of those.
No, but I don't buy it. Well, you get chills?
Don't get me to start recite this whole damn thing.
He's going to recite the whole thing, but he's not a fan.
This gets you excited.
No, it's poetry, baby.
Then you're a Raider fan. This doesn't get me excited.
It's like somebody in the chat last week said that Derek listens to this in the shower.
Yeah, John Facenda.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Derek,
no,
you're a Raider fan.
Dude, I grew up in Raider culture. Like I love the Raiders for most of my life, and now it's just the love has died a little bit.
Stop lying to everybody. Stop lying to yourself. And like your boy Mike Jackson said, take a look at the man in the mirror and tell him you're a Raider fan.
We're going there, Mike Jackson.
Not Giants relief pitcher Mike Jackson. We're going Mike Cole of the Jackson 5.
Yeah, no, it's hard to be as in on the Raiders as it was in the past. They're not even here anymore.
I didn't ask if it's hard to be in.
I went there 2 years ago.
This blanket
I went in there 2 years ago to Allegiant Stadium, and I was like, this isn't home. This just feels so damn weird. This isn't even a Raiders stadium. Just a bunch of Vegas crap in a Raiders arena. It just doesn't feel the same.
Now, it'll be easier for you to, I think, and just knowing you, I think personally it'll be easier for you to let go of anything that the A's do. Because I think the A's sort of slow bled out that fan base so differently. Yeah. And football is different, right? Like Al Davis created the Raider Nation, where wherever we go, baby, it doesn't matter. We're still going to win it. You know what I mean?
By the way, did you see who's playing him? We'll save this for grab back for a big old segment. But you see who's playing Al in the John Madden biopic?
Wait, I didn't even consider this. I can't believe we hadn't talked about this. Please tell me it's like Nick Cage or somebody.
Well, no,
Nick Cage is playing Madden.
Yeah,
which is also bizarre.
He's going to touch him.
I thought that Nick Cage would be more appropriate for Al. It's an Academy Award-winning actor playing Al Davis.
No, who is dude? Hold on, who is it? It's like Brody or somebody.
Oh, Adrian Brody. That would have been bad.
Who is it?
Christian Bale is playing Al Davis. I kind of can buy it.
I think we all just kind of can buy everything that Christian Bale can do because he just.
If you told me Christian Bale,
he might buy a football team just so he can pretend to be a football owner like Al Davis.
If you were to tell me Christian Bale ended up playing John Madden, I'm like, I could believe that more than Nick Cage, honestly. Because he's a chameleon.
I'm hiring Art Shell. That's what I'm doing next.
Yeah. No, he can do the voice. I can buy. We'll talk about this more tomorrow with Grab Bag.
The one voice he couldn't do was that movie he did, The Fighter, with
that was fine.
Marky Mark. He had like a Welsh Boston accent. It was a little off.
Yeah.
But he was also
he was good as Cheney.
He's also a crackhead, so it worked out. Good as Cheney. Bale was good as
Speaking
Cheney.
of movies.
Yeah, you mentioned, by the way, Derek says to me, one of the first things when I get here today is like, hey, Multiplicity was on Amazon yesterday.
Yeah, no, I saw it last night, and I was like, you know what, I'll pop it on.
Keaton.
Keaton. Yeah, we were talking about Bulletproof Keaton on Friday. Keaton
research.
Yeah, show research. Michael Keaton is fantastic in Multiplicity, playing 4 different characters.
But the movie itself?
Well, the movie itself is just ridiculous and not very good.
Give us the plot one more time on Multiplicity.
A man is very tired of managing his work life and his personal life, so he runs. He's a contractor. He does construction for places, and then he comes across this scientist who one day is like, I can clone you, and he, no questions or anything, he's like, okay, I'll do it. And then he makes 3 different versions of himself.
Asked.
No.
No.
Like same day the doc is like, I can clone you. And he's like, all right, let's get nuts. And there's 3 different Michael Keatons after that. Not a great film, but Michael Keaton is really good.
He's playing different roles, huh?
Yeah.
He's playing different roles. Adam Copeland, Deep Pop, it is Dirty Work on a Monday. Tim Webb hanging out with us as well. Nice weekend off. Willie Adamas, by the way, joined the morning show today. I said I didn't know if there could be tons gleaned from that interview. I know Murph likes to get to know these guys.
A little Corbin Burns recruitment.
I got to hear the soundbite. Apparently, Murph signed off with Adamas by saying,
Tim, you got it?
Feliz Navidad.
I got it.
Come on, bro.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, Merry Christmas to you and the family. Feliz Navidad.
Gracias. Thank you guys for having me there. It's a pleasure.
Well, this is how he said goodbye to Willie Adamas, who said Feliz Navidad. He got a big chuckle out of that. He said, gracias.
See, Willie and him are best friends now.
Dude, that's kind of my new thing. I'm kind of like, if any other show does something, we're going to find it. We're going to find it. We're going to laugh. We're going to riff. We're going to laugh.
We have fun here.
Just like Greg Papa said. And I'd say dirty work goes the same way as football, pizza, and sex. Even when it's bad, it's good. It's dirty work on a Monday. Hey, we're giving away tickets to somebody whose name I can pronounce this week. Tom Segura is coming to...
Oh, but there's another guy.
I got Maniscalco. We can do that too. It's Tom Segura and Sebastian Maniscalco. That's a good show, by the way.
That's
2 tickets to go see him. They're coming, by the way, Monday, December 6th. Oh, we're giving it away those days. Sorry, he's coming. When is
That's
it?
today.
January 24th at Chase Center.
Gracias.
that should be the cue to call today.
Keep that around, bro. Murph saying gracias. Oh, dude, what are you doing, bro? Tom Segura and Sebastian Maniscalco are coming to Chase Center in San Francisco. They're coming January. Actually, it's 2 different shows.
Two different shows, yeah.
I'm way confused about this. I did no prep on this giveaway.
January 24th.
You're going to learn about this.
Segura.
Everybody who's hearing this is learning about it at the exact same time I'm learning about it. Because this is the first time I've ever read this. Tom Segura is coming January 24th. Sebastian Maniscalco is coming to SAP Center in San Jose on February 1st. And you're going to win 2 tickets to each of them?
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1.
How about this? It's a super Feliz Navidad gracias giveaway that we're doing
Gracias.
here. Thank you, Murph. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call.
Or 5:30 today, I guess.
3 and 5. This whole thing sucks. For the cue to call. We'll give you... I felt like saying the name easier today was going to make this better, but it's even worse than any of the ones we did last week. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 between 3 and 5:30 when you hear that cue to call to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
We all know these people. In their mid-40s, they got to go back about 25 years to figure out. And they always refer to each other by their last name. Hey, Schmitty, remember college? Beer bong, pissing in the yard. You know, that's the type of guys that fantasy football, that's all they know. Those your receivers. Oh, my receivers are really good this year.
I don't even want to talk about fantasy football.
Yeah, well.
Jonathan Taylor totally boned me.
In the KNBR League, by the way, when you hear that cue to call, caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win 2 tickets to go see Tom Segura in January and 2 to go see Sebastian Maniscalco in February. 415-896-KNBR when you hear that cue to call. What happened in your... So did you have 2 fantasy playoff games this
did.
week?
I kicked Walter's ass in the KNBR League, but then Tom in Tom Tolbert's league texted me yesterday saying... So I shouldn't get you a Jonathan Taylor jersey for Christmas, huh?
Oh, Jonathan Taylor. Big mistake.
He'll probably win Stepton it this week. God, I'm not sure the game would have been different, but probably my fantasy outlook would have been different in Tom's league had he scored that touchdown.
I just got absolutely smoked by Danny Dunn.
Hell yeah, you did.
Tough losing in the KNBR League to a guy who doesn't even work here anymore. You know what I mean? That's a real bummer.
No, but I mean, hell, yeah. If I'm rooting for anybody, it's Danny Dunn in this league. If it's not me, I'm rooting for Danny Dunn.
Really, I'm rooting for Murph. I'm rooting for Murph to pull this off.
What, Feliz Navidad?
I just want to hear the gracias again.
Gracias.
So bad. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Monday. When we come back, the Devondre Campbell saga appears to have come to an end. And I'm going to pull the Devondre Campbell at Tim's trivia night tomorrow because I got to get to karaoke. Devondre Campbell officially
Rock
suspended.
Lobster ain't going to sing itself, my friend.
Those
priorities.
The songs ain't going to sing themselves with DJ Purple. Devondre Campbell officially suspended. It's a KJ, Korean DJ.
Some dude falling into
DJ.
the equipment.
Let's go to break.
He's not Korean. I don't know why I said that.
Oh, yours as bad as Feliz Navidad with Murphy.
Man, this is rough.
Gracias.
Devondre Campbell suspended. Dirty Work rolls on next on the Sports Leader.
Newest San Francisco Giant Willie Adames broke down his decision to come to the Giants and his recruitment of free agent pitcher Corbin Burns. If you can recruit, hit our socials all day at KNBR, YouTube, and the text line.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. We'll be with you till 5:30 tonight. We sign off 3 over to Monday Night Football. The Falcons at the Las Vegas Raiders. What are you doing, bro?
Just adding a little flavor to the end of the interview.
Come on, man, a little spice.
Yeah. You got to relate. You got to relate to the.
I'll say this: it's
to the
pretty,
guest.
It's pretty vanilla, 6-2. So I'll leave it at that.
And then when I come in, it's totally different.
Yeah, right. Devondre Campbell, the 49ers, who quit last week. He quit, but he didn't lose his job. Not quite yet.
Not yet.
He's suspended, I assume, without pay.
Yes.
Niners paid him 1 year, $5 million was the contract he got. And don't forget, and Derek pointed this out last week, when they tried to find a veteran, like a better coverage linebacker to replace Dre Greenlaw, who was out with the Achilles tear after the Super Bowl last year. One, I don't know how long they thought he was going to be out or wondered. I mean, I remember them talking like he could be back mid-season. I remember thinking, boy, that seems really fast for an Achilles.
Yeah.
An Achilles seems to me like it's a year, just about a year, just depending on the rehab. But,
depends, but yeah.
Yeah, it just sort of depends on the severity of it. And he obviously had to have surgery, and I think he had it the week after the Super Bowl or a few days later, whatever it was. Bottom line is they tried to get Eric Kendricks first.
Yes.
Eric Kendricks then reneges on the deal and goes to
Cowboys.
So they signed Devondre Campbell. Campbell comes in on 1 year, $5 million deal. I think they gave him a $3.5 million signing bonus.
And that's the interesting part here.
And that's where we get to what the 49ers were trying to figure out when Kyle Shanahan talked about like the minutia or the I can't remember exactly the word he used last week when he was talking
Semantics.
about semantics. That's right.
Yeah.
He said, we're trying to figure out the semantics of how to do this, which to me meant it wasn't going to be a straight cut. Because if it was a straight cut, you could wake up and cut his ass and that'd be it.
It's
and
like, I want my money back.
We got to figure something out. So according to Ian Rappaport, the 49ers are planning or have already to suspend Devondre Campbell for the last 3 games of the season. This prevents him from being paid and, of course, joining a new team. Nobody can pick him up. And again, I don't know who would want to, but I imagine his agent would be trying to
the
find
Lions,
someone.
after what you saw yesterday, maybe.
Well, people were saying that, but I'm like, that seems like the absolute worst culture thing you could do. They also lose David Montgomery, right, for the foreseeable future.
At a necessity at this point, they're dropping like flies when it comes to defense in Detroit.
At some point in football, it's more about just what's not more about, but a lot of times it comes down to what can you do for me on the field.
Yeah, but locker room's important.
Yeah, and especially for that team, I think locker room is important.
Yes.
How many guys there are going to be happy about a player coming in who just did that?
Yeah,
I mean,
like
see all
Dan
the people-
Campbell, who's a leader of many, be like, all right, this guy quit on his team, but he's joining us, boys.
That's what I mean,
Keep throwing up, Skip.
I cannot imagine. You saw the reaction from football players around the country.
Yeah.
Just in terms of like former players and analysts and what people are saying about this is something you just don't do. I would find it hard to believe that even if you found somewhere next year that this season he's finding his way onto a playoff team.
He might be done.
What do you got, Tim?
Just say, do you want an Eric Kendricks update? He went to Dallas. I thought about this the other day, like, you know, the what if and everything like that. 124 tackles, 3 sacks.
I mean, they could have. They
Nice year.
definitely.
Having a nice year as
They definitely
Kendricks.
could have used him. They definitely could have used him.
Could have used him.
So 49ers, it could help the 49ers get back. It was a $3 million signing bonus that they gave to Campbell. So they may be able to get back some of, or can you get back all of it? I think you get a portion of it.
From the way that Rappaport was saying it this morning, it sounds like they want the whole thing back. But I mean, he did play games for them, so maybe just a little bit.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that before. But I mean, if it's like grounds for like insubordination to get the signing bonus
And maybe
back.
they're trying to figure that out. Maybe that's where the 3 games come in too, because you can suspend and just recoup the money in terms of salary, whatever he was going to get prorated for those games. But
well, I mean,
game checks.
But like to like Brian Peacock's point that you brought up last Friday.
Yeah, Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast said they shouldn't cut him. They should suspend him, make him come face his teammates, and then fine him and get some of that money. And to that extent, again, you can't make him show up and face the teammates. I don't know how that's beneficial.
I don't know how realistic that is, but I think this is the best option of just like, we're not just going to let you off the hook here because then we got to pay you, and then you can sign with any team you want. You're done. No one else is, I mean, like, not that you probably would have been picked up in the first place, but now that you are suspended, you get no money, and you get no different team. So now you have to sit on your ass and deal with what you did.
Well, here's what Jay Glazer had to say. Jay Glazer noted, I'm not gonna do the barely. He's the noted insider with all
Glazer.
Hey, come on now. trying to be, not a family
if
show
you're gonna
per
do it,
se.
just do it.
Glazer. Barely. Come on.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. All right, here's Jay Glazer. He's talking about what happened on the sideline. He's got some insight from agents or coaches, whatever it is, as to what exactly went down with Devondre Campbell on Thursday.
First, let me tell you, the 49ers are trying to suspend him. They're working with the league office to see what's the max they can do. And even if he wanted to come and apologize and come back, players don't want it. But you're asking what happened behind the scenes. They started seeing about the second quarter, he was refusing to go in. So John Lynch actually went down there in the fourth quarter and confronted him on saying, you don't want to go in the game. You're refusing. Yes, it was Lynch who sent him in the locker room. By the way, I got players who called me after and said, hey, we've heard you talk about this alter ego of John Lynch, this 47 Red character. Man, we saw it. That dude is crazy. Oh. They all saw it firsthand.
I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. You don't want 47 Red. You want John Lynch.
Don't. That's exactly right.
Don't
want me that a guy refuses to go into the game when the coach says go in, and he says no, and you can't suspend him without going through all this red tape.
Well, how much they could suspend him, because they don't want to just sit there and give him one game. They'd love to give him 3 games, but there's certain rules.
Why not get rid of him?
Because then he can get paid by somebody else.
If you cut him, you have to pay him the rest of the year.
And he would benefit more than if you suspend him and he doesn't get paid.
How you do that to your teammates?
Yeah.
That's my problem.
See, Jimmy knows what's up, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
He's dealt with this before. From what I remember back in the day with the Cowboys in
I'm
90.
sure.
Yeah.
He's like, somebody else can sign him.
Yeah, no, he like Terry's like, just get rid of him. It's like, no, you want to make sure he's not making any more money.
Yeah.
I totally get it. And by the way, John Lynch, I love that. John Lynch now being in his new position of GM has been mild-mannered, but I love when he goes back into his old safety days and just like, oh, you don't want to play? Then get the hell out of here.
Yeah, he sent him to his room, basically. Because what Kyle had said was, I think initially the report, what we thought was that he just went back to the locker room on his own. And again, Kyle's not going to say, John Lynch yelled at him like he was 4 and said, don't throw this tantrum. You got to go to your room now. And you can't play with your toys either. Just get out of here. No, I'm with that. I mean, I like that that's John Lynch's attitude about this. And again, the report initially was just that it happened in the third quarter, and then the fourth quarter he went to the locker room. But apparently they tried to put him in earlier in the game.
Yeah.
They tried to put him into the second. That's when Flanagan Fowles goes out there and is playing on one leg. He's hurt in that moment.
Yeah.
So he's not going in while one of his younger teammates is hurt. You're a veteran. You've been on this team all season. Again, I've got no love lost for what happened. John Lynch did release a pretty brief statement earlier today. He said, quote, we've suspended Devondre Campbell for 3 games due to conduct detrimental to the team. We will have no further comment on the matter.
I love it. I mean, he's pissed. He's pissed.
Yeah.
And
rightly so.
No,
deservedly so. And he won't be around the team, as Kyle said last week. You do this to your
done.
teammates, you can't be on the team anymore. You can't go forward with that. So in similar fashion, this happened a couple of weeks ago before the Devondre Campbell thing. Ravens wide receiver Deontay Johnson, who they acquired earlier this year from Carolina.
Yep.
Somebody traded for him around trade deadline time.
4th round pick.
They told him, after acquiring him in a trade, to stay away from practice after they suspended him last week because he refused to go into a game 2 weeks ago against the Eagles.
Yeah, so yesterday he was suspended against the Giants, and I guess he was set to return today, and they told him no need. We don't want you around the team anymore.
What'd they give up? It couldn't have been more than like a
4th round pick.
4th round pick for Deontay Johnson, and he won't even step on the field? And now you don't even want him to?
I mean, there's a whole thing about him not getting enough catches in a game. And
by the way, Lamar got 5 touchdowns yesterday. I think they're okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, throwing to guys that I never even heard of.
That's what I'm saying. Can Zay Flowers get some love, by the way?
Well, but that's the thing, too. Like
Rashad Bateman's catching balls.
On my bench. But there are games. There are games where the Ravens look great offensively, and there's games where the wide receivers drop balls. So I understand the acquisition to get Deontay Johnson. But to Devondre Campbell, I heard my pops earlier, and I want this story, this is probably the last day we should be talking about this, just my opinion, because he's not the reason they lost the game Thursday.
That's not what I heard.
I know, but it's not like Devondre Campbell didn't make a difference on this team for the majority of the season. He looked terrible in the game against the LA Rams in week 3. So for us to act like, well, if he was on the field,
did Greg say that? Did Greg suggest that?
Yes. To act like
opined openly.
If he was,
you have to wonder.
If he was going to fill in for D Winters, that he would have made a difference. He was selfish. He forced injured players to play. That's terrible. But I'm not going to sit the defense played fairly well with Greenlaw and Fred Warner out there. But I'm not going to act
6 points.
Yeah. That's the thing.
6 lousy points.
They lost the game because they didn't score a freaking touchdown.
They didn't. No. Well, how about can I get 1 red zone attempt? I don't think we'll get it, but can we try one?
Right.
Just one. Just 1 red zone attempt.
I'm not gonna I understand that Devondre Campbell's getting a ton of crap and he deserves it, but I think we're kind of scapegoating him as the reason they lost Thursday. That is not what happened. They lost because Brock Purdy and Deebo Samuel did not have good games.
Deebo's allergic to catching passes now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all bad. What you got, Tim?
No, I totally agree with you guys. I think that the Campbell situation is big in the respect that it opens up all of these questions about the locker room and about, the way that the roster is constructed. But let's call it for what it is. They scored 6 points, and Brock Purdy looked horrible. And so now your question becomes, well, is this the guy that you're going to pay? Is this the guy,
And then the report comes out, Brock's like, by the way, I'm going to ask for all of it.
We'll get to that later.
By the way, Brock's like, by the way, in case you guys were wondering, I know you've been talking about it for a couple of years, I am going to ask for the highest.
I don't know if Brock's actually saying that.
Well, that's the report. If I were Brock, that's what I would want the report to be.
Yeah, but Brock is also comfortable getting that corn seed money.
Yeah, well, he's not making it because
or Applebee's
or
Toyota.
Because he ain't making it right now while he's playing football. I'll tell you that much.
Now he'll get paid.
What do you mean he's happy making that? Of course, I want my salary and I want the endorsements.
Big corn.
That's like people suggesting that Steph Curry was going to take a pay cut or take a team-friendly deal from the Warriors because he already had his Under Armour deal. Like, just because he was making 11 for the Dubs doesn't mean he shouldn't still have been making 35 or 40 or whatever the max deal was. He's just because I got money from elsewhere doesn't mean you guys can't pay me for what I'm doing.
Yeah, can you imagine that? If like Joe Lacob's like,
I know you got that
Steph,
Under Armour.
Well, Steph, I understand you want big money, but you're in that new show on Peacock, so you have enough.
Yeah, you have enough. Like that money doesn't matter. Like Brock's like, that was ours. That's mine. Doesn't matter. That's mine. I had that before you guys paid me. Now you guys have to pay me.
Yeah, but by the way, I love that John Lynch was the one to tell him to get lost. Because I'll say this, and me as a Raider fan, I love John Lynch mic'd up back in the day when he was a player. When he, like, that whole Super Bowl thing, it annoys the crap out of me. But to hear him on the sideline just being like, yeah, we practiced all this in practice. Like, we've seen all these plays.
Yep.
Just, like, needling Raider fans while he's doing that. Sluggo seam! And, like, his trash talk back in the day was great. I remember one clip of him when he was a Bronco. He's on the sideline, and he's getting into it with some fan. And one fan screams at him, "Hey, John, your wife's hot!" And Lynch is like, I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah.
That's actually a good comeback. So John Lynch is one of my favorite mic'd up guys from back in his playing days, and I can only imagine what he would tell
The
Greenlaw.
America's Game is my favorite.
Yeah.
The American. What did he tell Campbell? What did he tell him to get off the field? Yeah, be insane. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. How about this? Klay returned to the Warriors, or to play the Warriors again at Chase Center yesterday. We'll talk about how he went off. 29 points, 7 of 11 from 3. Also, Warriors acquired Dennis Schröder in a trade. We'll talk about that as well. Klay came back the first time. We didn't talk much about it. I can't remember. Something happened, and I can't remember why we didn't talk about it.
You really didn't get it at all to talk about.
I didn't. I remember what happened. Dirty work started. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. That's how it went down.
It's been that long?
Now I can't riff. I'm the bad guy now?
It feels like a lifetime ago.
I was just trying to talk Klay. You know what I mean? That's it. 29 points.
Feels like just a day ago, you, me, and Tom were all hanging out at Harmonic, getting ready for Klay Thompson's return.
Yeah,
talking captain's hats.
Talking captain. Such lighter times in our lives.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty. On KNBR, the sports leader.
Hemsky, shot clock at 5, and he's looking for some help to move the ball. Luka Doncic made him terminate the dribble, and that was not well done. Luka didn't make him terminate the dribble. He terminated himself. And Klay hits the three. That's a backbreaker right there. Klay Thompson. NBA history, 45 combined threes between the two teams. The record was tied Friday night with the Suns and Jazz. That's wild. Great return game for Klay with 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. We will love Klay Thompson forever. He will have a statue outside of Chase Center. The Mavs win it 143-133. And an NBA record 48 threes. Broke the record by 4 made threes in a game.
Let's play some basketball!
Yeah, let's. Warriors fall last night to the Mavericks. What you got?
Let's play some defensive basketball. Good Lord.
143 given up. I couldn't believe when I was flipping back and forth at one point between the Sunday night football game and the Warriors game, and the Warriors game ended before that. But I was bouncing back and forth early on. At one point, I'd been on the football game for a little while. I came back and like early in the fourth, they were into the hundreds, like the early hundreds. And I was like, are we kidding right now? I was like, there was like 5 minutes left, and they like 120 to 113 or something like that. Anyway, Warriors fall by 10, 143-133. Klay Thompson goes 7 of 11 from deep and scores 29 points in the game. I guess my general question is the Dennis Schröder trade happens.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that in just a second. But where are you revving on the Warriors right now? I mean, they started 12-3, and I was as high on them as I've been in 2 years probably. After those 15 games. And after that 5-game road trip where they went 4-1, their only loss was to Cleveland, who was undefeated at the time. They beat OKC in OKC. Then they came home for that game against Dallas. That was as high as I've been on them, I think, in probably 2 years in terms of what I thought they were capable of doing. And it was early in the season, of course. We were talking depth and all that. But in terms of where I am with them now, 2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah.
That's after starting 12-3. They're, for lack of a better term, they're mid, they're average, they're kind of whatever. They can't play defense. They can't close out games. They can play. I mean, they can play defense. We haven't seen them play a lot of it of late. They were in those first 15 were a top 5 defensive team, and since then I'd have to see what they've been in the last 10, but nowhere near that it would appear. Their defensive rating can't be that good. They don't make free throws. They don't do the things in the margins that we thought they were doing really well for the first, month and a half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the last 10 games have been really indicative of what they really are as opposed to what the start of the season was.
Sure.
And I am kind of over the whole let's bench Draymond for Kuminga thing already, because it was clear last night you needed him out there for defensive presence. To give up 46 points in the first quarter, are we sacrificing Draymond Green to help out defensively in order to showcase Jonathan Kuminga? Or can we find a way to play both?
I can't imagine Draymond's as healthy as we'd like him to be. That's sort of where I'm at. I feel like I think they're masking some of that.
No, probably. But when he was out there, he looked pretty good. I mean, he was playing well defensively. And you probably are right that there is some kind of way to withhold Draymond because the injury is worse than what's being let on right now.
In his own words, he was worried about the calf.
No, I know. But if he is healthy and he's willing to start, then I think that they need to get creative with the starting lineup and maybe go small. That's not going to be good for every matchup. But the way it was last night, you had no defensive presence to start that game, and I thought the Warriors lost this game in the first quarter. They came back, and they shot well, 48 combined threes between 2 opponents, which broke the record just held a couple of nights prior against Phoenix in Utah, which was 45, I believe, or 44. But, yeah, last night, in the closing moments, they could have won this game, but Steph misses some threes. Kuminga can't finish the alley-oop that Draymond gives him. Wiggins fouls Klay Thompson on a 3-point shot. it's just not good. So I like the Dennis Schröder move. I think it solidifies the two position, obviously, and you have more offense to play with. But if I'm being real, like, this is not the end all be all. Like, there needs to be another move.
I mean, you're hoping he can be like a closing game player for you, that he can be on the floor, Dennis Schröder, at the end of games. And then he can be the 2 for Steph and be somebody else who takes some of the pressure off. You can stagger some of those minutes. What also becomes a factor is how thin you are at the 3 position. Like, Andrew Wiggins came back at, what do you have, 29 in this game? 29 last night, minus 20. He was 11 of 20.
Yeah, 29 as well.
He had a pretty darn good game. I like a little bit more rebounding from him, just 3 boards last night, but he's obviously not 100%. When he and Moody were both out, you're like, damn, there's no 3 on the team. You know what I mean? So all this depth we talked about appears now to be a lot thinner than we thought. Warriors make the trade on Saturday, moving the DeAnthony Melton contract. He was out for the rest of the year with that injury, and 3 second-round draft picks to Brooklyn to acquire Dennis Schröder and a second-round pick. Here's what Draymond said about Dennis Schröder in this acquisition.
I don't think he was necessarily brought here to fit. We play a certain style of basketball that he does not really play. And I don't think the goal is to get him to play the style of basketball that we play. We need someone that can do the things that he does. And so I'm looking forward to us adjusting to him. Not necessarily, he'll have to adjust to some things, and he's a pro, he understands that. But we have to adjust to him because he's bringing something that this team needs. And to just think or make him fall in line of what we do, we wasting our time and even bring him here. Because we need somebody that can do what we necessarily don't do. And I think that's what he'll be for us.
I like that. I know what he's trying to say, and I don't think he's saying he wasn't brought here to be part, like, it almost sounds like, well, he's not going to fit into this offense or it won't work that way, but we want him to do things that he does. He has a skill set, I think is what Draymond's saying, that he brings to this lineup and this rotation that is not there. So it's hard to say he needs to fit into what we do when we already don't do what makes him great, and he's been brought here to do what he does great. He's going to give them an element at the 2 guard that somebody else on the team does not have.
Yes.
I think that's what Draymond's trying to say, not that, we're going to just play and adapt to what his style of basketball is.
If we're taking Draymond at his word, like everything he said there, like, I disagree. Like, Dennis Schröder is going to have to adapt to Steph Curry.
Well, of course.
Yeah, and he's going to have to play team basketball. He's going to have to pass. He played a lot of ISO back in the day. So, in that standpoint, yes, he does something that they currently don't have, and they miss with DeAnthony Melton, and they weren't getting it from Brandon Pajemski. They needed to solidify the 2-guard spot, and they got that now. But I don't think this move helps you defensively.
No.
Dennis Schröder is not a defensive player. So I think the Jimmy Butler thing is still on the table, and yes, you would have to move Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins to do that. But I would rather get right now a center at this point to play the 5. And keep Wiggins and find a way to move Kuminga and somebody else.
Is Vucevic and
Valanciunas, I think, is an option.
Yeah. I mean, the Bulls could be somebody to tear down, and this is what Mark Spears was talking to us about last week.
By the way, Mark Spears, I saw him on NBA Countdown today, loves the Dennis Schröder move.
Well, he was talking to us about that. Remember, loves him more.
Loves him more than the Dejounte Murray move that he brought up last week. I guess he's
Dejounte Murray.
Or Dejounte. But he was over the moon about Dennis Schröder joining this team, and I think he'll help them offensively. But there's still another move to be had here.
23 games in the season for Schröder. He's scoring 4 points above his career average. He's at 18.5 points a game, 3 rebounds a game, which is on par with his career average, and an assist and a half higher than what he normally averages. He's at 6.6 assists per game this year. He's shooting 38% from 3 and 45 from the field to go with his 89% free throw percentage. In terms of whether or not Steph and Draymond, how involved they were with this, Danny Emmerman, our guy, used to be here at KNBR covering the Giants, now covers the Warriors for the Merc. He tweeted this out earlier today. Asked how vocal Steph and Draymond were in advocating for Dennis Schröder's trade, Mike Dunleavy Jr. explained that it's not like they were banging down his office door, but he keeps them in the loop, and they gave them the, quote, double thumbs up on this trade. So there you go.
No, it's a solid move.
This is a move that they think is going to help the
But
team.
this can't be the only move. Like, you and I are like, you and I are both in agreement that most likely Kuminga is going to be moved here.
Well, the price point for this is great, too, because you take a player in Melton who's not going to play, and second-round draft picks who, you talk about just the sheer number of bodies that the Warriors have on the roster right now. There's no downside, doesn't feel like, to this, other than potentially using the Melton in a bigger deal as an asset. Other than that, I can't imagine how any Warrior fan goes, well, they gave up too. Like,
This
really?
isn't going all in to help Steph yet, but it's going in to help Steph and help this roster with the deficiencies you have, and right now it's scoring from the two.
And also, Shams did bring this up. He did break the news that Dennis Schröder was going to be traded to the Warriors, but also he did mention they are still looking to get a big-time move, a star to pair up with Steph Curry. And if they have to, they will move Dennis Schröder in order to accommodate that.
Oh, how about that? Look at Mike Dunleavy.
Yep.
It's chess. It ain't checkers.
Exactly.
Dunleavy's out here playing. Adam Copeland, G-Pop.
Chess, it ain't checkers.
Tim Webb with you. Hell yeah. That a boy, Dunleavy. Do we have any drums or something? We never even told anybody who our guests are today. I like the casual nature of who our guests are.
No, they're friends.
No, they're friends of the show. How about, dude, he's going to be pissed today. I can't wait to hear his thoughts. It's our first... Tim, come on, man. Guess we'll do it next segment. We'll tell you who the guests are at some point today. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, It's Tim Webb. I'm not going to say anything until I get my drums.
Oh, there we go.
The guest of the day. 350, Brent Jones.
Hey.
How about that?
Loaned back to us.
Is he going to? Yeah, thanks for the morning show for loaning him back. Fantastic.
I cannot wait to hear his thoughts on Devondre Campbell.
Yeah, I can't imagine they're positive.
Probably not.
Is that it for our guest of the day?
Oh.
We have a second guest of the day. Our second guest of the day. It's Matt Mayoko. He joins us at 4:50.
He never shows up on a Monday?
Yeah, well, he always does.
I know.
Unless he's traveling. We had the weekend off. When we come on back, how about week 15 across the NFL, which saw Tim not get any of his playoff fantasy guys out there because he was too good, so he had a weekend off and couldn't watch any of his dudes play.
Oh, how lucky you were.
None ramifications.
I got bounced from the KNBR League. Derek's still in the KNBR League, but he got bounced from the...
from Tom's League.
From Tom's League.
Yeah.
It's me and you, by the way, coming up, Derek.
Ooh, Derek and Tim squaring off.
Mamma mia.
We're going to need to get some action going
Here we go again.
Yeah, we got to do that thing where Tim has to shave his head or Derek has to grow his hair out.
My God.
For the bet.
Trying to figure out which one's worse.
I don't know. I think Tim's holding on to whatever he's got right now.
I'm clinging. You think the thin part is for weight? You're crazy.
And also, the saga of Derek's car battery. Remember that guy told us he was going to come back on Saturday to find that tool that he dropped into Derek's engine when he was fixing the battery?
Back.
Yeah, we'll hear about
Never
that.
came back.
That's all coming up when Dirty Work rolls on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan reacted to the 49ers' tough loss to the Rams and shared his anger over the Devondre Campbell situation. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Blitz pressure coming. Lamar throws to Justice
Oh, he's
Hill.
all by
Wide open.
himself.
20, 15, 10, 5. Hill in the end zone. Hayes and Lamar. And the Ravens have knocked out the Giants.
Throws the ball downfield. Caught ball. Mike Evans down the sideline. Is he inbounds to the 10? 5, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Touchdown Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Hurts this time backs up. Looks, fires complete. A.J. Brown in the back of the end zone. Allen's going to hand it off again, and with a hole, cutting it back. 35-30, breaking a tackle inside the 20, staying on his feet. 10, 5, touchdown James Cook. What a run.
Love has time, bouncing in the pocket, lofts it deep down the middle of the field for the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Green Bay. Romeo Doubs, his second of the night. Jordan Love with a moon ball down the middle, and Doubs underneath the goalpost with a sliding catch. He picked it right off the top of the turf.
There you go. Sounds from across week 15 of the NFL season. How ironic, the moon ball against Seattle, Derek. Very big on the moon ball for Russ.
He loves a moon ball.
He loves it.
Moon ball.
That's not how the song goes.
Yeah.
Anyway, lots to get into from Week 15. Niners, of course, weren't off, but off for the weekend after they kicked off Week 15 with an exhilarating 12-6 loss at the hands of the L.A. Rams.
Yeah.
They're still at 8-6 now, set atop the NFC West after yesterday. You see Seattle fall and Arizona handing it to the New England Patriots. But that's just
not surprising there.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it goes. And that's why when we were looking at them and what they were doing about a month ago, we thought, boy, their schedule lines up to be fairly easy. But now it's the Rams who are in command, who have an opportunity now to run away with the division, play against the Jets at New York this coming week for Week 16.
Yep.
17, they get Arizona. Week 18, they get Seattle at home. And
it's all lining up in their favor right now to win the division. Started 1-4 and now could win the division at 10 or 11-6. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and now things, by the way, we'll talk more about this. Get a little dicey for the Detroit Lions.
Got me feeling dicey.
That's what's got me feeling dicey. By the way, somebody checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
Got me feeling really nice.
And you can always do so yourself. Who says the Lions picking up Devondre Campbell would be fun if he were on the roster when they come back to face the Niners in Week 17.
God.
I was like, well, you know what?
There might be a brawl.
I was like, George Kittle might whoop his ass on the field if that happens.
That definitely would get ugly.
You know what? Now I'm in favor of that. Now I'm in favor of cutting Devondre Campbell so he ends up on the Lions so George Kittle gets to see him.
Okay, well, watching that game yesterday, and let's talk about the biggest game, the Bills and Lions. I told you that they were leaking oil defensively.
Yep.
And, man, it is showing. They're dropping like flies.
What do they have? I think the number last week was 13 injuries on the defense, and I was like, there's only 11 guys that play.
Yeah, I know.
That's not good.
But like McNeil, their D tackle, out for the season.
Yep.
Carlton Davis, I guess, broke his jaw. He's out for the season. And then this one came out of nowhere this morning. David Montgomery.
Out indefinitely.
That kills their running game. That is huge.
It's not rhythm and bruise if it's just rhythm.
Yeah.
It's just
or just Knuckles.
Just
or Sonic. Which one's either way?
Which one was Sonic? Which was Knuckles?
I'm assuming
I think Knuckles was Montgomery. Yeah. So maybe it's okay with just Sonic.
Well, now you got Sonic and Tails.
I'll take a Tails if I can get one.
Well, I thought Tails sucked.
Tails was lame.
Yeah.
Flew by the tail.
We're not a Tails show.
No, we're not a Tails show. I can get down with Knuckles, though. By the way, are they enemies, Sonic and Knuckles?
Well, they were at first.
And now, because I haven't...
It's kind of like Fast and Furious.
Don't give away the third movie for me.
I'm not giving away the ending of Sonic 3.
Spoilers.
But like Sonic is kind of like Fast and Furious, where even if you're a bad guy, you're still invited to the cookout at the end of the movie.
BS. Nobody likes the tuna here. That whole deal?
Yeah, that whole deal.
Dr. Robotnik?
Yes. But what did you think of Dan Campbell's onside kick yesterday?
Not a fan.
Not a fan at all.
Dan Campbell, I'm telling you.
Talk about it.
Yeah, thank you.
It's what we talked about when we're talking which teams do you trust. It's why, like, the Rams, if the Rams get in and they get in hot the way they've been hot, and they play the way they've been playing, and if they get in hot to the postseason, they get a home playoff game, it's going to be a scary team to have to face in terms of Matt Stafford, what the offense can give them. They've proven they can score as many as 40 points against a team like the Buffalo Bills. They can win in a shootout. You got Sean McVay, who's one of the best in the game. I'm not saying they're a Super Bowl contender. I'm just saying in terms of a team that could make some noise, if they get in from where they are, they run the table or they lose one more here on out, this could be an interesting run for the Rams.
Could be.
Dan Campbell makes me nervous because he's losing players on defense. He's lost a huge player now on his offense. They have gotten a little bit shaky. I don't feel about them the way I felt about the Philadelphia Eagles last year at this time.
Yeah.
I don't feel quite as flimsy about them, like because they didn't go all the way last year and fall short in the Super Bowl. But because of Dan Campbell's risk taking, at some point the odds are going to play against him. And this year it's gone really well. I mean, I know John Gruden was feeling nicey. Dan Campbell, 4 times he goes for, 5 times he goes for on 4th down. At some point he's going to do it at the wrong time, or he's going to onside kick at the wrong time, and he's going to shoot himself in the foot, and they're not going to have enough to overcome it. Not that this team hasn't overcome adversity, but I just, sometimes that wild card factor in there from a coach can be what makes you. More often than not, it feels like it's what breaks you.
Well, that's the reason they lost the NFC Championship game in my mind last year.
Yes.
And he probably went for it on onside kick yesterday because he did have a necessity because he doesn't trust his defense right now.
No.
They're dropping like flies. How often do you see a quarterback, by the way, with Jared Goff going for a 494 yards, 5 touchdowns, and loses the game?
Well, how often do you see a guy throw 5 picks and win the game? I mean, that's the flip. That's the other side of the coin for
It's a crazy thing. And you probably were right now. I mean, like, Lamar Jackson had a great performance yesterday, throwing 5 touchdown passes. But I would think right now your leader in the clubhouse as far as MVP is Josh Allen.
I thought that after the Tim, where's my music? Thank you. I thought that. What do you got, Tim? Nothing?
No, it's coming. Don't worry.
Oh, did you cuss? Do we have to dump you? Okay. All right. Careful, Tim.
I would say that onside kick is a microcosm of their whole season. If they're behind, he onside kicks with 12 minutes. And yes, they get the ball back and they score. But that 5.5 minutes that it took for them to get the ball back and score and everything was not because of Buffalo. It was because Detroit had to take their time to get down the field.
I mean, you got a 10-point lead with 12 minutes left. I thought it was way too
And they're
way too
all
early.
pissed about the onside kick rules. It's like, no, you're pissed because you were playing from behind, which is something they haven't really done this year. It kind of takes a little bit of the running game out of it. And even though Gibbs is still unbelievable, without that second spell, it'll be really interesting to see how they turn out.
They score 21 points in the fourth quarter to make it a game. They fall 48-42 to the Bills, and now the Lions are in jeopardy of maybe not even being the number 1 seed based on how this shakes out.
I mean, they might not even now win the division.
That's what I mean. Is they may end up going on the road. Now, again, that'd be more dangerous for it. Again, the Lions are a damn good team. I don't think there's any debating that. But the injuries for them have not lined up in the way that they would like them to as they get near the end of the season. And they're not getting guys back. It's not like these injuries. These are dudes who are coming in down the pipe or down the road. Montgomery's not necessarily out for the season. I would be very surprised if he came back, though.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, PCL?
Maybe Super Bowl, I mean.
Or it's an MCL injury. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, on top of Hutchinson and everybody else that they've lost this year, I would not be the least bit surprised if the Lions are a high-flying team offensively, but they can't stop anybody in the playoffs, and it might be an early exit.
What do you make of the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes?
I mean, they beat up on a bad Browns team. Wasn't really an impressive victory, but I'm not buying the whole, we'll see if Mahomes plays this weekend on Saturday. He's got a high ankle sprain. It's the same kind of deal he dealt with the Jaguars in the playoff game a couple years ago. If Mahomes is good to go, he'll play. Now, like last week of the season, when they rack up the number 1 seed, at that point they may rest him against the Broncos or something like that. But I would anticipate he's going to play these next 2 games.
Let me throw you a little interesting carrot. They play on Christmas, which is on Wednesday.
Yes. They go Saturday, Wednesday.
They go Saturday, Wednesday. Now, if you have Patrick Mahomes as your starting quarterback in a potential fantasy championship game, that might give you pause.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough.
I'd imagine if you have Patrick Mahomes in a fantasy championship game, the rest of your team's probably pretty stacked because it's not like he's been some elite world-beating fantasy quarterback this year. You know what I mean? So, how about Joe Burrow and the Bengals yesterday, 37-27 over the Titans? Burrow's like making noise himself. Is he going to get MVP votes? Is he your third-place MVP vote getter?
No. He's not. The team not going to make the playoffs.
Still on the table, by the way. But
for comeback player of the year?
Yeah, he's still my leader for comeback player of the year. I'm thinking more that, again, he's not going to win MVP, and by no stretch should he. His team has a losing record, but it's certainly it doesn't have a losing record because of him. What's this, his third straight?
I get that, but I remember seasons like Drew Brees where he almost threw for 5,000 yards, and they gave it to Peyton Manning with lesser stats.
I'm not saying he's going to win it. I'm saying, is he your third place vote getter for MVP?
No.
That's all I stated.
No.
I don't believe Joe Burrow should win the MVP.
No.
It's Lamar Jackson or it's Josh Allen, and right now it's probably Allen
about
and
Saquon?
Lamar. Saquon's on the table, too.
Okay.
He's going to win offensive
What
player
about
of the year,
Jared
probably.
Goff? I feel like Jared Goff's more deserving than Joe Burrow right
I don't think
now.
it's going to happen. I don't think he's more deserving than Joe Burrow right now. Numbers-wise?
Take
Joe
the
Burrow's
numbers
got
out of it.
Why would you take the numbers out of it?
Because Josh Allen's having a less season
I didn't say Josh Allen. You're
stat-wise.
saying
Hold on, listen to me.
Go ahead.
Josh Allen is having a less season stat-wise than he's ever had in his previous NFL seasons.
I'm not comparing it to any
it's the
other
way
season in his
he's
career.
doing it. It's the way he's doing it.
You can't compare it to other seasons of his own career. We're talking about this season, and that's how the MVP is decided.
Okay.
By this one season.
So you haven't been impressed with anything that Jared Goff has done this season?
Nobody said I hadn't been impressed. I made the case at the start of the year that Jared Goff was a lineup for a potential long shot MVP MVP getter because of the schedule that they had to play and everything was indoors.
Okay.
I think he's been fantastic. He had an incredible stretch to start the year. What Josh Allen is doing is as impressive as anybody else. Joe Burrow has more touchdown passes, 11 more. Josh Allen he's going to throw 30-plus touchdowns. He's only got 5 interceptions. He's got rushing touchdowns. He's having an incredible year. I'm saying Joe Burrow, is it on the table that he gets fantasy votes? And you're like, you're not impressed with Jared Goff? I was like, no, I didn't say that. I'm saying he's got 36 touchdown passes right now.
I hear
to go
you.
with 8 interceptions, and he threw 3 more yesterday. That's what's been incredible. And by the way, he's now got 6 straight games with 3 or more touchdown passes. That's incredible.
He's having a
5,
great
4, 3, 3, 3, 3. Like that's nuts. All I'm asking is, does this guy deserve an MVP vote?
I mean, what's your criteria for MVP?
Never mind. I mean, I just asked. I was just. I thought he was having a damn good year. God forbid we recognize a guy on a bad team who's having an elite season and maybe the best of his career.
Yeah, but
individually
that shouldn't get you MVP.
I didn't say it should. I said, should he get an MVP vote? And I believe it's on the table. Does he deserve to win MVP? No.
Sure.
His team isn't going to the
All
playoffs.
right, fine. Yeah, Mike Sando, vote for Joe Burrow.
Oh, my God. What are we doing?
Well, much in the same way that the 49ers didn't lose because of Devondre Campbell, Joe Burrow's not going to win because of the fact they have no defense. You know what I mean? Like, their
He's
defense
not on the
is
field.
pitiful.
He's not on the field. I'm just saying, this guy's doing everything in his power. Would it be outrageous if he won Offensive Player of the Year?
I could see him being fourth.
Could he get votes in that? I could see him getting votes for that, too.
Yeah, Offensive Player of the Year, yes.
Comeback Player of the Year, absolutely.
Yeah. This guy's not even a Raider fan. I don't know why we're asking him of his opinion on any of this.
Oh, wow.
Not even a Raider fan.
I'm just saying, MVP kind of coincides with winning. So that's, yes.
I agree. That's why he won't win MVP.
But will he give votes?
Could he get fourth place votes?
I don't know, actually. I don't know. I think
you would still put him in your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Of course.
And he's playing better maybe better than any of them. And if his defense were any better, what's so funny. If they limp in at 9-8, then it's like, look at what Joe Burrow did to carry this team. But if they finish 8-9 and don't make the playoffs, then you're like, well, that team sucked. He can't be MVP if they're not in the postseason. That's the case I'm making. Is yes, Josh Allen is as important to his team. His defense and his team is way better than Joe Burrow's team. And the team Joe Burrow has, he's having an elite season off of an injury year with an inferior team.
Yeah, no, you're
That's
right.
all I'm saying individually.
Right. You're right.
Jesus, just acknowledging. You know what I mean?
No, never.
Saquon Barkley. You think he's getting an MVP vote?
He may get some votes, but he's definitely not going to win it.
Do it for running back, even though he's the most valuable player on his team.
Oh, no doubt. But yesterday was the passing game. Barkley was held to 65 yards. And, yeah, they got in the end zone 3 times. Hurts throwing 2 touchdown passes to Brown and Devontae Smith. I wasn't really impressed with what Russell Wilson did yesterday or anything that the Steelers did offensively.
Hey, they were bad. I think they only had 41 offensive plays total. That was a rough watch.
And by the way, did you see the moment? I don't know the name of the Eagles defensive line coach, but there was a moment where Nick Sirianni, old for Tim.
What would you say you do here.
Nick Sirianni goes to Jalen Carter and tries to get in his face to talk about some play. The defensive line coach gets in the middle between them and is like, you need to get out of here. Like, you ever see anything like that? Like an assistant coach telling the head coach,
back off.
This is my player. We're handling it right now. Get lost.
What would you say you do here?
No, things are going great. Things are really good in Philly. Things are awesome.
They've won 10 in a row, but like
things are going great. Yeah,
it smells bad.
Yeah, again,
if you took half the touchdowns that Hurts ran in on that tush push and gave it to Saquon, I think it's a different story.
I think that he's in the conversation for Offensive Player of the Year, but I think the days of a running back winning MVP are kind of done.
415 checks in and says Joe Burrow's having an incredible year, but he shouldn't be considered for MVP with the Bengals' awful record. Again, I don't believe he should be the MVP. But if I were voting for MVP and you get to vote your first place vote, your second place vote, your third place, fourth place, however many down you get to go, I would be of the mindset that the Bengals' record without Joe Burrow is close to 2 wins or 3 wins without him. Again, he may have some of these wins by himself, and what was he supposed to do in some of these games? He's had 6 straight games with 3 or more touchdown passes, and in 2 or 3 of them, he's got more than 3. He's got 5 and 4 in back-to-back games, and then 4 straight. I don't believe he should win MVP. But again, if the Bengals, for some reason, outscore oppositions 45-40 for the rest of the way, and they get in at 9-8, he'll be a contender for MVP, and they'll all say, wow, look at what they could do with Joe Burrow. He carried that team. They'd be nothing without him.
Yeah,
which is why in football, in basketball, I'm with you. On a bad team in basketball, you got to play both ways. You're on the court at all times. In football, you quite literally aren't on the field half the time. So what is he supposed to do to make his team better when he's got an elite offense, one of the best in the league right now, especially over the last 6 weeks? However, the defense can't get stops, and so
the story of this team is the defense and the idea that they gave up 27 points to the Titans, who are putrid.
Yeah.
That's the Bengals season in a nutshell.
No, I mean, I hear you, dude.
They lost 44-38 to Pittsburgh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what's Burrow? He's like, I put up 38. What am I supposed to do?
I know, but he
34-27 Chargers, 35-34 at Baltimore. I put up 34 on the Ravens.
That's how NFL writers kind of vote, man. Did you win enough games?
I agree.
You just said Chargers, Pittsburgh, and Tennessee.
And
These are
like
not
40
offensive, juggernauts by any means.
Speaking of the Chargers, how about the egg they laid yesterday? Good Lord.
Was that Baker got him?
Yeah, up 17-13, and then the Bucs score 27 unanswered points. Baker Mayfield throws 4 touchdown passes. The Chargers, since they lost J.K. Dobbins, have not done anything offensively. They can't run the football. They're having a hard time throwing the football. They just can't score points. And right now they're giving up points defensively when they were the number 1 rated defense for most of the season.
Who'd have thought that was the linchpin of the LA Chargers? That's incredible, bro. I had no idea. I was like, man, I thought it was so weird at the start of the year. I was like, this is like the Ravens backfield from 3 years ago. We're going J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, and sure enough, they were a damn good team, and yesterday fell apart. Baker got them, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, aren't they 8-6?
They are 8-6.
And they're sitting atop the
NFC South. Winners are not winners, but the leaders
they're
right
on
now.
top right now. By the way, somebody checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 510 says, I see Derek wearing Raider colors, but he's not a Raider fan.
Am I wearing any Raider stuff right now?
You're wearing Raider colors, though.
It's colors.
It's kind of like in the old Power Rangers show where, like, even when they weren't in their Power Rangers.
Yeah, Tommy was always wearing red.
Well, like, yeah. And unfortunately, there was some racial things going on. My boy Zach was sitting there wearing black. You know what I mean? You can't be doing that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yellow Ranger too, Blue Ranger. It's all, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was all color coded.
It was all color coded. We knew what they were doing. We knew what they were doing. Now when I see a new Power Ranger show, I saw my cousin watch it one time. I was like, it's tough to tell who's which Ranger when they're outside of the.
Well, what variation of Power Rangers are they on now?
It's probably like supercharged or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell.
Went from Mighty Morphin to Turbo to.
I don't know, man.
A bunch of crap.
I was into it. I was into Power Rangers. Tim, you were probably too old. Huh?
I was a little too old for that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I was always with Power Rangers.
I'm not. I like Ike old, but
we like Ike. You were a Transformers guy though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Robots in disguise.
Yeah, give me some Decepticons. Give me some Insecticons if you want to go way deep.
I don't. I just.
Do you want to go deep on that?
Thank you. I thought we were going Animorphs is where he was going next.
Oh, Animorphs was good too.
I can get down with that also. Anyway, that's your little rundown on what happened Week 15 across the NFL, and that's about it. We haven't decided on who's winning any award. I don't think any of us are in agreement about anything.
Well, Josh Allen, I would say right now is your MVP. TJ Watt, probably Defensive Player of the Year.
Did he come back in the game yesterday? He got hurt.
He didn't, but it sounds like he'll be back for next week.
God, TJ Watt's so sick.
Oh, yeah.
TJ Watt's so sick.
Six forced fumbles and 12 sacks.
Yeah.
He should probably win it.
He's so sick. So I dropped this text on you, or this tease on you last week, and we didn't do it. So why don't I do it again? Hey, are you guys like me? Have you ever wondered what kind of freaky-ish O.J. Simpson was into?
Oh, the freakiest of the
Now,
ish.
for a small dollar amount, you can find out what he was into. And we'll tell you where and how next. as OJ's porn stash goes up for auction on the Sports Leader.
'49ers general manager John Lynch issued a statement regarding Devondre Campbell. Quote, "We have suspended Campbell for 3 games due to conduct detrimental to the team. We will have no further comment on the matter." For more information and all 49er news, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gracias.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Have you not come back with a song already today? Did I make that up? Was this was it in a promo or something?
I heard this earlier.
It could have been at a different show.
Not on this show. Tim knows better.
Are you playing the rotator, Tim?
Sorry, I was setting up all my O.J. Simpson sound.
Yeah. Rotator, just matter.
Yeah, Tim's a bit weekend guy.
What's your favorite weekend song, Tim?
And not so much.
No, I didn't think so.
How was having the weekend off?
Dude, weekend off was nice. Weekend off was real nice. SantaCon got a little wild on Saturday.
So I hear.
Oh, I heard Greg Silver ran into Young Tony in North Beach on Saturday.
But Young Tony didn't even remember.
And then he told Young Tony about it today for the first time, and Young Tony's mind is what he felt.
What, dude? No way.
No way. I ran into you, dude. No way.
That's something I didn't know. And I don't know a lot.
Young Tony.
Couldn't make it out for the unofficial holiday party.
Hey, unofficial holiday party was a hit, I thought, on Friday.
Oh, it was great.
Good dinner at
Greg
OJ's.
Silver.
Thanks to our guy Chris and Raph who set us up at OJ's on
Yeah,
Friday.
OJ's was fun, but wherever we went afterwards, I don't remember.
We went to the Showdown, then we went to Legacy.
Okay. Yeah, Greg Silver liked to get down to a little feel the rain on your skin.
Yeah, he was cutting
No
a rug.
one else can feel it for you.
Little Serenity song for Greg Silver, yeah.
It ain't bad.
Natasha Bedingfield, is that what we're talking? No one else can speak the words on your lips. The rest is still unwritten.
Yes.
That's it. There we go.
Not a bad jam.
That's Tim. What's your favorite Bedingfield song?
Pocket Full of Sunshine,
Dude,
of course.
he didn't have a weekend song, and I knew his ass was going to have a Natasha Bedingfield song.
Well, okay, but to be fair,
I knew it.
Okay, but do you have another Natasha Bedingfield song?
Yeah, I know the Pocket Full of Sunshine one. There's another one I know, too. Give me a minute. I'll think of it.
Come on.
Great Escape or something stupid like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Give me a minute. I'll check my iTunes because I know I got a few in there.
There's no chance.
I promise I got a few in my library, dude. What? I'm not hating on Bedingfield, not for a second.
I know, but she's basically a one-hit wonder.
She's got hits. She's not a one-hit. Are you kidding me? Tim, you got more Bedingfield for me?
Yeah, she's like Natalie Imbruglia from the 90s.
Imbruglia?
Yeah, Imbruglia. You know what I'm talking about.
Imbruglia?
Yeah, but like if you said The Weeknd and I said something like Starboy.
These words, yeah. These words. You know the song? These words.
Oh, yeah. No, I get
I don't
it.
know all the lyrics, but
all
there you
right,
go.
all right. She's got other songs.
See? Tim, no Weekend from Tim.
Again,
though.
if I said Blinding Lights or Starboy, you would have just laughed at me. So what are we talking about?
we would have mocked his ass. Yeah,
it would have been more than what I know.
It's not Murph saying gracias, but it'd be close.
No. I hate all new music, so.
Tim and Ebonics is not what we need, no.
Gracias.
All right, let's get to this OJ porn stash story we've been dying to dive into. So, how about this?
That's a tease,
That's a hell of a tease. Malcolm Laverne.
Ooh.
There we go. Malcolm Laverne.
This is my favorite Natasha Bedingfield song.
O.J. Simpson's longtime attorney and executor of his estate. Now, I imagine he's the same guy who came out with the information we had a couple of months ago, the info that we became privy to here, that they were going to make some jewelry out of some of OJ's ashes and then give it to his kids.
Yes.
Because remember, they asked his agent and executor, lawyer, Malcolm Laverne, did you get a piece of jewelry yourself? He said, I was good.
So this isn't the same guy that stole all of his stuff back in the documentary, right? The
I don't
30 for
believe
30?
so, and I don't believe this is the same guy. What was the story we just had? Oh, the security guard who had the tape of OJ.
Yeah. I got OJ confession.
And
turns out it's not even OJ. It's him. It's him.
2 weeks ago.
Not even talking about the murders.
2 weeks ago, we had a story where one of his security guards is like, hey, I got a recording of OJ admitting to the murders on tape.
And the tape is just
And then
him.
he handed it over to TMZ
and police.
to police authorities. Must have sold some of it to TMZ. Turns out it was just him talking about it, pretending he was OJ.
I would love to hear that tape just like, hey, it's me, OJ. Yeah. I killed him.
You're not recording me, are you?
I'm just saying.
That was like 2 weeks ago. So Malcolm Laverne, Simpson's longtime attorney and executor of his estate, tells TMZ that O.J. Simpson's prison pornography from his days in the Nevada State Prison, music got me again, in the Nevada State Prison, they're up for grabs.
Okay.
So the estate's gonna auction these off.
I mean, how used are these materials?
Wow, there's a whole riff
Yeah.
there. Whole thread we can go down there. OJ and his fellow inmates were allowed to read mags like Penthouse, and it turns out
Read mags.
Read mags.
You want to cell block these. Everybody just, pass around mags. That's what the boys do. We lift weights.
Clearly reading for the articles.
Look at the porn.
How about this? Just read the mags, dude.
Read the mags.
They got some good Penthouse stories in there.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's real OJ sound from when when he got his May 2014 edition.
At least Pee Wee Herman was in an X-rated movie theater.
I love that you have out of context
dude.
OJ stuff.
That's incredible. And he put all this out himself. So he also, Malcolm Laverne, his executor and attorney, he spills. This is like how that was written in the TMZ article. He spills this little nugget. Simpson was a huge fan of porn, both watching and reading, even while incarcerated. You don't say, Juice.
I like porn.
Call me the Juice. How he got his hands on this stack of magazines while serving his time for his 2008 memorabilia theft in the case remains unclear. So they don't know.
How do they?
This is all paraphernalia. I thought they said they were allowed to read it while they were.
I mean, they're allowed to get it. I mean, they're allowed to read it.
They're
but
not handing it out.
How
from
do
like
they obtain it?
They're not handing it out from like the prison library.
It's not prison reading material.
I'm looking for July 76. How far back you go in the archives? So after his 2017 release, apparently he didn't want to get rid of his porn stash. Apparently he didn't just like throw it away or like leave it to the other inmates. Reminds me of like the movie Rounders. Remember Worms playing cards with those guys and he's taking cigarettes off them like early in the movie when he's getting picked up by Mike and Matt Damon. He goes to pick him up. And when he picks him up, he's like taking all these cigarettes off the guys and he's getting out. And they're like, "You're getting out? Give us the cigarettes back." And he's like going to leave with the cigarettes, even though he doesn't smoke. I think when he leaves, he dumps a bunch of them in the trash can. That's what Juice did. I'm keeping my stash.
Well, you got me thinking of Shawshank. It's like Brooks Hadlin isn't coming by with a cart, February 77.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, what is it? It's
you think OJ was digging a tunnel, dude? He had a big like a...
Yeah, what's the poster of?
It's not Raquel Welch.
Yeah, Raquel Welch. I want a picture of Raquel Welch.
Give me Raquel Welch to my prison cell.
Cat fight with Raquel Welch? Meow.
I can get you anything. He's talking to Morgan Freeman. I can get you anything with enough time.
Just give me a couple days.
So after his 2017 release, he stashed all these penthouses away, and apparently that's that. There was other stuff in there, too. Are they giving away other memorabilia bits of Juice or no?
Not that bits of Juice, huh? Not that I've seen. But like I'm interested to know how much the stash is going for.
Damn.
Do we have an update on this? I'm sure there will be an update.
It also feels like 40-Year-Old Virgin, where it's just a giant box of porn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it also says that he took the stash with him, but he moved on to other forms of pornography because I guess Juice invented the internet, or found out about the internet. Found about the invention of the internet, I should say.
Okay, dude, hold on. Daily Mail's got a story on this from 2 days ago.
That Daily Mail.
Oh, dude. So Simpson was found. Okay, never mind.
Not that mail.
Anything auctioned off, by the way, from this, unfortunately. The money he owes for the civil suit, all this has to go towards paying the civil suit.
Oh.
So he's,
wait, with Nicole or
the civil suit that he lost, like $32 million or whatever it was.
Yeah, he never paid that.
Yeah, no. Well, he's still looking for the killers, or he was at the very least.
He was, yeah.
He was, but $32 million is what he owed, and I think it's ballooned with interest over time. And so the estate, then, they start selling things off to pay for it.
I see.
So how about that? They're going to get cut a check from the stash, whatever it makes off of this. I don't know. I wonder if there's any collectible items in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if I want
penthouse collectibles.
I don't know if I want OJ's used nudie mags.
You don't know if you want them? I know that I don't. I don't
think I want anybody.
For the comic's sake, it's like, I don't know if I want them. No, I don't want them.
Derek hasn't come to a consensus yet in his mind.
I'm weighing the options, the pros and cons of buying.
You're doing your own research.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you stay on top of this story? Because I want to find out what it sells for.
I'll stay on top.
Yeah, they have to sell him to pay off his debts. Tough deal. Anyway, that's what's going on with the Juice now.
Yeah, I'm glad we got that update.
Dead in our lives, but alive in our hearts is kind of what's going on with the Juice. You know what I mean? I don't know. The fact that he's still a story. 707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and says, if I had to go to prison, I'd want to know if I could listen to the sports leader. You guys are pros at finding the weird news. Yeah. Sure.
I'm just saying.
They just serve it up to us.
Would they ever deny anybody like, oh, you can't listen to that? Like if they gave you like a radio to listen to, like probably like you can't have your phone obviously, but like they give you like an old radio that you could like turn on.
You got dudes in the Clink going live on like TikTok and stuff now. I've seen.
Oh really?
I'm like, dude, look at these guys.
We have Dominic Peralta on the chat says, "Damn, I thought this was another KNBR auction item."
You can get voicemails of Greg or OJ's panty or whatever porn collection.
408 says your guys' music sucks. Play some Van Halen. Tell me your age. Tell me your age. Tell me your age on the text line without telling me your age on the text line. Adam Copeland, Depop, and What's your name? Tim Webb is hanging out here today.
Thanks.
On Dirty Work. Brent Jones going to join us at 3:50. Matt Mayoko at 4:50.
Who is this guy?
More Natasha Bedingfield for sure coming your way, 4:08. And when we come on back, let's get into a little bit more on the Travis Hunter situation this weekend for Travis Hunter. A noisy one for he and his girlfriend, I noticed, by the way. Made some noise.
Yeah.
A lot of people are comparing her to the girlfriend of the running back from Blue Mountain State. Remember her? She was like kind of a maniac.
I didn't watch the show that much.
Wow, you were a Blue Mountain State guy.
Nah, I wasn't.
I'm on an island here. Here we go. Coming on back to Travis Hunter. Is there a possibility for the Niners to land the two-way superstar?
That would be interesting.
It would be. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Well done, Tim. Well done. The Sweet Escape. Yeah, she's got more bangers than I thought.
I got to tell you, it's maybe the softest thing I've ever said. I ride with Bedingfield. I'm down.
December 16th, 2024.
Book it.
Copes rides with Bedingfield.
Book it. I ride with Bedingfield. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
She's got a few songs that I forgot about.
I told you guys before, I got a bad sense of music. Like it's embarrassing to look through what it is that I'm into musically. Because I think
what's the most embarrassing thing you listen to?
I think I probably would have put this up there, but I'm not embarrassed by it. What I listen to in my headphones is my decision. You know what I mean? I'm not ever. This is the thing. I'm never asking for the aux cord. I'm never like, let me. And I get an angst about it if I'm in the car with somebody.
Oh, I'm that guy all the time.
If somebody's like put something good on, I'm like, oh damn. Because I'm just trying to please everybody else, and I have no idea what to play.
Okay, well, if you were ever in that position, what would you put on?
Depends on the audience. If it was Tim,
it's kind of like karaoke for you. I get it.
Finish that sentence.
Well, if it was Tim, I don't know.
Ooh, yeah.
Elvis, what does Tim listen to? What's he into?
Jesus.
What is Tim Webb like? I don't really know.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned this because
we only in the car ever listen to sports talk, so I don't know what Tim listens to.
Well, you would also know because I do my trivia night every single week. I have to come up with a music round of 16 songs. So every time, you know how people post their Spotify raps or whatever. Mine is a complete disaster because
you're searching weird stuff.
Yeah, because I'm always trying to choose things that people might know, or they know the name, or they don't know what it is and whatnot. It's a minefield.
It's a little, but you keep turning this up, by the way.
he loves some Benfield.
No, he like turns it up for the chorus and tries to talk over it.
Yeah.
Listen to me talk over.
I'm still saying Benfield has nothing on the other Natasha Imbruglia, or whatever her name is from the late 90s.
It's not Natasha, it's Natalie.
Oh, Natalie,
It's Imbruglia.
Yeah, Imbruglia. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
No,
Nothing's right, I'm torn.
That was
I'm all out of faith.
Oh, good song, dude. This is how I feel. Cold and I'm ashamed.
Cold and out of shape, lying naked. I don't think she says out of shape, but I always like to say that part.
I don't know. I thought it was ashamed.
It is.
Yeah, either way. I make my own words.
Speaking of
I make my own words.
Eric, bad with lyrics, bad with the names of these artists, and maybe even worse with the names of cities in the Bay Area when they call in.
Maybe. And I'm bad at trusting mechanics to work on my car.
That song was written not by her. She was chosen because she was a soap actress in like Australia or something like that, and never does anything again. Bedingfield at least has what, 4 or 5 songs?
Oh, you're talking about Imbruglia.
Say it right. You got to do it one time.
Okay, what is it? Natalie Imbruglia?
Okay.
May as well be giving away tickets, right? Stavros Miraculous.
I'd rather hear more about OJ's porn.
Yeah.
How about this? How about more about Travis Hunter, who won the Heisman Trophy?
Heisman.
On Saturday night. Travis Hunter wins the 2024 Heisman Trophy. He edges out Boise State's Ashton Jeanty, the running back, who, by the way, had a comment last weekend where he said, I didn't transfer to an SEC school because I didn't want him to run me into the ground. Interesting
Well, he's
thought.
getting run into the ground in Boise State,
I was like,
though.
all they do is hand you the football at Boise, but he's like, I'm not facing the NFL-style lineman. I mean, that was sort of a thing with Alabama for a while.
That's an interesting quote. Wow.
Something that me and my buddy used to talk about actually years ago when, like, Eddie Lacy got into the league, and there was a handful of running backs. T.J. Yeldon, I think, was another one.
Eddie Lacy ate himself out of the league,
well,
too.
come on. Shout out Pizza the Hut, dude. He ate himself out of life when he locked himself in his limousine, dude, in Spaceballs.
I'm still waiting for Mongo's review of Rocky 5000.
I'm still waiting for Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money.
Oh, dude, one of the greatest movie deaths I think of all time in history. Pizza the Hut.
Pizza the Hut.
He died by
one of the greatest characters of all time too.
He ate himself.
Mel Brooks is sitting around a room like, we'll call him Pizza the Hut. You know, like instead of Jabba, it's pizza.
That's so
hey,
dumb.
He's the king of comedy. He can do whatever he wants.
That's so dumb. So he beats Ashton Jeanty does Travis Hunter for the Heisman Trophy.
I mean, no surprise there. I know like some people were expecting Jeanty to get the award, and he had a great running back season, but we have never seen anything quite like this.
You called him in your notes here. You said the first defensive player. And I don't know. Are they saying this? Is he the first? I mean,
he is.
Charles Woodson, the last defensive player to win a Heisman Trophy.
He does play defense.
Yeah, he does. Well, and he's going to more than likely be a primary DB or cornerback in the league.
Well,
I think that's the thought. He would like to play both ways, I think, is his thought.
I mean, with Deion in his corner, you best believe that every NFL scout is going to say otherwise.
What I'm asking you, though, is are you cool with saying because if he had just played defense, he wouldn't have won the Heisman Trophy?
No.
He won the Heisman because he was an elite receiver also.
I think Charles Woodson and him are the only guys defensively to win the Heisman.
That's kind of my point, though. So I know, but Charles played a little bit of wide receiver, but not to the level he's played.
A little bit.
I mean, he had 1,100 receiving yards this year on 92 catches and 14 touchdowns. He was basically he was the number one receiver.
Yes.
And was the number one DB. He's probably going to get drafted as a DB. That would be the thought because they think he's got Hall of Fame talent as like a defensive back.
I mean, he does, but what makes more money?
Wide receiver does, which is why maybe you're trying to play both. You're trying to figure something out like that. John Elway last week, and I talked about this with Steve Young on Friday. John Elway said, if I were still a GM, I would draft him and try to figure out a way to allow him to be a part of both. Steve Young said, Deion Sanders is the one. that I ever thought could do that. And he played a little bit of receiver in the league.
Yeah, every now and then he went out for a deep pass. But, like, I mean, it's different, man. This guy's played every snap. He's a smart kid. I was wowed by his speech, and his mom, too, gave a great speech. And, you know, yeah, I do think that with Deion in his corner, he's like, I don't know what his agent situation is, but if Deion's talking to NFL scouts and he's like, you need to play this guy in both positions, it very well could be the case where he does so much at two positions that it doesn't matter that he's going to make less money as a cornerback. They'll pay him as a wide receiver and cornerback and maybe make $30 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what he's looking to do.
That's probably what he's looking to do.
Well, here's what he said last year. He was gaming on a live stream.
Big gamer, too. Kind of a nerd.
Yeah, dude, he's a total nerd, Travis Hunter. And he's
kind of like our guy Jamal Williams. Remember him with the Lions?
Yeah, and then he was a Saints running back and a Broncos running back.
He was really into anime, and like that last like Lions Sunday Night Football game where he did his. He didn't even say his name. He did like Swag Kage. He did like some anime thing. But yeah, he's kind of nerdy like that.
Here's Travis Hunter. He was gaming on a live stream last year, and he was asked by a viewer which NFL team he'd want to play for.
NFL team where you want to go to. I mean, my favorite NFL team is 49ers. But if I had to say, I like staying in Colorado. Everybody that I've talked to say I'm going to go to Green Bay. I don't know why, but Green Bay is cold. I don't got a problem with it cold. Why I got to go to Green Bay?
Yeah, so that was a year ago, and that doesn't make much sense.
I mean, Niners would have to be like a top 3 or 4 pick to land Travis Hunter.
Well, they could trade up. So right now, if the Niners lose out, let's say they go 6-11, they could be in line to maybe get the 10th overall pick. And, you know, I don't know about Javarius Ward's future with the Niners. Wide receivers situation is kind of interesting next year if they trade Debo. You're going to have Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, who hasn't seen much as a wide receiver this year. You're going to have to wait for Brandon Ayuk to come back. It wouldn't be bad for Travis Hunter to be like that, you know, third wide receiver option.
Yeah.
But if I'm being honest, this is a fun segment. It's not realistic.
It's not realistic. And I love him being like, yeah, they're my favorite team. I'd love to play for them. Too bad you don't get to choose where you go. You just get drafted.
Well, that's the thing. Like the way that Deion and Shedeur and Travis Hunter, they all make it out to be like, I don't care. I don't give a damn what the draft process has been in the past. I am choosing where I get to play.
Do you think that they're acting that way?
I don't
feel like Travis Hunter has acted that way.
Not so much Travis Hunter, but like Deion's basically been saying, like, I'm going to tell those boys where they're going to play. I'm telling Shedeur and Travis Hunter what's the best situation for them. And I don't know how you can manipulate the draft in that way. Like, I think at the end of the day, Deion has a lot of pull, but he doesn't have a lot of pull with GMs where he's saying, like, I don't care that the New York Giants are ahead of the Raiders. I'm not going there. We're not going there.
But it's happened before.
It has happened before.
It happened with Eli Manning. Why couldn't it happen with Shedeur Sanders? What is different about the Eli scenario that is different? What is different about these two situations? That's very similar.
Shedeur is more likely where he's like, I refuse to go to the Giants. I want to go to the Raiders.
So that's what Eli Manning did. I refuse to go to the Chargers. I want to go to the Giants, right?
Well, I think in both situations, John Elway and Eli Manning were drafted by that team and then later traded. So it all depends. Like, let's say the Giants are calling their bluff and they say, okay, well, Deion's sorry, but we are going to draft Shedeur and we're going to keep him hostage now. And it's up to the Raiders to give us the compensation in order to move him on. But just because you tell us that we're not, we don't want to play for you, it doesn't mean that we're not going to draft the kid.
Well, and that played out into the draft. So Eli was the first overall pick in 2004, drafted by, people may not remember, the San Diego Chargers. He was traded during the draft to the New York Giants. His refusal to play for the Chargers was, he made it public he didn't want to play for them, which led to the trade. Susie Colbert said on draft night, quote, we're not really giving details right now. He told Susie Colbert, we're not really giving details right now, but we made our decision, and that's what we're sticking to. So Shedeur Sanders could do and I would expect, if he does not want to play for them, do the exact same thing that John Elway did, that Eli Manning did. Yeah! Poor Susie. But I'm like, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he say, I'm not playing for that team?
No, he could. He could. But I forget what interview it was, but I remember Deion almost like a year ago saying, like, we're going to pick where these guys get to go. And it has to be reasonable.
By the way, here's what happened, too. Do you remember the trade? I mean, of course, Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers was the number 4 pick in that draft. Hell of a QB draft, by the way. Ben Roethlisberger also in that draft.
Yep.
Big Ben, Eli, and Phil Rivers. Rivers, I think, puts up the best numbers of all of them almost.
He does, yes.
Nearly career-wise, and then the other guys win a couple of Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Is it 4 between them? Big Ben got 2, didn't he?
4, yeah.
He went to 3,
Yep.
is that right? Big Ben got 2.
Went to 3, lost to the Packers. Yeah, you're right.
He got 2, and then Eli got 2.
Yeah.
4 Super Bowl wins out of that quarterback draft class, and probably 3 Hall of Famers when it comes down to
Philip Rivers should be in
numbers.
the Hall of
They
Fame.
should all go to the Hall. Anyway, Chargers traded Eli Manning to the Giants for Phil Rivers, and the 4th pick. The Chargers also got a 3rd-round pick the next year, and a 1st-round pick the year after that, and a 5th-round pick in that same year.
And I want to say that
they got the number 4 pick back. They got a 1st-rounder 2 years later. They got a 3rd-rounder the next year, and a 5th-rounder 2 years later.
Yeah, and I want to say those picks turned out to be for the Chargers, Sean Merriman, and I think like Nate Kading, their kicker that was good for a little while.
Probably the 5th-rounder,
yeah. But yeah, it's reasonable for Shedeur to make a move to try to go to the Raiders instead of the Giants. Like the Cowboys one doesn't make sense to me. Like Travis Hunter, in order for him to get drafted by the 49ers, the Niners would have to trade up. I don't think there's any scenario. Like I don't know if Travis Hunter's going to play this game, but if Travis Hunter's like, well, I don't want to go. Like let's say the Patriots are the 3rd overall pick, and they're like, we want Travis Hunter. He's like, I don't want to go there. I don't know how much say Travis Hunter is going to have in this situation where he goes, well, I want to play for the Niners.
Well, again, I don't know that it's that simple for a player like that. With quarterback and number 1 overall pick, you have that say. Now, you don't have that say, but you can play that game because a team will not use the number 1 pick on a quarterback and then allow that quarterback to just be nothing.
Yeah.
It'll put too much pressure. His position, where you draft him, you can end up being like, well, we're going to trade you, but you don't have a say in where we trade you.
Yeah.
We're going to trade you wherever the hell we want you to go.
And every year, there's only so many teams that are looking after quarterbacks, whereas like now you're talking about a guy who could play potentially 2 different positions.
Yes.
That opens it up to everybody and also makes it wildly more difficult.
Again, and I don't think he's saying that because I don't think Travis Hunter for a second, I don't think this is worth a conversation because Travis Hunter didn't say anything of the sort. This is last year when somebody asked him what his favorite football team is or where he'd like to play. He simply said the Niners are my favorite NFL team, but I wouldn't mind staying in Denver. People are saying Green Bay. He's just saying things like that.
I know.
So again, this is not...
Deion, who is close to both of them.
Sure, but Deion is, again, Deion is not going to have enough pull unless it's the number 1 pick who's a quarterback to say, we're going to play for that team.
Would you be a little gun-shy drafting Shedeur knowing full well that he's only played in his dad's system his entire life?
No, because it's not like his dad is running the offense. Like let's say the Raiders draft Shedeur Sanders, I would make it a easy situation for Shedeur Sanders to transition to the NFL. I would make Pat Shurmur the offensive coordinator for the Raiders, who's the offensive coordinator right now for Colorado. Make it an easy situation for him.
It does feel like this whole offense has been catered directly to him.
But that's what you do with really good quarterbacks. I have no problem with that. But to the point that I saw over the weekend, like people on Twitter being like, I would love for the Niners to draft Travis Hunter. And I would say, I don't think that's happening.
He's going to go before the Niners pick unless they trade up.
And I would also say that the Niners have bigger needs than a wide receiver and quarterback.
The end, or offensive line. I don't really.
No.
It's not where my focus is as much. As great as he is, yes. If he fell to you, sure, cool. Great, but I think their focus is elsewhere. No, and their focus needs to be elsewhere. By the way, do you know what Eli's career record was against the Chargers? Played him 4 times during his career.
0 for 4?
0 and 4.
Yep.
Never beat him. How about that? But
there was some sort of justice to that a little bit, just because of the whole Manning family. I remember hating that when that happened, where it's just like, a team that has the number 1 pick is there for a reason.
Yeah.
You're like, either maybe you take, but most likely you're a terrible team. And to be like, well, I don't like the owner, so I'm not going to play there.
Yeah, but
something about that irked me.
Yeah, I know, and I was the same way. But why do we get it like as fans though? Like, remember when Joe Burrow, there was a rumors going around if like he doesn't want to play for the Bengals, and all of our reactions are, oh, what a spoiled brat! How dare you not want to play for that team? There's probably a damn good reason why. So I think the same thing's going to happen. Like, let's say Shedeur, let's say the Giants get the number 1 pick over the Raiders. I think that you're going to have a ton of people that say, look at spoiled-ass Shedeur Sanders.
What I'm saying is you lose all merit in saying, I don't want to play for that owner, and then demand to go to the Raiders.
Well, yeah.
I'm not playing there.
But Shedeur and Mark
play for Mark.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they have a relationship. They're at UFC events together.
They have a relationship.
It looks like it.
They have a relationship.
Well, to go to the other side of this, though, because I'm going to call myself out on this when I'm sitting here saying I don't like what Eli Manning did and the whole Phillip Rivers thing. Imagine if you're playing, you were going to get drafted by the Washington Commanders when Dan Snyder was in charge.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that situation was terrible, and yet, it was allowed to exist so much longer than it should have. Yeah. So there is, to say that there's no merit to it,
Again, there's one time this can happen. It's when a team that is that desperate drafts you, and there's another team desperate that wants to draft you, and you don't go to that organization. If you're the number 1 pick and you play quarterback, it's the only time I can see it happening because it's happened before. And with a guy in a mouthpiece like Deion, I would not be surprised if he's like, don't draft him, Giants, don't draft him, or he's not going to play, and this is going to be a whole other S-storm that you have to deal with.
So Deion's going to brawny him.
Yeah, I think it's unfair. I think Eli Manning is my.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Bronny's situation is nowhere near this situation.
Well, okay.
Bronny came out and shouldn't have come out and only got drafted because his dad is
never
LeBron
mind.
James.
Okay,
That's nothing like this.
I'll rephrase it. He's going to Archie
Sanders is looking. Yeah, he's going to Archie Manning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Archie was the one leading that charge, being like, Eli's not playing for the Chargers.
And I know people are saying on the text line here, 650 says, what happened with John Elway too. I know, but I just feel like in more recent history, and the more applicable one is the one where
Elway's dad did the same thing.
Where Archie Manning does the same thing. Elway's dad too, but I just feel like it's there's not another league also to go play to. There's no baseball involved in this one.
Right.
Where I'll just go play. This is strictly, no, I'm playing pro football. You can either lose my rights and I'll sit out a year and go do whatever I have to do, or you can trade me right now or not bother drafting.
By the way, I would bet my car on the fact that Arch Manning will do this when he comes out. I would bet my life.
Yeah, probably.
You got to be the number one.
You probably
got to be the number one. It's the only way it works, I think.
Yeah.
You got to be the number one.
And then goofy Cooper Manning's the guy being like, I'm not having Archie playing for these.
We got Coop now. Then Coop becomes a star, dude. Finally, his day has come. We got to get Coop on the Manning cast. Adam Copeland.
He's been on, I think.
Has he?
Maybe.
That's how big of a hit it was. I totally missed it. And I'm just kidding. I'm not going to watch a Manning cast. It'll be on tonight. We're with you till 5:30 this evening. We'll hand you over to Derek's Las Vegas Raiders, who are taking on the Atlanta Falcons tonight in Vegas, and Shedeur Sanders' Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep.
He tweets about them all the time.
Bet the over, right?
Yeah, bet the over.
Every time they lose, he tweets out, thank God.
Yeah, every time he loses, he tweets that. Thank God. God is great.
Yep.
Our guy, Brent Jones. First time we'll get a chance to talk to Brent since Devondre Campbell quit on the 49ers and was suspended. I know Brent has got some thoughts about that. We can ask him about the two-way nature of a Travis Hunter and what could happen at the number one pick as well with Shedeur Sanders. Plenty more to come. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
It's a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Check out the Bears-Vikings on KNBR 1050 and the Falcons-Raiders right here on KNBR 680, the Pigskin Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty work rolls on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and Tim Webb hanging out with you. One of our favorite guys, friend of the show, Brent Jones, joins us every Monday throughout the football season to talk some 49er football, but some other NFL stuff, too, we'll get into, and some stuff with the Heisman I want to ask him about that we were just discussing. But, Brent, haven't had you on since last Thursday, man, of course, after the difficult 12-6 loss. And, I don't know, just maybe as low as I can feel for the last couple of years for 49ers.
You know, Copes, that was a tough one to watch, in all honesty. It was weird because it was a tale of two sides of the ball. I thought the defense came to play and was flying around, probably inspired by Dre Greenlaw being back out there. And the way that they played and held that powerful Rams offense to 12 points, I mean, come on, that should have been a win. And on the offensive side of the ball, we were a little sloppy. Obviously, the weather conditions weren't great, but we didn't make plays when they had the opportunity, and sadly, that's been more the case this year than not. And so it was not a fun game to watch whatsoever.
All right, we haven't had a chance to talk, and I don't know if this is a good thing. It's not a good thing, but the story after the game quickly became less about the loss and about the outlook of the season and what had happened, and more about Devondre Campbell. And as we talked to you today on Monday, we found out the Niners have gotten a little creative with how they're going about handling this situation. And Kyle said last week, we haven't decided yet on how we're going through the removing him from the team or making sure he's not a part of the team. He said there's some semantics, and they did get a little clever with it. They're suspending him for 3 games, which means they may recoup some of that money that they had to give him in terms of bonus value. They signed him to a 1-year, $5 million, got a $3 million bonus. And really what Derek and I were saying last week is all you needed to know about the situation was what the players said and how they reacted to it. What Mooney Ward said, what George Kittle said, and now what Bosa is saying. I guess he said to the media, or it's come out that well, go ahead, Derek. What did Bosa say?
Well, just right now in the locker room, media area, he was saying that he heard Devondre Campbell before the game complain about his playing time and didn't want to say anything to the coaches or anything, but he let it be known to the other players that he was not happy going into that game.
And then, Brent, we also heard, that we found out more this weekend that it was actually John Lynch who sent him to the locker room. Like he was like a 4-year-old getting sent to his room if he wasn't going to play. What's your reaction to all this, and how did you sort of mentally go through this? And as a former player, what are your thoughts on how it all played out?
Well, you guys, I have an awful lot of thoughts on this, and we can discuss it in detail. My initial thought was I looked at the stats after the game and saw he had no tackles, and I just figured he started and played the whole game.
yeah. Basically, that's how the stat sheet looked this year.
I mean, come on. I had to blow up that
I like
joke
it.
right
You're not wrong.
Yeah, only difference is we didn't see him running. We didn't see the back of his jersey running after somebody towards the end zone. That was the one thing I missed.
Exactly. And you know what? The bond of the locker room is strong. And you never sell out your teammates, and you never sell out your team and the organization. And that is the ultimate, right? That's the ultimate sellout. And so you saw guys kind of come away from the politically correct answers and threw him rightfully under the bus. And that's the way I would have reacted as well. It's been a tough year for everybody. Nothing has worked in the way that we thought it was, but we have guys still battling. And what I want to know is, do you really get up and look at yourself in the mirror and think, yeah, I'm way better than Dre Greenlaw. I've been dominating all year. I mean, in all honesty, and I don't like singling out people's performance, but he's been the weakest part of our defense all year. Sure. The internal running game, the linebackers for the big yards, not getting to the ball carrier, not wrapping up, tremendously weak in pass coverage. And, you don't want to single guys out for things like that, but it was very apparent to anybody that watched film. And so to have all of a sudden this unbelievable recovery and effort for Dre Greenlaw that quite possibly cost us a Super Bowl victory last year. He comes back, it's emotional, and instead of being excited for your teammate, instead of being encouraged, instead of pumping him up, you've had all opportunity all season to prove yourself. you've been so deficient that a guy that hasn't played is going to walk right back into the huddle and start playing and playing well. And so it bothered me. It bothered me most. Obviously, the quitting, we'll get to that, but it bothered me most the fact that he had that attitude about one of his brothers that has been through a tremendous amount of adversity and has come back to play in this game, and his actions and attitude completely overtook the joy and the triumph of Dre Greenlaw returning to the field. And that bothered me most. That says a lot about a man. And I hate to say it like that, but it does. And then quitting, and I love the fact that John Lynch came up and got in his face and sent him to the woodshed. That is spectacular. That is spectacular. And you know what? I'd take John Lynch one-on-one with him and have him come out of the box and give him a forearm shiver. Yeah. I've seen John Lynch light guys up, and John Lynch isn't a guy you want to mess with. So good for John. I mean, defending the honor of the game, of his team, of the organization, and I really did. I thought he'd be cut. I'm like, you got to cut him right now. But they were smarter than that. Yeah. And instead of the knee-jerk reaction, suspending him gives them an opportunity, obviously, to not pay him this year, to not jump on another roster, and to make it be okay. And lastly, conduct detrimental and suspension can go after a lot of that signing bonus too. So a bad emotional decision is going to impact the rest of this guy's life, and it's sad. But I'm not in the locker room, but he must have never fit in completely with regards to some of the commentary that's been made. That's all I can ascertain.
Yeah, and it was incredible to hear Charvarius Ward and even George Kittle, who said that he didn't know what was going on the sideline, but if he did see it, he would have intervened. So I'm curious, Brent, what would a Brent Jones in his playing days in the late 80s, early 90s would have done had he seen Dre Greenlaw not go into the game as a leader of the football team?
Yeah, I think what would have happened if a guy decided to not go in and play like that and to be taken away from another man's glory and make it all about yourself. I have a feeling a couple of our teammates would have jumped on him and just started beating him senseless. And I would have been on that pile. It would have been – I mean, it's weird to think, but you just can't betray. You can't betray the locker room. It's just an unwritten rule, and it's something that in that sense is unforgivable. And you saw guys react like that, and had they known, there could have been fisticuffs on the sideline. I mean, Lynch obviously took care of it, but it would have been nice to see him. But when I saw him walking into the locker room, like, okay, is he walking in there on his own accord? And then I was thinking, man, that could have been his greatest contribution to the defense this year.
to leave, to not be there, which is half the time what it felt like anyway. Talking to Brent Jones here on the UMA guest line. We had a texter the other day, I think it was on Friday, who was sort of joking and said, man, I kind of wish the Devondre Campbell thing happened earlier in the season because it might have galvanized the locker room a little bit more. But to your point about it being a brotherhood, I mean, you don't ever want to see something like this happen, but this to me and the way they reacted to it, Brent, shows you this was an isolated incident, and it is not a bigger issue going on behind the scenes with the 49ers.
It is not a bigger issue. I cannot believe that it is. And certainly personalities and free agency, you get guys sometimes that don't fit in. And let's face it, not everybody in the locker room is best friends. But, man, in a strange way, like, you defend every guy to the nth degree. And you're a team, and there is that brotherhood. And if you're a guy that sells out and breaks that bond, I mean, you'll never recover, quite honestly. And so I think it was getting the cancer out of the locker room. I do believe it would have been an awesome galvanizing moment had it been 7 or 8 games earlier. But needless to say, we've needed more than just a galvanizing moment this year. It's just been one of those years, and it's frustrating to talk about. But man, I never saw anything like that coming. and you wouldn't expect it. But the arrogance to think that you're that good, that you can't, sit on the bench for the first half for a guy that's coming back from major surgery and could have been career-ending and was a stud and was one of the big leaders of our team, to think that you're that arrogant and ignorant and your ego is that big, it's just shocking to me. But believe it or not, there's guys out there like that. And so obviously completely unaware of what's going on.
By the way, Brent Jones is sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinacso.com. Brent, in terms of one of the other pieces of I guess it was a story or a blurb that came out this weekend about Brock Purdy. Of course, coming off the performance, it was not a good one on Thursday. Has not played great, specifically in the back half of the season. Did have the injury where he missed the game in Green Bay, of course. Had a huge game against the Bears, but he's going to come up for a potential extension this offseason. And the report this weekend is that Brock Purdy will ask for the highest contract of any quarterback in the NFL. And I thought, whether that's true or not, that's the news I want out there if I'm Brock. I don't know if they'll give it to him, but that's what I'm asking for. Give me the most, and then we'll start from there.
Yeah. First of all, if you know Brock or if you've been around him at all, he didn't specifically say that. That's his agent or his agency that's representing him. And I'm sure it was cringeworthy for him to have to kind of hear that and deal with it. But that, that's a negotiating stance. And what I do believe is, I do believe the 49ers are going to extend him. I do believe it'll be a team-friendly deal. Whatever the dollars are, people need to be quiet. You're not paying it. And I think the only one that really matters in this scenario is Jed York, and I'm pretty sure Jed's going to extend him. It's going to be team-friendly. They're going to rework some contracts. We're going to get, as George Seifert used to say, we're going to get a fresh. Whatever the
what does that mean?
Getting fresh. It means take some time away, regroup, take a few deep breaths, and come back stronger next year, healthier. We can't have any training camp holdouts. We got to have some bonding and be united much earlier, I think, in training camp and in preseason, and come out and light it up next year. And I think we'll have everybody, all of our key players will be paid. Yeah, do we have, forever in this current window? No, but I think we still have another year or two. We have too many good players. We can point to a lot of different things this year. Some people say excuses, some people say bad luck. Whatever it is, it is. And I think we're going to be better for it next season.
I want to switch gears a little bit, Brent, and go to college football. I want to get your thoughts on Bill Belichick becoming head coach of North Carolina football, but also the move is so surprising, and it's kind of reminiscent of the late, great Bill Walsh deciding to coach Stanford. And I'm just curious, when he decided to retire from coaching in 1988, and he came back a few years later, were you surprised that he never wanted to go back to the NFL to coach again?
You know what? I would spend time with Bill at Stanford and did more than a few times, and he just seems so content. And I think that the pressure and intensity of the NFL can wear you out and age you early. And I think that he just felt comfortable. Maybe there's less focus and less pressure in the college game, but it didn't. At first, I was surprised about Belichick, and then I thought, hey, that's kind of cool, and he can control it. I mean, let's face it, if anybody has dealt with having to pay players contracts and deal with egos, and of course, the recruiting side is a completely different thing, but he's going to set it up professionally, and I think it's going to be a gathering spot for guys that want to be NFL ready. I think it's a different approach, and I think most colleges and college coaches can give to high school players, and I think that will attract a lot of attention, certainly for the first few years, and we'll see how they progress and how long it takes to turn around the program. But my one daughter, having gone there and played soccer, she was pretty fired up because there hasn't been a lot of on the football side to cheer about. So I think it'll be a really interesting concept. Chapel Hill is an unbelievably great town, so he could get very comfortable very quickly there.
Talking to Brent Jones on the UMA guest line. So Heisman Trophy was handed out this weekend. Travis Hunter wins, a two-way player, incredible at Colorado. Is it? And I was talking to Steve Young about it last week. We asked him if he thought it was possible because John Elway was a GM most recently in the NFL, said if he could draft him, he would allow him or try to figure out a way for him to play both ways. He's probably going to be a DB. Do you think it's possible in today's game to play both ways full-time, part of the time? Is it a possibility in today's game, you think?
Boy, I think the intensity and the physicality of the NFL would be a challenge. I certainly do believe that his main position will be defense, but I also think that there could be a 15 to 20 play package in every game, kind of like the old Wildcat package used to exist for some of the running quarterbacks, where he could make an impact offensively, or maybe he's a red zone guy and you line him up in the slot. He's too talented. I had a chance to meet him at the Ronnie Lott Awards last week, and really cool. What a quiet, humble, respectful kid. Just happy to be there. I asked him what he's up to. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not a big partier. I just like to hang out with my fiance. We watch TV. She cooks for me when I come home from practice." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm staying on that track."
Plays a lot of video games. Yeah, he's a smart kid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just what I aspired to.
Yeah, a lot of Pac-Man for Brent. That's what he was doing.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Asteroids.
A lot of Pong, dude.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
right.
That's right.
I know, Brent. Hey, just a thought from you on the NFL, because we're talking, hey, man, the Lions are leaking oil, dude. I mean, their defense, I think the number we saw last week is 13 or 14 guys on defense are hurt. And I said to the guys, that's not good. You only play 11 of them. I mean, you're in like your second tier of defense. David Montgomery now out with an MCL for the foreseeable future. I mean, what are your thoughts on the Lions and the top of the NFC? Will they still even win the division?
Man, it has been remarkable what they've done with so many guys out this year on the defensive side of the ball. I've been so impressed. And Dan Campbell, they have those guys in Aaron Glenn, have them ready to play every week, and they're flying around, and they're so intense. But you can see the war of attrition starting to take effect on the defense, and we certainly saw it yesterday. And it's just, man, against the high-powered teams, I just don't know that they have the capabilities to stop people. Now, certainly on offense they can score. Montgomery thing certainly doesn't help, and so you kind of start looking around and you go, how are they going to be going into the playoffs? They're going to be limping into the playoffs, quite honestly, and it's too bad. They've been a heck of a team, but you know what? That's today's NFL, and the team at the end that has the most healthy guys, that's a playoff team, usually has the better chance to win. Buffalo, ironically, has looked pretty darn remarkable. They've been scoring lights out. Other than the Rams shootout that they ended up losing. Man, they looked pretty dominant yesterday, and so they're certainly a team to deal with. It's weird. I look at Josh Allen and I think, okay, well, who are his main receivers? And they're a bunch of, probably number 2 wide receivers on most teams. And I mean, they're good, they're solid, but golly sakes, he's been doing it. And ever since Stephon Diggs left, everything else has been cooking pretty well for him. And yeah, they get the running game going a little bit, hitting backs in the flat, doing things that traditionally they haven't done. And so I'm still, I don't know what it is. I would love to see that rematch in the Super Bowl right there. I'm still a Dan Campbell guy. I love what he's done in Detroit. Detroit has never won a Super Bowl. I think it would be pretty exciting for them to win, but it feels like some of the playoff teams are tightening up and getting a lot more structured and focused, and some, and the other teams are falling away, and then there's a few teams that are limping into the playoffs. It looks like the Chargers might be limping in if they get in, and it's you know what? That's just the way the NFL is nowadays.
Well, in that game yesterday, Brent, what'd you think of Dan Campbell's decision to onside kick? I mean, I think he's a good coach, but I do think he's a little too aggressive at times with fourth down decisions and a decision like that yesterday.
Yeah, Derek, I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Come on, like 12 minutes. Like I got up and looked really close at the TV and said, okay, am I seeing it wrong? It's that certainly was a little bit of a white flag for the defense, right? Hey, we can't stop these guys, so we're going to have to onside kick. It was a 10-point lead. I'm like, what is he doing? And, in the days where you could surprise onside kick, maybe that was a thing.
Yeah.
But this declaration stuff, the NFL, man, I don't know what's going on with all these stupid rules. We have bad rules with bad officials.
Yep.
Man, I don't know what to say. Like, it's like all this stuff has gotten weird. But yeah, no, I think, well, I know he regretted it. But yeah, at the time I was thinking, okay, that's a real outrageously aggressive decision.
Yeah, agreed.
I know. I mean, went for it on 4th down 5 times last week, got it 4 or 5, and I'm just like, man, I know being aggressive is kind of his thing, but at some point, it just feels like it's a wild card factor that can play you out of a game, especially when you face an elimination.
Yeah, aggressive's fine. Illogical's another story.
Yeah.
So,
well, who knows?
I didn't want to say stupid, but yeah, that was out of bounds for sure.
Brent Jones, the voice here. Brent, always love catching up, man, and fun to get your thoughts on what's happened with the Niners and what's going on around the league. We'll talk to you soon, bro.
All right, guys, you're making a good team.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Brent.
Thanks,
Proud of
Brent.
you guys.
Appreciate you,
All
Brent. Oh, dude, the great Brent Jones. Awesome. Number 84. Now, somebody checked in on the Devondre Campbell thing on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. They said, dude, 42 cut his fingers off to stay in the game.
Yep.
Campbell didn't want to stay in because of playing time. And somebody also, I think, sort of aptly points out, it wasn't necessarily all about Dre Greenlaw. It was a lot about, like, D. Winters getting playing time over him. And I'm like, I'd have rather seen D. Winters out there than see Devondre Campbell.
Yeah, he's gonna have a hard time being accepted in any locker room now. Like I was gonna ask Brent, like, you know, when like a character from a different team joined you guys, was it always like, okay, you're on our team now? It doesn't matter what you did in the past. Like Jim Burt, when he knocked out Joe Montana, he joined the Niners later on, and they accepted him. This is a different deal. Across the board, I can't find anybody in the NFL that's like, all right, Devondre Campbell, I understand what you did. Like, I guess I can't find the audio, but Bart Scott apparently was like, I understand. I as a former player, I can't believe he would think that way.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Bart Scott, really? Come on, bro. Adam Copeland.
Can't wait.
D-Pop and Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Boy, it's pretty dark out there. Is it still raining? By the way, take a look at that window and let me tell you. Tell me if you think I'm playing my championship softball game today.
Chances aren't good. I'll get Raph in the weather center to see if we can
By the
get
way,
we need more weather updates from
actually,
Raph on the show.
Can Raph get me a weather center report? Because what I'm looking for is, they're like, well, if it's not raining by 7, you guys will be playing.
Oh, come on, bro.
Game's at 7. I was like,
it's going to rain.
It's raining up till 7 with this
Come on,
field.
bro.
We're going to play on this. Come on, bro. It'll be all right, bro. When we come back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. RG3 was on with Murph and Marcus. I think it was on Friday. He talked about Devondre Campbell.
But it was so good, I want to play it.
He talked about Devondre Campbell refusing to play. Travis Hunter thanked Lil Wayne in his Heisman ceremony.
That was an awkward moment.
And Johnny Manziel tells you the story about what they offered Texas A&M, what his dad demanded from Texas A&M for Johnny to stay in college rather than go to the draft. We'll tell you about all that next in the Sound Soiree when Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Giants rained out today due to rain.
Newest San Francisco Giant Willie Adames broke down his decision to come to the Giants and his recruitment of free agent pitcher Corbin Burns. If you can recruit, hit our socials all day at KNBR, YouTube, and the text line.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line with me today. Steve, we're getting near the end of the year, and people still have questions as we get closer to tax season, specifically about the ERC. Tell us about it and how you can help.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. Here it is, December 16th, and you say, I've been waiting and waiting and waiting some more for my ERC, Employee Retention Credit. When am I getting my money? There's 3 different ways to hurry up the government. We'll discuss all 3 with you. And a lot of people are very concerned that President Trump promised to do away with $2 trillion with a T dollars of government spending. Will he sign an executive order next month on January 20th, like he promised to do? Sign a lot of them. Will he get rid of ERC? Nobody knows. I don't want to take that risk with the listeners' money. I want to hurry him up right now while it's still good law. But what if you got a letter from the IRS that says, no ERC for you, you don't qualify? Right now, the IRS is being sued right here in our local circuit, the Ninth Circuit, alleging that the IRS is using AI to disqualify people en masse. They don't even know if you qualify or not. We need to appeal those. Or what if you're being audited and the government wants the money back? For example, they have this program where if you admit that you absolutely positively are not entitled to a penny of ERC, they'll give you 20% of what you claimed anyway, just to have you settle. So the bottom line, the big 3, 1, you're waiting for your checks and you didn't get them. 2, your claim was disallowed, or 3, you're being audited. Call us. We have a lot we want to talk about, and just say to us, hey, Steve, get me my money.
Steve Moskowitz can help. 188-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Man, nothing like Moskowitz straight into a soiree, I tell you. Gets the people going.
Some of the ERC sounds you might have missed across the sports world.
I think this music pairs well with Steve, don't you?
Yeah, it's a perfect segue.
Nasty Gramps.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're with you for about another hour. We'll be with you till 5:30 tonight. We'll hand you over to Monday Night Football, which we're carrying live here on the Sports Leader. Derek's Las Vegas Raiders taking on the Atlanta Falcons. Tim's Falcons.
Okay. Mo Sislek's Falcons.
Tim Webb's and Mo Sislek's Atlanta Falcons come.
The Atlanta Falcons.
I think the only take I've had on the Falcons all year was I had too many on my fantasy team and Chick-fil-A being closed on Sunday in that stadium.
That's such bull crap.
I think they do digital signage and they go with a chicken sandwich on Sundays there that is like just a spitting image of Chick-fil-A. I think they call it something else. Wouldn't be surprised they're using the same stuff and just keeping it on the low.
Mystery meat?
Yeah. Not the same
mystery
work as
chicken.
Mystery chicken.
It's chicken.
Anyway, we got some sounds from across the sports world. How about Willie Adames, who notably was wished a happy Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
Yes.
Can we hear the Feliz Navidad soundbite again? This is
Merry Christmas to you and the family. Feliz Navidad.
You guys too. Gracias. Thank you guys for having me there. It's a pleasure.
Well, this is how he said goodbye to Willie Adames, who said Feliz Navidad. He got a big chuckle out of that. He said, gracias.
Willie Adames, good guy.
He didn't say it like
Good
that.
guy.
It's Murph. He didn't say it like that.
Either way. That's the way that
Sound
Murph
like
wants
that
to
at all.
remember it.
What are you doing, bro? That doesn't sound like that at all.
Willie Adames did give a little more information about the Giants' pursuit of Corbin Burns, and Murph and Marcus asked, did he put in a call to help him out?
Well, they used to play together as well.
Not like that at all.
Yeah, they used to play together in Milwaukee.
Yes, Milwaukee.
So he asked him if he'd reached out to Corbin Burns.
I already did, man. I already did. I'm doing my part. I'm recruiting. I'm helping, but I hope we can make that happen because that would be an incredible addition to the team. I think when you have a guy like Corbin on your team, I mean that's like 99% of that you winning that day. So I mean that's the guy that I love to play for him, and I love to play defense for him, and he's one of the most competitive guys that I ever played with. And obviously, if we could add him to the team, obviously it would be an insane move. But we're hoping, and we're doing our part in every department. So hopefully we can make it happen. It went great. It went amazing. It went amazing. I think I think it went really, really positive. So I think that's the only thing I can say right now. But it went really, really positive.
Sounds promising, but I'll ask you, Copes. We've kind of hit a lull here in the MLB free agency. So the longer this goes out, do you lose hope that he's going to sign with the Giants?
Well, of course. Of course. But here's my question, too, is if you don't land him, where do you go? I mean, that's more of the more to the point is a lot of the bigger names and even some of the more medium names have come off the board.
Sean Manaea?
That's what I mean. So then you're going back to if you're not landing him, then you got to land like two of the next tier of guys.
Feels
right?
like the DeSclafani.
That's kind of where I'm at. It's like he's the last big time pitcher on the market. Max Fried's gone. I don't know if you'd have been in on him anyway. I mean, this is maybe the guy they had their heart set on, but he's looking for a deal in the range of what Max Fried got from the Yankees, which means you're looking over $200 million. So maybe it's dollar amount, maybe it's years amount, maybe they're hammering out details.
There have been news out there floated about the number of years being potentially a hookup or a snag.
Which may be a problem with everybody or anybody. And then you start talking about the minutia of the contract of can you get to options that allow it to become his option? Is it innings pitched? Is it incentive deals near the back end and stuff like that? So oftentimes it feels to me like the hang up when you're willing to pay that amount of money comes down to how many years you're willing to pay that amount for.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is Scott Boras represents Corbin Burns?
Yes.
I believe he does.
Yes, he's a Boras client.
Not to say like other Boras clients have signed in this free agency tour, but if we're going down the same road of a year ago where it's waiting, spring training time or before the season starts, I doubt that Buster Posey is going to wait and see if Corbin Burns is still around. So he may have to pivot before that even.
Well, and here's the difference in the text line's thoughts on it. 510 Jackson says, please God, I know Sean Manaea had a good year last year, but I do not want him back. I'd be very upset if they don't get Corbin Burns or Roki Sasaki. That would be the other one is Roki Sasaki.
Well, let me throw this one at you.
Walter, real quick, then 707 just says, hey, get Sean Manaea. He had a really good year last year. So two sides of the coin here. Again, I wouldn't be upset if they added Sean Manaea, but if Corbin Burns is what you're looking for, that's a pretty big step back.
Yeah, Walter threw this one at me. What would you think about a Sonny Gray trade, possibly, who Bob Melvin knows from the A's days?
Yeah, I mean, Sonny Gray had a great season last year, too. It's just about whether or not what you have to give up for him. Again, when we start talking trades, I don't know what we're discussing in the offseason because you don't know what teams
Lamont Wade, maybe?
I mean, is that all they'd want for Sonny Gray?
That probably
seems to
more.
me like they may as well hold on to him and see what else they could get.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know. Sonny Gray pitched pretty well. Was he in St. Louis last year, Minnesota the year before? 13-9 with a 3.84, 166 and a third innings pitched. Pretty good. If you can land Corbin Burns or Roki Sasaki, that's my preference.
Yeah,
again,
of course.
You want to get incrementally better, but if you can get two frontline guys, again, this is not about winning the division. This is about getting into the playoffs. Getting into the playoffs, and you have two frontline aces like that. And I don't know where we are with Kyle Harrison, like what level we think he can jump to. And I know that there's hope for him. I've got him more of like a Jonathan Sanchez type as it stands right now. And that's not a dig or a knock. He's got a live arm, a lot of potential, huge swing and miss stuff, like Sanchez did, but he's having trouble, I think, with strike zone and secondary pitches. We've seen flashes of it. Birdsong is a guy I'm really excited about what he can potentially be. Then there's some other depth there, but you're going to need more, I think, than just what you have in the starting rotation right now.
Going to another morning show interview. I wanted to play this on Friday, but we got caught up in other stuff.
Should we play more morning show? What do we play more of? Morning show cuts or Kay Adams?
Give it time on Kay Adams.
Well, Merry Christmas to you.
So Marcus was in Washington for the Army-Navy game, and he caught up with former Heisman Trophy winner Robert Griffin III, who had something to say about Devondre Campbell refusing to play.
Can't happen, ever. As a player, you can't quit on your team. Hell, guys, I played with one leg for my team, so I think you can kind of get how I feel about that particular aspect of it. I thought that what George Kittle said in the moment was pretty on point. I thought what Mooney Ward said was on point. If I'm being honest, like I always am, I just wish they would have kept it in-house.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I think that as a leader, you want in that situation to say, yes, something happened with Devondre. We're handling it internally, and we will let you guys know when the time is right. But to handle it in the way that it was handled after the game, I just thought it brings a massive distraction to the team. Yes, everyone saw him walk off the field, but as a leader, you don't got to tell the world what happened. That's my take on it. I don't believe that Devondre was right in any capacity. He was wrong. I do believe he will get cut. I don't think that maybe that was the time to talk about it, but at the end of the day, everyone has a way that they want to handle their business. And right now it feels like the sky is falling on San Francisco 49ers, and this Devondre Campbell situation is either going to make or break them. So we'll see next week what they do.
Could not disagree more with anything that he said.
Okay.
The make or break thing, like, bro, you didn't watch any of the football if you thought we were still made, potentially. You know what I mean? Like, things were already going south. And the Devondre Campbell situation, to what one of the texters said earlier, and to counter something Greg Papa said earlier, that had nothing to do with why they lost this game. They scored 6 points. Yes, it would have been better for him to be out there, I think, in terms of not having an injured player and Demetrius standing in fouls out there. I don't think it changes the course of this game, and I don't think anybody believes that would have changed the course of this game. And I don't think when he's talking about a leader, I don't know if he's mentioning George Kittle or he's talking Treverius Ward, but the way we found out about this was being asked about it, Kyle Shanahan, was after the game, where he simply didn't bury anybody. He said what had happened on the field. And when that pissed off Kyle, it is not his responsibility or job to defend and cover for Devondre Campbell and what may look bad. Now, I don't think this has turned into a situation where it's an S-storm for the 49ers. I think it's an S-storm for Devondre Campbell.
It is.
But based on the reaction of all the other players and how they've spoken about it, it tells you, not that it galvanized the locker room, but it tells you which side of the locker room these players stand on and how they feel about it.
Yeah,
because again, this isn't just us talking about it and saying what they should and should not do. He quit on his team. Players were upset about it. The coach was upset about it. The Hall of Fame general manager was upset about it to the point where he sent him back to the locker room and nobody had seen him in the locker room afterwards. Or I don't know that he's been back to the facility, but I'd be surprised about that.
I mean, that's the only detail that Kyle didn't bring up was that John Lynch was the one to tell him to hit the showers. So I understand what Robert Griffin is saying, that you don't want to turn on your teammate, but this was the situation where the team needed to speak out against this guy. And it wasn't like unprompted. From everything that I've seen in the post-game interviews, Kyle was asked about it. George Kittle was asked about it. Treverius Ward may have brought it up on his own, but they were pissed, and they're allowed to be pissed. And it's a different situation. I understand what Robert Griffin is saying, like you don't want a distraction, and he dealt with situations in the past where he would die on the football field to be out there with his teammates. But Devondre Campbell, let's be like the biggest part of this whole thing is he forced injured players to go back on the field because he did not want to play himself.
And he could have, before the game, said, I don't want to play because I don't like my playing time, and they could have activated Jalen Graham or elevated him, and Devondre wouldn't have.
He could have easily been deactivated for this game.
Instead, they're playing down a player at the position that they most needed because he just didn't want to be out there.
Yes. So I'm with you, Copes. I understand what Robert Griffin is saying, but he also is not really understanding the situation where it was pretty bad, and the players had to be honest.
There you go.
All right, moving on here in the Sound Soiree. We got Steve Kerr.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
God, scared the crap out of me there. Steve Kerr on the Dennis Schröder trade before the game on yesterday against who they play yesterday? The Dallas Mavericks.
By the way, are you looking up real quick here? I'm just seeing this on TV right now ahead of Monday Night Football. Lions currently have over 20 players on IR amid chase for the number one seed.
Got a little bit of the injury bug.
That's incredible. Anyway, you could have 20 guys on IR.
That's insane.
That's in-season and returnable IR, of course, different.
All right, Steve Kerr on Dennis Schröder.
Sorry, distracted.
I'm thrilled. I mean,
I told Dennis today he's kicked my ass on 3 different continents. And that's, so I'm, you can't beat him, join him. But, 22 playoffs, I thought he was brilliant against us with the Lakers. Watching him in FIBA, the last 2 summers, Philippines, and then, we played them in London in an exhibition game. He's a gamer, he's a competitor, pick and roll player, 2-way player.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely going to help out this team.
And I likes him.
No, he likes him, and he's going to solidify. I mean, they finally got a 2-guard in this lineup. No, I think he's going to help out the offense. I just don't think it's the only move they're going to make, and they still got to make a decision on Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, I think that decision's coming soon. We got less than 2 months of the trade deadline, and I can't imagine.
I can't imagine either.
After that,
I can't imagine either. All right, last one here. We'll save the Johnny Manziel for tomorrow because it's evergreen. Travis Hunter in his not his Hall of Fame speech, but his Heisman speech, he thanked a lot of people, but he decided to thank Lil Wayne.
Wayne, you don't know how you came into our life, man. My fiance love you. I ain't learned none. I didn't know none of your songs until she let me know, because I don't listen to music. She let me know. She told me, you got to listen to this. If you don't listen to music, listen to Wayne. And from that day on, that's all I listen to. Pre-game music. That's the song. Those are the songs I listen to. When I get in that TRX and I blast that music, I'm listening to Wayne. It's crazy. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot hot. That's my song. I'm telling you, man, that joint's crazy. I respect you for coming out here, coming to support me, man.
I'm down with him. He's all for No Ceilings. I'm down with that. I mean, maybe one of the greatest mixtapes of all time. No Ceilings is a hit.
I never was a big Lil Wayne guy.
That's okay. You don't have to be. Travis Hunter is. And I would counter that by saying, Travis Hunter, I know Lil Wayne's great, but have you ever tried any Natalie Imbruglia?
There you go.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm looking for.
Also, Travis Hunter being like, I don't listen to music. Do you like food?
I'll tell you what, for a long time, I didn't say things like that, but I definitely was. I've told you, my music stuff is bad and weird, because when I learned to drive, all I did was listen to, whoa, keep that ass rolling, Tim. What the hell is that about?
I can weigh the perfect stars tall.
Yeah, dude. I didn't seem to have any betting field ready, so we just roll some in Bruglia.
No, it's a great song.
Sounds good, to be honest with you.
Producing on the fly.
Sounds pretty good. Well done, Tim. Yeah. It's a Thin Tim execution.
I think we should have it in Bruglia Friday.
We just played
this
wouldn't go very far.
Over and over and over again.
We played Love Shack 18 times.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we hear Love Shack again. You know what I mean? Maybe tomorrow for karaoke day. At Tupelo. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. It's an Imbruglia Monday here on The Sports Leader. When we come on back, Brock Purdy.
There's just so many things.
Yeah, I know. Like $65 million that Brock Purdy could be asking for. Do you believe Brock wants to be top of the market, as Tom Pelissero says? I'm cold and I am shamed. Yeah, here we go.
Lying naked on the floor.
We got more to come here. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on The Sports Leader. I'm wide awake and I can see them.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Never gets old.
Might be like the Michael Keaton of songs.
Is there another bulletproof song out there?
I'm waiting for somebody to tell me they hate Love Shack. I'm sure there's somebody out there. Here comes the text line in the YouTube, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to deter me.
There's a lot of people that hate the B-52s, but they're good.
I'm sure there are.
But this is like Katrina and the waves walking on sunshine. If you don't like this, you're probably not alive.
Who's hurting you? Who's hurting you?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
B-52s have as much hits as Natasha Bedingfield?
Yeah.
Longer career.
Rome, Love Shack. What's one I'm missing?
Rock Lobster.
Rock Lobster. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. Well, I thought we had another one that we put out too.
Nah, that's
I'm
about
forgetting.
it. That's about it for the B-52s.
All right, well.
So what I remember.
Now I'm looking for more B-52s hits. Rock Lobster, Love Shack, Planet Claire, The Wig, Strobe Light, Private Idaho.
I don't know any of those.
Whammy Kiss, Lava, Hot Pants Explosion.
Probably no Private Idaho.
That's a great fantasy team name.
That Hot Pants Explosion is Debbie. Know that song. Hero Worship, Devil in My Car. There's a couple I recognize. But
all right, okay.
Bedingfield, though, she's coming strong.
And don't get me started on Imbruglia.
She had one.
Yeah, she had one.
That's not deep.
She had one.
Here we go. Let's get into what's going on with Brock. So this is a report from over the weekend.
Hold on. I wouldn't say it's a report. I would say it's Tom Pelissero giving his own opinion about Brock Purdy's contract status.
Tom Pelissero this weekend suggested something about Brock Purdy and his soon-to-be contract negotiations with the 49ers. According to Tom Pelissero, he anticipates that Brock Purdy will not want to settle for top 10 QB contracts, but rather be in the $60 million range, which would make you number one type quarterback stuff. Here's what Tom Pelissero said on the Rich Eisen Show on Friday. He shares his insight on Purdy's contract negotiations.
Yeah, with Brock Purdy, I think you have to look at it in the aggregate here. In his short career, because he took over, as a 7th-round pick and took over late in the 2022 season, he's already got 13 games with 120 passer rating, which is the most of any player ever over their first 3 seasons here. The efficiency numbers are really strong on him. And he's been a part of 4 playoff wins. The last 2 guys to reset the market were Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson, who have 4 playoff wins combined. And wins are not a quarterback stat, but the point is they've found a way to win a ton of games with Brock Purdy. So the situation is this. He's eligible for a contract extension starting at the end of the regular season, which is in all likelihood at this point going to be the end of the season as a whole for the 49ers. He's a 7th-round pick, so there's no 5th-year option. So next year is a contract year. If a deal is going to get done, I would anticipate it is at the top of the quarterback market for all the reasons that I just said. Right now, that's Dak's number. That is $60 million per year. Are the 49ers willing to go to that? Or are they going to be in a situation where you could have a standoff with your starting quarterback into the offseason here? There's a lot of questions that still need to be answered here. There's no reason really for Brock Purdy to take a sub-market deal at this stage. The worst case would be, he could always play it out. Lamar Jackson did that once upon a time. You gain even more leverage by doing that. Brock also hasn't made as much money as Lamar by virtue of being a 7th-round draft pick. But I don't think this is a, hey, we're going to make you the 10th highest paid quarterback, and Brock Purdy just saying, hey, where do I sign? He's, based upon his production, based on the playoff success, I'm sure he feels like he deserves to be paid at the top of the market.
So, real quick, before we get into the Brock thing, do you agree that wins are not a QB stat?
Wins are not a QB stat.
That's something that a lot of times, like Murph used to argue that with me a lot when he tried to discredit things with like Tom Brady being the best ever. He's like, he wasn't on the field when they won a couple of those Super Bowls and Joe Montana led drives. And I go, yeah, I get it. A couple kickers wrote history for some Super Bowl winning teams. It's a team game, of course. I don't think wins are the end all be all. I think when you're arguing rings and quarterbacks, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
The great ones win Super Bowls, and you can be great and not win a Super Bowl. That said, not all wins are created equal. And I think when you start talking wins not being a QB stat, what was Jimmy's record as a starter with the Niners? It was fantastic, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody has an issue looking at Jimmy and Brock and saying Brock is a far better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo ever was.
Right.
Right at this stage in his career. And at Brock's worst so far with the 49ers, we used to see that from Jimmy far more regularly. Like we'd see week-to-week things that were concerning, and the question was, can you win a Super Bowl with him? Remains the same with Brock. The results have been the same as they were with Jimmy Garoppolo. However, Brock helped win so many of those playoff games, played great in a number of those playoff games relative to Jimmy, who had them throw 8 total times in an NFC Championship game. So while wins are not a quarterback stat, having a great quarterback leads you frequently to great wins and more success.
I agree with that, but also these contracts are not determined by wins.
No, they're not. And that's the point that Tom Pelissero is making, is you've got 4 victories as a starting quarterback for Brock in the playoffs. You have 4 combined between Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott. Again, none of the contract also is arguing that Brock is better than Joe Burrow or Lamar or Patrick Mahomes. None of that, or Josh Allen, none of that is relevant in this conversation.
Yeah.
What's relevant is what it costs to sign a quarterback now. And if he's asking for the top of the market, I don't blame him. That's where I would start if I were him too. I don't really understand why people are so upset about the potential of paying him, because they think this is going to hurt the whole rest of the roster. But if you sign Brock right now, you're not dumping Kittle and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Christian McCaffrey. It's not like all these guys are axed off the roster because you signed Brock.
But little by little.
Little by little, things will have to change, and the hope is that you can continue to draft these skill position players. And they have done that pretty damn well over the first 7 years.
I mean, regardless of Brock Purdy getting paid or not, John Lynch and the rest of the scouting department was going to have to do better draft-wise this offseason.
Yep.
So I don't think anything with Brock Purdy determines that. However, I do understand the skepticism of like, okay, we pay this guy, and then what happens to the team around us? Do you then have to, I mean, right now Debo's diminishing. Does this pretty much solidify that they would move off from Debo or things like that? I hear what Tom Pelissero is saying, and I respect him, but I do wonder if this is just his own opinion, or he has a connection with Brock Purdy's agent, whose name is Kyle Strongin, who represents, as of right now, Trent Sherfield and Alec Ingold and Riley Moss. Not some of the biggest names in the NFL right now.
Damn, we got to get Brock Tommy Cutlet's agent.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, seriously, those names, I mean, they're
John
not that,
Stellato.
They're not that much higher than where Stellato is.
But I don't know. I mean, yeah, like the agent wouldn't be doing his job if he said like, well, yeah, we're going to settle for less money. But I don't know if that's necessarily the case, that Brock definitely needs to get top of the market.
I don't know, this agent, based on who he's representing, this would be the payday for the agent.
Yeah, that's true, too.
I mean, this is the agent's payday.
But it also could be him telling Tom Pelissero, we want this out there, that we do want top of the market money.
Well, again, you got to ask for that, because again, the whole negotiating thing, first person to say a number loses. If you come out and you're like, I want top of the market, that's where they don't necessarily want you to start. But if you start lower than that, you're not coming up.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I would ask for top of the market. If I were Brock too, I would want that out there. And if you're going to take in the top 10 range, sure. But if you just start in the top 10 range, you might be looking at something lower than that.
Yeah.
Well, to the point also you were saying about people worried about this roster being gutted because they have to sign Brock Purdy. You have benefited wildly from having
Brock Purdy being here.
Brock Purdy having a contract that is ranked, somewhere in the hundreds in terms of like total value. You have benefited probably more than anybody else, you could argue, in the history of the game because of that. So you get to this point, you can't just say, well, we'll just bank on getting another 5th or 6th rounder that happens to be this good. That's foolish thinking. And it sort of just, masks the idea that you still have to pay the guy. And if you don't, you're going to set yourself up for no quarterback.
I love the thumb at your nose notion that they can just go, well, just get a veteran or sign Sam Darnold back or sign another veteran or draft another quarterback. You go, hold on. They drafted a quarterback number 3 overall. And the best quarterback in that entire 5-quarterback first-round draft class is going to be a guy from the next year who went in the 7th round. The chances of that, it's never happened before. Why would it ever happen again?
They can't keep doing that.
It's not going. That success rate will not continue with this position specifically.
Yeah, and you're better off signing a young, healthy Brock Purdy than trying to go to a late 30-year-old Kirk Cousins or a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Like, any of these alternatives do not make sense.
Keep drafting quarterbacks. I'm all about that.
Yes.
What I'm not about is get rid of the one you have who's clearly going to get paid by somebody.
Or let's develop Tanner Mordecai.
Oh, gosh. Okay, here we go.
I believe in Tanner Mordecai, Copes.
They could win a bowl with Mordecai. I don't want Lestikai. I want more of them. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Monday evening. Our guy, Matt Mayoko, our insider, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll stop by. We'll talk to him about this Purdy contract situation next. Then we got some crap for for you before we put the show to bed and send you over to Raiders and Falcons Monday Night Football. We got some crap coming your way at about 5:15, but first, Matt Mayoko, who is not crap on the Sports Leader.
It's a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Check out the Bears-Vikings on KNBR 1050 and the Falcons-Raiders right here on KNBR 680, the Pigskin Leader.
We all know these people in their mid-40s. They got to go back about 25 years to figure out. And they always refer to each other by their last name. Hey, Schmitty, remember college? Beer bong, pissing in the yard. You know, that's the type of guys that fantasy football. That's all they do. Those your receivers. Oh, my receivers are really good this year.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb is here as well. Every Monday, we catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him and listening to him on the 49ers Talk podcast with Jennifer Lee Chan. He joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt? How was your weekend?
Weekend was good. Yeah, no football, just kind of, well, no football in person, watching plenty of it. And, it was a good, quiet evening weekend. I didn't quit anything, so I'm one up on Devondre Campbell.
Yeah, and you haven't been suspended by anybody yet either, which is
not
good.
That I know of.
Yeah,
not yet.
Nobody's asking Matt to give back his signing bonus, at least not yet. So tell us how this works out, because that's when we heard Kyle Shanahan on Friday say there's still some semantics they were working out. We kind of joked that Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast suggested they suspend him and then make him come back and face the team and then fine him instead of cutting him. And I didn't think they'd ever have him come face the team, but the suspension is going to allow them some financial flexibility to maybe try to recoup some money. What's the expectation, and how does this all work?
Yeah, I haven't heard that one. Come face the team. Face the music. Yeah,
face the music,
gosh darn it, you come back in here and you apologize.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's, if you release him, then you're also enabling him to theoretically latch on with another team. And, the last thing you want is for him to come out of this so let's just say the Lions. They've had so many injuries at linebacker. How would you like to turn on your TV in the playoffs and see Devondre Campbell on the field for a playoff team? But by doing this, there could have been a situation where if they release him, they're like, oh, well, he was injured, and so you can't release an injured player. So now you have to pay him the full season. And so just to be able to cover their backsides, they can suspend him, conduct detrimental to the team, and then go down the road of trying to recoup a portion of the signing bonus money. Basically with, I think it's $3.35 million for the signing bonus, that comes out to a little bit under $200,000 per game if you break it up that way. So the team can rightfully say, hey, look, you played 13 games, and so we want 4/17 of that signing bonus back. And the reason he didn't just say, hey, I'm out of here before the game and give the 49ers the opportunity to replace him on the roster was, I don't know, maybe he wanted the $20,000 bonus that he gets for suiting up for every game. So I'm sure the 49ers will want that back as well. So, they can try to get back, probably about $1 million in money. And then also, this is money that hasn't been paid, but his incentive for playing 70% of the snaps this season, he'll probably get the $250 for playing 60% of the snaps, but he won't get the additional $250 for playing 70% of the snaps. So there's just a lot of things. It can't always be so simple. I know, even after the game, people are cut him now. But, that's just not prudent. You have to kind of make sure that you don't leave yourself open to any kind of grievance down the road.
So, Matt, what was the vibe like in the locker room today, given the weekend, and now players had a weekend to kind of think about it a little bit? I know Nick Bosa kind of revealed to everybody that Devondre Campbell said something in the locker room before the game that kind of suggested his complaints about, being not in the starting lineup. And just curious, in your 30 years of covering this team, have you ever seen anything quite like Thursday where pretty much an entire football team turned on one teammate?
No, I haven't. I remember Brandon Jacobs being suspended for conduct detrimental to the team. That was one of the, I forget which Harbaugh year that was, but one of those years. There was 2010, a couple years before that, there was a player who retired, Glenn Coffey. He retired just in the middle of training camp, just decided before heading out to practice that he was done, took off his cleats and went home. Kent Von Balmer went AWOL about a week later. And then several weeks after that, Michael Lewis, who was a safety at the time, a veteran safety, had played a lot of good years for the Eagles. He was fed up because Taylor Mays was getting ready to take his job. But nothing that happened, nothing that approaches this, which is a guy suited up for the game and was available and declined to go into the game. That's a new one here that I've covered. But, walking into the locker room today, there's Devondre Campbell's locker with not any, it's just completely cleared out and name tag removed, nameplate removed over his locker. So, yeah, I think they're trying to erase the memory of Devondre Campbell. But, Bosa spoke on it. I asked him, is there something bigger going on here? Is this a symptom of more stuff? And he said no. It's he stands by his belief that this is a really good locker room. It's just one guy coming in from the outside, a veteran guy who had his own beliefs of his self-worth, apparently, even though I think everybody knew that once Dre Greenlaw came back, his role was going to be diminished. There's the added part of this is that the 49ers kind of pushed D. Winters up a spot too, over Devondre Campbell. So, I don't know if it's premeditated or if he was just stewing on the sideline. Clearly, he expressed a lot of discontent in the locker room before the game. Bosa picked up on that. But man, what a horrible position to put a team in, suiting up. Only 48 guys can suit up for games, and he had one of those uniforms, and 49ers could have brought up Jalen Graham from the practice squad, and then just the way the game worked out with two guys getting injured, and they had to put Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who's kind of an undersized linebacker and who's been battling a knee injury, and the Rams capitalized on that. The Rams rushed for a lot more yards in the second half and kept a lot more drives alive because of their running game in the second half than they did when Dre Greenlaw was out there and healthy and playing.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. On Friday, Tom Pelissero went on the Rich Eisen show, and we don't want to call it a report because it's not a report. It was more of his assessment of the Brock Purdy contract situation following what happened on Thursday, and he said his belief is still that Brock is going to demand not top 10 quarterback money, but in the $60 million range. And basically my take is, well, yeah, that's what I would demand as well, or what I would ask for and where I would start the conversation if I was Brock Purdy relative to the success of the guys right behind him. Again, I don't want to call this a report, but is that kind of where you feel too, or where you stand, that Brock's going to ask for the top and then the negotiation will stop there or start there?
Yeah, I mean, his agent will. Brock will be, Brock will be in the back seat. Brock's not going to say, gosh darn it, pay me top dollar or I'm going to, follow Devondre Campbell's lead. Nothing like that. But no, I mean, he should. I mean, the market, every year the market goes up for quarterbacks, and, he won't, can he ask for a $60 million contract, same number that Dak Prescott made, or that he signed for? Yeah, he probably should. Will it end up there? I kind of doubt it, but you never know. I mean, his side has a really good argument. Look at what Dak Prescott's been in the league for how many years? How many playoff games have the Cowboys won?
2. With
Dak Prescott behind center? 2. Well, how many has Brock Purdy won? 4.
4, yeah.
And Brock Purdy is 25 years old. He'll be 24 years old, be turning 25 shortly. And a year from now, more guys will sign. I'm sure the Bills will probably do something with Josh Allen's contract. And you can also look at it from the stance of Brock Purdy has been vastly, grossly underpaid for 2.5 seasons. So he should ask for that. His agent, his representation should ask for that. Now, they should, just knowing how negotiations go, Brock Purdy's side should ask for a very high amount. The 49ers will counter with a lower amount, and then the sides will kind of get together and meet somewhere in the middle, I would suspect, but I think it's got to be a priority for both sides, especially the 49ers, to get something done early in the offseason so that there's no drama hanging over this team like was hanging over the team with Trent Williams, with Brandon Ayuk. You just can't have that kind of be out there twisting in the wind with the quarterback. They got to push this kind of regrettable, forgettable season to the back and start anew in 2025. And how that starts with everybody feeling good is that they sign their quarterback and there's no contract situation hanging over their heads.
Well, what do you make of the notion, Matt, that people are saying that if you sign Brock Purdy to a big-time contract, that it's going to gut the team for the future? My thought is that regardless of paying Brock or not, they were going to have to primarily focus on the draft this offseason. But what do you make of people saying, well, if you pay Brock, then the rest of the team is going to suffer because he makes the most money?
Well, I mean, I think every team has to go through that. You know, every team that has a high-priced quarterback, which is basically every team, they have to make sacrifices elsewhere. And I'm not sure the sacrifices would come this year. I think they can structure that deal kind of like they did with Brandon Ayuk. You know, Brandon Ayuk signed a big money deal, but his big money doesn't kick in for another couple years. And so they basically been playing without, you know, really without paying a quarterback starter level NFL money for a couple years now. So yeah, that's going to kick in, but by the time that Brock Purdy's big money kicks in, you know, a lot of the big time players who are making the big money, their contract will either be expiring or it'll be time for those guys to move on. But I mean, that's just part of the NFL landscape. You can't. The alternative is they have a quarterback that they love. You don't want to lose that quarterback, and now you're starting from square one. You know, they tried this several years ago, and they got lucky. You know, with Trey Lance, they gave up a lot to get him. It didn't work out, and it hasn't worked out for the Cowboys either. The 49ers lost a lot of first-round draft pick capital to get Trey Lance, and then they got lucky with Brock Purdy landing in their lap. So, I mean, I've detected no buyer's remorse, even though they haven't really bought it yet, but I haven't detected any second guessing as far as whether Brock Purdy is the future quarterback of this team or not. So I fully expect them to come together on a deal that makes him one of the highest paid players in the league. And then as far as the rest of the roster, you kind of kick that can down the road a little bit and figure it out as you go.
Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. I just wanted to ask you, Matt, Derek and I got into a debate earlier, and we were listening to the Tom Pelissero soundbite on Rich Eisen, and he mentioned, you know, wins are not a quarterback stat. And I think sometimes that's true, and sometimes that's not true. I don't think it's a blanket stat. But we were debating like MVP voting and Offensive Player of the Year voting, which is just something we're now starting to discuss at the end of the year. Do you have a vote for anything this year?
I do not. I do not have. That's I believe it's 32 voters from AP.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I would assume that the San Francisco area AP Josh DeBow would have the vote for that.
Okay. So my question is, we were discussing like the success of certain players, and I thought, look at what the Bengals are doing, and they're 6-8 now. If they were for some reason to run the table and limp into the playoffs at 9-8. I think Joe Burrow works his way into being an MVP candidate. He probably wouldn't win it, but that he could get some votes because then people would say, well, look at what this team was capable of doing with Joe Burrow and where they'd be without him. However, his number, I mean, he's had 6 straight games of 3 or more touchdown passes and a couple with 5 and 4 touchdown passes. He's done everything he can in his power, and the reason they're bad has nothing to do with him on offense. However, people look at MVP as best player on best team. Is there a case for a guy like that who's having a world-beating season, may put up the best numbers, and his defense just lets him down almost every single week?
You know what that probably fits into the category of? Instead of MVP, maybe Offensive Player of the Year.
Sure, yeah.
That's probably where that would kind of distinguish itself. Like, well, how valuable can he be if his team wasn't very good? But, man, he sure did play lights out. So that might be kind of where that it kind of sorts its way out. You know, it used to be, and I liked that the AP did this for many years. Every voter, and there was a point where I was asked to vote, several years on it, but every year, well, I do vote for, I guess, the Pro Football Writers Awards, but you would just vote for the MVP. And so there would be 32, let's just say 32 votes total, and the MVP could be unanimous, or the one guy gets, 29 votes and somebody else gets 3. Now the way they do it is, I like it a lot better, is that each voter ranks, their top 5
Ranked
guys.
choice
So
voting, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so now you have an honest to goodness, he finished 4th in the voting. Sometimes, if it was unanimous, there would never be a second place vote, never be a second place finisher because got another vote. But last year, for instance, Brock Purdy finished 4th in the voting, which he wouldn't have finished anything in the voting in previous years because only the top vote getter would be tallied. So I don't know what that has to do with anything other than it will be interesting to see. I would imagine that Burrow might get a vote or 2 or 3, and he might finish
3rd or
whatever,
4th or something like that. That's
voting,
where I was.
3rd or 4th.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but my guess is he would probably finish higher in the Offensive Player of the Year voting than he would in the MVP voting.
That's kind of where I'm at too. Yeah, and by the way, Tim points out in my ear, when you'll hear about that Brock Purdy 3rd place MVP finish is when they get to contract negotiations. That's when that thing will come up. That's all good for player negotiation.
Yeah, and here, how about this idea? In 2017, Jimmy Garoppolo played 5 games for the 49ers. He finished the season starting the final 5 games.
Yep.
Based on what the 49ers, and I know the numbers are a lot different now than they were then, but after seeing Jimmy Garoppolo for 5 games, the 49ers made Garoppolo the highest paid quarterback in the league. So now, and Garoppolo is older, by the way, too, than Brock Purdy is now. And now, I don't know what the total number is as far as starts that the 49ers have seen Brock Purdy, both regular season and postseason, but the 49ers have a lot more information on Brock Purdy. So, the agent could very well say, hey, look, several years ago, you made Jimmy Garoppolo the highest paid player in the league. Granted, that lasted for about a month before Kirk Cousins and then I think Matt Ryan after him. But that could be the starting line where, hey, you made him the highest paid, then why wouldn't you make Brock Purdy the highest paid?
Matt Mayoka, the voice you're on the UMA guest line. Matt, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the week, and we will talk to you next Monday.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Great stuff there, Matt. Matt Mayoka, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you read him and you listen to him, the 49ers Talk podcast. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday. We are signing off in about 15 minutes to get you over to the Raiders and the Falcons for Monday Night Football, which can be heard right here on The Sports Leader. I'm still hopeful, and I think it's on still as of right now. My championship softball game tonight against the Olympic Club over at James Lang Field here in San Francisco. We were wondering if the weather was going to hold off. We'll get to the crap section of the show next, and in the crap section, we've got a RAF weather report from the KNBR Weather Center.
This is crap.
So we'll go out to the KNBR Weather Center in our crap section next, and then we'll get you over to a little Monday Night Football. Raiders and the Falcons.
Little Raider ball.
Derek's Las Vegas Raiders against Tim's Atlanta Falcons. We got the crap section next on the Sports Leader.
'49ers general manager John Lynch issued a statement regarding Devondre Campbell. Quote, "We have suspended Campbell for 3 games due to conduct detrimental to the team. We will have no further comment on the matter." For more information and all 49er news, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, you can make a transition from work life to retirement life, and it can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. That's where the experts at O'Donnell Financial come in. They can help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to transition into retirement life confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or reused in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Adam Copeland, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tim Webb back with you. Jimmy Fathead on Depop here, as we're going to send you over in about 9 minutes, or sooner than that, I think, to the Raiders and the Atlanta Falcons from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas as we get to the crap section and we put the show to bed here. So I got a softball championship tonight. Go ahead. What you got?
No, I was just saying, I hear that Greg's coming in studio tomorrow, so I'm just going to leave this in here for him. He's like, Jimmy, I missed you so much. Come back, please.
I missed you, Jimmy. By the way, as Matt Mayoka was saying, like, Jimmy didn't hold the candle to Brock Purdy. People are going, Jimmy was damn good. That one guy on the YouTube chat or the text line, I'm like, they won when he was here. Don't get me wrong. I got good memories of Jimmy Garoppolo, but we all knew he was not the elite quarterback that they needed. I'm not saying Brock is a world beater, but Brock's a better QB than Jimmy is.
Yeah.
I know because they threw it more than 8 times. The game that Brock was healthy in the NFC Championship game. Fewer passes than that from Brock in the game where he goes down. I got a softball championship game tonight. We're getting out of here in about 8 minutes. But I was like, is it going on because of the weather? So we got to go out to the KNBR Weather Center and get a weather report from our guy Raph in the KNBR Weather Center. Here we go.
KNBR Weather.
Giants-Cubs baseball rained out today at Wrigley Field due to rain.
Raph here at the KNBR Weather Center. No rain out due to meat rain for Cope's softball game at Moscone Park, but expect low clouds and coastal drizzle for the rest of the night.
I actually went clamming down there, believe it or not.
That was KNBR Weather.
By the way, the best part
I love that.
Was that a chirp in the back? When Marty's, I told you the time Marty had a smoke alarm going off behind him. He was doing a show like during COVID.
Oh,
it's
God.
Like, just let him. They'll think it's just a little bird. I was like, no, dude, it sounds like a smoke
Those things are irritating as hell. Nothing annoys me more than a smoke alarm with no battery in it.
It's just
or
a little
battery
bird.
needs to be changed.
No big deal. Anyway, there's your weather report. The funniest part about all that, I think, is that I'm not playing at Moscone.
Yeah.
I'm playing at Langfield tonight over on the turf. All right, let's put the show to bed here. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Nope, he's not ready.
Tim's not ready for a note to self. Note to self.
Note to self. Tim's never ready for this segment.
No, I just didn't know if we were going to do the crap section or not. I don't think we have time for it. So we'll just go directly to note
We'll
to
save the
self.
crap for tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Note to self.
All right, note to self. Derek says he isn't a Raider fan, and I'm not buying it. Yeah. Also, Murph might be Spanish.
How would you know that, Tim? How might you know that? Come on, just give me a note to self then. You can't set yourself up for sound bites that aren't ready to play. You're going to riff on Murph.
Gracias.
There we go. A little spiciness from Murph today.
Derek?
Note to self. If you're planning on having a repair guy come back to your car where he left a tool in it to help you out the next couple days.
And you paid in cash.
He won't come back.
Dude, Derek paid a AAA guy cash to go to the store paid him $300 to go to the store and pick up a battery that Derek could have done himself. The guy then says, give me a call on Saturday because he dropped
hold on.
the tool.
The battery still would have cost the same amount.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, the guy went to go do it. Was it going to cost $300?
Yeah.
Is that the pricing of the battery?
Repair the battery and
I'm
everything?
saying you guys, anyway, you could have done this yourself, I think, for much cheaper. Bottom line is
Like
the guy,
you know how to do
guy
it.
dropped a tool in Derek's engine and was like, I'll come back
It's
Saturday.
not
just
in the
call me.
engine.
Wherever it is.
The car will run fine.
It's in the carriage.
But I do think that it's lame that he's not coming back.
Well, he told you to call him, and he's like, I'll be here Saturday.
I called him twice.
No.
He even called his work. The man cannot be found.
They were like, we don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
We don't know who you're talking about.
This guy doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You were talking to nobody.
There's note to self. Maybe just do it yourself next time. Or actually go through the business of it instead of going through some guy who helped you out, was going to help you
he
out.
replaced the battery. The problem is now I have a tool in my car.
Two of them.
Note to self.
Note to self. Natasha Bedingfield, more hits than the B-52s. That's where I'm coming down on that one.
And it's Natalie Imbruglia. Or what was it?
Imbruglia. You don't know it. Just drop it.
Not Imbruglia.
Just drop it.
Well, that's what I learned today on my note to self.
You should have thrown that one in there, too. You could have done like 4 of them like Tim. That's going to do it for Dirty Work.
Dirty Work.
Dirty Work. Monday afternoon. We'll be back with you tomorrow, 2 p.m. for a full show tomorrow. And then Derek and I with you both until next Monday. I'm off after Monday for the holiday, but Derek will roll with you, and we'll be with you all week long. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, thanks to Tim Webb, did a great job today. And thanks to everybody who helped out in the bullpen. I say everybody, but at one point we walked out during a commercial break, and there's so few people on the floor.
The lights were off.
The lights were off, dude. The sensor lights weren't even working.
By the way, a little message from Kerry Crowley. Brutal price on the battery, Derek. That's on you.
Yeah, Derek, I'm telling you, you got hosed, dude. We got to find out tomorrow what car Derek has and what his license plate is so we can do damage to it.
Easy.
I'm just saying.
Outside of work. Thanks to Juice, too. That's going to do it for Dirty Work. For anybody who needs to hear it, every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. We're throwing you over to Monday Night Football, Raiders and the Falcons, which you can hear right here on the Sports Leader. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on YouTube tonight from 6 to 7. You're listening to KNBR. KNBR from San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media Station. That's illegal at 526. Let's talk to you guys tomorrow on these.